Something is wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Something is wrong in regards to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury. Hold on one second. I need to make sure the audio is working. Okay, it's working. Folks, something is wrong. We're going to talk about it today, but literally, something is wrong. I'm telling you, something's wrong. I need to compose myself. I knew it. I knew something was wrong. I've now heard directly. I knew something was wrong. I knew it. I'm sorry. I didn't expect. Literally, as the countdown was going, you might have saw the Twitter post I put up this morning. Yeah, can we all set aside what? Maybe let's just set aside what's been going on in chat. Let's all just come together for a second. I mean, I'm telling you, I think I'm the only person who's going to be able to confirm this to you. I knew something was wrong with that jury. I need a little bit of time, maybe like 12 hours, maybe less. I've been contacted. Okay. I'm not going to say anything until I speak more, but there's definitely something wrong with the jury in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. This is I know folks thought it was just a lot of noise. It's not. I need to compose myself a little bit right now. I don't really know what this is going to lead to, but something is wrong. And folks, let's please right now, even if we're all towel friends, you just don't block the person from the chat. You can just don't hide them. There's a way for you to not see someone else's comments, and it's okay. We're all friends here. There is a lot going on right now. This is a very stressful moment in time based on the juror interviews that have come out in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial over recent days. And now, based on what, literally, this is breaking news. You are only going to hear this here. I'm telling you something is wrong. I need to do a little bit more research, and I'm trying to explain. I need to do a little bit more talking today, but I knew it based on like the way the jury announced their verdict and like seemingly knocked on the door at 2:27. What some of the jurors have been saying in their interviews. We're going to watch them. What a juror said overnight at like midnight on Twitter. There's a lot of things that weren't right. And then I was thinking, okay, I'll just come on and explain them. And then no, I'm telling you, I was contacted directly. Something is wrong. You should watch today because it could unfold all in real time. Something is very wrong. I don't know what the powers that be know. I don't know if this is why Hank has stayed silent. I have not heard from Hank Brennan. I'm just telling you, I was contacted directly. Something is wrong. By a juror, I was contacted directly. Something is wrong. I don't know what. I don't know where this is going to go. I could sense it in my bones. Like I had a gut feeling this morning. So I put out a post. I mean, I knew something was wrong with this jury. We talked about it extensively yesterday. Please allow me to compose my thoughts as we begin today's stream. I just could sense something was wrong. And so I put out a post asking for jurors who may have been deliberating and leaned guilty if something was wrong to contact me. And someone contacted me. Something is wrong. I don't know exactly what, but I'm just telling you right now, you're going to hear this first before anywhere else, not any major news stations. I'm just telling you right now, you're going to hear this first. It will develop. Something is wrong. I don't know what. I can't put my finger on it just yet, but I'm telling you something is deeply, deeply wrong with that verdict. Something is wrong. I don't know if that's why Hank hasn't spoken out yet, but we all just need to take a second to let Little Towel compose himself. Something is wrong. I'm telling you that I was contacted directly. I'm telling you that this is not me now, and I need to do confirmation, but this is not me inductively saying anything. Something is wrong. You can tell your friends, you can tell your family, you can tell a fellow towel. I'm telling you, from me to you, from my heart, something is wrong, and I now, pending confirmation, have firsthand insight that I know something is wrong. I'm telling you something is wrong. So I knew it. I mean, yes, but this is, yes, and I think a lot of us have been talking about this, and this is more than an intuition. I'm telling you that I've been contacted directly, and I need to do further work on this, but I'm telling you something's wrong. I sensed it in my bones. We'll watch the interview with the juror from last night on her front lawn, but I just knew it. I knew it, and I'm furious. I'm both deeply concerned for the integrity of our justice system, and I'm also upset. Very upset. I mean, I'm upset in the sense for our justice system. I'm very concerned. Deeply, deeply concerned. Let's listen to the interview with this juror from last night. Just pure defense talking points, like horrifyingly so.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm, didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes. I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened?
So, folks, listen, that's just part of it, but that was just one juror. There was another juror who went on TMZ. We're not going to watch the full interview because it's copyrighted. But, like, I'm telling you, folks, something is wrong. And if we go to my profile here, you can see that I reposted something she posted at midnight. This juror, she went on social media and she was like, what did she say? She said, hello, yes, I am Juror 11 from the Karen Reed trial. Please note, I don't use X regularly. I have 4 children, a part-time job, and a busy life. I'm a licensed attorney in Brazil. I'm happy to share experiences, but I will not engage in arguments. Thank you. And then if you look at her profile, literally it says true crime lover with a soft spot for justice, holder of a law degree from Brazil, it turns out, collecting dust while I raise 4 tiny humans, overqualified for nonsense. And then if you look at her profile, it's scrubbed basically for the past 3 years or more. Like there's something wrong. And it's not like I knew it, but now I know it. And it's pending. I know it though. And I'm going to be able to confirm it because I have my notes. And like, I know there are some things that only jurors would know in the sense of, and it's, something's wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, this is going to become a big story. You are hearing it first. This is like one of those moments where something happens on Telestream and it's going to develop over the day. I don't know how long we're going to be live for today. We'll watch some things to kind of wait as stuff comes in. But I'm telling you, something is wrong. And if I know about it, that I'm sure somebody told the prosecution something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. So that's why I just want to take a deep breath, want to compose myself. I am astounded in some sense that this has occurred. And it wasn't just this juror. It was the alternate non-deliberating juror 17 that John DePietro interviewed. That was weird what that juror was saying. Not John's interview, just what that juror was saying. It was what the juror from TMZ, juror number 4, was saying. It was the foreman allegedly smiling at Turtle Boy. And the other juror, one of the other jurors, there's something wrong. There's something rotten in the town of Dedham. I don't know how this happened. I'm going to figure it out. The integrity of our justice system is dependent on it. You don't understand. Verdicts are not final. If there was outside influence, that's why they get asked questions each day about whether they heard anything, saw anything, etc. about the case. And there's no double jeopardy protection in a case of external influence. Maybe that's why Hank's staying silent. I don't know. I don't know if court's even open today. No, it's not. I'm telling you right now, Robert Glock. I'm telling you right now. I have just been contacted. It is not being reported because I'm the only one who knows about it. I have been contacted. There is something wrong. I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you right now. We are going to hopefully find out more. But I'm just laying. We have over the past 2 days analyzed, and it started with Zona Eagle on the day of the verdict saying, mark my words, that timing was suspicious. The jury called back their verdict almost to wait to knock on the door until 2:27. And I think that that was just the first hint. Then we started seeing the interviews. Juror number 4 on TMZ, juror 17, the non-deliberating juror with John DePietro, juror, what was it? Juror 11, posting on social media and then standing outside her home giving an interview to the local media. Something, and it's not just this. This was what was leading me inductively, and I was demarcating it and prefacing it and qualifying it by saying, listen, I'm not just saying this because I'm concerned about the outcome. I'm saying this because on the basis of my analysis of the totality of the circumstances and the fact that I had heard reports. In fact, I had a first-hand source who told me that they were in Dedham and that the jury bus drove past when they were turning off Route 1 to go to the courthouse. They drove past, at least on one occasion, maybe more, a group of Karen Reed supporters who were clearly holding up signs about the case outside of their window, the jury bus's window. Okay, so I don't know, and I think that it's very possible. Yes, that's true. It's a very high bar to overcome. We've talked about this before in the context of the manifest necessity precedent on the federal and state level. Obviously, there is very, very, very high standards, but the reason why the jurors get asked those 3 questions every day, whether they heard anything about the case, read anything about the case, etc., that's on purpose. That is a fundamental check and balance on outside influence on a day-to-day basis. So if there's ever any ex post facto documentation of outside influence or seeing something about the case or whatever, you have a 24-hour comment, sometimes on weekends 72-hour. You have a rolling series of affirmations by the jurors that they didn't see anything. The reason they do that is the standard to me, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law, get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love exists. The reason why they have this standard is that if there is extraneous influence, then the prosecution, well in this case the aggrieved party, the prosecution can void the double jeopardy protection and move to set aside the verdict. But there has to be documented evidence of here's some things that could do it. There's confirmation from a sitting juror deliberating or otherwise that during trial or deliberations they saw something on the way to the courthouse in the jury bus. Number 2, someone in the deliberation room said something like, oh, here's what we didn't find out in the first trial, or here's what we have to do because they're hiding this from us, or something like that. Number 3, if someone on the jury during deliberations said, oh, I told my cousin I was going to vote a certain way months ago. That's another example. Number 4, if one of the jurors said something like, maybe back in May, I'm going to vote not guilty no matter what. This is just, I'm going to nullify, I'm going to vote not guilty no matter what. Like any of those things are actually grounds for this kind of thing. Now, the reason why and I did not intend this. I literally intended to start the stream today and then see where things went, covering the jurors, talking about the maybe Nathan Reed and Bill Reed's interview. But no, we are putting up the flashing alarm. I'm telling you, Hank Brennan, if you hear this, I'm sure you already know something is wrong. Something is very, 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 very wrong. So apoplectically wrong that I'm pretty sure this story is about to completely shift gears and become about how wrong this is. I don't mean morally wrong. I mean something very, very bad has happened, and we are now going in that direction where you might have had a little bit of a false start there. Free Karen Reed movement. I don't know what to tell you. This is very scary. And it's scary in the sense that the check and balance requires the prosecution to do something about it. And that's why I think we all have to kind of take a breath. We all have to think about this a little bit, and we have to analyze it from the perspective of where is this going and what is about to come out. I think I have an obligation. I have a very principled dedication to the integrity of the system of justice. But I have an obligation to make sure whatever is about to happen, that I report it correctly, that I verify that what I'm being told is accurate, that I double check I check and balance, and I double check the source of what I'm hearing, that I follow up and try to get another perspective. All of this is going to occur today. I have to do this while insulating and holding to the highest standards of accountability, insulating from exposure and holding to the highest standards of accountability myself in my role as a news reporter. It is absolutely unequivocal that today of all days, I'd be absolutely on the ball. So I need to be completely in the zone, and it's important to me that I'm here with you all while this all unfolds, if it does indeed today. I don't know if court's open or not. I need to just focus. But I'm starting to wonder if indeed there was something very wrong in that deliberation room or among that jury, and the fact that we could be heading in the direction of formal confirmation of same has resounding implications. I think a lot of us, I remember when we first started discussing this, you can watch it on the stream a few days ago, I think we were saying to ourselves, well, this can't be right. Like, we don't want to go, almost like reactionary, like we don't want to go down the path of questioning the integrity of the system. So how do we do this? How do we react to this? But then over the past 48 hours, and I think it became more clear, the timing of maybe delaying the verdict till 2:27, or at least the knock on the door, the timing of the jurors speaking, where they spoke, how they spoke, like Juror 4, Juror 17, Juror 11, all kind of being very defense talking point-ish. And then the post I put up this morning, if you want me to read it verbatim, it says, hello and good morning. If you're one of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jurors who leaned guilty and may have information about outside influence subverting the jury in real time during trial and deliberations, please feel free to reach out. And then you can reach me at grantsmithellis@proton.me. Ladies and gentlemen, something is wrong. And I just want to say that this is the one thing that was just completely unacceptable, a potential compromise of the jury. As long as there was some legitimacy to the outcome, then this at least could have moved to the civil suit. It could have moved to whatever other charges fall out from the WI, the Aiden, Turtle Boy Kearney case, etc. But I'm literally putting my towel emergency brake on. I'm flashing a red warning sign to the powers that be. They already know. I sense they do. If they do, what's going to happen? Are you compiling different perspectives? They can't approach jurors, but are people approaching them? Are you writing a motion? What is going to happen here? Is that what Hank Brennan's attitude was? Like, I know something's wrong. Like, did he had more intimate access to all of this than I did, obviously. So it was his gut feeling something's wrong, and that's why he was so resound to, okay, let's just throw the probation up there and move on from this moment right now, because what he was really looking at was, like, did something happen here? So three jurors. The first one was Juror 4 on TMZ. Second one was Juror 17, John DePietro. That juror was non-deliberating. Third juror was Juror 11 on her front lawn with WCVB and Channel 4, and then on social media. Now, Little Towel is almost certain at this point, pending a little bit more discussion, I'm almost certain something very bad happened. And I'm not doing this gratuitously. I did not intend to start the day this way. It is what happened, in my opinion. We need to find out more. But I want you all to brace. If we're flying air towel, I don't think this landing is going to be very soft. I think this is going to get really, 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 really concerning really, really, really quickly. uh, I, what I don't know, in some sense, how to process this. I don't know how to reflect on this. I guess we'll watch Nathan Reed and Bill Reed talk. That's the only thing I'm. I don't know if it's the exhaustion, if it's the implications, if it's the fact that I thought, like, I had a lingering hope that, okay, maybe I'm wrong, and this will just not, it will just go away, and that will be it, and I will have been wrong. I don't think I was wrong. I don't think any of you were wrong. I don't know how to process this. I don't know what to say. I'm very concerned. Actually, I know what I want to watch. I want to watch a video from Michigan. I need to compose myself. I need to think for a second. I want to watch a video from Michigan where Judge Simpson from, I forget what circuit it is, but Judge Simpson runs into an issue where there was some tomfoolery in a criminal case. And I want you all to watch how Judge Simpson handles it. Oh, it's not. Yeah, we're not going to watch that. Listen, you definitely want to stay tuned today. I'm not going to say anything for right now. Something's wrong. And that's all I want to say right now. The phrase is something's wrong. But I want to watch this from Old Squishy Gardner's Court Watch. I really like his channel. He does such a good job. And I want to show you what happened in Michigan when a defendant kind of played a little loose and fast, just a little loose and fast. And it was pretty serious, but it was like a one incident. And I want to show you how the judge reacted, because this is what I mean, this is the kind of stuff that gives me hope in the justice system. And for right now, I need 10 minutes. I need to think for a second, and I want you to watch this because it's important to me that you see why I have faith in the justice system. Every time we have to talk about these kind of very sad things, I want to watch stuff like this because it is possible. Like it is possible that there can be some hope in our system, and I applaud Judge Simpson for how he handled this. So, and the state. This is in Michigan. And let's watch this while Towel breathes for a second. I need to contemplate what's going on.
You are not going to sit here and try to disparage that man, saying that somehow or another, Mr. Burgess represented to you that obstructing a case in this fashion was a legal way to proceed. I'm not going to believe it, and I'm not going to hear you.
Courthouse case, People versus Larry Lee.
Your Honor, Mary Tanha, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people.
And Mary Rubio, on behalf of Mr. Lee, I am standing in for the Attorney of Record, David Burgess, with Mr. Lee's consent, to my knowledge. Is that correct, sir? That is okay for me to stand in for you right now?
Yes.
Okay, could you please state your name?
Thoroughly.
What is that noise?
Right. Shouldn't you check? I don't feel safe. Why are you just pointing? What?
Don't stop.
It'll stop at some point.
I feel very safe, Your Honor.
Wow, I know. He's like, you are all over it. All right, go ahead. What are we doing?
Well, Your Honor, a few things. First of all, I've been in communication with Mr. Burgess and Mr. Arabo, who is representing the victim of the case, Mr. Quasny. Apparently, Mr. Lee called Mr. Arabo and offered to, in exchange, there's a pending case where Mr. Quasny is the defendant of an AMD against Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee contacted Mr. Arabo and offered to essentially not testify in that case if Mr. Quasny agreed not to testify in this case. There are statements that are essentially saying, in exchange for Mr. Quasny, victim in this case, not testifying, I will also not testify. That is highly concerning, of course. I was given this information yesterday. I asked Mr. Arabo to forward that call to myself, Mr. Burgess, and the officer in charge because we want it documented for potential additional charges. But this all happened, transpired yesterday. We got the recording as of this morning. With that said, of course, I think it's appropriate to have an adjournment. Mr. Burgess agrees with that.
Hold it, but does that recording indicate that?
Yes, Your Honor, have either one.
I myself have not listened to the recording. I was just asked to stand in on behalf of Mr. Burgess. He's at a hearing in Lansing. However, I did speak to Mr. Lee about it today. Mr. Lee indicates he indicated some of the content of the conversation to me. He also indicated, just FYI, that he himself recorded it.
But just so that I have this right, the defendant, because of something else, is urging, enticing, or in some other way interfering with testimony of witnesses in this
Well,
case.
I can't agree to that characterization because I haven't heard it. I don't know.
Well, you want to listen to, because that's what I'm being told.
But yes, I understand. I understand that is what's being presented. I also want to indicate that.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. Mr. Lee has indicated to me some things. I have advised him to be careful of what he would want to say to Your Honor, but he seems to feel that he needed to make that phone call because he wants to move to have Mr. Burgess removed and he wants to get a different attorney. Mr. Lee has indicated to me he also wants to address the court. I again did advise him I would not go into the content of that conversation as there could be potential pending new charges. With that said, Mr. Lee, what is it you wanted to say?
Yes, Judge, I indicated to, what's your name?
Mary Rubio, Ms. Rubio.
To Ms. Rubio that for a little bit over a month, I contacted my attorney, Mr. Burgess, and I instructed him to contact the lawyers from both sides, the prosecution and the other side that represented Mr. Kwasny, and I instructed him to offer a plea or to negotiate some sort of settlement, and he indicated that he would do that. He indicated that he had done that. He indicated that he had reached out to Mr. Arabo and the prosecutor regarding making some sort of plea agreement. Him and I discussed what that could be. And so now, fast forward, yesterday, I contacted Mr. Burgess and I said, hey, have you reached out or have you heard anything from Mr. Arabo and the prosecutor? He said, and he indicated that he had not heard anything and that he had reached out to both attorneys multiple times. I knew that to be a lie. I suspected that to be a lie. And I knew that if I were to have him or to ask you to have him removed or substituted, that I would have to prove under Strickland versus Washington that he.
I don't know. Are you a lawyer?
Mr. Lee, no. To my knowledge, no.
So I knew that I had to prove that he was ineffective. I knew that I had to prove that our breakdown was egregious. So I recorded the call myself. And I called Mr. Arabo and I asked if Mr. Burgess reached out and discussed any sort of plea negotiations. Mr. Arabo said, no, sir. He had not had any communications with my attorney. So I confirmed with Mr. Arabo that he had not received any communications about any kind of negotiations with any kind of plea agreements on my behalf.
I'm so sorry to Mr. Lee, before he makes more statements.
And I did record the.
That are false to this
I
court,
recorded the call.
criminalizing himself.
I recorded the call.
In his best interest, he might want to listen to this call before he makes any further statements. In the call that was sent to us, there is indication, there's no discussion of a plea. Not what was sent to me. That was recorded by Mr. Arabo. There's very clear that there will be no testimony in his case if Mr. Consley agrees not to testify in this case.
So I have the text
Before
messages.
further false statements are made to the court, which is not necessarily a problem for me, but I want to make sure that Mr. Lee's rights are preserved.
I have the text
He
messages.
might want to listen.
You don't know what? That's the third time you've done it. You're gone. Mr. Allen, take him. you better get Mr. Burgess down here because I want to hear those calls because if he's interfered with it, that's going to be a whole other issue.
I will try to reach him, but I know he is in Lansing, so I'm not certain.
Well, even if he appears, but has Mr. Burgess heard the calls?
I don't know, Your Honor. They were sent this morning. I asked Mr. Orabo to send them right away yesterday, and we received them this morning. Mr. Orabo can also be available via Zoom if necessary.
All right.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that what I'm hearing is extremely disturbing.
I completely understand that. Your
And
Honor.
so I'm gonna give an opportunity for the defense to give me some explanation, but I'm inclined at this point, I'm gonna hold him in custody. I'm inclined at this point to revoke his bond.
I understand.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now I'll pause here while we go to the
Court
next
is called.
segment. But folks, this is the situation where in Michigan, a defendant contacted the victim in the case to try to negotiate some kind of deal where the victim wouldn't testify, etc. And let me just tell you, Judge Simpson was not happy, and it didn't take more than 30 seconds. Judge Simpson acted. And the reason I showed it is if this is the kind of thing that restores my faith in the justice system, you can see how quickly Judge Simpson in Michigan was like, no, we are not going down that road. And we're going to listen to more of this because if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are about to find out, whether through me or otherwise, in the next day, 3 days, whatever, that there was something very wrong with the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jury. This has developed beyond, in my opinion, just my inductive analysis of the jurors who have spoken out and the timing of the verdict. This has spread, in my opinion, and will get more serious. I want you to mark this moment. I don't think I'm wrong. I'm having one of those towel moments where I'm processing in real time what I think is about to happen. I can't believe it. If you're just tuning in, you can try to piece together what I think is going to come out. But I'm pretty sure that something seriously wrong happened within that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury. And for folks wondering, the standard, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but the standard for overruling or overturning manifest necessity, and first of all, it has nothing to do with just the judge, okay? The judge doesn't sua sponte do this kind of thing. Normally, the prosecution would motion for setting aside the verdict and meeting the threshold to remove double jeopardy by virtue of something called manifest necessity. And if you meet manifest necessity, you don't need just necessarily tampering by like a defense lawyer or the defendant. You can show outside influence, and that's manifest necessity. I don't know if folks truly understand the consequences of this. This is a very big deal. It's kind of why I think a lot of people are freaking out. You're not going to hear this anywhere else for a little bit. I'm telling you right now, I think something is wrong. I need a little more time to figure out exactly what it was. We may have a situation where the intent, and this is not, I'm saying may, but this is more, in my opinion, at this point than just inductive reasoning. I have good reason to believe we're going to find out that jury was compromised in a way that might allow the state to meet a manifest necessity standard. So we're watching a case in Michigan, and then we're also going to look at the Brian Kohberger case a little bit this morning. We're just going to see how things unfold. All right, I want everyone flying air towel to take a breath. Remember that we may experience some turbulence on our flight today, and I don't know how this landing is going to go. But Captain Towel is here with you, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall make it through together. Find your towel buddies, grab your towel buddies' hands, and let's watch the resumption of what a judge in Michigan, Judge Simpson, did when a defendant tried to contact a victim in a criminal case to negotiate some kind of deal. Judge Simpson was very mad, and this reaffirms my faith in the judicial system. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in, by the way, liking, subscribing. Did you know one of the best ways you can help the channel is by reacting to the video? I found out it helps it in the algorithm. Whatever reaction you use, thanks for helping out Towel Channel.
Case of the People versus Larry Lee.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marie Chin, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people.
I forgot to wait a second.
And Mary Rubio, again, on behalf of Mr. Lee, who is making his way to the podium.
There's additional counsel that is on Zoom.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Rubio. Oh, there you
Good
are.
afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Joseph Arabo on behalf of Stephen Kwasny.
All right. And I'm presuming everybody except the court has heard the phone call.
What I heard was the recording the prosecutor gave me, which appears to be a less than 2-minute portion of a phone call. I think she would agree it's not an entire phone call.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's what Mr. Rubble sent me, as well as Mr. Burgess, and law enforcement as of this morning.
All right. And that portion of the phone call, as the court is to understand, is basically this defendant speaking with, is it directly with the victim in this case?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Attorney.
It's with Mr. Rubble, who's attorney for the victim.
All right. And basically offering to not provide testimony in another case if his client doesn't provide testimony in this criminal proceeding.
That is how I would characterize it, Your Honor. If Mr. Rubble has additional information or different information, he's welcome to.
Yes. Mr.
Yeah, just to clarify the record, that's a portion of a phone call because I didn't anticipate to record the entire thing. I didn't know who was calling me. And then once I realized what this was, which is an attempt to extort and use this other case that he filed against the victim in this matter to use as leverage to have this conversation at a future point in time, I was quick enough to get on my computer and record it so that the court is aware of what's going on in the matter where I represent Mr. Kwasny, who's the victim in this matter, which is the first matter before the court.
Your Honor, if I may, I really object to that characterization that it was an attempt to extort. I've spoken to Mr. Lee at length about the purpose of the phone call. I also listened to the portion of the phone call. Perhaps the court could listen to it. I do not believe that was what was happening at all. And plus, I don't think there was nothing on there that indicated he was trying to extort this attorney or the complaining witness. Frankly, what Mr. Lee has alleged to me is that he and Mr. Burgess have basically had a breakdown of communication, that he's spoken to Mr. Burgess multiple times, asking him to advocate on his behalf to the prosecutor as well as to this other attorney to try to come up with what he has called, not being a lawyer, using the words a settlement agreement or a plea negotiation. That's what he said to me. And that he had the feeling that Mr. Burgess had not, in fact, made this phone call. So he then called this attorney, and right in the phone call,
Because it would have been unethical for Mr. Burgess to call to try to say my client won't testify in this other matter.
Of course.
If that, right? That's
Well,
what Mr. Burgess may not have done.
and that may very well be, but Mr. Lee indicates that, and I haven't seen these, he indicates that he has text messages back and forth with Mr. Burgess, and that Mr. Burgess, quote, lied to him about whether or not he made these phone calls. So he indicates the main reason that he wanted to call.
That would be irrelevant.
I know that, but Judge, trust me, I know that. But I just wanted
Your Honor,
to
if I
make a
may.
record. What, can I just finish though?
Let her finish.
Mr. Lee
Sure.
indicated the main purpose of the phone call was for him to find out whether this attorney could verify whether Mr. Burgess called him. If you listen to the call, the portion of this call, it's literally on there. He says, it starts out with him saying something about plea agreements. It's the call, it's interrupted. And I believe because counsel didn't realize he was going to need to record this. But anyway, it starts out with him, Mr. Lee, saying something about plea agreement, settlement agreement. Did my lawyer, did Mr. Burgess call you to try to, see if I wouldn't testify and then your client wouldn't testify? Yes, he says that. But then he goes on to say, because my lawyer said he called you, and then this attorney confirms what Mr. Lee was trying to find out. And this attorney says, no. You see how easy it was to reach me. I didn't talk to anybody named Burgess. That's what he says. So I'm just indicating that Mr. Lee states that was the main purpose of his call, because he claims he wanted to come in here today and tell Your Honor that he did not want to have Mr. Burgess represent him anymore because he feels Mr. Burgess is lying to him. I'm just representing to you what Mr. Lee has told me.
Your Honor, if I may.
I'd like to say something.
Thank you. Mr. Arabo, it's my turn. One moment. Your Honor.
Because apparently that's how it works in this courtroom. Tana says it's her turn, so it's her turn. Go ahead, Miss Tana.
Mr. Arabo had some trouble with the drum.
That's only because she's there and I'm not.
Your Honor, I don't really, quite frankly, care what's going on with the client relationship with Mr. Burgess, or claims Mr. Arabo making about extortion. That's not something that people are going to get involved in at this stage.
All right, we're going to break in, folks. We got a short clip of Brian Albert speaking out on Good Morning America. It's about 2 minutes. It seems to be a new clip. So thank you very much to Diana and Natali for helping us find this. Let's take a look at some of the witnesses speaking out. Thank you to John DePetro for sharing this, John DePetro just a few minutes ago. And thank you to Diana and Natali for helping us find it on TAL channel here. Let me play this for you now. And again, we're watching this for commentary purposes. This is an interview. It looks like it was from ABC News related to the Brian Albert.
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen?
One second. Let's start again.
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it together.
I didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe.
The group which was together the night John O'Keefe died, speaking out after years of silence to set the record straight. Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
The Alberts deny these allegations and say their children have been targets of threats and harassment by Karen Reed's supporters.
Reed, Karen Reed!
Hold on, have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
There have been threats to your lives. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Whether it's phone calls, text messages, emails, crazy Unabomber type letters to people's houses.
Brian believes the targeting of witnesses in this case sets a dangerous precedent. And what's the blueprint?
The blueprint is pick out witnesses, destroy their reputations, attack them, malign them, torture their kids, torture anybody that ever knew them, make them not testify. And while doing so, taint the jury pool.
Nicole, you've been very quiet throughout the interview.
Yeah, I'm just very sad. What has happened to all of us, it's just heartbreaking.
Now, the primary blogger who'd been filming and following those families has already been indicted on over 10 counts, and if convicted of witness intimidation, could face up to 20 years in prison. Now, it does not appear at this point that the prosecution is inclined to reopen this case to look for new suspects, and I spoke this morning with the defense, who told me that this case is as, quote, dead as a doornail.
Hello, I'm here. Okay, so that it's not muted, it's unmuted. Sound back. Watch, before you can even say sound's gone, sound's back. Now listen, Brian Albert has got it. I mean, he nailed it. He nailed it. He nailed it 100%. He nailed it. That man has been on TV before, I think. He understands how to deliver. I know. He understands how to deliver a message. That was very, very well done. The sound is back. Don't worry. Brian Albert understands how to deliver a message. That was perfectly explained. The torment that the victims and the witnesses are going through, like Lindsay Gattani or other named victims and witnesses like the Alberts. Ladies and gentlemen, that was extremely well done. Extremely, extremely well done. The impact on the victims and their families in a sentence, okay? Like, that's the quote you got to run if you're ABC, and they did run it. That was well done. Perfectly encapsulates both the impact on the victims and their families, and then the intent, the jury poisoning, coupled with trying to force people to be afraid of testifying. Oh my goodness, I love it. Well said, Brian Albert. You're very good at this. That was excellent, very authentic, well packaged. Every word was perfectly said. You didn't have notes. That is how you do it. All right? You want to talk about analysis of how you get on a platform and deliver a message. Excellent job. 9.8 out of 10. It was a tough interview with that interviewer, but you could tell he was a little sympathetic. I think was that Matt Gutman. He was sympathetic to the families because he only referred to Turtle Boy as the blogger, and talked about Turtle Boy's pending criminal liability, which also has to do with illegal interception of an oral communication, allegedly, by the way, Matt Gutman involving Lindsay Gattani. Hello, I'm Towel. But yes, that said, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on today. I don't know how to put this into context. We're going to watch some things. We're going to keep, you send your links you want us to watch. I can't guarantee we can watch all of them, but you send your links you want us to get caught up on. We saw the juror being interviewed outside her house. We're watching Judge Simpson rain hell down on the defendant in Michigan, who acted a little bit egregiously, in my opinion. And we also have the hour-long clip that I want to watch of the Brian Koberger DoorDash driver being interviewed by police and basically saying, hey, like sua sponte, after getting pulled over for an OUI drugs, like, oh, hey, I'm the driver from the Brian Koberger case. Like, I was delivering DoorDash at like 4 a.m. I saw him there in Moscow, Idaho, like at the house. Like, I saw him just out of nowhere. And, oh my goodness, is Murder by Maestro around? I don't know. Sometimes if I just say Murder by Maestro's name, he appears. He is a super towel. But my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I will say, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot going on, and I want to tell you right now, I am being a responsible journalist, in my opinion. Exclusive to Towel Channel, I am telling you something is coming. I don't know exactly what. I don't know what is going to happen, how it's going to happen, how this is all going to play out, but I'm telling you something is very, very, very wrong, and something is about to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen right now. I don't know if it's going to happen in a certain period of time. But I have a sense, ladies and gentlemen, that something is about to happen. Now, I am monitoring. One thing I want to do, by the way, we'll watch a Hank Brennan interview. I have been saying this was Marjorie Egan for a very long time. It was actually Emily Rooney who interviewed Hank Brennan. The reason I got confused, and it's not because Marjorie Egan and Emily Rooney necessarily look the same. It's because Marjorie Egan and Emily Rooney, I think, were hosts of Greater Boston, which was the program that Hank Brennan was interviewed on, like at a very similar time. Now, the reason why I got confused is I'm pretty sure the interview was on Greater Boston, and it was like right at the time when either Marjorie left Greater Boston or Emily left Greater Boston, and therefore I got confused. But either way, Marjorie Egan was also a host of Greater Boston, and I'm sure Marjorie would have done an excellent interview with Hank Brennan, but the actual interviewer was Emily Rooney, who's actually a really good interviewer, of course, as well as Marjorie Egan. Now, I want to talk a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, about what is going to go on today. I don't exactly know. I wish I was a soothsayer, as Bob Alessi might say. And I wish I could say to you, this is what I think is going to happen. This is how I think the next 24, 72 hours is going to play out. But frankly, ladies and gentlemen, I can't do that. I cannot sit here and tell you. I can't even say if I'm going to be able to report it until further developments. I just don't know how this is going to play out. Protecting the integrity of this process, the safety of the people involved, their anonymity is all very, very important to me. And I know in my heart of hearts that this is, and I know some of you are saying this is a little bit of, and I get the knee-jerk reaction to say that this is, it's just another case where, yeah, maybe we had something weird going on, but, you know, the verdict's the verdict. But I'm not sure that's necessarily true here, based on everything that I'm hearing and everything I'm thinking about and where I could see this going. I'm not going to sit here and say X, Y, and Z is confirmed, because I haven't confirmed that. But if we get to that point, I want to let you know that you will remember this moment when the stream started today. You'll remember it. You will never forget it. You will never forget it. But yes, what I'd like to do is go back to the Judge Simpson video, because I really want to watch him get this defendant. I thought it was a very good job by Judge Simpson. And then we'll watch the Hank Brennan interview with Emily Rooney, because I guess that will help us think a little bit about maybe, you know, what Hank Brennan's thinking about right now. Like, how is he going to approach some of this? So, all right, there we go, little towels. Let's go back to Judge Simpson.
What I'm concerned about is there is a clear difference between a plea negotiation and two witnesses not testifying, one of them being Mr. Lee, the other one being Mr. Quadley, not testifying in exchange for something. And I agree that the court should just listen to the call rather than us going around calling it different things. What's clear to me is that there is an offer to not testify in exchange for Mr. Quadley not testifying in this case before this court. That is what I'm hearing on that call. That is what's concerning to people, and that's what may bring future charges. We're in the early stages. This needs to go to law enforcement. If it has gone to law enforcement now, and we can follow up.
Mr. Rubble.
Your Honor, as you know, I'm a defense attorney. I think Ms. Rubio is really grasping at straws here to try to help her client. But here's what it is. It's not a plea. We heard her say plea. A plea means a reduction to something other than what is being charged with, not a dismissal, which is clearly being indicated in this. Second, what's happened here is you could see clearly there has been a subsequent case filed. I don't know how this slipped between the cards, because in over 10 years of practicing, I've never seen something like this, where a victim turns into a defendant during a pending case. Never seen anything like this. So Mr. Lee has done this intentionally so that he can one day use it as leverage to contact me or have somebody else contact me or whoever is representing Mr. Quasny, so that he could use it as a negotiation tactic. And what he's engaged in is third-party communication to get through to Mr. Quasny in violation of his bond. That's number one. He's got a no contact order. Second, this is witness tampering. You don't want to call it extortion. Let's find something else. It is witness tampering. He's trying to tamper with Mr. Quasny using the leverage that he created. And I don't know if the prosecutor's office allowed this to happen. Somebody wasn't monitoring things properly, but this is what's happened. First ever time I've ever seen anything like this, and it needs to be handled. It needs to be handled. It's going to be handled.
Okay.
Can we listen to the call?
Everybody
Yes,
listen to it already.
Can somebody send it to Ms. Weidling, and I will then be more than happy to listen, or if there's an easier way for me to do it, I'll do it. Let's take the defendant back and
Okay.
or listen to the call. I can give my decision.
You have to go back.
To you. I'll handle that coming back out. But I think Miss Atkins on that. So bring me that. Court's gonna stand in recess. Everybody can remain seated. Bring me.
Email it.
Pardon? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bring those two back and then I'll put it, you know, see.
All rise. 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge takes that.
You may be seated.
Already called.
And I got this straight. Now I got Kennedy Brown. And got it.
Yeah.
Court Court does recall the case of the People's State of Michigan versus Larry Lee.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marie Tanhouse, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney about the people.
And Mary Rubio on behalf of Mr. Lee, who is approaching.
Get your name, please.
Clearly.
Okay. The issue is in this case that, first of all, we're adjourning the hearing.
I believe we are. That was what I thought we were doing in the beginning.
Well, it's got to stay before me. So.
I know Mr. Burgess is already going
Popping
to
in to say hello, Sheffield Towel. You definitely want to stay tuned. I don't know what's incoming. I think something is very wrong with this jury. We will talk about it. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial jury will talk about it soon. But for now, we watch this example of a defendant seriously being held accountable for contacting a named victim and trying to press criminal charges against them in a case in Michigan. I love how Judge Simpson handles this.
here on July 1st. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, but I'm not on the.
Oh.
I'm on the bench, but I'm not doing these.
Okay.
Set his preliminary examination July to defendant's request. So my next date is July 22nd, 2025, and that's another 12 p.m. start. Because God, I love that. All right. With reference to bond in this case, I've listened to the recording. I'm not going to say there's an over exaggeration or an under exaggeration. I mean, I think it's relatively clear when somebody very clearly points out an exchange or quid pro quo regarding me not testifying and this other person not testifying, and that is the exchange. I don't know that you get a clearer indication of somebody that is attempting, and especially when they circumvent their attorney, of somebody trying to sort of tamper with and obstruct a case. It couldn't be clearer. I mean, and quite frankly, I don't think there's any.
Oh, Troy, you don't want to count any chickens before they hatch today, my friend. From towel to you, first, thank you for your apologies to Colleen Henry yesterday. Secondly, you don't want to count any chickens yet. I'm telling you, dear Troy. I guess I can call you a friend, but I just want to make sure Colleen Henry feels safe again. But also, dear Troy, let me tell you right now, you don't want to be counting any chickens. I don't know if you missed the beginning of the stream. You should watch the first 5 minutes when I went live on YouTube. If you didn't, you should.
Designed to necessarily frost it over or anything along those lines. I think the idea or what Mr. Lee is saying about what Mr. Burgess wouldn't do is quite frankly just a ruse to hide his own desire to have the exchange that he was speaking with counsel about. Given that, and the court having heard that, with reference to this case, the defendant's bond is hereby ordered revoked based upon the court's hearing of that bond violation.
Your Honor, can I just raise two issues? Before all of this happened, Mr. Lee expressed to me and attempted to express to the court his, as I'm sure the court has gleaned, his displeasure with Mr. Burgess. So I do think there, given some of Mr. Lee's allegations against Mr. Burgess, it may be best if someone else is appointed to the case. I know he doesn't want Mr. Burgess.
And that's fine. I don't know whether or not he doesn't want Mr. Burgess or not, because I think, as I'm indicating, I think that notion of Mr. Burgess not doing something and then his checking is simply a ruse for him to try to get the message that I want this quid pro quo, this exchange.
And I'm not accusing Mr. Burgess of anything. I'm just trying to represent what Mr. Lee has told
And I
me.
understand that.
And Mr. Lee is
I think
about
when
jumping
you-
out of his skin trying to talk, just so you know.
And so when you talk to Mr. Burgess, if Mr. Burgess, if he believes that that's the appropriate step, he can bring that motion before this court and the court will hear it in the day that I'm on. Mr. Lee, I will let you talk in a moment, but I'm going to finish this. Revoking your bond because of what is a clear violation of the bond regarding, and I mean, I think it's an attempt to try to get indirect contact as well as obstruct these proceedings. Because that was accomplished in the manner it was, and I'm not sure that I can trust you with reference to no context and the like, we're at least going to get through this. I am going to, subject to a hearing, defendant's phone privileges for the jail are also revoked.
I love this judge.
What did you wish to say, sir?
The thing that my substitute attorney here didn't convey to you was that I told her that I have the evidence with me in hand, that my attorney, Mr. Burgess, was the one that actually said that this was a legal way that we can go about it. And no, I'm not.
You know what, Mr.
not,
You might as well stop right now.
I have the text
Because
message.
no, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you're misunderstanding something or what, but you are not. Mr. Burgess has appeared before this court. You are not going to sit here and try to disparage that man, saying that somehow or another, Mr. Burgess represented to you that obstructing a case in this fashion was a legal way to proceed. I'm not going to believe it, and I'm not going to hear you. I'm not going to hear you. I don't know what you, how do you not understand what I'm telling you? Now, if you've got that information and you think that's what it says, you get it to counsel and the court will take a look at it. But you're not going to sit here and disparage that man. It is not going to happen. I'm done. Bond revoked. Thank you.
I love this judge. And I just want to note for the record that the reason why I watched that is I needed a little bit of my faith restored in the justice system. And listen, I don't know exactly what's going to happen here. I don't know how this is going to play out. This is could be the beginning of a long process. It could lead to short-term processes. But what I do at some point also want to watch is this Hank Brennan interview. So give me 1 second while I pull it up, because I want to think a little bit about what Hank Brennan might be thinking about right now in light of everything that is what's swirling around the juror interviews. Let's look at Hank Brennan's interview with Emily Rooney on Greater Boston related to the Whitey Bulger case. And Hank Brennan's a very tactical thinker. He was hugged by the family of Whitey Bulger's victims because of how he was willing to approach the case. So if there was anything wrong with this jury verdict, I don't see Hank Brennan as the type of person to just say, okay, that, what's done is done. I could see Hank Brennan being very committed to the integrity of the system. So let's listen to this interview.
All right. Well, over the course of 35 days, jurors heard from no less than 72 witnesses. The one person they did not hear from was Whitey Bulger himself, as he declined to testify. After the verdict, defense attorney Jay Carney spoke for Bulger, saying he was pleased with the outcome.
It was important to him that the government corruption be exposed, and important to him that people see firsthand the deals that the government was able to make with certain people.
And now Hank Brennan, a member of Whitey Bulger's defense team, is here. Welcome, Hank Brennan.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a wild 8-10 weeks for you.
It's been a busy year and a half.
How did your client respond today? We just heard Jay Carney, your partner in this, say that he wanted to see that the government was partly culpable. But how did he respond to it's 31 out of 32 counts he was proven guilty?
James Bulger was extraordinarily content. I think the moment for him came well before the verdict. It was the effort and the demonstration in court to help try to show as much truth as we could. The idea that the government has some liability and accountability in what had happened over those decades was one of the most important objectives we had.
One of the oddities of this was to see Stephen Davis and other members of families of victims embracing you and Jay Carney today, and that here you were representing the man who killed their loved ones. What was that like for you to have them almost siding with you in a sense? Not that they didn't want to see the government, convict them, prosecute them and convict them, but they really credit you with bringing out the government part of the corruption.
Well, we expect our criminals to commit crimes. That's what criminals do. We don't expect that from our law enforcement. And so having a very unique opportunity, Jay Carney and I had the ability and the invitation to do anything we could to try to help find the truth and expose what the government had done. And the government had done a number of things that we don't expect from our government. They not only created victims, but they continued to victimize the victims by denying their responsibility. When we started this case, the effort was at the most important part to help show the role the government played in this entire conspiracy. It was a very liberating experience as a defense attorney to be able to ask questions of witnesses which in times could implicate our own client, and we did at many points, but also help other people. And I felt the presence of Patricia Donahue and the Donahue family and the Davises behind me every day. I didn't always see them when my back was to them, but I felt their presence, and I knew that what Jay and I, Carney, were doing had some import, not just for our client, but for the community, for particular victims, and also for the public.
You eviscerated Stephen the Rifleman Fleming in cross-examination. And as a result of that, you could say that you were actually responsible for the no finding in the murder of Deborah Davis, even though everybody knows he was there. He was never there. He was behind it. He, for one reason or another, wanted her dead. And yet, as I said, the family is still saying, well, you know, they want to go further with this. They want to take it to a state court, but they're fine with that.
Well, I take issue with the suggestion that he was there, and I take issue with the fact that you suggest that they wanted him dead.
Her dead.
Or her dead, I'm sorry. The only person who's ever said that is Stephen Fleming. Mm-hmm. And certainly when a person that vile decides to kill his girlfriend because she has decided she had an interest in somebody else, someone that vile with that type of reward isn't somebody who's reliable. So I absolutely suggest that.
Yes, Glamis Girl, just to jump in, if you take a look at the movie Black Mass or the book Black Mass by Dick Layer, if you were alive in Massachusetts, or even like the children of someone who was alive, the child of someone who was alive around the 80s and 90s, early 2000s, mid 2000s, yes, it was omnipresent. You couldn't miss it. The feds basically ran Whitey Bulger as like an informant and then let him get away with crimes. The context is, if you really wanted me to lay this out, I'm happy to do it. In the 70s, okay, in Boston, in the 80s, I'll explain to you a little bit about the geopolitical history related to the rise of organized crime, and then we can talk about how that resulted in the corruption with Whitey Bulger. Otherwise, you won't really understand it. So Whitey Bulger was involved with something called the Winter Hill Gang back in the 70s and 80s. Now, the Winter Hill Gang was run by a guy named, I want to say Stephen Winter, Harry Winter. And Bulger was like a crew within the Winter Hill Gang, and he eventually took it over because, sorry, I can't help it. He took it over because, and this was over in Somerville. He took it over because I want to say Winter was either not like banged up or killed. I don't remember which one. So Bulger starts running that Winter Hill Gang, but that's not really the full story, because Boston in the 70s and 80s, it's Irish mob culture. First of all, it was definitely like shipping weapons to the IRA in Ireland. No question about it. That's very well known. That's public. Second of all, it was factionalized. So you had like different crews of Irish gangsters in Boston in the 70s and 80s. Their primary source of income was bookmaking, and they would run bookmaking out of like local shops, and they would pay their federal taxes on the bookmaking. So it was hard for the state police to really get them. Eventually they got them. But one of the ways that they, the sort of the powers that be, the feds, whatever, the way that they leveraged Bulger is it was important to the feds that they break up organized crime after Appalachia. Now, to understand the relationship between the CIA and the mafia is very complicated. Pre-Appalachia, like Hoover, the head of the FBI, didn't really go after the mafia, and it was because, for a few reasons. One, the mafia and the CIA are very similar. Like, I don't know if people understand this, but like, contracted hitters aren't just useful for the mafia, they are useful for the CIA. And the CIA, and it's an international network, right? So the CIA, when it was first coming into existence, it was the Office of security coordination or something under the Navy. When it first became its own intelligence apparatus, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it had a lot of connections to teams of organized crime throughout the country because it's very efficient to do that for various reasons. I don't want to talk about it for national security. It's just very efficient. A lot of them are ex-military, like, I don't know, Bugsy Siegel in LA is a really good example. Like, who takes out somebody in their own home with an M4? Like, come on. So anyway, but what happened was after Appalachia in 58, which was this big meeting of the commission's power hierarchy in 58, like, it became untenable for anyone to ignore it. So then you got a bunch of like hearings in the Senate, and then eventually got the RICO Act in the 70s and 80s. But it's important to understand there was a lag in the deployment of the RICO Act, the Racketeer Influenced Corrupt Organization Act. It was written in 72. I want to say Paul Sorbanes was one of the senators involved, but it was actually a prosecutor who wrote the RICO amendment. I want to say, was his name Rico? I don't remember. But either way, it was this prosecutor who, like, the single guy was like, I'm going to write a federal law that will help break up organized crime by making the commission structure untenable, because you can vicariously hold people accountable through these RICO predicates for conspiracy in a way that's different than traditional conspiracy liability. That's the long and short of it. But there's a lag. Do you remember when Rudy Giuliani deployed the RICO statute in New York for the first time in the 80s against the commission? That, I mean, it wasn't the first time, but that was the first time, and you can talk to people who were in Congress at the time, you can talk to the people who wrote the RICO law. That was the first time anyone really got it. Like, Rudy Giuliani was the first time prosecuting the commission anyone really got what RICO could do. In the 70s and 80s, it was just this chaos, hodgepodge, like, enforcement mechanisms, a lot of corruption. Like, the mafia had its toes in its hands, its black hands, in everything, ladies and gentlemen. The political apparatus. Whitey Bulger's brother was the president of the Massachusetts Senate. It was a very entrenched system, okay? Very entrenched. Now, what changed, there was a few things. One, the treasurer started running the lottery, so that broke up a lot of the bookmaking, although it still existed until legalized gambling after 2018, or 2019, whatever it was. Legalized gambling did a lot to break up the traditional mafia structure, because it was one of their last cash cows. They deal in drugs, but not that way. It's very looked down upon. There's a lot of liability for it. They don't really do it. Not that way. At least for a while, that was a truism. I don't know about today. I'm not looking into that. I don't care. But it's not my business. It's above my pay grade. Whatever you want to do, it's not my decision. What I will talk about, though, is the 70s and 80s, because all of this is written up, all of it's talked about. You can find this documented in a number of books, historical chronicles. Some of the people involved even talk now. You know what I'm saying? So this is just talking about the 70s and 80s. I'm fine with, but the delay in the implementation of RICO is incredibly important, because you have to look at Boston, Massachusetts as a function of a larger mafia structure. Organized crime operates obviously out of New York, Chicago, Kansas City, whatever. The commission is in New York, but it's represented by families from all around the country. There's the traditional five, but you have like the Buffalo families, the Kansas City families, the Detroit families, there's like LA families, Vegas is kind of an amalgamation of the mafia's interest in a single spot, or it was at that time. But you had all these families who would be represented on the commission, and the commission operates out of New York. Now, what that means is the families in New York are very powerful, and one of the major trafficking highways in the United States, it's very DL, but everyone knows, it's not that hard, law enforcement knows, it is what it is the pipeline from Connecticut through I-84 or I-95 north to Massachusetts, if you take I-84 to Vermont to Canada, or if you take 95, which is the more common route because it's definitely more insulated. You take 95 to Rhode Island, you go up to Providence, which is where at least at that time, the main influence of the Italian mob was in New England. It was actually out of Providence. And then you go up 95, you go through Boston, you go up 95 through New Hampshire or whatever it is, and then you get to Canada. That is one of the major drug trafficking pipelines in the United States. It's why, if you're ever wondering, like, why are there random, like, ATF agents embedded in the Canton police? Why would anyone care about Canton? Look at Canton's position. It's at the turn of 95, right as you go to, like, from 24 and 95 south to 93 north to 128 north, and then head up 95 north into New Hampshire and Canada. That is literally the main trafficking highway you don't understand. But anyway, so there's a large Boston's family at the time. There wasn't actually a really Italian mob influence. It was there, but it was the Irish mob in the 70s and 80s that was especially the early 70s, that was really prominent, late 60s. And so the feds wanted to break up the Irish mob, and they had informants. But one of their key players was Flemmy, I think, for way before Bulger. And they were using Flemmy for a specific reason. They were using Bulger for a specific reason. The feds wanted to break up the hierarchy in Boston of organized crime, okay? And so their plan was to just let Whitey kind of run amok, but Whitey would just, like, literally these Irish group gangs killed each other. They were all dead within like 10 years. Every single crew was dead except for Whitey Bulger. Now, what happened was, that wasn't the greatest idea. I understand Rico wasn't really around, but just having a bunch of Irish gangs kill each other perhaps was not the best idea, because what did it cause? Well, it caused a power vacuum. And guess who stepped into the power vacuum, ladies and gentlemen? Well, and this is also something you can look up in the public record, the Angiulo brothers. The Angiulo brothers were the Patriarca's men in Boston. The Patriarcas were the Gambino's men in Providence. So, in that regard, ladies and gentlemen, you have to think about, very carefully in some regard, you have to think about what would have happened if the feds broke up this Irish gang structure in the 70s, and then all of a sudden, the in-town operation run by the Angiulos picks up the power vacuum, and then basically you have New York organized crime through the Patriarcas, through the Angiulos, controlling Boston. That wasn't a good idea either. So then the feds think to themselves, oh, I got a really good idea. Let's use Whitey and his influence network to infiltrate the Irish mob, or the Italian mob, and then Whitey and his crew can get us indictments on the Angiulos. Well, wouldn't you know it, who won the pony? In the late 80s, they got their indictments on the Angiulos. They broke up the entire operation out of 95 Prince Street and all of that. But guess what the price was? They had Whitey Bulger out there paying off John Conley, and John Conley engaging with Whitey Bulger, and Whitey literally rampaging through the streets of Boston because he was protected by the feds. He got literally tipped off a federal indictment was coming, because after the Angiulos were eradicated, why did the feds need Whitey anymore? They were going to indict him. They didn't need him. They played him. So that's why he ran to California, because John Conley in like 95 was like, they're going to indict you. You should run. And he ran. Now, obviously, there's a lot more context to this, but and let me also just say, this genius overarching plan of eradicating the Irish and Italian mobs in Boston only resulted in, so what happened was in the 70s and 80s, there were contracted crews, oftentimes like street level crews in Dorchester and otherwise, that would do the actual, like not the professional hits, but just most of like the contracted hits would be street level crews. All this did, getting rid of the Irish and Italian mob in Boston, I wouldn't say getting rid of, eradicating most of it, all it really did was open the door for this disparate network of street crews, which is now what exists, that are just block by block by block by block by block in Boston. And I don't think that was very good either. It's getting, I guess, a little better, but that, like, the FBI more and the DOJ more so than anything else had this plan of attack in Boston in the 70s, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s involving informants. That's how Whitey Bulger managed to stay around for so long. He was protected, and then when he was no longer useful, his handler gave him a tip off, and then he fled. But that all comes full circle, of course, because understanding the Whitey Bulger situation is incredibly important, and we'll talk about this in a little bit. I don't want to just dive right into the Sandra Birchmore, John O'Keefe federal probe investigation just yet. But just remember, this 2014 trial, I'm pretty sure it's this trial that Hank Brennan represented Whitey Bulger in, was a joint trial. It was Whitey Bulger, Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy, and Frank Cadillac Salemi. Those three men were on trial for a number of crimes, one of which had to do with a murder in Sharon, and the state police and the Norfolk DA had original jurisdiction. They gave it up so the feds could process it as prosecute Whitey for that as part, and the others as part of this wider case. Well, guess who knows very much about the intense disdain between one of the people in the U.S. Attorney's Office when the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death started and this case. Guess who were the two connections? Dustin Chow, a man who was passed over, his wife was passed over for a promotion in the Norfolk DA's office during that very Bulger trial and left the office on bad terms. And then Chow allegedly went around saying he would do whatever it took to burn down the reputation of the Norfolk DA. Chow then became the head of the Public Integrity Unit, which is part of the DOJ in Boston. And he was there when when Karen Reed, David Unetti, and Alan Jackson walked into Josh Levy's office, who was then first U.S. Assistant Attorney, in November of 2022. So Chow's wife was involved in this weird Bulger Flemmy-Salemi trial. And then guess who else was involved? Hank Brennan. You see where I'm going with this? So the Whitey Bulger case is key to understanding how the DOJ can weaponize people who are helpful to their geostrategic interests. And Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, in my opinion, were helpful to the DOJ's strategic interests under Rachel Rollins, which was getting Michael Morrissey at all costs, and the Norfolk DA, the MSP unit assigned to the Norfolk DA, and that's why the Birchmore case was eventually uncovered. The cover-up of Birchmore's murder by the same unit, in my opinion, who investigated Karen, was uncovered in August of 2023. The probe into John's death was pretextual, and it was just like with Whitey Bulger in a lot of ways, although Karen's, I hope, not as dangerous. The feds were like, okay, Karen, you've helped us out a lot. Here's a wink and a nod. Here's ARCA to help you. We'll let ARCA violate the sequester order. We'll do whatever we can for you, Karen, until the new U.S. DOJ under Leah Foley and President Trump came in 2025. And then Hank Brennan, because of his intricate understanding of how the DOJ functions, clearly talked to the DOJ and was like, what were those liberals? I don't know if Hank Brennan's conservative or liberals, but what was that liberal DOJ under Levy, Rollins, and Chow doing, weaponizing the office? Don't forget, Rachel Rollins was forced out of office, in my opinion, in May of 2023 by the U.S. DOJ OIG for launching a pretextual probe into Suffolk DA Kevin Hayden, because Hayden beat Rollins' ally Ricardo Arroyo in the primary for Rollins' old Suffolk DA seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, that whole situation is weird. Hank Brennan's the only one who can, outside of maybe Little Towel, who can really piece all that together. But the Whitey Bulger case is key to understanding how Karen Reed might have been given a wink and a nod by the DOJ. And that doesn't even get into the jury news and all of the situation that's been developing over the past 3 days related to whether this jury verdict was potentially compromised long ago in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Let's keep listening, though. I like Hank's interview.
It's not accurate, and that's not true. I think quite the opposite. That being said, in protecting and defending James Bulger at trial, I think we demonstrated through the trial that we didn't pull any punches, even if it incriminated James Bulger. Jay Carney and I, at every step, try to bring out the most reliable information. There were many witnesses which I asked about not only the Deborah Davis murder, but also how the FBI was complicit in covering up Stephen Flemy's misconduct by trying to hide the conversations and interviews with Olga Davis and Mickey Davis. So that was a concerted effort throughout the trial. And sometimes public and people, victims like the Davis family, need somebody to stand up for them. And that's why we rely on prosecutors. That's why we rely on our government to do that. And when they fail and someone else is there to take the void, and we had an opportunity to do that, for us that was very meaningful.
I realized the judge wouldn't allow testimony in that you all wanted, you and Jay Carney, which was that the government offered Whitey Bulger and Stephen Flemmy and Stephen Weeks, to some extent, immunity from prosecution in order to turn evidence against La Cosa Nostra. But why not let your client testify? I know he said he wanted to in the beginning. Jay Carney said he would. Why not?
The arrangement that James Bulger had with the federal government was very different than the arrangement that Stephen Flemmy had. James Bulger was never an informant for the federal government. He was never providing information, and I hope we dispelled that through this trial. It's unfortunate that the general public doesn't see this type of trial on TV, and they can actually look at the detail and the evidence that we help show, because unfortunately it still then becomes a matter of rumor and innuendo. James Bulger not only was prepared to take the stand, he expected to take the stand from day one, and is what he wanted to do. There is a story, a sordid story, that extends well beyond the Boston FBI to the Department of Justice to the highest ranks. And James Bulger was prepared to tell that story. It is a loss for everybody, for the jury, for the victims' families, for the community, for the public, not to have him take the stand. I expected he would have been the most convincing witness, because he'd be the one witness who would not try to protect himself. I think that's reinforced by the approach Jay Carney and I took. But to have somebody take the stand just to give a confession, but not to give the entire story and protect the government, makes absolutely no sense. If the government had no fear of what James Bulger would say, there'd be no reason not to let him testify to his arrangement. If immunity was so absurd then they simply could have dispelled it in front of the jury. So although the government continually suggests that they're disappointed he didn't testify, they try to silence him at every turn in this case. And it was an extraordinary loss, because talk about the idea of closure. What better closure could you have than the person who could stand before the jury and the community and say exactly what happened? But fortunately, I don't think this is the last word. It's the end of this trial, but there's perhaps other trials and there's other opportunities for James Bulger to have his voice heard. And this would have been the perfect forum, but the government wanted to deny that, and they effectively did.
In the evidence file, there were informant cards issued to Brian Halloran, Stephen Fleming, others, among them James Whitey Bulger. I think they just said James Bulger. If he wasn't an informant, why did he have a card?
James Bulger didn't fill out a card and put it in a file to represent himself. It's ironic that the government says that John Conley, who was involved in such complicity and conspiracy and criminal activity, and he cannot be believed, especially with all the detailed reports he gave. But then the reports that may suggest that James Bulger gave information you should believe. There were a number of ways we tried to demonstrate to this jury.
You should just clarify that, because James Bulger was saying that he actually paid them off. He gave them information, not the other way around.
They were his paid informants. It is odd that a person who was supposedly an informant is paying so many thousands of dollars to law enforcement when they're supposedly the informant. We showed a number of documents at this trial which showed specifically information that was attributed to James Bulger that was taken from other informant files. File after file and document after document came from other files that predated files and documents in James Bulger's file. The ping sheet and the protocol that you're supposed to go through with an informant was never followed. There was never a signature. There was never a contemporaneous photograph.
Let me interrupt you, because why was this so important? That was never part of the trial. That was not an issue being decided at trial. Why was it so critical of you and your defense team to prove that he was not an informant?
Well, it's a good point. It really wasn't so important to us, but remember, the government raised the issue. From the outset of this case, they wanted to insist that he was an informant. And anytime we saw a fallacy or a fabrication, we tried to check it and counter it and show that it wasn't true. Why do I suspect it was so important to the government? Well, part of it was because of reputation and pride and public relations, but think about the consequence if he wasn't an informant. Here's a person who paid an extraordinary amount of members of the FBI to get information. Inevitably, Washington, D.C. FBI was responsible for reviewing those files, for determining whether or not things were viable. We had Mr. Fitzpatrick, who said he tried to shut him down, Mr. Davis, who said that the file was absolutely worthless, and Washington did nothing about it. If James Bulger was not an informant, as he was not, and simply paying the FBI, the accountability goes well beyond John Conley. And so the government certainly doesn't want to accept responsibility and accountability for letting somebody who bribed their officials to exist.
Since you brought up the issue of no cameras in the courtroom, which was incredibly frustrating to us in the news media and to the general public, tell us a little bit about working with Whitey Bulger. What was he like? How did you end up liking him? Was he somebody who was very vocal? Did he speak up on his own behalf? How did he interact with you? Just anything.
James Bulger is an extraordinarily intelligent man, and he is captivating. He's a historian. He was an excellent client. He educated, he gave guidance, he was a good listener, and Jay Carney and I had an extraordinary relationship with him. There were a number of things that were introduced to me before we got to trial that helped me assist him, and he was an excellent guide. I try to have an affinity for all my clients. Remember, when someone's charged, they're presumed innocent, and they come to you because they need help. And when you tell them, I'm going to treat you like a family member, you treat them like a family member. And if my brother is going to call me at 2 o'clock on a Friday night, I'm going to take the call. And James Bulger is no different than any other client that Jay and I had ever represented, and no different than a family member once you represent him.
He's 83. Was he completely cogent, lucid? Did he show any signs of illness or?
None. Yeah, he's a captivating speaker. I think he would be absolutely mesmerizing to a jury. And if he does at some point have an interview, I won't need to speak for him. He can speak for himself. But at 83 years old, he's equally, if not more, competent to speak on his behalf than I ever would be.
84 next month. All right, Hank Brennan, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks very much, Hank. I appreciate you taking the time to do that interview with Emily Bruni a while back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very interesting interview with Hank. Well, we have a lot to do today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm keeping an eye on things. I'm monitoring things. I'm seeing what's going on in the world of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We also might talk a little bit more about something I put together. Let me see if I can bring it up for you now. How about this, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, Little Towel put this together. And someone said to me, Towel, could you help me explain in your towel way what it is like? I just want to see this page in full screen. Could you help explain, Towel, what it is like in only the way that Towel can, how your brain thinks about the connections that you were just describing, and you didn't really go into it, Towel, but the Sandra Birchmore case, the overlap between the federal probe, the different players involved. Someone said, Grant, your brain sees all these people, but we can't, and I think it was Harvard Yard. Could you help us by making a visualized diagram of the different players? And I said to myself, yes, I can do that. I am a towel. And then we'll watch a video where I play an overview, and then I will hopefully go get my lunch, depending on how things go. Uncivil Law, hello, welcome. I have heard much about your channel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is a pleasure to meet you. I love your gray check mark. That is so cool. You can be an honorary towel, Uncivil Law. It is great to welcome you. But you also came in at an interesting time because I'm talking about this very interesting web of connections. Oh, and so that's the thing. Even if people, listen, please be friendly in the chat. If people are being amiable, we can disagree without being disagreeable. That we only have a few chat rules here. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, no making Colleen Henry feel uncomfortable. She is a super towel. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so a bunch of news coming in. One, I'm telling you, something's going to come down today. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, the next day. Something went wrong with that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I'm beyond just inductive analysis based on the statements of Juror 4, Juror 17, Juror 11 in 3 different publications, TMZ, John DePietro, and WCVB respectively in that order. And then the 2:27 timing of the verdict, with the jurors stopping the delivery of the verdict until 2:27 p.m. on the day it was delivered. There's just something wrong, and today I have now my towel alarm is going at 360 degrees, flashing a signal so strong the penguins in Antarctica and Brewski the Irish setter, who has undercover territorial acquisitionist agendas, may be able to see it. I don't know if you understand, ladies and gentlemen, there is something very wrong. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I know I'm going to be here with you each and every minute in case it happens today. If I get more news, pending my ability to vet the information and my confirmation that I'm able to relay the information to the public, I will do neither of those things without the explicit consent of the people involved. Just whoa. I don't know what to say right now beyond just whoa. Uncivil Law, I think we will all be okay. But the other thing is, Uncivil Law, you're in a place where we're so attuned to developments that we may actually be ahead of what you understand as to what's going on right now. And that's why amalgamated perspectives allow us to get insight into the kernels of truth that parse narrative from fact. And therefore, your participation on this channel may end up edifying you as to a number of concurrent ongoing developments that will allow you in your own mind to explicate what might be occurring beneath the surface. Now, if you're saying, well, that actually would be useful to me because then I can know about developments before other stations, how is it that Grant has such interesting information? Well, I'm a towel. So it's nice to meet you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I clearly don't know anyone. I've never been recruited by the DOJ into the antitrust section. I'm just a towel. I'm also not a lawyer. I am a towel. Now, on your screen, I spent a lot of time, I'd say 10 minutes, putting together this fascinating graphic. And if you are starting to say to yourself, oh my goodness, I know some of the people. I would love to have Uncivil Law on. We can have a discussion. I don't know if we should do it today because I think we should wait to see what happens over the next few days. I think we would be remiss, let me just say right now, to have that most edifying and interesting discussion right now. However, maybe we can have it, especially if developments occur today. Oh, I'd be very interested in having that discussion. I'm sure Uncivil Law could provide a number of interesting insights, in particular if the developments occur that I think might occur, I'm sorry for teasing you. I'm not going to violate the canons of journalistic ethics, nor will I violate my deontologically based ethics as a Kantian and act in a way which I could not will as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. Yes, we can talk about how James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake is an explication of Hegel's, Vico's, and Kant's philosophy simultaneously, but I don't necessarily have the time to do that right now. You don't want me to go into Humphrey Chimpton earwicker towel mode. It just becomes this very convoluted explication of the rise and fall of human morality as layered in allegorical allusions, and I think we should focus on the wonderful chart that I have in front of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, now listen. I know that a lot of people have different opinions. They say things we may not disagree with, but sometimes we can break the circle. And I don't know various commentators. I can't watch necessarily as much content as I would like to. But what I do know is that I can engage in amiable discussion, and the foundational principles of respect can and will win the day. And I also know that it is possible to do those discussions without being derogatory, discriminatory, or engaging in sea lioning. So if we can all agree on those as basic premises, I think there's hope yet for our public sphere. Someone tell Jürgen Habermas. Anyway, so there could be something going on today, Jew Drops. I cannot speak to it. It might be today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday. I don't know. I just want to tell you this is beyond inductive towel reasoning. Something is going on. It's very wrong. I'm raising the towel alarm, and I'm trying to tell people something is very wrong with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial verdict. Just note this moment, I'm saying something is very wrong, and I'm flashing a towel alarm. Let's see. What did Alora say? Hold on. Alora said, what did Alora say? Hold on, looking for what Alora said. Oh, right, yeah, the jurors telling each other that reasonable doubt couldn't be 100%. On civil law, we are absolutely welcome to have you here, and that's what I'm saying, folks. I wish part of breaking the cycle is I know you may have heard some things that people have said. We have to rise above, right? That the culture of toxicity is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if we can find in our hearts compassion and set aside our predispositions, then we can break that cycle. And if Uncivil Law wants to take the time to join in these comments, I would ask that you extend to them the same level of respect and courtesy you'd extend to anyone else based on their comments in this chat. If Uncivil Law had said anything that I found to be unbecoming the standards of decorum expected here or the principles or rules I just laid out, I would have said something. But for now, I would ask we treat this as an isolated space and we keep the same level of camaraderie and respect, regardless for people's views on the case, that we would show any other member of this Tao community, and that would mean a lot to me. Now, that's not to say maybe if this discussion goes another way, I won't feel like re-intervening, but for now, I would like to talk about this interesting chart. So thanks for being with us on Civil Law. Let me know. You can reach out via DM or I'll follow you on Twitter. Love to talk more in the future, especially over the coming days, depending on what could happen. But I want to talk about this chart. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look at this chart, top left, Rachel Rollins. Okay. Top right, Michael Morrissey. Now, it flows down. Okay. All right, Tyler Durden. No attacking people in the chat. That is exceptionally uncalled for. We shall remove Tyler Durden. I shall not allow things like that to be said about the wonderful Amber Am. You don't understand. I have a plan for this. Watch this. Even though there's a lot of you chatting, I can simply move the chat up and introduce a lag, and then it's even harder to do things like that. I am an efficient towel. I'm a one-man towel studio, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's take a look. So you got Rachel Rollins top left. You got Michael Morrissey up to the right. You got a layer of people under Michael Morrissey, which from left to right are Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully, Michael Proctor. And then under that, you got Kate Mafia Masshole Peter. Okay, so look at those layers. Then on the left side, top to bottom, Rachel Rollins. Then under Rollins, you got Josh Levy, and then Dustin Chow. And then below them, you got Karen, Alan, David Dinetti, Chloe the dog in a wig, and Aiden in handcuffs. And then below that, you got Johnny Cochran saying, "This is Chewbacca." Now, you see how it's a self-perpetuating loop? Rollins had tension with Morrissey, and the O'Keefe case was cover to investigate the people around Morrissey who potentially knew about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, but they couldn't directly be involved in public discussion, so they used Kate Peter. Kate Peter worked with Aidan Kearney until 2019, so kind of could defend the MSP as they, and with the interest of certain people, in my opinion, as they were being investigated both in the summer of 2023 for the pretextual probe of John's death, which I don't think was ever real, and then for the real target of the probe, which was Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen for John's death. So then you got on the other side Rollins with this bifurcated dislike of Michael Morrissey. For one reason Rollins didn't like Michael Morrissey is that when Rollins was Suffolk DA, Rollins was very light on crime, the opposite of the broken window theory of prosecution. Rollins wouldn't prosecute a ham sandwich for breaking into a 7-Eleven, I'm pretty sure. So what that led to, ladies and gentlemen, was she had a no prosecution list, actually, for a bunch of crimes. What that led to was other DAs like Michael Morrissey making a public statement being like, what are you doing, Rachel Rollins? And then Rachel Rollins started a public feud, which you can see the Boston.com articles at the top of this chart, that Rachel Rollins started a public feud with Michael Morrissey in like 2019 or 2020 about this. Now, Rollins then also had another feud with Morrissey because Rollins in like 2020 was one of the first prosecutors to argue that youthful murder offenders who commit their crime between 18 and 25 shouldn't be sentenced to full life terms because their brains aren't fully developed. This also upset a bunch of other prosecutors who filed an amicus curiae in one of Rollins' cases where she tried to make this argument. At the time, it caused a lot of controversy. Rollins ended up being the extraordinary dissent, and in 2024, 2025, the SJC ended up siding with Rollins, and now we don't have full life terms for youthful offenders in Massachusetts under 25 for murder defendants. But anyway, it's not so much the substance that I bring that up for, more so the form. Now, the form of the tension between Morrissey and Rollins, which predated November of 2022, when Karen Reed, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson walked into Josh Levy's office. Now, what's also important to understand, as I mentioned, Dustin Chow's wife was working for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in 2014, 2015, when that office gave up original jurisdiction over a murder case in Sharon for the federal prosecution of Whitey Bulger. Now, during that case, Dustin Chow's wife allegedly got passed over for a promotion in the Norfolk County DA's office, which caused, in turn, Dustin Chow's wife, or Dustin Chow, to go around allegedly saying to people that he was going to do whatever it took to burn down the Norfolk County DA's reputation. So, 7 years later, in 2022, you get this perfect storm. Rachel Rollins becomes the U.S. Attorney in Boston. And you might say to yourself, why did Rachel Rollins, yes, she's very liberal, but like, why would the Biden White House, because Biden was president at the time, want to appoint Rachel Rollins to office? Like, Rachel Rollins didn't last very long. She got forced out due to an unrelated situation that I'll talk about. It's related in a lot of ways, but unrelated to the Reed case. Rollins launched a pretextual federal probe against the Suffolk DA, Kevin Hayden, after Hayden beat Rollins' ally, Ricardo Arroyo, in a primary for Rollins' old Suffolk DA seat. But a few things are interesting. One, why did Rollins get appointed to the U.S. Attorney position? Two, why was David Yannetti on Rachel Rollins' transition team when she became Suffolk DA initially in 2019 or 2020 or whatever? So those two things are weird. And then three, why were Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy talking together in 2020, 2021 when Joe Kennedy Jr. was running against Senator Ed Markey for Markey's Senate seat in Massachusetts? And you have to wonder, why would Rachel Rollins, an ultra-liberal, be talking to Aidan Kearney about sending Rayla Campbell, a Republican spoiler candidate in that Senate primary, to Joe Kennedy Jr. campaign events? And then you have to think about that Joe Kennedy Jr. was a representative in the Federal House of Representatives, I think for the Massachusetts 4th at the time, which is the seat now held by Jake Auchinclosh. Anyway, so Kennedy Jr.'s in the House of Representatives seat. He's not in the old Massachusetts 10th like JFK was, in where this campaign headquarters down near Lake Street in Brighton and Oak Square. But anyway, the point is, JFK went from the House of Representatives to the Senate to the presidency very quickly. Joe Kennedy Jr. was going to run for JFK's old Senate seat. That desk in the Senate, you don't understand, when you have that seat from Massachusetts and you get to be in JFK's old Senate seat, that is a very big deal. Symbolically, historically, in the Senate itself, you sit in the desk with his name on it. It's a very, in it, he signed it. It is a very big deal. If Joe Kennedy Jr. had beaten Ed Markey in that Senate Democratic primary, it's very likely, I think, that Joe Kennedy Jr. would have gotten the foreign policy experience to challenge Joe Biden, because remember, Biden didn't know he was going to drop out till midway in 2024. It would have had the foreign policy experience to challenge Joe Biden in 2024 during the primary. So, therefore, I think it was an imperative, whether it was for Biden or his political advisors, that Ed Markey win that primary against Joe Kennedy Jr. so that Joe Kennedy Jr. wouldn't line up a primary run against Biden in 2024 from a Senate seat, specifically JFK's old Senate seat. There's nothing you could have done to have stopped that. That momentum would have been unstoppable. But anyway, and maybe in hindsight for the Democratic Party, that would have been better. That was the catastrophe of Biden, a catastrophe that was Biden trying to run and then dropping out and then Harris running. I think Joe Kennedy Jr. may have actually been better for the party. I don't care. I'm apathetic, but I'm just telling you they really screwed up. The only reason it's relevant to our purposes here, though, is why is Rollins talking to Turtle Boy in 2020 or 2021 to send Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. campaign events? Well, I wonder, one, help Markey out a little bit, but if that wasn't also beneficial to the Biden White House. Now, of course, the Biden White House are the people that have to pick the U.S. attorneys. So, therefore, is Rachel Rollins' selection almost right after that Ed Markey primary with Joe Kennedy Jr. really a coincidence? Isn't it kind of how, like, Dr. Phil was a jury consultant and helped Oprah win a big civil verdict and then got a own show right after? Little you scratch my back, I scratch yours going on there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Rachel Rollins gets, in my opinion, appointed as U.S. Attorney because she helped the Biden White House and she helped Ed Markey in that primary run against Joe Kennedy Jr. And then you got the weird involvement of Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell in that. So put a peg in that, all right? Now, jump forward a little bit, all right, to the fall of 2022. All right, you got this bifurcated grudge against Michael Morrissey by two very powerful prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow. And then you got a situation where, for whatever reason, Yannetti doesn't go into Rollins' office with his client, despite knowing Rollins. He goes into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. Rollins insulating herself a little bit, maybe, because she really wanted to get Michael Morrissey or the unit attached to him, that MSP unit. And it, ladies and gentlemen, it makes a little bit of sense then, because think about the timeline. November of 2022, Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson walk into Josh Levy's office. May of 2023, the DOJ OIG writes a report about Rachel Rollins, saying that in a completely unrelated circumstance, after Rollins left the Suffolk District Attorney's office, the seat was open for a primary. In Massachusetts, the way it works is if a DA leaves midterm, there's a special election, but the governor at the time gets to appoint the person who's the DA during the interim period before the special election. Well, when Rollins took the position of U.S. Attorney, the Republican governor at the time of Massachusetts was Charlie Baker. He's a liberal almost everywhere else, but in Massachusetts, he's a Republican. So anyway, Charlie Baker appoints a man by the name of Kevin Hayden to Rollins' old Suffolk DA seat. Now, Kevin Hayden is a moderate Democrat compared to Rachel Rollins, okay? He's a Democrat, but he's a moderate Democrat. And Hayden, while in the interim position, runs in the Democratic primary against an ally of Rollins, who was then on the Boston City Council, a man by the name of Ricardo Arroyo. All right, now Ricardo Arroyo and Kevin Hayden have this, it's a relatively mundane primary. I remember covering it at the time. I was like, this is kind of interesting, like Arroyo's an upstart, like progressive, like Rollins leaving that post was interesting. She's U.S. Attorney now. I want to see this race between Hayden Arroyo. I didn't actually go to any of the press conferences, but I was monitoring it online like I would any election. Who's going to win? What are they saying? And I'll tell you, I remember that it wasn't an October surprise in the traditional sense, because I think the election didn't happen on the regular conventional timetable. It happened like either a few months before November or a few months after, because it was a special election. But I remember the primary, right? And I remember right before Hayden and Arroyo had their primary, there was an October surprise like you would not believe. It was either about like the MBTA or it was about like Arroyo's girlfriend. It was brutal. It was like, I am a little bit of a political mind. When I saw that myself as an outside observer, I was like, oh, that's brutal. Like that, and it definitely cost Arroyo the election. But I was like, that is some of the most brutal politicking I have ever seen. People say that politics is pretty nasty. You should see Massachusetts politics. It's brutal. Even among Democrats, it's brutal. So when that happened with Ricardo Arroyo and Hayden, immediately after Hayden won the primary, Rollins, who was then acting U.S. attorney, I don't know if she ever got Senate confirmed, she might have, so she might have been U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts. Rollins says, oh, hold on. What is this impound? Oh, is it of the juror names? Yeah, well, I certainly, hold on, I have to read this impoundment order from the court. Put a peg in this. We're going to pause at Rollins becoming U.S. attorney. Let me just finish this. So Rollins becomes U.S. attorney, and while she's U.S. attorney, she says to Ricardo Arroyo via text immediately after Kevin Hayden wins the primary, he'll pay for doing this to you. Rollins then launches a probe into Kevin Hayden, a federal probe that was pretextual, recuses herself, leaks the recusal to the Herald and the Globe so that they'll start writing about the federal probe of Kevin Hayden that didn't exist. It was a smear tactic. That's exactly, I think, what they did with the Reed case. But then what I think happened was when Rollins was forced out of office, in my opinion, by the DOJ OIG in May of 2023, Levy was left holding the ball. Like, Levy was like, oh, all right, I got this grand jury. He probably knew at that time something was up with Birchmore, but I think what Levy did was, Levy was like, all right, I got Reed and Turtle Boy around. Why don't we do this grand jury? And the MSP are kind of tactically intelligent. They're a paramilitary intelligence operation fundamentally. So they're going to know if we target them. So let's say we're investigating John's death and the investigation related to it, but let's use that as cover. It's a honeypot. And, well, it kills two birds with one stone. Sorry for using the pun. It's a honeypot in that it will generate us tips about the MSP and all the stuff going on with that unit. But more importantly, it will distract the MSP. It'll confuse them. The witnesses will be mind-effed, but who cares? Our goal is the MSP. So that explains why Josh Levy was apologizing to some of the witnesses at the federal grand jury about John's death in the summer of 2023. But you get to August of 2023, and then they launched the Birchmore probe, right? So that hadn't happened yet. But I think in Levy's mind, he's like, all right, I'm holding the bag here for this like war of attrition between Rollins and Morrissey. This John O'Keefe probe was, Karen, clearly there's going to be no federal charges, Karen, but you were helpful to us because now we have all this information about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Now, to give you some insight as to how serious this is, on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., Sandra Birchmore was allegedly murdered roughly around that time by Matthew Farwell. Now, Matthew Farwell was a former police officer in Stoughton, Massachusetts. Now, what happened was Matthew Farwell had been dating Sandra since she was a child and abusing her since she was a child. It was horrifying. When Sandra was like older, she was working as an assistant at a school or something, she got pregnant. Now, she told Matthew Farwell the baby was his and she was going to carry it to term. On February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., Farwell goes over to Sandra's apartment and allegedly hangs her from a door, tries to make it look like it was self-harm, but like it was very obvious that it was him. He was on camera, he was seen there, etc., etc. Now, interestingly, it turns out it was not Farwell's baby. That was the news in the past few weeks. The DNA testing showed that Sandra's baby was not Farwell's. However, that only goes to a further series of explosive revelations that could be coming out of the Birchmore case. But let me continue to explain. On Monday, February 4th, 2021, the Canton Police Department discovers Sandra Birchmore's body and they begin the investigation. During the first few days of investigation, there's always an overlap between the local police department and the state police before the case is transferred to the state police department. So the first responders from the Canton Police Department over the next 2 days, February 4th to February 6th of 2021, and this is all documented in the Canton Police Department audit that was released in recent months. So you can go, I think it's like page 78. You can go to page 78 of that report and see the Sandra Birchmore section, and it's very important and interesting. Because what you find is between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the investigators in Canton from the Canton PD gathered evidence confirming that Matthew Farwell was the man at the scene at 9:23 p.m. in Sandra's apartment because they spoke to the building maintenance worker. They got the video, and the maintenance worker told them that the man there on Friday night was the same man who moved Sandra Birchmore into her apartment, which was Matthew Farwell. So then the Canton police go to Sandra's school, where they get information that Farwell had been telling people that if Birchmore was going to carry the baby to term, then he was going to solve the problem himself. Okay, then they find all these messages and evidence of Farwell abusing Sandra since she was a kid very badly, etc., etc., etc. They hand this all over to the state police on February 6, 2021. Now, here's where this gets really explosive. The state police investigation is run by a man named John Fanning, okay? John Fanning used to work in Stoughton at the Stoughton Police Department with Matthew Farwell. Now, there was another trooper on the MSP unit that investigated Matthew Farwell, Yuri Buchanek, who also used to work in Stoughton. Now, something else interesting is that I have good reason to believe the former chief of the Canton Police Department, Ken Berkowitz, reported both the Stoughton Police Department and the MSP to the FBI because MSP wrote a report signed by John Fanning saying that Sandra's death was the result of self-harm, despite all of the evidence indicating that Farwell was clearly responsible. That was already in the possession of the MSP's hands within 48 hours of the investigation beginning. And the Canton PD, that's why I think they have a lot of tension with Stoughton PD, because I think what's actually going on is no one really cared about protecting Matt Farwell. It was that Matt Farwell doing that to Sandra Birchmore, that was the stupidest thing he could have done, because I think what it's going to end up exposing is that there were a ring of cops in Stoughton who were well connected, some of them maybe in front of the Post Commission, that were involved with whatever Farwell was doing, and that there may have been more victims. I'm not sure if any, hopefully none of them died, but there may have been more victims of that ring of cops. And so I think the MSP command, that unit in particular attached to the Norfolk DA, had an interest in making sure that wasn't exposed. It wasn't so much Farwell, it was who Farwell was involved with. And it makes me think there's something very, very, very dark going on in Stoughton with that police department, and maybe even some of the troopers who went to the Norfolk DA unit after they were in Stoughton. And if the reality is that that's what this is all about, well, that makes a lot more sense, because, you know, that would mean the then commander of the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA, Brian Tully, would have known about it. And that would explain why after August of 2023, like once the criminal investigation of Aidan Kearney really ramped up, the investigators from the MSP unit were very interested in what the feds were looking into, because clearly it wasn't John's death, it was the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And I think they eventually found it out, and that's why I think it's going to get a lot worse, like a lot worse. And as a towel, you know, just think about the implications of this. This would mean that, like, Karen Reed and Turtle Boy eventually figured this out, never said anything about it. Probably in the fall of 2023, maybe a little later. That would mean that the feds knew about it the whole time. And so that would mean Morrissey knew about it the whole time. The MSP unit knew about it the whole time. And that's the big secret. It was nothing to do with what was going on in the house that night. Although I do think Canton has a little bit of a weird social culture, but we'll set that aside, and that's not what I want to talk about right now. It involves me digressing into the U.S. Air Force in the 1940s, so we don't need to talk about that. But I do have a lot of information about the high rates of unfortunate high rates of death of early U.S. fighter pilots, and the way we eventually fix that by identifying locations in planes where that were returning that were not struck by bullet holes, because those were the areas that planes that were going down were being hit. Anyway, what I think it was about was this whole time Karen and Aidan and all the people involved have known that this case, what it really did was bring to light the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And so there are people close to the Norfolk DA and the MSP wanted to make sure the narrative of the Reed case didn't incidentally touch on what I think everyone knows is the big story here, which is the cover-up. Well, obviously John's death is a big story, but the reason Karen got a wink and a nod from the DOJ and the interest in everyone presenting this case in public, quote, in a certain way, in particular when you're very close to these different sides, it's because it's not ready on the feds level yet for this all to come out. And then on the state police level in the Norfolk DA, why would anyone want anyone to know about any of this? It makes everybody look very bad. So there's a lot of motives, if you can see what I'm saying. So, but I want to read this impoundment order. It just came down. The SJC has recognized that the safety of jurors is crucial to the fair functioning of the judicial system, and the justice system owes them the highest degree of vigilance for their personal safety. This case has generated significant and divisive attention in Massachusetts and across the nation. The trial was live streamed on local and national broadcasting channels. The proceedings continue to be the daily subject of commentary on various social media platforms. I have no idea what you're talking about, Judge Cannoni. I am a towel. One person associated with the case has been indicted for intimidation of trial witnesses. That would be Aidan Kearney. This court acknowledges that the names of impaneled jurors who rendered a verdict in a criminal case must be retained in the court file and made available to the public. At the conclusion of the first trial, the court extended the initial impoundment order based upon a motion by one of the jurors, where the juror established that publication of the list identifying the names of names of the impaneled jurors presented a real and present risk of personal harm to jurors and to the integrity of their service. Despite the impoundment of the juror list at this time, at least one juror was identified in social media platforms last summer. A picture of the juror in their LinkedIn profile was published on Twitter. Uh-oh, I hope that wasn't you, Aidan, about the foreperson. Based on the circumstances of the first trial, where a juror avowed that they were in fear for their safety and safety of their families, if the list of jurors were made public, and the fact that the case continues to receive daily divisive attention in Massachusetts and beyond, the court concludes that there is a real and present risk of personal harm to the jurors and to the integrity of their service. Consequently, the court finds that good cause exists to impound the list identifying the names of impaneled jurors in the trial of this case. The court further concludes that there is a risk of immediate and irreparable injury should the list be made available to the public at this time. See Uniform Rules of Impoundment, Procedure Rule 3A. Accordingly, the court orders that the list identifying the names of impaneled jurors in this trial be impounded. This order shall not preclude any juror from identifying himself or herself and or from speaking to the public about his or her jury service. Okay, so that's the part I needed. This order shall expire 10 days from the date of the issuance unless otherwise ordered by the court for good cause shown pursuant to Rule 3B of the Uniform Rules of Impoundment Procedure. Okay, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Jurors, you have 10 days to submit an affidavit to the court if you want to keep this thing impounded. Second of all, you are allowed to approach me. Okay, so I was really worried there, but no, you can approach me. I don't intend to approach you, but if you approach me, whether by email, grantsmithellis@proton.me, or otherwise, if you approach me, that is permitted under the court rules. I want to reiterate, you are permitted to approach me. Your anonymity will be protected beyond doubt, ladies and gentlemen. I will go to the ends of the earth for you. But I'm also happy to talk with you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. Big things are coming. Now, a bunch of things that towel has to address. One, did you know that it's almost towel lunchtime? Now, I know a few of you have asked. I know that I'm going through my convoluted explication. I'll play press conferences for you where I ask Josh Levy tough questions in a sec. But towel actually needs some help for at least the next day or two until we get to where we need to get to. But while we're waiting, did you know that you can support this public information service, especially if today is a big breaking news day? I don't know if it's going to be, but I'm going to keep eyes on things, and I'm only going to do things if I have explicit consent and permission, and I can use pseudonyms, and I feel comfortable, and just know I'm ready. However, I need to get lunch. I need to get my lunch. Towel is trying to make it through. So how long have we been going? 2 hours, perfect time for a donation read. This is a public information service, okay? It is designed to educate and inform and entertain the wider public. It's modeled after the BBC. It's fundamentally really about engendering cogent public discourse to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. If you would like to support Towel, I don't have any sponsors. I have some shirts, but I'm working on those. The best way to do it right now is to actually, you can donate, help support Towel Stream here. And I listed the links in the chat. So if you like Towel Stream, if you want to help Little Towel, that is the best way to do it for now. I always try to tell you, especially as we get close to the end of the month, and don't worry, it's only going to be a few days. I have things planned. I am a towel. But things can get difficult. So if you want to help Towel, please don't donate if it would be a burden. But if you've been asking, if you sent me a DM, I saw them. I'm sorry if I didn't respond right away or if the message didn't go through. You can find in the pinned comment the best ways to support Towel Stream. And then if Towel sees it on his phone, I will look up, probably in tears, and say, I'm a towel, thank you, I can get my cheeseburger now. I'm very excitable. I like cheeseburgers. I don't know what to tell you. Towel cheeseburgers help me get through difficult days. This could be a really intense day. So everybody take a breath. We're going to watch, when I am able to get lunch, we're going to watch the video I uploaded of the Koberger case interrogation, the DoorDash driver. It's very interesting. We've talked a lot about the pretextual probe, I believe, of John O'Keefe's death, a lot about how the different factions in that case may have had an interest in kind of veiling from the public. Oh, God bless you, towel friend. I don't want to use initials either, but God bless you for helping Towel. Oh, by the way, you want to see Towel ask a question to Josh Levy? I'm a towel. Let's go down memory lane. Hi, Josh Levy. I'm a towel. You don't understand. I am a towel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, I am a very powerful lawyer. I know you're a towel. Well, okay. Lawyers can be towels, too. I don't know if you can be a towel yet, Josh Levy. I have yet to make a formal decision. Oh, that's not the video. That is just Josh Levy standing there. Where is my video? That is just an image. I am a frustrated towel. Why is it not the video? Okay, we can watch Grant ask a question to the governor.
Hi guys, good morning. I think it's a problem nationally. I mean, you guys continue to read the stories, write the stories.
This was after the revenge porn bill got passed.
An article in the Wall Street Journal about this, about a teenage girl who's the victim of a deepfake AI video. And, you know, we need to make sure in Massachusetts that we are doing everything we can to both hold perpetrators accountable and prevent this from happening in the first instance. So today is a very important step forward because we do both. We update our laws to make sure that people understand that doing this is criminal, they'll be held accountable, and also we're providing resources directed at younger people in particular where we see too much of this happening.
Governor, you joined dozens of other states who have taken action like this. Why did it take so long to get it done here in the Commonwealth?
Well, we signed it about as quickly as we could when it got to our desk, and I'm grateful to the legislature for getting it done this year.
But the process itself, why did that take so long?
I can't really speak to that. I'm just glad that it got done, and I really appreciate the strong advocacy of the survivor and victim community, and I certainly appreciate the leadership of the legislature in getting this to our desk for signature.
Governor, how much credit is due to former Governor Charlie Baker? This was a major priority of his. He held multiple roundtables on it. He tried to get it through during his tenure successfully. But how much credit is due to him on this?
I think it's important to note that this has been legislation supported by Governor Baker, Lieutenant Governor Polito, supported long support from the House and the Senate, and importantly from the survivor and advocate community for many, many, many years now. I mean, it's something that I know was talked about long before I became Attorney General. So I'm just glad this day has come for survivors, for victims, for our young people. It's important that Massachusetts have the laws in place and the resources in place to both prevent, hold accountable, and also provide the education.
Madam Governor.
Did you sign the legislation in full, or did you veto any specific sections?
You saw me as quick. Yeah, sign it.
In full,
in full. Yeah, of course.
Madam Governor, do you have a message to anyone who might think about testing this new law?
Don't. You know, look, and I will say as a former prosecutor and attorney general, this kind of behavior is deeply dehumanizing, destructive, and we're going to make sure in Massachusetts that we hold perpetrators accountable, and people should be on notice right now. And we're going to also work to educate our young people who need to understand both the serious harm caused and also the serious ramifications. So, you know, it's important because it's also important that we recognize and speak to and address what we call coercive control. You can have control, abuse, exploitation that does not involve physical harm, but is no less harmful. And that's what I think is also really important about this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. How was that, Towel friends? How did Towel do? I asked a question to the governor. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel, and I asked a question to the governor. You want to hear me ask a question to Josh Levy? I'm a towel. I asked a question to Josh Levy. He looked at me like, oh my God, that's that towel. And then I looked at him like, I'm a towel. And then I asked a really good question. This was about the Tanya Fernandez Anderson case, the Boston City councilor. Either way, he looked at me and was like, how did he get in here? And I looked at him like, I'm a towel. These allegations seem eerily similar to the type of bonus and kickback scheme in the Correa case. How concerned are you about this behavior being endemic in the Commonwealth?
I guess I would answer that by saying when we get tips or information about misconduct, whether it's in public corruption or other spaces, we pursue it, we investigate it. I have no information that's endemic, but we echo, especially the Assistant Special Agent in Charge Keller comments that we want to receive information from the public if they have other information in this type of contact, but I would not characterize anything as endemic at this point.
That's me. I asked a question at the press conference, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. That was really interesting. Now, Josh Levy's an interesting man. I have his full press conference from the Sandra Birchmore arrest. Let's, first of all, I found this video on the courthouse steps of David Yannetti. It was really hard to find, but somebody had it. So, David Yannetti, what did you think of this case in the beginning, David Yannetti? I can't interview you now, but tell us.
My client has no criminal intent. She loved this man. She is devastated at what happened and
Oh, well, that's interesting, David Yannetti. Anyway, Josh Levy, let's listen to this press conference about the Sandra Birchmore investigation. I think this is where he confirms the investigation started in August of 2023. So a developing day, ladies and gentlemen. Towels almost off to get lunch. But I want to show you this, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a very interesting part of this case.
In her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. The charges filed today in federal court allege that she was in fact murdered by Matthew Farwell 3 days earlier. At the time of her death, Sandra Birchmore was a 23-year-old woman with her entire life ahead of her, and she was pregnant with her first child. We allege that Sandra Birchmore survived years of grooming, statutory rape, and then sexual violence, all at the hands of Matthew Farwell, who was employed throughout their relationship as an officer and then detective for the Stoughton Police Department. And when it became clear to Mr. Farwell that he could no longer control Sandra Birchmore, he allegedly silenced her permanently. This morning, Matthew Farwell was arrested on a federal grand jury indictment, charging him with one count of killing a witness or victim. Specifically, Mr. Farwell is charged with violating Title 18 United States Code 1512 for killing Sandra Birchmore with the intent of preventing her from communicating information about his possible commission of federal crimes.
All right, so let me play the Yannetti clip again. Hold on. Yeah, this is where Yannetti said no criminal intent.
my client has no criminal intent. She loved this man. She is devastated at what happened and my client has
Let me turn up the volume for you.
My client has no criminal intent. She loved this man. She is devastated at what happened and
I mean, you can hear it, ladies and gentlemen. That was David Yannetti talking about his client on the steps of Stoughton District Court on 2/2/22.
How did this all unfold? What happened here? Well, back in 2010, a 12-year-old Sandra Birchmore applied to join the Stoughton Police Department's Explorers program, which introduces teens to policing. Officer Matthew Farwell was an instructor in that program. And as alleged in court documents, he befriended Sandra Birchmore, contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her. And then he committed statutory rape by having sex with her when he was a 27-year-old police officer and she was just 15 years old. Mr. Farwell continued to have a sexual relationship with Sandra Birchmore until her death 8 years later, allegedly meeting her for sex regularly when he was on duty and being paid by the Stoughton Police Department. Now, in the weeks leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death in February 2021, she found out that she was expecting a baby. And she told Mr. Farwell that he was the father. According to court documents, Ms. Birchmore was very excited about becoming a mother, buying baby clothes and other items, taking precautions to ensure the health of her new child. Sandra Birchmore had good friends, she had a good job, she had dreams of becoming a nurse, and she had a child on the way. But Mr. Farwell did not share in that excitement. It's alleged that Mr. Farwell reacted quite negatively to the news that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his child. And he acted angrily, it is alleged, when Sandra Birchmore started making requests of Mr. Farwell around doctor's appointments and ultrasounds, and what information would be on the birth certificate. Mr. Farwell was losing control in late 2020, early 2021, and the information that Sandra Birchmore possessed about his illegal conduct was in danger of slipping out. In fact, word started to get out about their relationship. Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Sandra Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Sandra Birchmore. And Sandra Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved her and put her in a chokehold. She was scared. And during that same time, Mr. Farwell was allegedly planning Sandra Birchmore's murder. For the first time, he requested a key to her apartment. And she told friends that he was oddly inspecting the apartment and looking at the closet, including the closet that she was found dead in front of. And then it all came to a head on February 1st, 2021. Mr. Farwell went over to her apartment that evening, and he strangled Sandra Birchmore to death. That's the allegation in this case. And he used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a suicide. He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks to literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did, until today. Back in 2021, with the information that was available, Sandra Birchmore's death was ruled a suicide, or deemed a suicide. But over the last year or so, the FBI and our office have been working exhaustively with our state partners. We've uncovered critical new information, examined the existing information, all of which led to this federal grand jury indictment. If convicted on this charge, Mr. Farwell faces a minimum of life imprisonment. Giving voice to the voiceless, ensuring that no one is above the law, protecting the vulnerable people of Massachusetts, that's the highest calling of people in law enforcement. And this case represents those principles. And every day across Massachusetts, thousands of police officers, federal, state, local law enforcement, put their lives on the line to protect the people of Massachusetts. Mr. Farwell violated those principles, and now he faces very grave consequences. It is disheartening to have to charge.
Pause, ladies and gentlemen, from Lisa Towell. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking update from Lisa Towell. Now, what is going on with the jurors in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and will Towell get his cheeseburger? These are the big questions of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to look at right now is from Lisa Towell. Lisa Towell, you are a super towel. I am a towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is very concerning. I am breaking in right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Today there could be a lot of breaking news. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play some various clips. I want you to stay tuned. Okay, this is going to be a unique day. I'm expecting, I don't know if it's going to be today. I don't know what's going to happen, but something might happen. It might be tomorrow. It might be Sunday. It might be Monday. I can sense it in my towel bones. But Lisa Marie, okay, who is a super towel, Lisa shared a post on X, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you take a look at this post on X here, okay, it's from a juror, it's about a juror who came forward on social media, so we didn't go to the list, there's no list public. This was a juror who came out in public. We talked about them earlier today. Let me just run the interview for you. Hold on. So this was the interview this juror to Channel 5. No, that was John Jackson. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. I got to hear one second. I want to show the interview the juror gave first to kind of ground us, and then we'll pull back and we'll take a look. Here we go. So let's take a look at the interview the juror gave to ground us. Then we'll take a look. Why does she have an alternate profile called, if she does, called I Am a Spy? What is going on here? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. This was the juror.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. and the tail light, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the tail light for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, I'm sorry, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes. I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened?
I mean, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. The very strange, very strange, very strange. And then let's take a look at what Lisa Towell, the super towel themselves, Lisa, just found. Ladies and gentlemen, why does this juror have potentially an alt account called Here to Spy 68? What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on here? When was this account created? June of 2025. That could be a fake profile. That could be a fake profile. Interesting. I think it's a fake profile. Interesting. It seems to be fake. It looks like it was only just created. That's my initial read of it. Very interesting, though. I mean, there's no doubt there's something weird about that juror, but that might be a fake profile. If it existed before now, or if she created it, but that could be a fake profile. It looks like it was an image, unless we cannot find that image anywhere else, but unless she only uploaded it there, this one in particular, if this is the profile picture, we can use Tiny Eye to determine if that's what she did, but I'll be able to tell, ladies and gentlemen. I will be able to tell. Let's go back to this video about Birchmore while I do some investigation.
Law enforcement officers, especially with crimes as serious. But it's our job at the Department of Justice to investigate potential crimes without fear and without favor. We do in this office what we've been doing for decades with our federal partners like the FBI. We follow the facts, regardless of where they lead. We apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution, full stop. We are not influenced by social media chatter. We are not influenced by politics. We're influenced by the facts and the law. Our mission is to do our level best to do justice in every case. And our mission today is to do justice for Sandra Birchmore. Lastly, I want to note that we are sharing the information and the evidence that we developed in this case with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, with the Massachusetts State Police, and with the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, so they can assess whether state charges may be warranted in this situation. And I want to thank those three agencies. I also want to thank the Stoughton Police Department for their assistance in our investigation.
What? Is it, unless this is an AI-generated image, which it could be. Actually, someone could be smart enough to do that. But what? 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 Like what? Like what? What do you mean, no matches? Like what? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Was it an AI-generated image using her face? I mean, listen, there are people who are smart enough to do that. Oh, justice for John O'Keefe, chastity, it must be obtained. Part of what we're looking at is what happened with this jury. But like, Lisa, unless, I mean, it could have been AI generated, but that image doesn't, at least on Tiny Eye, which is pretty good. I can use Google reverse image search. It doesn't exist, at least before, yes, this was created. So, I don't know. And it kind of looks like someone took her face and just put it onto an AI generated model. I can't, like, I don't know. Because the first thing you would do if you were creating a fake profile, if you really knew what you were doing, is you would make sure that someone who does a reverse image lookup couldn't find the profile picture, because then they'd just be like, oh, this person stole this from this image. So what they do is they AI generate it, like that guy Jason Broyles, the parking clerk, who pretends to be a woman online, I think, and pretends, in my opinion, to be pro Turtle Boy and Karen Reed to feed information back to people on the other side. That's just my opinion. But they would create AI-based images so that you couldn't reconstruct, and it's an intelligence community tactic. But that could be what we're dealing with here, someone who really knows what they're doing. Hello, Debbie Miller. We are June 2025, 5MEO DMT. We're doing investigations, Debbie Miller. We are watching things today. We're seeing if more news comes across the towel wire. We are saying hello to Victorian Angel 2024. We are being informed towels, and we're going to watch the Brian Koberger body cam footage while we're waiting for news to come in, if it does, over the next hour or two. I need to go get towel lunch soon. If you want to support Towel Stream, if you've been saying to yourself, Grant, if you just need help, you let us know. I've been waiting to donate until I could. And please don't donate if you already have or if it would cause you a hardship. But today is a day where Towel definitely needs some help. I'm going to go get a Towel cheeseburger and then while that video is playing, and then come back and hopefully we'll have more news. But yes, this is a one towel operation. You can find somebody just messaged me on Twitter and said they missed it. If you look at the top of the chat, it's at the information is there. It's the money sign on Cash App, Grant Smith Ellis. On Venmo, it's at Grant E1. You'll see a profile picture of an inflatable Elmo. I have that there because my friend, who was a veteran named Elmo, he had a nickname and it was Elmo. And then one day I took a picture of an inflatable Elmo and I never got to send it to him before he passed away, and I was very sad. So I put the picture there. So every time someone who doesn't know me wants to send me a Venmo, oh, God bless you. I don't want to say your name, but I did get that Venmo. The people will be like, why does he have a picture of an inflatable Elmo? And I can be like, you just said Elmo's name. That's my friend Elmo. Let me tell you about him. He was a veteran. I loved him very much. So that's why I do that. Yes, Towel cheeseburgers are very important, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all of the caloric foundations you have given me. Now, listen, we tried to figure out what was happening to Towel. My weight keeps going down. The other day I thought I had 12 abs. It turns out that towels might be unique. I just found out I have towel bones, but towels might have 12 abs. It's either 8 or 12. I can't quite tell. There's a lot of them, okay? I don't know what's going on in my life. It's confusing. Anyway, I think I'm not eating enough, and so I just drink these energy drinks. I did have my America energy drink today because I knew I was going to have to relay to you all a lot of information. I'm pretty sure the chemicals in this energy drink turned me into some kind of super towel. But I also have this bottle of water. And that bottle of water is going to help Towel so much today. I have I have consumed, imbibed, at least 2 liters of Towel water over the past 24 hours. It might even be more. You don't understand. All the Towel friends keep saying to me, Towel, we want to remind you to drink water. Look at me go. Watch me drink my Towel water. It's probably a sign I'm dehydrated that my body wants that much water. I had to burp. I don't consume liquids very well. They sometimes penetrate into my airway. I get worried I'm going to get a form of pneumonia in my lungs. It's going to be dangerous. Anyway, that's why I'm supposed to tuck my chin when I drink water, but I forgot there because I was drinking water. It's almost time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to be with you. It's almost time for us to watch that video, which Dewdrops really wants to watch, about the DoorDash driver from the Koberger case. So I don't mean to keep delaying that, but there's just a lot going on. I want everyone to understand that just because the start of this process that has led me to believe something is very wrong with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial jury has started doesn't mean that it's going to go anywhere now or that I'm going to be able to confirm it anytime soon. But if it does, we could have a day. I'll tell you, we could have a day. So I guess I want to go back to the Birchmore press conference. I want to finish it. Then I'll get towel lunch. And so, Jew Drops, if you're wondering, about 15 minutes, we will start our Towel Koberger case review. And I'm going to watch this dash cam video with you again. And then we're going to monitor for news updates. And I'm going to get my towel cheeseburger. You don't understand. I'm going to get my towel cheeseburger now. I'm so excited and grateful. God bless so many of you. I am going to make it. I'm going to get through the next few days, and then every day I will get Star Market towel cheeseburgers or chicken because I will be an efficient towel. But not today. I have to get things done. I'm a towel. But God bless all of you. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. Josh Levy, take it away.
Lastly, I want to commend the women and the men of the FBI Boston and Lakeville for their incredible work on this case. This was a dogged investigation. And as you look at the court papers, you'll see exactly how much work has gone into this matter. A huge credit to them, and I particularly want to thank the members of my office, the office I'm proud to lead, the victim witness advocates, paralegals, the chief of our Human Trafficking and Civil Rights Unit, Liz Riley, Assistant United States Attorneys Tori Cummings and Brian Fogarty. This case doesn't happen without their passion for justice. They deserve the credit, not me. Now I want to turn it over to Steve Kelleher, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Keller, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. At approximately 10:45 a.m. this morning, the FBI arrested former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell for allegedly taking the life of Sandra Birchmore in order to ensure her silence. The FBI SWAT team took him into custody at a shopping plaza in Revere without incident. Immediately following his arrest, we shared this significant development with Sandra's family. We know it does not ease their pain, but hopefully it answers some of their questions. Simply put, this case is about seeking justice for Sandra, who we believe was killed by Matthew Farwell after he allegedly groomed and sexually abused her when she was just 15 years old, violating her body and her civil rights. It's also about keeping Mr. Farwell from getting away with murder and from harming anyone else. We in law enforcement are entrusted with immense authority because our decisions can have life-changing consequences, both good and bad. To temper that power, we must adhere to the highest of ethical standards. What we believe Officer Matthew Farwell did, as outlined in today's indictment, is depraved and a gross betrayal of his sworn oath and the public's trust. Let me be clear. Matthew Farwell's gun and badge did not grant him authority to violate the Constitution, and it certainly didn't entitle him to sexually exploit, abuse, and rape a child before killing her and her unborn baby in an attempt to cover up his alleged crimes. What's also troubling is we believe Matthew Farwell staged Sandra's body and her apartment to make it look like she had died by suicide. And in the days that followed, this sworn police officer repeatedly lied to Massachusetts State Police investigators about the nature of their relationship. It's a stark contrast to the sheer excitement and pure joy that Sandra felt when she told Farwell that she was expecting his child, texting him a photo of a poster she had made celebrating the pregnancy. Our investigation also uncovered additional evidence that is inconsistent with someone choosing to die by suicide. In the hours leading up to Sandra's death, she reached out to a photographer to inquire about booking a newborn photo shoot. She also reached out to a friend about obtaining baby clothes. And at the time that she was in the middle of doing laundry when she died, with a load in the washing machine and another one in the dryer. There's no question this was a complex investigation, and our work is not done. Our agents, analysts, and financial investigators reviewed tens of thousands of text messages, emails, and financial records, conducted dozens of interviews with family, friends, and experts, and analyzed the crime scene. We urge anyone with information about the circumstances surrounding Sandra's death to contact the FBI. Committing murder to eliminate victims and witnesses is heinous, and it shakes the very core of our justice system, which depends on people truthfully testifying to what they know. Today's arrest shows that anyone who tries to interfere and retaliate against victims and witnesses in an attempt to subvert the rule of law will have to answer for it. After all, the public's trust is critical for our justice system to function properly. That's why the FBI will do everything in its power to bring to justice anyone who tries to undermine that trust. Our hearts go out to Sandra, to the Birchmore family, and all who knew and loved Sandra. On behalf of the FBI, I want to thank them for their cooperation, patience, perseverance, and fortitude. I also want to thank our agents and analysts for their hard work and dedication, Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy and his team for their partnership, and both Chief McNamara of the Stoughton Police Department and Colonel Mon with the Massachusetts State Police for their assistance in helping us move this investigation forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Take some questions.
Josh, why did it take so long to go from
Well, I think when you have a chance to look through the court papers, you'll see how exhaustive this investigation is. Obviously, this is an incredibly serious charge. There was a lot of forensics and other evidence that had to be marshaled, expert witnesses, etc. So we move as fast as we can, and we also have a duty to get it right.
Was there a rush to find a suicide because this involved a police officer?
Yeah, our office wasn't involved in the initial determination of a suicide, so I can't speak to that.
You mentioned your office got involved about a year ago. What prompted that?
Yeah, we get leads on cases all the time from all different sources. I'm not going to comment on how we get information on how we got into this one.
As you said initially, this was considered a suicide, but it seems like there's a plethora of evidence to suggest otherwise. Surveillance, text messages. How was that all missed for the first 2 years?
Yeah, I'm only in a position to comment on what we've done on this investigation. Those questions are not something I'm able to answer to. We like I said in my comments, we started pulling this string and followed the evidence and got new evidence to put together the case we put together today.
So what evidence tipped you off?
I'm sorry, sir?
What evidence led you to
It's you're never able to pick one piece of evidence that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's really an accumulation. We have to go in front of a jury, 12 citizens, and convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Farwell is guilty. That's on us. He's presumed innocent today, and he will remain innocent until we meet that burden. But it's all the evidence in combination makes that case.
Did the state medical examiner's office plan to change the cause of death on her birth death certificate, and did you determine who the father of her unborn baby was?
Well, I'll take those in reverse order. I'm not going to comment on the second piece. What we have alleged in the court papers is that Ms. Birchmore told Mr. Farwell several times that he was the father. And your question about the state medical examiner, obviously, they don't report to me, and that's a question better directed to the state medical examiner.
Matthew is mentioned here, but we've heard reports over the years of several other officers. Are you guys conducting any other ongoing investigations related to Sandra?
So I think Assistant Special Agent Charge Keller alluded to the fact this is an ongoing investigation. I'm not going to comment on what the other pieces are that we're looking into, but it's an active investigation.
So
Shelley?
This is a death penalty eligible case. Is that on the table, or is that already off the table?
Shelley, you're absolutely correct. The maximum penalty under this statute as charged is a sentence of death. And whether to seek the death penalty in a federal case is decided at the highest levels of the Department of Justice. That decision has not been made on whether the death penalty was sought in this case, and that process will continue, but I can't comment on it beyond that.
Would you favor that? Would you push for that?
Not going to comment on it. It's a process that involves a lot of people at the Department of Justice, and I'm not going to share my view on this.
Did other officers in Stoughton or Stoughton government know about the grooming, the underage sexual contact that Matthew Farwell was having with Sandra when it was going on in those early 2010, 11, 12, 13?
You know, I'm not going to comment on information that's not in the public record. As you heard, this is an ongoing matter, so we're going to continue to look into this matter, and if there's other individuals that we develop evidence that they've violated the federal law, we'll proceed.
Josh, can you touch on, murder, state usually is the one that handles murder charges. Obviously, feds have jurisdiction on many cases, but what made this one get to federal authorities, and do you think that the state officials watched this investigation?
You know, there's a lot of overlap in the law between the federal government has jurisdiction over and what the state government has jurisdiction over. When someone comes to our office with credible information that a police officer may have been involved in a murder and underlying legal violations as set forth in the indictment, we're going to investigate that case every time. They come in different shapes and sizes, but that is our duty to the public, is to pursue credible leads like that and investigate them fully.
To follow up on her question, we saw Lieutenant Tully outside earlier. This was Norfolk DA's case first. You mentioned that they've been state partners throughout this. Does your office look into what may have went wrong in their investigation?
This case about what went wrong for Sandra Birchmore and how she was treated by Matthew Farwell and how he violated her rights and ultimately killed her. That's what this case is about. It's not about what happens at other state agencies. This is about justice for Sandra Birchmore.
This is the second major death investigation where your office has come to a different conclusion than Norfolk County DA. I'm sure you can't comment on that, but is that normal for federal prosecutors and state prosecutors to reach different conclusions on investigations?
So I'm here to talk about one case. We got about 1,000 cases in the office. I'm not going to comment on any other case in the office. I would just caution you to not extrapolate too much from one case out of all the things that are happening in our office.
This district has brought a charge of killing of a witness. I can't think of any others. I'm wondering if there are others.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. That's a question. That's an answer we could get for you, but I don't know the answer to it, Shelley. We bring charges of obstruction of justice frequently, as you know, but I'm not pulling one off the top of my head that matches this. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not in a position to comment on things that are in the public record. That I wouldn't take that as yes or no, but I'm limited up here under local rules to talk about what's in the public record.
Can you talk about the arrest? What happened with the arrest this morning?
I'm going to ask ASAC Kelleher to speak to that.
So this morning we had a SWAT team that was in a location where Mr. Farwell was. He was taken into custody. He was driving a truck, gravel hauler, and he was safely taken into custody by the SWAT team, which is, you know, what we strive to achieve every time we do an operation like this. No, he was in Revere.
Not in a neighborhood in Revere, was he on the highway?
No, it was in a shopping plaza in Revere. Mm-hmm.
Did he say anything?
We have not tried to interview him.
That dump truck he's driving, is that his new employment?
Again, I wouldn't comment on that here at this time.
But he was driving the dump truck when he was arrested.
Before your agency got involved, there were other agencies investigating this. Can we expect to see any fallout from those lead investigators from other agencies who were responsible for finding justice in this case and not?
You know, I think the juncture we're at right now is that we are working with state agencies. We've developed, as I said, new information that we're going to share with our state partners. They're going to make decisions about what charges are appropriate under state law, if any.
Can you tell us who the lead investigator was on this case before your agency got involved?
I can tell you the lead investigator was for our matter, which was the FBI. I don't know. I honestly don't have information on who the lead was in a state investigation. I don't get that type of information.
You've said that you're not, you're looking just into the facts of Sandra Birchmore's death. That's the focus of this case, not what law enforcement agencies prior to you did. Is that within your jurisdiction to investigate what those state agencies did?
I think what I said was I'm here to talk about Sandra Birchmore, and I'm not here to talk about other things that are happening in the United States Attorney's Office. It's 125 federal prosecutors doing a lot of different things. In this case, this press conference is about one young woman who was, we allege, was killed by a Stoughton police officer, Matthew Farwell.
How your investigation might be complicated by the fact that you're going now into federal court where there is this ME found that it was suicide, the Norfolk County DA's office opted not to pursue it. How does that affect your efforts now to prosecute?
Yep, good question. Look. In evaluating whether to bring charges, we obviously look at all the evidence that's both incriminating and exculpatory. All that gets turned over to defense lawyers. Mr. Farwell will be well represented in this case, and those facts will be put out in front of a jury. We are confident that when all the evidence is presented to a jury, if it gets that far, that those issues will not prevent us from securing a conviction.
Have you done your own, having your own person do an autopsy?
We
Come to a different conclusion? I know there's another one out there that's already been reported on.
That's correct. There's an expert witness. I don't want to get into exactly what that person did or didn't because I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's in the court documents, who has a tremendous amount of experience in this field and has reached a different conclusion.
Just a couple more questions. And just to be clear, you're not going to comment on the other two officers who had sexual relations with Ms. Birchmore?
That's correct.
How unusual is it for a police officer to be charged with a capital offense involving sex with a minor?
It's unusual in my experience. I don't have a full handle on how often this has been done nationwide, but it's an unusual situation. And that's
Partly why it's so incredibly disturbing.
Anyone else? Do you have any words of caution to departments that have police explorer programs based on what you learned from your investigation about how this was able to unfold?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my swim lane. I'm not an expert on police explorer programs, and And so I really don't have any intelligent answer to that question.
Thank you.
All right, hello, Tal friends. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am back. I had to get more water. Listen, I'm an overwhelmed towel. I want to let every one of you know that I do not do things gratuitously. It means a lot to me, the trust that you put in me, and I honor that trust by trying to be very vigilant about what I'm reporting, how I'm reporting it, and what's going on. A few things. One, that press conference was very interesting. Two, I got so excitable during it and tried to get water that I forgot to scroll the comments, and then Risa sent a super towel emoji. It's a lemon with a little thing on its head, a fig leaf on its head, waving a super towel cape. You don't understand. We love our Canadian towel friends. I'm a super towel. I'm excited because towel friends sent money for me to get a cheeseburger, and I didn't know what I was going to do, and now I'm going to get a cheeseburger. I'm very excited. God bless all of you. I went through every single comment, which is partly why I got distracted, and I left towel comments for you with towel hearts. God bless you, Risa. I love that super towel emoji. You don't understand. I'm an excitable towel. I giggle when I see emojis, even when very tough things are being discussed, and that I needed that right there. The other thing is, I think Super Towel at Dewdrops sent an emoji. Oh, Dewdrops, first of all, started a membership parade. Congratulations to the people who got their memberships. You now have Super Towel emojis, but then Super Towel at Dewdrops also sent a Super Towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen, which is pounding its heart out of its chest. And I was like, oh my goodness, that is how I feel when I get excitable. I'm a towel. You don't understand this. Either today or sometime this weekend, things could just go in a direction that I don't even know if I can quite put into words. I still have to get a towel cheeseburger. All right, so we're going to jump forward. I missed a lot of your towel comments, so we're going to scroll very slowly. Well, slowly for towel stream standards. All right, there we go. We're going to scroll through them all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I didn't manage to... Yep, I agree. That's a good comment, Iris. I agree. It was exploited for Karen's benefit. That made me very sad. Very sad indeed. Oh, and also I want to watch this tribute to Officer John O'Keefe. And God bless you, Steph, by the way. And just know how much you're appreciated. Derek, I'm not sure if you're talking about Sandra Birchmore or Karen. If you're talking about Birchmore, I'll add you as a mod. If you're talking about Karen, no. I think the investigation of Karen is fine. Yeah, we're not going to watch the verdict. Don't worry about that. We're going over to the Koberger case. Hello, D Muggle Phi Me. I love your username. You are allowed to be a super towel admitted to Hogwarts. Which house would you like to be into? You can be in Hufflepuff. You can be in Gryffindor. If you want to be in Slytherin, I'm a little concerned. Or you can be in... What's the other one? Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, or... I know there's one more. I feel very silly. I should know this. I read all the Harry Potter books the day they came out. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, wait, I have a special treat for you. I have a special treat for you while we get ready to watch our Brian Koberger interview with the DoorDash driver by the police. You don't understand. I have a very special towel treat for you. You know how some of you were like, oh, Towel, can you tell us a little bit more about what you read and what you what you do in your downtime? And I was like, well, I listen to audiobooks about the history of like the American Republic. And some of you were like, that's not good. That is true, Demuggify Me. I think it was a good decision to make you a super towel. I'm thrilled to have done that. Dewdrops, those are some wonderful emojis. You are a super towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. I am very excited because, hold on. Proctor said he wants his job back. Thank you for that clip, Diana and Natalia. I'm going to grab that link. We also have the link of the tribute to John O'Keefe. I just have to screen it. Risa, you have a wonderful day at work. Know that your towel friends are with you in spirit. And trust me, if there's any developing news updates, we will let you know, Risa, as soon as you come back. I'll be like, Risa Towel, you must know this. You are a towel. I'm also a towel, which is a good thing. Ravenclaw, thank you, Harpo. I knew someone would get it. Also, good to see you, Harpo. I am a super towel. You are a super towel. Now you know, and the world knows because you found the word Ravenclaw, and now I'm not as frustrated because I forgot one of the Harry Potter houses. Demuggify me, which one would you like to be in? Christina, which juror was this? Was it the juror we already looked at? The one from Brazil who was had some serious questions I think folks have to ask about him? That's my opinion. Now, what we're going to look at here is I want to play this tribute from summertime, there's a lot going on. There might be news about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jury. We are going to talk a little bit about the Koberger case today because that was a request from Super Towel at Dewdrops. We are going to see if we can watch this tribute from John O'Keefe depending on what music plays. Hold on. Hold on one second. I don't hear any music. I have to plug my headphones in again. Is there no music? It would be ideal if there were no music. Because sometimes these stations have license rights that I don't. And I could not afford to pay for licenses because I'm a towel. All right, hold on here. All right, let's see what starts playing. I don't think there's music. If it's just clips, we can watch it because I'm analyzing it.
We met.
All right, so this is the tribute. Let's hope there's no music. All right, here we go. Thank you to Diana Natale for helping us find this. Let me switch right over to this window. Hold on, little towels. This is on Dateline NBC's Facebook. So, all right, there we go. All right, and then you can see a lot of people like this tribute to John O'Keefe, so that's important. This was apparently on Dateline. All right, so God bless John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen, and let's watch this tribute that Dateline posted on their social media. And it's not, obviously, the Dateline episode is a very small segment of it, so let's watch it. Thank you, Diana Natale.
We met in first grade. We're on the same soccer team and just kind of hit it off. Both, liked what 6-year-olds like. We like sports, probably the same cartoons or something, and just very close for very close as we were growing up, and then continue to be friends into our 40s. It's funny, he was always kind of you don't realize it as a kid. I think when you look back on it, and you recognize people that were leaders, within your friend group. I think a lot of times we kind of followed him. He was he was a smart kid, but he was very street smart. He just knew stuff we didn't know, and it felt like sometimes at least I kind of followed around like the Pied Piper. I just was just very impressed by him. He was a very caring person. He would always put other people before himself. So he was just a great guy and a great friend. I don't remember a time where he didn't want to be a police officer from when we were little kids. Like, that's all he kind of talked about doing. Being a police officer was his dream, and he did it.
He enjoyed being a police officer a lot, and I think that he just, he wanted to do good. So their grandfather was a police officer, and, his badge number was 490, and Johnny's badge number was 2490. So, he wanted to do well, but also, carry that on from the family. He was the fun uncle. He was, the kids loved being around him, and he was always making jokes and trying to make the time really fun for them. He'd photobomb a lot. So, whenever we were taking a picture, Johnny would show up in the back of the picture and just be there. Johnny and Kristen were, the two oldest, and they were, they were very, very close. And Johnny and Paul are also very close. They love football, but they actually loved Alabama football.
What?
Yes.
Okay, I was not expecting that.
Yes. So
why?
When growing up in the 80s and early 90s, the Patriots weren't very good. So
we'll just turn to Alabama.
Exactly. It was always a dream of theirs to go to the Iron Bowl. So in 2022, after Johnny had passed, Paul actually went to the Iron Bowl. So
who did he go with?
He went with one of his cousins. So when Johnny had passed, had been stickers made up in remembrance of him. So Paul threw one of the stickers under one of the seats. So they did get to go. They went to see Alabama play Penn State, so they were able to go and see a game together.
That is such a special, cool way to honor John.
Yeah. It was a dream of theirs that he was able to make happen.
All right, that was actually amazing. John absolutely was an Alabama football fan. I think we learned that. I forget when I first learned that. I think I learned it on social media from one of his friends or family members at one point. My word, ladies and gentlemen, that was amazing. Great job, NBC. Good job. Good job, Dateline. Towel applause. Ladies and gentlemen, that was very touching. It was heartwarming. It was well done. Let us take a second to applaud NBC Dateline. I don't think we can truly applaud them for how well that was, but that was really well done. Say what you will about it. That was incredible. Thank you so much, Dateline, for doing that tribute to John O'Keefe. You did such a good job. My name is Grant Smith Elvis, ladies and gentlemen, and that was one of the most beautiful and touching interviews I think I've seen about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. I held it together as long as I could, but that is just so sad. A loving man taken so soon. And the Iron Bowl, by the way, is between Auburn and Alabama. And you go to the Iron Bowl, oh goodness, as an Alabama fan, ladies and gentlemen, that is incredible. Oh, Alabama is an amazing football team. You don't understand. The Iron Bowl is like a religious event, although I don't want to be heretical. It's like literally a religious event in the South. It's the coolest thing in the world. I can see why John loved Alabama football. Now, I also grew up in the 90s in Massachusetts, and the Patriots were terrible. You don't understand. We got blown out in the 86 Super Bowl, like 56-10. We were just terrible. The doldrums of the Massachusetts sports years were the 90s. When the Red Sox were terrible, they hadn't won a World Series since 1918. The Patriots were terrible. They had not won a World Series. They had not done anything for a while. BC football beat Notre Dame in 92 or 93 when Notre Dame was number one. That was impressive, but that was like the highlight of the 90s. Celtics kind of lost the Magic right around then. Literally, they lost to Magic, and then Bird retired right around then, so that the team was really over, at least at that point. And then I think the Bruins always like had a legacy, but they weren't really like title contenders in the 90s. So literally, most Boston sports fans, like you watch the Red Sox, it was like Troy O'Leary, Brian Daubach, like that era, Brett Saberhagen. You watched them, but they were terrible. So you looked, wherever you could, and John found Alabama football, and that is just solely get out of here. No. I don't like that message. Thank you, Chastity. And I will say this, ladies and gentlemen. I think that was a beautifully touching tribute to John O'Keefe. And I think if you understand, like, a lot of that context, John was a very wonderful man. I didn't know John. I've talked to people who knew John. I've watched tributes like this. I cannot pass judgment as someone who knew John, so I'm not really the person who can actually give this the designation of that was wonderful from the perspective of someone who knew John, because I didn't know John. However, I want to say, as someone who's learned a lot about this case, who's talked to some of John's friends, etc., I really liked that tribute. Good job, Dateline. Yeah, and also it's kind of hard to troll in here because the entire wall. It's a wall of justice, ladies and gentlemen. It is a blue wall of towels. You must understand, it is a blue wall of towels. And I think we have a full interview here from Sunny Spirit. Hold on. All right, so we got more of an interview here with the O'Keefes, I think, or with the Albert family. Let's watch this. We'll start the Brian Koberger video soon. Thank you to Sunny Spirit, by the way, for passing this along. I'm going to get this in my watch history now so I can bring it up on desktop. And then we're also going to see if we can see Michael Proctor's comments from Dateline last night, which apparently were written up. So let me do two things here. The first thing is I want to click on this. Thank you very much. I want to bring up the chat. And I just want to make sure everything is going well. It was a great tribute. Susan Reed. Susan Cleary, are you trolling them? Are you trolling Karen Reed's mom? If so, I love that. And I will add you as a super towel. You are a honorary super towel. That was a beautiful tribute, by the way. I thought that was incredibly well done. Now, here's the other article that I found, which is Proctor speaking about the Reed case. So let's listen to this. Oh! Wait, he was just walking around with his fluffy dogs? I love doggos. Okay, Michael Proctor, you did a little bit better. Whoever told you to do this interview with doggos walking around, there you go. Now we're talking. You put the doggos in the interview. You don't understand. That's how you do PR. Michael Proctor, if you need help with this, I guess I could help you. I think you need some help. And apparently your sister went to high school with me, or your wife went to high school with me. She seems very nice. I don't know her. I don't remember her. She was in a grade above me. Towel was socially nervous, so I certainly didn't talk to people who were older than me. I had trouble talking to people who were in my grade. All right. I'm sure all my high school friends now are like, yep, that's exactly what we saw. That's exactly what Towel was going to do. Towel was going to go on and become some type of ridiculous human who broadcast to the world his thoughts about criminal cases. We knew he was going to do that. He is a Towel. I don't think they knew I was going to become a Towel, but, you know. Now, let's see what Honorable Jack Lew had to say. Hold on.
Inside information. Actually reopen any type of investigation. You know, I don't have
This is from WBZ.
And I had no communications with the folks involved in this, but certainly not. Karen Reed killed Mr. O'Keefe. They just couldn't prove it to a jury. And in America, that means you're not guilty. It does not, I repeat, it does not mean that you are innocent. She had a lot of nerve saying to that microphone that I want justice for Mr. O'Keefe. She was acquitted, but there's nobody else to investigate. There's no third-party culprit.
No, that was the Honorable Jack Lew on Twitter. Thank you to Jim Phillips for tweeting that. Thank you to H. Towel, Sheffield Flannel for sharing that. You are wonderful, Drew Drops. And let's listen to Michael Proctor. And Michael Proctor has the doggos with him for this interview. Doggos are Towel approved. You bring doggos with you to interviews like this. That's how you do it, Michael Proctor. Good job. You're winning Towel points for this. Let's listen. You got to actually do it, though. You don't be talking about. I'm not saying silent majority isn't a phrase that doesn't have good meaning in PR. Don't be using phrases like better, much better. He was better on Dateline than 2020. Gutman, I don't know if Gutman wasn't willing to interview him like this or whatever, but this is him in his natural environment. He felt comfortable there. It was great. He clearly likes to kind of move around. Like, he felt comfortable in the open. I think Dateline maybe asked him where he felt most comfortable because that was him in his natural environment. It wasn't. I think there might have been some nerves in the 2020 now that I'm like looking at them both because this one is really good. Like that's just really well done. It's either Dateline knew about the doggos or he knew about the doggos. Like whoever called the shot on the doggos, 10 out of 10 decision. Much better syntactical predisposition here, much better emotional predisposition, much better use of language, much more authentic, much more humanized. That was good. Really, really good. And it's not like I don't believe that. I believe that that's Michael Proctor. I believe he has always been that. I don't think he was some horrible man. But the PR for the 2020 he wasn't prepped right. It wasn't done right. I didn't like it. I didn't like how it came out. I just thought it was... totally Drew Drops. And so from a PR perspective, just my lay perspective, I didn't like how the first interview was done with 2020. It didn't do what I thought it should have accomplished. And I just had this kind of odd reaction to it. And I was analyzing with Harvard Yard Towel yesterday, who's a PR professional. And Harvard Yard Towel had a very similar insight, which is the initial 2020 interview, like using some of those phrases like silent majority. Okay, even if you're right, which Proctor may be right, okay, you still can't, like phrases like that in a PR context are so loaded that you alienate like people who might otherwise support you because you're using phrases that like literally are dog whistles for certain other causes. Don't do that. Like you don't do that. That's bad PR. That is better PR, where you're just authentically speaking, and you do have to know what you're doing. You can't just get up there and talk to the media unless you're in the media, because you'll know, or you've done it before. You have to understand what they're trying to get out of you and what you want to get out of it. It's a symbiotic parasitic relationship. It can also be benevolent, but it's mostly parasitic. Each of you wants something from each other. The media wants something. The person being interviewed wants something. That's fine. You just have to know how to navigate it. There's a lot of unspoken rules. In that situation in particular, he did really good. In the lawn, walking with the dogs, he was calm. It's about the subject. If you're not trying to ambush the subject, it's about the subject of the interview being calm. You want to bring out their natural persona. When I'm interviewing people on here, it sounds like a conversation because I'm getting them to forget they're talking to like 100 countries. I'm getting them to just talk to me. And that's hard for someone who's not used to it. For me, it's very natural. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm thrilled you all want to listen to this. It's cool. I don't really think about the platform. But for a subject of an interview, oh yeah, you're going to be incredibly nervous. You're going to be thinking about who's going to see it. You're going to be thinking, oh, this is Dateline or whatever. You're not going to be thinking about your authentic expression. So as a good interviewer, the first step, especially if you're in person with them, is to get them comfortable. You are not going to be able to capture them authentically if they're not comfortable. Then, if you're being authentic and benevolent, you can ask them questions like, okay, so tell me, what were those texts like really about? Like, was that really you? Then you're going to get something like that. It's not an ambush interview. It's well-meaning. It probably was negotiated, but good job, Dateline. Like, overall, I'm actually shocked. And maybe Karen upset Dateline or something. It's always political. But Dateline was willing to tee it up there for Proctor, and he met the moment. So good job. Hello, Murder by Maestro. You are a super towel. So, no, it's okay, Summertime. We go through a lot of different topics here. Right now, we're analyzing rolling footage that's coming in of the different witnesses and whatnot in the Reed and O'Keefe case reacting to the verdict. We may also have developing news about the jury. So if you're covering, like paying attention to that kind of thing, that's what you want to keep an eye on today. And then we're also going to do a slight catch up on the Koberger case while I go get lunch by watching the police interrogation of the DoorDash driver. So we jump around here. We talk about lots of things. We say hello to Murder by Maestro, who speaks binary, and he is 00011001 years old in binary. And if you figured that out and immediately were like, that's 23, you are a smart towel. We also have Ange Wittick here. Ange is a 27-year-old super towel. Hello, Ange. And I also see Elway Boughton is here. Hello, my friend, a Victorian angel. Holistic Psychology's here. LA Connections here. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand how excited I am to get my towel cheeseburger, but before we do that, I have to go to this video by Sunny Side Up, Sunny Spirit. I keep saying Sunny Side Up because I really like eggs. You don't understand. I really like eggs. Towel likes eggs, so every time I see Sunny Spirit, I'm like, Sunny Side Up. I would like Sunny Side Up eggs. But no, I want a cheeseburger today. I'm sorry for distracting you about that, but I haven't eaten. I'm running on energy drinks and water and a coffee, and I cannot go too much longer. Thank you to Sunny Spirit for putting this up. We're watching this from, this was the Matt Gutman Nightline with further interviews from some of the witnesses. It only went up 10 minutes ago. Let's see if this was with the Alberts or something else. Yeah, it was. Hold on one second. Thank you to Sunny Spirit as well for putting this up, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, dear friend. God bless you. I am a towel. All right, so let me center this for you. Hold on. I'm going to center it for you, little towels. I'm going to center it. Hold on. I'm going to center it. I'm going to get food to Alora. We will be able to eat our towel cheeseburgers unless you're not getting a cheeseburger. If you get anything else, tell us about it. We love sharing our lunch here. Yes, LA Connection. It's actually not. I wish it were that simple, but computers. So LA Connection. Do you know how we use numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Those are technically base 10 numerals. If you want to talk to a computer, you either have to speak base 2 or you have to speak hexadecimal. Now, very simply, converting from base 10 to base 2, you shouldn't really think about it from the exponential reductive equation perspective. The easiest way to think of it is this way. When expressing a numeral in base 2, okay, there's 8 zeros that you can use as flags. Every time you flip a 0 to a 1, you only get 2 options. That's why it's binumerical representation. You only get 2 options, okay? 0 or 1. 0 or 1. Think of the 1. Think of using a 0 to say switch off. Think of the 1 to say switch on. If you flip the switch, that placeholder number activates. Now, in binumerical representation, that's 8-bit, okay, that is 8 bits of data. You have a string of 8 zeros or ones. Now, let's make sure we get each place correctly. So you have the ones place, the twos place, the 4 place, the 8 place, the 16 place, the 32 place, the 64 place, the 128 place. I'm pretty sure that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, therefore, if you want to express Murder by Maestro's 23 years old in binumerical representation, you would have to figure out, kind of like darts, like how do you get to the number 23 with those available switches? Well, you know you have a 1, so we're going to want that. And you know you have a 16, which is the closest to 23 without going over. Okay, so you flip a 16. So you have 16, you need to get to 23. 16 plus 8, right, is going to get you 24. Okay, that's going to be too much because we need to get to 23. So 16 plus 4 is going to get you to 20. And then you would need 23, so that we're going to need the 2's place. So 16 and 4 and 2. 16 plus 4 is 20. 20 plus 2 is 22. 22 and 1 is 23. So this whole time I've actually not been referring to Murder by Maestro as a 23-year-old towel. I don't even know what I was saying. It was probably somewhere less than that. But anyway, here's how you express 23 in numerical representation. So you need to flag the 16's place. So 1, 2, 4, 8. So you have to flag the 16's place. So that would be 0, 0, 0, 1. So now we have 1 notch in the 16th place. Now the second set, the 4 set of digits, we have to flag the 4, the 2, and the 1. So that means we put a 0 in the 8th place, and then we put a 1 in the 4's place, a 1 in the 2's place, and a 1 in the 1's place. So that gives us Murder by Maestro in binumerical representation, if he's 23 years old, is 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. Boom. I did it, ladies and gentlemen. I think I figured it out. Now, yes, I'm using yeah, I got it right. Thank you, Demuggify Me. I added some extra zeros in there to show the whole 8-bit string. But I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, I got it. I figured it out, my dear friends. Hold on, there's another interview with the juror in the Karen Reed case. Hold on, I'm seeing it right now. Oh my goodness, no, it's the same juror. Oh no. All right, we'll watch it. It's just breaking right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new juror interview. Thank you so much to Irene Grillo. You are a super towel. We're going to watch it right now. Why are we going to watch it right now? Because I like tormenting myself. I don't know why I do this to myself. I am a towel. So let's keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to load up for us right now. This is the newest interview with the juror who was speaking last night. While we're waiting for that, I keep saying I'm going to go get lunch. I need to go get lunch, but let's watch this first. Thank you, Sunny Side Up. I mean, Sunny Spirit. Oh, I did it again. Oh, no, I have food on the mind. Sorry, Sunny Spirit. You're not actually a dish of eggs. You are a person named Sunny Spirit.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt. Former Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert and his wife Nicole and his brother Chris Albert, all 5 of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement. Did John ever come in the house?
Never, no.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together?
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So, massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night. Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to...
to tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV, to hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's emergency? There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello? But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found. So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
He got
She
that.
asked me to do it at outside
Hold
of
on.
Fairview.
He got that wrong. So, okay, Matt Gutman, you at least know the times, please. But let's hear Jen's explanation.
That morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident.
Chloe!
The defense claimed
Oh my goodness! Chloe! Oh, Chloe, we love you, Chloe! Oh, free Chloe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chloe. Oh my goodness, it's Chloe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chloe. Chloe, we love you, Chloe. Dear girl, we love you. We're so sorry that Karen Reed made you go into a wig and enter witness protection. Oh, my dear God, it's Chloe. Chloe, we love you, dear friend. We're so sorry this has happened. To all the witnesses, we're also sorry, but we love doggos on Towel Stream. You don't understand. Chloe, we're so sorry this has happened. Oh, my goodness, it's Chloe. You don't understand. We are all looking at Chloe. Can we take some time to just say, I'm so sorry, Chloe. Run free, dear girl. We all love you. You have fans all around the world. You don't understand. I don't know if you speak English, but if I could say this in dog, I'll try to say it in doggy spiritual vibes. You are loved, dear Chloe. Run free, my dear girl. I'm sorry the mean woman, the mean wicked witch of the north, Karen Reed, did this to you. Run free, my dear girl. I have not seen a new picture of you in a while. She's so sweet, ladies and gentlemen. You could just pet that fluffy little doggo all day. Oh, my goodness. Hello. You are a beautiful, glorious dog, Chloe. We are so sorry the mean, wicked witch of the north, that was Karen Reed, did this to you. Maybe you can be in a movie called The Wizard of Dog, and then you will prance along the golden path to Oz, and then at the end you will be freed, and then your name will be Chloe Dog. I'm so sorry this happened to you, Chloe. We love you so much. I don't understand how you defy the laws of gravity. I'm not sure why we had to put you in a wig. I don't understand why you don't have any DNA, but we love you nonetheless, my dear Chloe Dog. You can see all your friends. Somebody tell Chloe Dog that all these people around the world, somebody relay this to Chloe and Dog, that all the people around the world love Chloe Dog. Chloe is supported. We want you to run free with the horses and your little piggies and Chewbacca in your open fields and frolic forevermore, my dear towel friend. We love you, Chloe. You don't understand. You have more fans than some people that I think too highly of themselves. You are loved, dear Chloe. Okay, so are we all pleased? Can I give Chloe some head pats with my mouse? Hello, Chloe. There's some towel head pats for you. We love you very much, Chloe. God bless you. Okay, let's keep listening.
Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident.
Let me just be clear. Oh, dear God. Let me just be clear, Matt Gutman. I don't know what or whoever this is from Nightline, I don't know what you're about to say about Chloe Dog, but you better understand that this dog is loved, and you better be nice to Chloe Dog. You said the name Chloe. You invoked literally a wave of support around the world for Chloe. You better be nice to Chloe. You don't understand. I am a towel. Chloe is also a towel. Clearly, Chloe can observe liquids. She is a towel.
Regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them.
Wait a minute. There is no dog. Oh, I'm upset at Nightline. There is no dog DNA in the case. There's none. All the DNA samples were humans. There's no dog. Well, there's pig DNA, but there's no dog DNA in the case. And that pig DNA could have been from bacon or John cooked. Who knows? There's no dog DNA in the case. You say that word, Nightline, you say the sentence, there is no dog DNA involved in the case. The defense has stipulated to it. How dare you, Nightline? I'm going to make a documentary. Oh, my dear God. I swear to God, there's no dog DNA in this case. You have to say, in my opinion, in that segment right there, there is no dog DNA in the case, and the defense has stipulated to that. Dear goodness, I don't understand. What do I have to go to every single media organization and be like, why, this, why are you doing this? I'm a towel. I don't have time to do that. I'm going to have to. I'm incredulous.
But hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we like grew up in. Like, we didn't do anything.
So that's kind of an interesting shot. So do you see this bridge right here? It's like a viaduct. It's actually a very beautiful part of Canton. I don't know if it's a train track or a viaduct or an aqueduct or what the hell it is, but it's a very beautiful part of Canton. It's like a Roman-inspired design. I think it's for water, so it would make it an aqueduct. It's definitely like neoclassical. It's one of the coolest things. It's one of the few types of literal Roman architecture we have around here. Like not Greco-Roman, like literally straight up Roman aqueduct built into the middle of a town. Now, what it is, so if you look at this road, this little rotary coming out of here, this was taken during the winter. But what you can see is if you go under this little tunnel, it's really kind of cool. It's a very interesting town. If you go under this tunnel and take a right and go up around here like this, eventually you're going to get into the main part of Canton, okay? So John's house, I'm pretty sure, is like over here somewhere. Canton Center is like somewhere over there, maybe like out of the picture. And then Fairview Road's kind of like maybe around here. Like, so John's house is like over here somewhere. You go down like that. Fairview Road's over here, maybe a little further down, maybe more like down here. You can't see where my mouse is going because this picture doesn't actually capture the whole area that's relevant to the case. But this is Canton, and if you drove under that aqueduct heading towards the camera, you would eventually it's like a very quick way to get to 128, 95 north and south under that aqueduct. That's the way to get out of Canton efficiently and get to 128. But if you went under it the other way, away from the camera, you would get into this neighborhood where if you take a left past that tree there, maybe like right around there, I want to say, you would get to John's house. That's where Meadows Ave is, roughly. It might be a little bit further down, but it's somewhere in there, that general circle. Then if you kept following it this way and really curved around the bend, you'd get to Fairview Road eventually. And then over here somewhere near, like, which you can't really see, is Canton Center. So this is, I mean, it's not all of Canton, but that is basically the area where this happened. It's not a perfect photo. If it were like 500 feet higher and angled a little bit more to the southwest, it would be perfect. But as it is right now, it's not ideal. It could be a little bit better.
Their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we like grew up in. Like, we didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Now John Jackson speaking.
Incredible man. Just incredible man.
John Jackson is remembering his friend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
This whole process is not, it's not something he deserved. It's just, it's unfortunate. He deserved much better than this.
O'Keefe's mother leaving the VFW in Dedham, where family and friends gathered after the verdict. Several wearing blue shirts with O'Keefe's police badge number 2490. Jackson says he and the family respect the jury's decision, but it is not what they wanted.
The prosecution did an excellent job. Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of that jury.
The eruption of cheers from Karen Reed supporters outside the courthouse when the verdict was read, adding to the family's pain.
It was disgusting. The family heard it. It was disgusting.
Jackson says they also watched Reed make comments after the verdict.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
12:30, 2 a.m. She wasn't fighting very hard, was she?
Ultimately, he says he and the family will move on and keep John's memory alive.
Johnny deserved much more than this. He just deserved much more than this. The fanfare and all this. The domestic violence, hit and run. And that's it. This circus, it's unacceptable. But you respect the jury's decision. It's what it is.
Great video. I like this. This is from Sunny Spirit. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is artistic. This is artistic commentary. Oh, yep, that is artistic commentary. Yep, very much artistic commentary. This is great art. Oh, that's artistic commentary. That is artistic commentary. There's a lot of artistic commentary here. Sunny Spirit. Oh, yep, that's some artistic commentary. I think this is just a lot of artistic commentary. Oh, yep, that's Karen, and that's some artistic commentary. Yep, that's Remembering John O'Keefe. Oh, no, I don't know if we're going to indict him, but the OIG might want to look into him. Oh, no, we can't play any music. Thank you for that, Sunny Spirit. God bless you. Now we're going to take a look at a clip of the juror who we already watched being interviewed by local news, now being interviewed by the Today Show. Oh, dear God, help us all.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you
whoa, for the past 3 weeks, for the past 3 weeks. Oh dear God.
That if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house. I think John O'Keefe went inside the house. And
this is oh my dear God! His cell phone data shows he never moved from the lawn after 12/32/16. What is this? What is this? What has happened? I'm telling you, something's really wrong. Listen. If you were on that jury and you want to reach out to me, I'm not going to reach out to you. You can reach out to me. Grant Smith Ellis at proton.me. If you are listening to this right now and you were on that jury and you were deliberating and something went terribly wrong, as I believe it did, and there's something seriously concerning here, you can reach out to me. I will protect your anonymity. You can reach out to me by phone. You can reach out to me after you reach out to me on email. I need to confirm only for myself that you were on the jury. I have diligence that I need to do, but we can come up with a pseudonym. You can use your number, whatever you feel most comfortable with. We will figure it out. It is incredibly important, ladies and gentlemen. I believe something has gone terribly wrong in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. It may have involved outside influence on the jury, or the jury being subjected to outside influence. Either of those things is enough to reach the manifest necessity standard, at least to make an argument as to what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding double jeopardy being waived or it gets voided and then you can retry. If there was extraneous influence, if there was outside discussion jurors were having, something has gone very, very wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, something has gone very, 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 very wrong. Now, hold on. Now, I have another interview with this juror, I think it was last night, from CBS Boston, which I'm also going to show. I'm just getting it in my YouTube history. Now, that juror last night gave a prolonged interview outside her home. It was actually 10 minutes. We're going to listen to that next. It was with local news. So I'm not going to be able to get my towel lunch until the top of the hour. Oh, goodness. The juror, the one who was interviewed last night and we're listening to now, apparently was saying on WBZ last night that she thought John got knocked out of his shoes and went into the house. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm worried this jury was compromised. Folks, we got to figure this out. This is very important. Jurors, again, I'm not going to reach out to you. If you were a deliberating juror or a juror on that trial and you saw something that was deeply concerning and you want to reach out to me, Grant Smith Ellis at proton.me. Okay, I will preserve your anonymity. I have a track record of being able to do that in multiple different disciplines across regulatory compliance reporting related to state government, across federal probes. I know what I'm doing. I will protect you, and I will not report anything without your permission. However, if this has happened, this is incredibly, incredibly concerning, and I think some of the interviews we've seen from this juror, who might have been, what was it, juror 11 or 17, 17. This was 11. There was juror 17, juror 4. They've all been saying similar talking points. I'm concerned there was an operation here or something happened. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel is on alert. I can't even get my lunch because we have to watch this interview. Then we're going to watch the full 10-minute interview from this juror last night with local news. Oh my goodness, you don't understand.
Something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take this stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time show herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was
ladies
going
and gentlemen,
on.
just in, this juror, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing news right now. This is from Drunk Starfish on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing news right now that as of last night, this juror did have an alternate account. It was not the one that may have been found earlier today, but an alternate account may exist. Stay with me, little towels. I'm going to bring it up on your screen right now. I'm breaking in for this. Drunk Starfish, what a wonderful name. Drunk Starfish on Twitter is reporting this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm bringing it up right now. Stay with me, little towels. Stay with me. I'm monitoring. I'm being an attentive towel. There is a lot going on. It's happening very rapidly. It's happening very quickly. I'm doing my best to bring you the latest towel developments as they occur in real time. So we're taking a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take a look at this account. We need to take a look and confirm whether or not this was indeed true. Okay, so apparently the juror did have an alternate account. It was called at SERAGELDINA Paula. Oh my goodness. So it wasn't the one that was found earlier. It may have been another one. Oh goodness. Give me the eyes emojis. Wide eye emoji. I can't believe this is happening. You're seeing, I thought we were done. We are not done. I cannot believe this is happening. Something is going seriously wrong. I think this is all happening now. I imagine the people who need to know are being talked to, because clearly people are trying to talk to me. So I'm telling you, something's going on. Something is going on, ladies and gentlemen. Something is going on. Grab your towels. Grab your towel, friends. We may not get it this minute, this moment, this hour. Something's coming, though. Something's coming. I can feel it in my towel bones. I can feel it in all 7 of my towel bones. I only have 7 of them. We found this out the other day as well. Okay, so I have this here. I'm going to bring this up. Give me 1 second, little towels. I have this for you right here. Going to bring it up over Karen's smirking face. She is not a towel. She is a Karen. She is a stainless steel surface, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so where is this? Let me bring this up right here. I realize I have to go get my lunch. I know. I can't go right now. I have to do this. You don't understand how important this is, ladies and gentlemen. Let me zoom in like a good little towel. Okay, zoom in more. No, give me even more zoom. Even the people demand zoom. You don't understand. They can't read the text unless it's very large. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, per breaking Drunk Starfish overnight, this juror that we were just watching, Paula Sergaladin, juror number 11 in the Karen Reed trial, already knows, this is a report, this is not me, already knows she's about to be held in contempt of court for juror fraud and deletes one of her X accounts. The X account in question, now one of her accounts, EU Paula Prado, is still up, okay? Another one of her accounts, Sergelina, SERAGELDIN Paula, was around since August of 2017 but is now deleted. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the people that account followed before it was deleted were the @free Karen Reed account, free_Karen_Reed, and Turtle Boy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like that account, Sergelina Paula, had a very similar style to the true crime lover description account for EU Paula Prado. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman may have had 2 accounts. The first one, which is now deleted, is called SERAGELDIN Paula, created August 2017. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. There it is. Game, set, match. It's over. If that account was following those people during the trial and was active, it's over. It's the exact same description as her EU Paula Prado account. Literally the same. One of them was created in, hold on, we'll see. One of them was created in August of 17, and then when was this other account created? Ooh, we don't even know. Was this you? Yes, it was also created in August of 2017. Oh my dear God. She created both in the same month and only deleted the Sergelina Paula account? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this can't be. How has it happened, ladies and gentlemen? Good job, Drunk Starfish. Dear God, dear friend, you are, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, there's some stuff. Listen, people are going to be reporting a lot of stuff today. I want to let you know that Towel has already, there's something that's going to be coming from Towel, perhaps. So I know a lot of other people are reporting stuff, but until we can get it confirmed, unless I speak to someone directly. Wow, Stacey Gardner, please make sure to forward those to me if you can, or if you want to send them. Grant Smith Ellis at Proton. Hold on, let me get you the exact email. I think it's proton.me. Grant Smith Ellis at proton.me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to send stuff to me today, I now have a direct email that's very secure. Proton.me. Grant Smith Ellis at proton, proton.me. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot coming in. I have the following list for Sergelina Paulo. The account was following Christina Rex, along with the other accounts. Christina Rex, Penny, WBZ, NBC 10 Boston reporter Alicia Palumbo, NBC 10 Howie Carr, Free Karen Reed account. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to get them. This is incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely incredible. This may be happening in real time. Goodness, until I can confirm it, though, directly, ladies and gentlemen, until I can confirm it from within that deliberation room, we are only reporting this as reports on social media. So whether it's bloggers like Cater Aiden or whatever, all of these are just reports. I don't know who Drunk Starfish is. That's why I'm saying this is reported by Drunk Starfish. You all need to understand, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to take a look at this interview. I think something that is going to be said in this interview, ladies and gentlemen, is about a movement inside the courthouse. So we're going to finish what we were listening to. But just be aware, listen, if you are listening to this stream, you should know that one of the jurors did indeed have an alt account on Twitter created in the same month as their main account. Sergelina Paula is the account that was deleted. You can find that, ladies and gentlemen. I just retweeted the post on X. Some of the other accounts followed by the alt account that is now deleted. Better O Law, David Unetti, Mark Rendazza, Boston Globe, Larry Foreman, the DUI guy, lawyer you know. And there's even more, I'm sure, that are going to be incoming. We need to watch this interview on Dateline. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how this has happened. I don't know what is going to become of this. Something is very, 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 very wrong. Sound the towel alarm. Call your friends. Call your family. Something is going on. I don't know when there's going to be movement on it. I don't know when it's going to happen. I can sense it. I'm telling you, I'm going to get a source from in that jury room. I'm not going to pursue them. They will end up reaching out to me. I'm telling you, something's coming. It's more than inductive reasoning. I can feel it. I have that sense in my soul. Let's listen.
And after a while, I admired that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us I think saw it, like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything, and I had no clue.
Oh, she slipped up. She said there was a movement inside the courthouse. Oh no. Oh, this jury was compromised. Oh no. Oh, dear God. Dear God. Dear God. Oh, dear God. They saw stuff outside the courthouse. They knew there were people there. She slipped up and said there was a movement inside the courthouse and then said outside. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is very serious. No wonder why no one's talking. No wonder why Hank hasn't put out a statement. Oh, my dear God, this may be a very serious situation. This could be as serious as possible. And I have other information I haven't confirmed. I'm still waiting for, you can reach out to me where this is going to happen. Something is bad. Something is rotten in the state of Massachusetts. Oh, no. Oh, no. The one thing no one wanted to happen after this it was supposed to end. Ladies and gentlemen, it was supposed to end. Instead, it could be the worst possible scenario. Oh, no, little towels. Oh, no. Oh, no.
As we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had no clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly...
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. Well, why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the GA.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, listen, something's gonna happen. Listen, I am demanding, personally, just me, I'm demanding something be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not well suited to investigate what has happened. We will not investigate it. But ladies and gentlemen, something needs to be done. For the integrity of the justice system, this cannot stand. Something must be done. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. Hank didn't stand a chance. It wasn't that Hank did a bad job. The Free Karen Reed movement got in the jury, I think. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Listen, jurors, if you were not part of that, if you got bullied by these people, you know you can reach out to me. This is very serious. The verdict does not necessarily have to be final. If manifest necessity is reached, double jeopardy can be waived. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Double jeopardy can be waived. You don't understand. Maybe some of you do. If there was extraneous influence on the jury, or if jurors lied or were listening to the case or knew about the first trial, you don't understand. That's external influence. You don't need it to have been by the defense team. Just external influence can create manifest necessity. You can set aside the verdict. It can lead to contempt of court. It can lead to charges of jury fraud. Oh, my dear God, you don't understand. This is a very serious situation. I'm trying to explain in the most simplified, concise terms, in a non-alarmist manner, this built up over 3 days, that I think we're heading in a very, very serious direction with this case. I cannot believe this juror went on Good Morning America. Did you do this live? You let this juror went on... oh my God, 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 I can't believe you did this. Why did you do this? Who exposed, why did you, it was 72 hours, you couldn't wait, you exposed this right away? I can't believe this, I can't believe this, I can't believe this.
have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even like accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were like gesture. Making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Very interesting, Paula.
If you didn't hear what I just said, if you want to send the Wayback Machine to someone, send it to Murder by Maestro. He will know what to do with it. Oh my God! I'm worried. I'm worried this was an operation. It was a Hollywood operation. They got in the jury. Oh no! I know I was muted. I am muted. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. Hi, Lottie. It's very possible this jury was compromised. We have very serious situations going on. This is an actively developing situation. Listen, I have to play something over lunch, okay? I'm realizing as new juror clips come in, we'll keep watching them. I need to play the Kohberger tape over lunch because I need an hour to go get my lunch and get my cheeseburger. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten today. I know how serious this is. I'm a single-man operation, a single towel operation. This is a public information service. I don't have, maybe Harvard Yard will be able to come on after lunch or something, but I don't have anyone that I can just trust implicitly to just do this. So I have to do it by myself, which means for the next 20 to 30 minutes while I get lunch, I'm going to play the Kohberger police video. Now, please be aware, if you're waiting for Karen Reed news, it's kind of like any other news day. I can't control when the news is going to happen. I'm here to report it to you when it does happen. So let's think of this more like a rolling news channel than a specific stream today. Now, Jew Drops has been waiting all day for this Kohberger video. I am not going to deny her this Kohberger video. Kiki and Riri, hello, you are super towels. Make sure to give your mom a hug. But also, I'm just not going to deny Jew Drops this video. You don't understand. She has been waiting. We are going to watch it. Now, I put this together, Jew Drops, but I got it from YouTube. It took me a while to actually download it. But I put this together from a YouTube channel that was really well done. And, yep, don't worry. I'm going to get my lunch, little towels. I just have to zoom out here. Hold on. I got to play this video for you, and I know you're going to be friendly with each other as we wait for news to break. But what I'm going to look for now is I'm going to look for the video that I got of the Kohberger interrogation. It's really good. It's very interesting. It's a sensitive subject matter, and I want you to learn a little bit about this DoorDash driver because this is very interesting. The DoorDash driver in the Kohberger case alleges that she was actually at the scene, at the Kohberger scene, when Brian Kohberger arrived after 4 a.m. I think it was November of 2022, November 13th of 2022, at a house in Moscow, Idaho, about 20 miles where he was away from where he was studying as a criminology student at University of Washington at Pullman. And what you're going to see in this, ladies and gentlemen, is the DoorDash driver who had dropped off an order around the time that Kohberger is alleged to have committed the murder of 4 roommates to one of those people around 4 a.m. Now, this driver was pulled over a few months later or whatnot and was suspected of OUI drugs. During the interrogation, they just sua sponte started talking about how they were the DoorDash driver in the Kohberger case. And interestingly, they ended up getting a very low-level plea deal. They ended up getting a very low-level plea deal, the DoorDash driver, to like a negligent driving charge. So we're going to listen to this. It's about an hour. Please take the time if you're interested in the Kohberger case. Yes, so we're going to watch this. Now, the reason why we're watching it is I can't make news developments happen related to the Reed case. Do I think something's coming? Especially you, my dear friend Allie Towell, know that I'm not being hyperbolic. Something very big might be coming. But I can't make it happen, so we're going to watch this while I'm waiting for news and I go get my towel cheeseburger. God bless all of you who sent towel donations. Thank you so much for your help. I'm going to go get my towel cheeseburger. If you want to support Towel Stream, you know how to do it. Don't send donations if you already sent them. God bless your friends. Let's listen to this. Oh, that's right. And the other juror did say that the jurors could hear the pink mob. So that is interesting. Very interesting.
You have to testify in which murder?
Murder case for the college girl.
Oh.
I'm doing this for myself right now. I'm trying to make sense.
Okay, I've got a weird feeling of deja vu watching this police video. Seemingly like I've seen it before, but I know I'm looking at something important for the first time today that will likely be watched many times over by a lot of people following the case of Brian C. Kohberger.
You have to testify in which murder?
Murder case for the college girl.
Oh.
I'm doing this for myself right now. I'm trying to make sense.
Yes, you heard this woman right if you heard what I heard. This woman said through sniffles and panicked, troubled breaths, and then now I have to testify in the big murder case here because I'm the DoorDash driver. So she's saying she's the DoorDash driver who delivered that DoorDash order to Xana Kernodle that fateful night. Or was it more like that fateful morning? November 13th, 2022. So the officer interviewing this woman, she seems stunned, dazed, and confused as she asks for further clarification. So then the woman in question answers her. So yeah, the murder case of the college girls? I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him. Whoa, this is blowing people away. Where did she park? Next to Brian. Was it behind the house? Was she right next to his white Elantra? She saw Brian. Did she see his face? Everything's going around YouTube now with all these possibilities of what this woman witnessed. Now, the original video credit, as far as I can tell through my fever dream research today, goes to Officer Axon. So please go over there and subscribe to their YouTube channel. I've linked to it below. And a big thank you to all the people who alerted me about this body cam video today via Twitter. It's still Twitter to me. Or sent me a text, and thank the Lord I found what I believe to be the original body-worn camera video, so I could credit the proper person who likely requested this via a public record. I hope I have the originator, because so many copies are floating around. But this video is going viral because of the shocking claims the woman who I will only call Molly, I'll just call her Molly, she makes after being stopped by police on September 4th, 2024. Now, according to Officer Axon, deputies with the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, a sheriff's department in Colfax, Washington, stopped a truck for expired registration. An officer named Officer Carpenter in Pullman, Washington, later joined the traffic stop. You'll hear all the brouhaha. It's a bunch of controversy, the way some of these officers reacted.
You took a pain pill recently? She's gonna do the DUI. She hasn't done it for a while.
Yes, you want it, but it's yours if you want it.
We'll just do the possession of her. That's fine. The other way. Yeah.
And what's your name?
What are we doing?
What's your name?
What are we doing?
Well, I was going to ask you if you do some voluntary field sobriety tests.
I can do them, but I won't pass them.
Okay, why won't you pass them?
Because I have fibromyalgia, I have arthritis, I have a lot of issues with my body. It's very broken. I have nerve damage. I went through this with 40 last time.
Okay. So what's your name?
Molly. My boy has no ID. I'm trying to call my boyfriend. It's his truck. Jimmy. Jordan could be over again. Yeah, I'm in Walmart parking lot. The tags, and now they're DUI.
I'm just
DUI again.
510 stuff.
Same stuff. Can you get here, please?
Molly did tell me about taking a pain pill.
No, I'm not.
Tell you what kind
I'm
of
standing over here in Walmart parking lot. I was going to take
Molly?
you to the bathroom.
Did you say what type of pain pill it was? I'm sorry if I missed it. Was it a
It was a hydrocodone, yes.
Was it a 5 milligram or a 3?
No, it's 10 milligrams.
10
I
milligram.
don't
Okay.
have a 3. I've been on
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Or a 3. They don't.
I'm sorry. I don't know my pain pills.
I think after that leg thing, you'd be really familiar.
No, I tried to use ibuprofen and
This is two different.
There's no way.
Jimmy, this is two different ones. Jordan's not talking to me. Please. Are you coming?
Hey, Molly, I
I'm on
kind of
the
need your
porch.
attention.
I know. I'm just. He's coming. He has stage 4 and cancer. He's dying. He's coming.
Can he drive?
He's having his friend drive him. He doesn't. Or no, he's probably. Are you bringing the Subaru? Okay, he's bringing the car. Yes, he can legally drive.
All right, Molly. Hey, we got time limit, okay? So can we do
I know.
So can you hang up the phone real quick?
Why can't I
can tell.
I told him.
I mean, he knows where you are, and he's headed this way. There's not a whole lot of
I would
reason.
like to keep him on the phone.
You can put it on your car.
Here, I can hold it.
No, I just want to keep him on the phone. Just
put it on speaker.
That's all I want to do, okay? That's it.
You can just put it on the hood.
I'm putting you on the hood of the car, okay? They're going to try making me. I got to try and do this Friday thing again.
Okay, well, I'll stay quiet. Let it do it. You're okay, babe.
I told him that I can't do it.
You know you're fine. You know you're sober. You know you're okay. Don't worry. I know you just trigger everything. Oh my God.
I do this crap. Please hurry.
Okay, Molly, you want to put that on the hood so we can get started? And sooner it's started, sooner it's over, okay?
It's not my truck, officer. It's his truck.
So the meth in here is not yours?
What meth?
I'll be right there.
What are you talking about?
The drugs.
What drugs?
Anyway, the 43-year-old driver of the truck, Molly, was suspected of driving under the influence of prescription medications. So the decision was made that Officer Carpenter would handle this DUI investigation. So eventually the woman was arrested for DUI. She was transported to the Pullman police station, even though we can later hear, if you watch the body cam, she did blow a 0 for alcohol. Therefore, there was a drug recognition expert, the DRE, who was called in to interview this woman. Her goal was to determine if there were any other substances or medical conditions making Molly act the way she was acting.
Making the to search my truck.
Okay.
What drugs?
No, I was just clarifying.
What drugs?
If there was drugs, they're not yours, right? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Jesus. He's coming.
So
Okay,
the
Mom.
drugs are not yours. Just clarify.
There's still drugs in there.
Okay. There's no drugs. You know that for a fact.
Yeah. It's not my truck.
Okay. Wait. You don't know. Okay.
It's not my truck. I can't. God damn it.
Let's just take a step away from the bumper of the car so you're not leaning on it. All right.
I'm not leaving.
Okay, perfect. And just look right at me. Molly, I'm not going to make you walk. I'm not going to make you lift a leg. We have other tests we can do, okay?
Great.
All right. So I need you to stand with your feet together. Okay. Arms flat down by your sides for me. All right. Do you wear contacts or glasses?
I do.
You do, and you're not wearing them right now?
I have my contacts in.
You have your contacts in. Okay. And
They're really dry.
Okay. Any medications other than the hydro that you took?
I took a hydro. Did you take cold medicine?
Cold medicine? Okay. When did you take the hydro? Ish.
I don't even know what time it is now.
Me neither. 7 p.m.
Can I look at my phone and see when I was home?
No, that's okay. If you can hazard a guess, it doesn't really make a huge difference.
That's the problem. It was... God damn it. I think, wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
Okay, what about the cold medicine? Did you take the hydro and the cold medicine at the same time?
Cold medicine.
Okay. Anything else? You take a multivitamin?
No.
Okay.
Not even my iron.
Not even a women's daily?
Nope.
Come on, Molly.
No, I don't.
We gotta take our vitamins here. Okay, so I need you to stand with your feet together for me, please.
I take other stuff because I have an immune deficiency. Okay. I ended up in a coma.
Okay. Kratom or anything like that? Okay.
I take specific ones because they help with my immunity. It's my lungs. I was in a coma.
Okay. All right.
Years ago.
All the way up for me, hands by your sides.
Damn it, Jimmy, get here, please.
I'll get there.
Okay. And can you look at me, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I need you to remain in that position until I tell you to move, okay?
I will try very best.
So I need you to look at the tip of my pen and follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and only your eyes, okay? Don't move your head at all.
Mm-hmm. Mikey, hush.
Can you turn your head straight for me?
Sorry.
There we go. Alright. So you can stay in that position for this next one. Give me just a second. My kids took my watch off the charger, so I'm going to have to improvise. Okay, Molly. So for this next one, same position. I want you to tip your head back and close your eyes when I tell you to begin. You don't have to do it quite yet. Okay? Tip your head back, close your eyes, and estimate the passage of 30 seconds. When I tell you to begin, you don't have to start yet. Molly, you can look at me. We're not starting yet.
I know. I'm just waiting for you to tell me.
Okay. So when I tell you to begin, you're going to tip your head back, close your eyes, and estimate the passage of 30 seconds. When you've hit 30 seconds, you're going to look back at me, okay? All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, I'm not going to demonstrate that one for obvious reasons. Okay.
This one's just fine.
All right, you can begin. All right.
Fast.
Real fast. Why would you think that?
Last time I got it perfect, so usually I don't get it right second time.
How'd you count?
In my head.
Well, I got that. What did it sound like in your head?
1, 2, 3.
All right. And you're saying your body is in no condition to do any walking or standing or balancing?
All my
it's up to you.
joints are all messed up. My knees dislocate, my hips dislocate. I can't walk.
Okay.
Like everybody else.
I want to give you a fair shot if you got it.
Yeah, I have my keys. That's what you put the truck key on. Is Aaron there?
I'll try to get hold of him.
Okay, Molly.
Great.
Molly, at this time you are under arrest for DUI, okay? I believe you're under the influence. Go ahead and turn around, put your hands behind your back for me, please.
Please, can you put my phone? He's coming to get the truck.
Who is?
My boyfriend is his truck.
Oh. Well, this is the second time that you've been arrested for DUI out of it.
You said I wasn't arrested last time.
You were.
Oh, great.
We're still waiting on blood results from that one.
I know.
So,
I know.
is there anything illegal in the truck?
Hey, Molly.
I want my truck.
Okay.
Let me get through a couple of...
We're going to go ahead and run a canine around it. If it alerts to the presence of narcotics in it, it'll be seized pending the application of the search warrant. You understand that?
You need to talk to my boy. Jay, did you hang up the phone?
No.
No, I'm here.
Are you
I wouldn't worry about it. Jimmy, we're going to tow your truck, so don't worry about coming and getting it.
Molly.
I'm towing it this time.
Hey, Molly, you gotta pay attention to me for a minute.
I'm listening.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Okay,
You have the
well,
right
we're
to
gonna
an
tow it.
attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you at no cost if you desire. Okay, and you can choose to exercise these rights at any time. You have the right to have that attorney present before you answer any questions or make any statements. Okay, and you can choose at any time to decline to make any statements or to request an attorney. Do you understand, Molly?
What I'm going to do right now...
Okay, and you are being audio and video recorded. It is 7:25 on Wednesday, September 4th.
Therefore, that would make...
Okay. Do you have anything on you that's going to poke, stick, or cut me? Okay. Do you have anything in the car that you want to go to jail with you?
No, I want my stuff to go in the truck.
Okay, do you want your phone to go with you, or do you want your phone to go in the truck?
I want my phone to go in the truck because I want my husband to have it.
Okay. But he just said the truck's probably getting towed. So, do you want the phone?
What do I do?
I would want my phone if I were you, so I could call for a ride if I end up needing one.
He's arrested.
Well, you're very clearly under the influence, Molly.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, go ahead and widen your stance a little bit for me. I want to make sure you don't have anything sharp on you. Okay, as much as you can. Okay, I know, I still gotta check. It'd be crazy if I didn't check, right? I still gotta do my job. Solomon 4581 in custody, also. Can you generate a DUI and attach Paul Nine's vehicle and driver?
Oh, God.
Here, turn around this way for me just a little bit so that way I don't have to turn you so much, okay? I'll get all of those, okay? You need what?
You need in front.
In front? Yeah, I can put them in front. Give me just a second to get these coins, okay? Can you take a step back so I can get the coins?
We can go from there. That sounds good, Jimmy?
Okay. Alright, let me get the coins before I forget about them, and then I'll put them in front.
Now, per Officer Axon, it was also revealed that this was her second DUI arrest in 9 months. So it's kind of hard to hear. The woman is asking, have you been in trouble before? And it kind of sounds like Molly saying, this is my first time in trouble. But I don't know. She looks away. She doesn't want to look at the officer. She doesn't show her face much, which is a good thing since she's a big witness, if true, in a big trial coming up. But she was eventually given a citation with a mandatory court appearance, and she was released. So she only stayed there kind of like late, I think, until around midnight. The time you see in the corner is advanced time, so it's actually not as late as some people are thinking. That's why it actually happened on September 4th, 2024. Molly's case is still open, and all suspects are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, just like Brian Koberger.
I'm gonna come looking for you, Jimmy. Huh?
Thank you. So, backs, same ways in the back. There you go. Perfect.
I just want to see if people are going to take ownership. That's my. When doing my job, right, I like to see if people are going to take ownership, or if they're denying, then I back them into a corner. Okay? So,
nerve damage, she wanted him in front.
Yeah, he did it for me last night. I couldn't walk him back there.
I know
you gotta get some help, girl.
I don't even have anything to do with Justin anymore, or any of them.
You gotta get help with drugs.
Molly, you sure you don't have any needles on you?
No, I don't have anything here.
Okay. Because I'm breastfeeding the baby. I really don't want to get stuck. Okay.
We're waiting on the flood right now.
Oh, God.
Experienced drug user or dealer. Does that sound accurate?
Okay, we're going to go to my car. I'm right behind.
Jimmy! I know, but I need to know where he wants me to use my phone and my keys.
Well, that's up to you.
Yeah, they're your
I know, I would like to talk to him. He's on my phone.
You can talk to him after. Right now, you
I
don't
know,
have
but we're not
permission.
going to leave until we have your phone and your keys. I'm not going to leave without your property.
I don't know. I'm going to take my phone with me because he can't drive the Subaru without them.
He can drive the Subaru without your phone, though.
Yeah.
And if you end up needing the keys, then one of them will bring me the keys.
Jimmy!
We'll just solve our problems.
Yeah. Let's go back to our car. You can talk to him in a second.
Please, just let me talk to him. Why?
Sounds like he's having a real fun conversation with your boyfriend, so I'm going to leave him alone.
This is my phone! That's my phone. It's not his phone. I don't know what car I'm going to.
The Pullman one. I realized I didn't tell you that. So.
What do you want? Gun up your dog?
He was going to get my tongue in my body.
I don't understand that. You're going to have to speak English.
I'm trying. I need to talk to him, please. Why are you not letting me talk to him?
He's not in the you don't have the right to talk to him.
Well, so last time you let me talk to him.
Hey, Molly, put your hands on the car so I can get it unlocked and get you to sit down.
So last time you let me talk to him.
I see that. You've already talked to him.
Yeah.
Okay? You've already let me talk to him. You're talking through the whole process.
Molly, what's right here?
Right?
Oh, yeah, that's just the straight down. All right, have a seat.
Can I explain a ticket to her real quick?
Oh, yeah. He's going to explain your ticket real quick. Let's get you up there. Come on out. Alright, then we're going to come right through here. Okay, other side, please. Someone open the door in here. And then you can go have a seat in that chair, okay? Jesus.
Alcohol or drugs? Alcohol or drugs?
Drugs. Pullman 458 case number and time of custody. Do you do Drager for drug anyway?
No. Yeah. So no, and is it just flat out DUI? They need all their implied consent and all that stuff.
Okay, so Molly, this next bit is really long. Okay, so I need you to pay attention, and I can reread it if you need me to, but I can't clarify anything. The state wants it read exactly as it's written, okay? Alright. Warning, you are under arrest for RCW 46-61-502 or RCW 46-61-504, driving or being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or drugs. Further, you are now being asked to submit to a test of your breath, which consists of 2 separate samples of your breath taken independently to determine alcohol concentration. You are now advised that you have the right to refuse this breath test, and that if you refuse, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be revoked or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 1 year, and your refusal to submit to this test may be used in a criminal trial. Do you acknowledge that I've read that to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you now submit to a breath test?
But people have given further credence to this woman, indeed possibly being the Idaho 4 much talked about DoorDash driver, because similar initials, MM, are listed in a court document with DoorDash in parentheses after those initials. There's a supplemental disclosure document dated March 3rd, 2025, in the case of the state of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger, and it states, this disclosure states that there are 49 devices and digital data sets, that this witness will testify there is no connection between Mr. Koberger and any of the following individuals. MM, we know that's Maddie Mogan. KG, we know that's Kaylee Gonzalez. XK, we know that's Xana Kernodle. EC, that would be Ethan Chapin. DM, that's Dylan Mortensen. BF, Bethany Funk. And then we have JD, JS, some of the ex-boyfriends. Then we have MM, and they put DoorDash in parentheses after that MM, not to be confused with Maddie Mogan, or EG or EA.
Okay. So you can do this standing up or sitting down, whichever is easiest for you. What I need is for you to wrap your lips around this tube and blow into it as hard as you can, for as long as you can, okay, until I yank the tube out, okay? Keep going, don't stop on your own, and don't suck back in, because that counts it as a refusal. Okay? Okay, big deep breath in, and just try to breathe out tough and steady, okay? You don't have to, as hard as you can. Okay, big deep breath in. Sorry, I need my nose straight. Okay. And go. And blow out. Okay, keep going, keep going. Almost there, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Good job. Almost done. Almost done. Perfect. Perfect. Beautifully done. We do that one more time and then you're done. Okay. You want tissue for your nose? Yeah, just keep it away from your mouth as much as you can, okay? Here you go. Okay. And deep breath in, same as last time. Okay. And blow. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Almost done. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. All done. I've had college kids with perfectly great lungs have a much harder time with that, so you crushed it. And I know that was not easy, so I appreciate it. I need your shoes off and in this bucket, please. If you can't reach down and grab them, if that's super hard, you can leave them right there. Not the end of the world. Yes, please. 2 copies, please. Okay. So here are your alcohol breath results that confirm you have not had any alcohol to drink, which was never in question. Okay, so you get a copy of this. You also get a copy of your request for DUI hearing form. Okay. This is your beautifully printed infraction from Jordan. Okay, I'm going to put that in your property. Along with your driver's license and your registration. Okay. Your Safeway receipt. And your change. But I'm going to count the change in front of you before I put it in there. Okay. You have 4 pennies, a quarter, and a nickel. So 4, 9, oh gosh, 34 cents. Are we counting the same? Am I missing something? My math off? Okay. Hey, you wearing a belt? No. Alright. If I leave your scrunchie in your hair, are you going to try to hang yourself with it? Okay. Well, I have to ask for a reason. Okay. Alright, Molly, so we're going to go right back in that cell A there. That's going to be yours. So this is a holding facility, not a jail. So you can be here for a max of 6 hours while I get my paperwork done. Okay? Max of 6 hours. I'm still waiting on Jordan to drop your phone back off, but once he does, it'll be placed in your property. Okay? And you can take the water with you. Do you want a blanket? Okay. I mean, it's definitely not going to hurt anything. And oh, and I'm also going to put a copy of your notice of hearing in there too. Okay. So make sure you're in Pullman tomorrow. For that, okay? You're fine. I'm gonna give you that too. Sorry. Yeah, Hey Molly, my name's Heidi Lambley. I'm a police officer with the city of Pullman. I am audio and video recording. It is 20:51 hours on September 4th, 2024. Could you come out and can I talk with you for a bit? Come out and I can explain. You can bring the blanket if you'd like. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. Okay, so I know that Officer Carpenter read you your constitutional rights. I'm just going to read them to you again. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights? Okay. So, Molly, the reason why they call me is because I specialize in drug impairment, and I get a lot of extra training and learn about different issues that can mimic drug impairment, including medical conditions, and I've evaluated numerous people. Some I have found to be under the influence of drugs, some I have found to be impaired by medical conditions, and some I have found to not be impaired at all. My understanding is that you were arrested for DUI tonight, and that you have a ton of medical conditions. I was curious if you would be willing to talk with me about what's going on, and let me look at some things like your eyes, your vital signs, things like that. Is that something that you would be willing to do? Just you what? Okay. Did you have questions for me? I'm scared. I have PTSD. What's going on with your stomach?
It feels like I have it also. They call it an MS hug, but I'm not sure.
What they call a what?
We looked it up, and some people call it an MS hug.
An MS hug?
Yeah. And it just feels like sometimes feels there's too many ribcage.
Okay.
It hurts really bad. There's looking at it.
And it happens to you when you're stressed out?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is your first time in trouble? Okay. It is definitely stressful. I have seen this happen quite a bit. But, like,
at the end of the day, you are going to go home, and our goal is to make sure people are safer on the roadways.
I wasn't trying crazy. We over my dad's.
Okay. Who pulled you over?
Jordan.
Okay. So, do you think officers arrested you because of your medical conditions, or did you actually use drugs?
I told them that I took a pain pill quite a while over my back.
Okay.
I've been on them for years and years. So my parents, no problem.
Well, one of the officers also expressed that they believed you're under the influence of stimulants. Did you take a stimulant today?
I took my chromosomes when I had an immune system deficiency. I get sick and it gets bad really quick. When I was in 2003, I was all of a sudden sick, and then within 24 hours, I was put in a drug induced coma. My right body was completely filled with fluid. My left body was completely filled with fluid. My temperature level got over 99 until I was halfway to Spokane, Oregon.
Okay.
I have to watch my health pretty careful.
You have to watch your what?
I have to watch my health pretty careful.
Okay. What medical conditions do you have?
I have arthritis, I have fibromyalgia, I have CMA.
Yes, so you have arthritis.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay.
My joints are always dislocating. I also, my upper shoulders and arms, I forget what it's called, but they, basically they get a blood flow and then your veins to my arms.
Okay.
Because my chest is too large. It's cut up and hurts. I don't work right all the time.
Did a doctor diagnose that, or?
My doctor includes yes, all diagnosis.
Okay.
I have PTSD. I have depression. I have insomnia. My husband was murdered in front of me. He was shot 9 times. Girlfriend.
Where did that happen?
In Moscow.
In Moscow?
Yep.
When was that?
Really? I never really.
Who was your husband?
Charles McMichael. He was shot and twisted.
Hmm.
And then now I have to testify. Big part of his too, so yeah, because I'm a Buddhist driver, so yeah.
You have to testify in which murder?
Murder case for the college girl.
Oh.
My daughter's favorite software. Very nice job.
Indeed, Molly sounds like she has definitely been through a lot of trauma when you watch the body cam coming up, having experienced this tragic death of her husband and a lot of other unfortunate events she describes, even though it's very difficult to understand her at times, so I've enhanced the audio the best I could. But the line that stands out the most, the one everyone's talking about, is when Molly claims she has to testify again. This time in the big murder case of the college girls. So she says college girls. She doesn't quite say, and Ethan. But the authority responds and just says, oh, and leaves it at that, leaving only the sounds and the sights of her scribbling on her, pad of paper in the pregnant air. It's like she can't believe she's talking to this woman and what this woman has just confessed.
Okay. So you think it's all of those issues that make it look like you're under the influence of drugs? Okay. Molly, how do you spell your first name? And do you have a middle initial? And then how do you spell? And when's your birthday? 12/29/80. Okay. And do you have a Washington driver's license? Idaho. Where do you currently live?
My boyfriend, I know the address, I explained it to her, but I down my parents' address, my own address is 40 years old.
Where do your parents live?
Awesome.
Okay. So how long have you taken the pain pill that you took? You said you've been taking it for years?
I don't know, medication for years.
For how many years?
The city starting. I went to Rock first, and then having my husband died, so that was in 13. I started on
Hydrocodone? Okay. So was it a You what? And so was it a hydrocodone that you took? Okay. So you didn't take any blues or fentanyl or anything like that? And how long ago did you take the hydrocodone? A while ago. Was it morning time or later? Afternoon time. Without looking, what time do you think it is? And what is today's date? You don't know?
It was Wednesday.
What have you eaten today and when?
I had a can of chicken soup, and said she was probably before I left the house.
So you've just had one can of soup today?
Yeah, I'm going to be on the stomach. It's really upset. And I start one up.
Okay.
I drink my colors.
What have you had to drink today and when?
I have had a coffee from that daily grind. I have had a coffee from frappuccino one with all the sugar in it. and had, pipe, and a little water.
How long did you sleep for last night?
Last night I heard everybody telling me I was reaching to sleep.
When did you last sleep? How long? Oh, I'm sorry? How long did you sleep for? So, are you injured at all? No injuries. And your illnesses include fibromyalgia.
Depression, I'm very cold. I've been through a lot.
You have what?
I've been through a lot.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Been through a lot.
Been through a lot. Are you diabetic?
No.
Do you take insulin for any reason? Are you epileptic?
No.
Do you have any physical impairment? Are you under the care of a doctor or dentist? Okay. Who is the doctor that you were?
Doctor retired. I had a hard time because I hadn't found any doctor yet. We were working on it.
Who was your last doctor?
Sandy,
Sandy?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? And is that Sandy last name or first name?
Sandy Schwartzman.
Schwartzman. Doctor or a nurse practitioner?
She was a nurse practitioner.
So aside from the hydrocodone that you had today that you've taken for years, what else have you had?
Cold medicine this morning.
What type of cold medicine?
It was Sudafed. I have to be careful of the coma. 2003. I was just fine within 24 hours. I was putting a just feeling sick with smoking 2 weeks on ventilator. You don't put me on anything or anything. Lost 40 pounds. My right window completely flipped. My left one was starting to go. Pushed me out. It's so Pakistan. And then I got it. We're just so cancer. Be careful. There's something else.
Molly, could I get your pulse?
What am I supposed to do here? You're in trouble.
People all over the interwebs are debating what type of witness Molly will be once she takes...
So I just want to jump in here. That was really excellent. We're listening to Plunder True Crime, and I want to hear a little bit of their analysis, and then I'm going to jump back in.
...the stand and whether it will help or hurt the case. In the meantime, please go show love to Officer Axon, who I believe, in my opinion, might be the original content creator who first published this body cam video. I like to give credit where credit is due. So hopefully if he or she is the person who initiated this FOIA and received it, then kudos to you. 2 Peter 3:8-9. Nevertheless, do not let this one fact escape your notice, beloved, that with the Lord 1 day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like 1 day. The Lord does not delay as though he were unable to act, and is not slow about his promise, as some count slowness, but is extraordinarily patient toward you, not wishing for any to perish, but for all to come to repentance. So watch the rest of the video coming up, understand what you can understand, and I don't know. This is just, unfortunately, this is the problem when cases are delayed for years and years and years. Generally, you can't help but have information come out, and we're getting a fuller picture of everything of this case, many aspects of this case. Of course, the Dateline NBC thing, that was wow. And we have that Amazon Prime special coming up. I really like the fact that they're sticking up for the roommates, you know, saying they're being completely slandered. Of course, questions arise about why the 911 call came in so late. But, you know, I think people have taken it too far. They talk about these people being doxxed and photos of their home online. It seems very interesting. And then we know we have that book coming out next month, too. There's a lot coming out before this trial probably starts. But I still believe Brian Kohberger will get a fair trial, because you can always find jurors who have never heard of him. Thanks so much for watching.
Okay, so Molly, it's completely up to you on what you want to do. If you want to participate, tell me yes. If you don't want to participate, tell me no. Okay, so Molly, look at me. Can you look at me, please? Why can't you look at me? You just don't want to look. You can't even look at your boyfriend when what? When fighting or anything's going on, or just a lot of time. Okay. Dyslexia, I need something really bad inside. Okay. If I can't even get you to look at me, I don't know how we're gonna move forward. So I'm just gonna have you go sit back in the cell. Molly, it's very rare that I come across people that are having this many issues. I've never been in trouble. Okay. My brother died when I was 4 years old. That started the trauma. Suicides, rapes, like twice. I've been bleeding. I had multiple guys. Car accidents. No, I mean, no. Trust me, people don't call us when they're having a good day. In fact, we very rarely see people on a good day. I've seen trauma. I've experienced trauma. A shit ton of it. All right, I'm gonna have you go sit back in your cell. You're just gonna sit in the cell until they're ready to release you. Molly, do you have problems with tight spaces? Is that the issue? Oh, so Molly, I already know you've been arrested for DUI before.
He took me to the hospital, he gave me blowjobs, and he let me go.
That's an arrest for DUI.
He told me actually I wasn't under arrest. When I said I was under arrest, he said I wasn't. So yeah, I've been
Okay. Well, go ahead and you can head back into the cell.
Let's do your fingerprints, photographs, and get you out of here. Leave the blanket in there. Stand here with your back, middle of your back up against this blue wall.
Yeah, I'm scared.
That's alright. Just look straight ahead of this camera. Okay? Leave your body still, but turn your head all the way to the right. So, this way. Leave your body still.
Okay.
Turn your head all the way to the right. Look at that dot over there. See that red one?
Yeah. Turn my head that far.
That's as far as you can. Okay. Can you look back at this camera straight ahead? They had to retake that one. Okay? You good on both? Okay. Alright. I know Officer Carpenter went over all this paperwork with you, but I'm going to go over with you again just so you are well aware of all the different parts. This piece of paper is the criminal citation. I'll take a pen. Anytime someone is arrested, they get one of these, unless they get put in jail. So it has your information, where this all occurred, vehicle information, and the criminal charge, driving under the influence. Up on the top part is all the court information, but essentially what this part says is the next 15 days, they're going to be mailing you a packet of papers to this address. If that is incorrect, or you want your paperwork to go somewhere else, call the court. Their phone number, website, mailing address right here. Why it's important to have a good address is if they assign you a court date and send you paperwork about that and you don't show up, there'll be a warrant for your arrest. Let's see. So, as Officer Carpenter explained, you have court at 1 p.m. at that location, Pullman. You might on a Pullman day, so it's just across the parking lot. Okay, have to be there. Don't show up, there's a warrant for your arrest. This piece of paper is your right to a hearing. And so this is for the potential upcoming suspension of your license. If you'd like that opportunity, make sure you fill this out, send it in. Again, you only have 7 days from today to mail it in. That's your registration for the vehicle. Looks like this was maybe handed it to her or something. Oh no, this is the deputy. The deputy pulled you over. Looks like he issued you a citation for failing to renew your registration. Did he explain this to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Just remember, check 4 boxes. 1 of the 4 boxes, mail it in within 30 days. This is your copy of the breath ticket that detects alcohol. Just shows that you had all zeros, no alcohol in the system. Okay. Now that you got your property back, I just need a signature right here that we gave you everything that we're holding on to. Alright. Just grab you that, your paperwork, this door here without a window, you're going to push hard on it, push hard on the second door, and you'll be right in that lobby, and you can make phone calls for someone to pick you up. You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Hello. That was interesting. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here with you. Yes, I'm here with you, but I'm baffled. I'm baffled, folks. That was a very, very interesting interview, but I'm baffled by that driver and the context of how that came up. That was all just very strange. Very strange. She ended up getting a negligent driving or something from that. But I just don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of what's going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. There's just a lot of stuff going on. If you'd like to watch, I have the interview with the juror from last night, the nighttime interview in full. I'm going to bring that up for you right now. And I appreciate so many of you taking the time to be with me today. I don't know if we're going to stay live all day. I'm now realizing we're going to stay live for a bit, but I'm now realizing the weight of what's going on. It's all hitting me at once. I knew it. I have some work to do to confirm it, but it's all hitting me. You folks don't want to tune out from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. I'll tell you that right now. You will not want to do that. I'm telling you. I'm doing my best. I'm being a composed little towel, but I'm concerned. Concerned would be putting it lightly. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. So I'm going to look for this video of the juror. Hold on, I have the full thing. I think NBC 10 or somebody posted the full thing in the chat. I'm going to get it. Hold on. I have it here, Little Towels. I know I'm going to find it. It was the interview with the juror where she speaks for like 10 minutes and she's outside in the dark. Which one is it? No, it's not that one. Nope, that was the Today Show one. Hold on, I'm going to find it. So if you have the, folks, if you have the interview with the juror on, if you have the interview with the juror that was outside of her house last night, and by the way, I also need to talk to some of you. I need to talk to someone. This is quickly getting, like, at the limit of what I can handle. I wish I had, like, some help. I'm not talking necessarily to any of your towel friends. This is just like at the limit of what I can handle. So I don't know what to say. I'm like flabbergasted in some sense. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab this video for you of the juror speaking on their front lawn like late last night. There's a lot. Listen, there is a flurry of activity going on. Maybe it's possible we can do this. I mean, I understand there might be some jurors out there who are interested in talking to me. I just want you to understand, if you reach out to grantsmithellis@proton.me and you're interested in talking to me and you were a deliberating juror, I do have to take some steps to confirm that you are who you say you are. I obviously didn't write any descriptions down, but I was in the courtroom. So if you do reach out, it's not me insulting your integrity. I do have to confirm that you were in the courtroom. I mean, I don't know what to say right now. I don't know what to say. I think I'm lost for words. I think I started crying in the 7-Eleven. I don't know where this is going to go. I just hope it's not just me trying to figure it out. Like, I can't believe it would be just me. Like, we have to have some other people looking into this, but I mean, come on, folks. I'm getting a little, I don't know what to say about all this. But I'm looking for the full 10-minute nighttime interview with the juror, if anyone has it. CBS, I think, only posted 10 minutes of it. So if you have the full nighttime, yes, thank you, Diana Natale. If this is the full one, I'm looking for the 10-minute version. I think Diana Natale just found it for us. No, yes, this was it. I had it in my history. Thank you, Diana Natale. God bless you for that, friend. And I'm going to bring this over up on your screen right now, and you'll be able to take a look at the 10-minute interview with one of the jurors. And listen, I'm trying to compose my thoughts. I'm trying to explain this to you in the best way that I can. But, you know, some of us had some concerns, I think, rightfully so, over recent days. And I don't think those concerns are being assuaged right now. I think they're being heightened by some of these jurors going out and giving interviews. Now, listen, if we might potentially be able to do like juror interviews here, I don't know. Like, I don't know how it works. I need to be direct when I say, like, I don't think, like, I guess I could. I don't even know how it works. Like, say a juror's like, okay, so you can compensate me for the interview, but I'm just going to say what I'm going to say no matter what. Like, should I do that? Like, what, like, should I obviously have to confirm they were in the courtroom, but, like, how do I approach this stuff? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what, that's not what I'm prepared for. Like, I could do that, I suppose, but, like, I would need your help. Like, I don't know. Like, what do we do? I'm getting a lot of inquiries, and I'm not just going to report anything. I have to screen it. But let me tell you, I think some jurors want to talk to Little Towel, and that's okay. And I guess the part of the learning process here is like, okay, so why do people want to talk? What are they interested in? What am I comfortable with? What are my principles? What are my ethics? I'm not reaching out to any of them. They're pursuing me. You know, and I think it's very important. I think, would you all like me to do an interview with a juror? We may have to, like, I'm not a news network, but, you know, so, like, would you all like to do that? We might need, like a patron or something. Like, I don't know, if someone, like, we'd have to probably raise like I guess we could do a juror interview fund, but they can't, but that's very like TMZ. Like, I'm not going to approach a juror and be like, would you like to do an interview and do you want to be paid? But if a juror approached me and we're like, well, I want to do an interview, but like other networks pay, will you pay? Like, I guess I could do that like later this month, but I don't know. Do you all want me to interview a juror? Should it be just a juror who wants to be interviewed because of their principles? Like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I guess I didn't think about the weight of the emotional. I was listening to John DePietro. I didn't really think about the weight of the emotional toll of what putting myself out there like that was going to do. So, in order to get a juror interview, though, we might have to actually do like a fundraiser. All right, hold on, we'll do it. What's the best way to do it? Hold on. I think So if we're gonna do an actual juror fund like I guess I'd have to like start a fund, and then if they wanted it, so I don't know how that works though. Like, are other networks paying the jurors for the interviews? I imagine they are. Like, I imagine it's just someone being compensated for their time. No, I think I have to. I love my colleagues, but I have to do this alone. It's too sensitive. I have a duty to the sources. It's my burden to bear, and it's one that I will bear. I don't mind it. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm maybe some jurors don't. We got to determine how we feel about it. Like, if the interview is important. Do we want to, like, I'm willing to do it, I guess, if that's the norm and the standard. So if we feel like it won't be for towel, it would actually be for that. We'd have to put up some kind of fundraiser just for that purpose, and then I could, I guess, pay it out of that fundraiser if they want to be compensated. Maybe they don't. I don't know. This is hard for towel. Yeah, and I guess it might be easier talking with towel than a larger media outlet in some ways, but I gotta just decide. It's also more about you. Like, I don't have an outlet. I'm just an independent public information service. So oh, they got their own sources. Don't worry about my colleagues. They're doing their own work. I'm my own person. It's more just whether we as a community want to do this. We're gonna actually have to create a fund. I mean, if this were 1 or 2 days later, I guess I could just take it on, but we'd have to actually do it. No, this is a cigar. No, just a cigar. But yeah, a lot to think about right now. I think it would be really interesting for Towel to do that kind of interview. So I'm thinking about it, but I also don't. Yeah, and so I also don't, know. I'm thinking this through. I have a lot to think about. Let's watch this juror interview, though. It's 10 minutes, and I think it will give me some time to process. I just can't believe this. I'm blown away.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries on his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes. I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she backed up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. the Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. You know, so I feel bad for them. And I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers, they know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other, the injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? They prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial.
How did she know?
Me very upset.
How did she know? Oh, this is so scary.
And I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal or what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion formed before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it wasn't like, it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that, until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since like she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him, so this idea come from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she
hold on.
back up.
I just want to jump in and say there's some relevance of the fact that her law degree is Brazilian, which is a little different than the American courts. But like, folks, it does not matter if she's Brazilian. Like, who cares? I'm Lithuanian and Jewish. And part Italian and part Irish. Okay? That's cool. Falamos portugués también. Entiendo español también. Ich bin ein Tauer. I am a towel. I don't know the German word for towel. I'm going to have to ask one of my German friends. We have a lot of German towel friends. But can we please just not do that? It makes me sad. There's nothing wrong with her being Brazilian. We love our Brazilian towels. We love our Brazilian American towels. Is it weird she flew her dad in to babysit just for the trial? Yeah, that's anyone is weird. SSGTUSMC. I believe Hank Brennan has a website that has a contact form.
She hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light, the way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, you know, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So well, maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OUI was the only thing we can deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or,
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focus on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, and I really, really hope the pressure that they had on this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like an investigation, whatever.
What? This is crazy. This is basically PR talking points. We're going to listen to her now interview this morning on Good Morning America and see, like, she was definitely slipping up, and I think she was part of the Free Karen Reed movement.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. So But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something.
Hold on, folks. Can we please? There's no indication that immigration is involved in this at all. Okay? We're analyzing the juror's interview. Please focus. There's no indication that anyone's immigration status is involved in this. She just happens to have been in Brazil where she became a lawyer. That does not mean anything. There's nobody nothing at all. No one on any side has brought up her immigration status. So if we could not discuss that in the comments, I would appreciate that. It has nothing to do with this. No one has brought that up. It is not an issue. She was a juror. Clearly, she is able to serve.
She dropped him off, and she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back to the house.
Listen, hold on. Let's just back up. I understand some people were like, oh, I was just wondering if she immigrated and how. If she served as a juror, she is here legally. Okay? I'm just telling you, if you served as a juror, you have to go through this whole process. She is here legally. No one is disputing her immigration status. I just want everyone to be clear. What is weird, though, is that she flew her dad in from Brazil, that she works in like marketing and things like that. There's some stuff there. She's very liberal. She very much is free Palestine. I'm Jewish, but I also am sympathetic to both civilians on both sides of that conflict. So I'm an anti-war person. Don't get me wrong. I'm literally very Catholic. I'm very anti-war. I make reposts about the Pope being like, can we please not go to war? It's a problem. You know, that's how I feel about it. But anyway, my point is, it's not her immigration status. No, she served as a juror. It's not that. It's more, why did her father fly in from Brazil to watch the kids so she could be a juror? Was she free Karen Reed the whole time? Did she not disclose that? Those are the questions we're really looking at. No, of course, no. Of course, anyone can ask questions. That's not, I think, what people were getting riled up about, and I didn't see the chat. I just don't. Earlier, I saw someone literally mocking her for being Brazilian, and all I'm trying to say is, we have towels from all around the world here. It is perfectly fine if she's Brazilian, and I will confirm that if she served on the jury, she is here legally. Okay, so let's just all get on the same page. I don't want people to feel uncomfortable because I did see someone, and maybe it was a bad faith commenter, mocking her for being Brazilian. There is nothing wrong with being Brazilian. Falamos portuguese.
The house, and something happening there.
That is correct, Lisa. I just want to be clear. My remarks were not directed at anyone asking specifically about that immigration status question. For example, if you wanted to know, can you serve on a jury, et cetera, et cetera. No, that's not a problem. But I did see someone mocking her for being Brazilian. And although I love America and I'm an American towel, it is perfectly okay to be Brazilian.
Think of the defendant herself. You were able to watch her in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take this stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident. And
Pause. Holistic psychology. Do you know when he said that? Very, very interesting that he picked up that she was Brazilian. How would you know Brazilian? Maybe, I think I had written her down. I guessed Hispanic. If she was, let's see, what number was she? If she was juror, well, they didn't sit by their juror number, but yeah, I thought she was Hispanic, but to know she's Brazilian during the trial, that is very indeed interesting.
Wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident, her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor, and
Ems, thank you so much for that insight.
Everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it, like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse, inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse. But we couldn't hear anything, and I had no clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly...
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. Well, why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
okay.
Very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank
She
you. Jury
did-
service is...
She did let her mask slip there. Did you catch that part about inside versus outside? Let me play it again.
She first got out of the house to go look for him.
I meant inside versus outside the deliberation.
I think saw it her taillight.
Hold on, I got to replay this.
More, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
the taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us I think saw it, like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse, inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, but we couldn't.
Oh my
hear
God!
anything.
Oh my God! You only apologized if you say she slipped up. That was a Freudian slip. All right, hold on. That's the other thing. Listen, I asked us. I know there's a lot of towel friends here, but if we could just focus on what the juror is talking about. I think some of the side discussion might be undermining the impact of this discussion, which is the juror is literally saying there. That juror just said, oh, there was a movement inside the courthouse, and then got flustered and said, oh, so sorry, I mean outside. And then the juror just repeated defense talking points. I mean, in a stunning way, almost like, it can't be a coincidence kind of way. Right, that's what I'm saying, Lisa, like literally just talking point after talking point after talking point. Now I want to juxtapose this with the wonderful Sunny Spirit interview, the clip from the Sunny Spirit interview that was posted of the Alberts and John's supporters talking, because I think that's like more authentic, and you can juxtapose like how this juror is acting so weird with that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's please try to be kind to each other for Little Towel. This is a very big day. There's a lot going on. So for Little Towel's good state of mind, and Towel, trying to Sunny Spirit is the YouTube. All right. But yes, can we please keep Little Towel's mind, at the front of our minds, and not drive Towel out of his mind? Let's all be friendly to each other. Let's remember this is about justice for John O'Keefe and his family, and Towel appreciates you keeping that in mind. The juror, listen, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, PK. It's so odd what the juror is saying, like it's almost like a defense script. Now, I have a clip here from... this is, I believe, hold on, it's from Sunny Spirit, great YouTube channel Sunny Spirit has. Let's take a look at the interview with the witnesses and some of the people that were tormented by Karen, and juxtapose the authenticity of that to what we just saw there. That juror, over 2 interviews, like her story was changing.
Because he was a fellow
Hold on
cop.
a second. So let's watch this, and thank you to Sunny Spirit for putting this up, because this I think is telling.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn, and yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All 5 of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen!
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement. Did John ever come in the house?
Never, no.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together.
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night. Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in a fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to
tap him.
Hold
with
on,
my
hold on.
6
I'm intervening. it's not that anyone's comments are getting deleted. It's just I ask that we please stop talking about that. It's not like that's the one thing that gets me upset. I understand there's all these debates going on, but we've so moved past that now. We're talking about the families, and I just would ask politely that we continue to focus on the material at hand. That's always kind of been how we chat here. Nobody, obviously, Towel's an American Towel. Towel loves America. You express your love for America all you want. But yes, just I would ask we be compassionate towards each other and please focus on the material at hand. And if you want to celebrate your various countries, that's absolutely fine. Let's just try to be compassionate towards each other.
1,000-pound full-size SUV to hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's your emergency? There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello? But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found. So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert.
Hello, friends. Yeah, no, it's not a matter of that, Mary. It's more just a matter of this is a very welcoming space, and I don't mind if we talk about hotly contested issues while they're relevant to what we're discussing. But when people, and I'll keep an eye, I didn't see any of the comments removed, so I don't want to just step in ex post facto, but I'm looking at the chat. I just want everyone to know that they are comfortable, they're welcome here, they're comfortable. But the reason why we try to focus on what's being discussed is sometimes people do flood our chat, and they may look like they're trying to engage us all, but it can go all over the place, and it's a special community, and I think we all have a sense of that. It's kind of like obscenity, like I'm using an analogy. You know it when you see it, and we have a nice, comfortable community here, so. Yeah, no, trust me, Blue Jay, I'm thinking about what kind of reform we can do, and then also we're saying hello to Chloe. God bless you, Chloe.
Dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds.
Yes, SSGTUSMC. You can find me. My name, Grant Smith Ellis, and then proton.me. So my name, Grant Smith Ellis, at proton.me. Grant Smith Ellis, and then at proton, proton.me. Okay, let's keep playing this.
Were inflicted as the
We're
result
going to watch
of a
this one more
dog.
time.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
I killed kids. I killed them.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement. Did John ever come in the house?
Never, no.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together.
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made 0 sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night. Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to...
to tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV. To hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's emergency?
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found. So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Incredible man. Just incredible man.
John Jackson is remembering his friend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
This whole process is not, it's not something he deserved. It's just, it's unfortunate. He deserved much better than this.
O'Keefe's mother leaving the VFW in Dedham, where family and friends gathered after the verdict. Several wearing blue shirts with O'Keefe's police badge number 2490. Jackson says he and the family respect the jury's decision, but it is not what they wanted.
The prosecution did an excellent job. Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of that jury.
The eruption of cheers from Karen Reed supporters outside the courthouse when the verdict was read, adding to the family's pain.
It was disgusting. The family heard it. It was disgusting.
Jackson says they also watched Reed make comments after the verdict.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
12:30, 2 a.m. She wasn't fighting very hard, was she?
Ultimately, he says he and the family will move on and keep John's memory alive.
Johnny deserved much more than this. He just deserved much more than this. The fanfare and all this. The domestic violence, hit and run. And that's it. This circus, it's unacceptable. But you respect the jury's decision. It's what it is.
And this is why that's why I have to monitor. Hello. I love that video by Sunny Spirit. Absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent. Very well done. I appreciate them putting that together. There's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're keeping an eye on juror interviews. We're rewatching some interviews of the Karen Reed. No, Steph, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to replay that twice. It's just I cut off the first playing of it 6 times, and I really, really wanted to listen to the whole thing. So as I was sitting there listening to it, I just keep realizing over and over and over again that there's a media campaign going on, not with those witnesses who are very authentically speaking. And the reason why I was analyzing it is, look, there's no note cards, there's no talking points, there's no narratives. It's not being re-emphasized. It's their authentic reactions. Juxtapose that with, please watch, link for TB read on Jurors up there. I'm sorry, I don't understand. We're not going to read anything from Turtle Boy. We're not watching anything from. I understand. Also, I'm sorry I left the chat. Thank you, SSGTUSMC. I don't think I was looking at your Brady Giglio list. To me, I need to just reread what you were posting. And Tim, I don't understand what. I'll take a look more at it now. I might have to look at the actual website, but I saw that. Sorry, there's a lot going on. I'll just take the time to process it. But yes, I'm. Okay, holistic psychology. We're not going to watch any Turtle Boy content. I appreciate you linking it. I know you think it's important, but we're just if it's someone else who's analyzing it, okay. But we're not watching any Turtle Boy content. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. And then the other thing is, like, I don't really want us linking to that either, so I might have to put on... oh, no. Please tell me this is not Turtle Boys content. I'm not going to actually play it yet. Let me see. Loophole Lawyer. Okay. Oh, right. I think this was Loophole Lawyer using Turtle Boys info. Okay, we can watch this. I see. Ah, I got it. Oh, I go by Steph. Karen's nightmares replaying over and over. Oh, I understand, Steph. Listen, can you tell I'm a little bit nervous about what's going on? I'm doing my best to process all this. Please be patient with Towel. Yep, I'm looking at it. What I was saying is Drew drops... No, yeah, I got it, Diana. Don't worry. I just didn't want to play Turtle Boys content because I think some people were a little traumatized yesterday when I did that, and I don't want to have a repeat of that. I don't want to traumatize anyone unnecessarily. I didn't mean to do that yesterday. All right. Okay, so we might have Harvard Yard on soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to send the Zoom link in a second. I just want to watch this analysis first. We're looking at Loopholes Lawyers review of Turtle Boy's information about the jury during the trial. So this was before deliberations. Let's listen to this.
This is the jury tasked with deciding Karen Reed's fate in her second trial. Let's review exactly what Turtle Boy revealed about each juror.
I like juror number 11 the most. Juror number 11 is a...
Oh, no, I got it, holistic psychology. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I just had to screen the video to make sure it wasn't actually Turtle Boys, like doing something ridiculous like the other day.
I don't know what exactly she is, if she's Brazilian or Portuguese.
Totally agree. This is one fine juror.
She's got a little flair to her, right? She seems like a nice lady.
Conservative white guys love that.
Younger, probably like 30 years old. Sits there, takes notes, has made some facial reactions. I thought for sure they were going to eliminate her. They didn't. Then there's number 10. 10 makes a lot of... Sits next to her. She's pregnant, 30 years old. Also makes a lot of facial reactions. I like her. Then 5. 5 is smirky juror. He sits in the back row. He doesn't look like the kind of guy that you'd want. Like he's he looks like a 50-something-year-old scratch ticket guy, can't knight her. I don't know. He just looks like that guy might think Karen Reed's guilty, like one of those,
As you go through juror analysis, you may think Turtle Boy and others are being prejudiced or racial, but you have to account for all the things that you're aware of in life. When you're dealing with jurors, political correctness goes out the window.
But he's smart. He thinks he smiles at everything. He really smiles a lot at Alan Jackson. Like he really likes Alan Jackson. So I like him. Juror 15 was a older, probably like not older, like 40, late 40s, blonde woman with glasses on. I really noticed her during the closing statements, really taking an interest in Alan Jackson. So she went up the rankings during the closing statements. I liked her. Then there was juror 18, who is a younger woman.
So far, we're seeing a lot of younger jurors compared to the first one.
Probably under the age of 30. There's 3 women who look a lot alike. Jurors 9, 16, and 18. They all look alike.
The jurors are assigned the number throughout the trial. Only 12 were picked. So if you're hearing a number over 12, that's okay. Only 12 were eventually picked.
16 looks like Jen McCabe, but like she's good though. I didn't mind 16. Okay,
looking fine to me too.
Okay. So I liked her. 18. Juror number 9, who, as I said before, is another younger looking, skinny woman. She seems fine to me. I like her.
Fine to me too.
Number 12. Juror number 12 is, this isn't, I don't know. Mixed feelings about juror 12. She's the oldest one left on the jury for sure. She's probably late 50s. Petite, white woman, brunette. And I liked some of the facial reactions she was making during the trial, like especially during the closing. I don't think she's dangerous, but she fits a demographic of somebody who could be dangerous. She's probably, of all the remaining jurors, the most dangerous, I think. But I kind of like her. Juror 1, who is the foreman, probably the hardest person to read on the whole jury. He's a black man.
Really? How can you tell?
Like a black man. Dreadlocks, like wears a chain and shit. Wore a hoodie on the last day even.
My mom's Jamaican, along with my one brother and 4 sisters, and a lot of times Jamaicans do have dreadlocks,
What?
although you cannot necessarily assume.
What is wrong with this guy?
Doesn't give a fuck, like just sits there and doesn't take any notes the entire trial, just doesn't take notes, but doesn't fall asleep either. Listens to everything. Was alert the entire time. Never once nodded off and just sits there. Like, it's fucking bizarre.
Well, what else do you want us to do?
Mike T, the only reason why we're listening to this is because in the very beginning, and I don't want to watch the whole thing, Turtle Boy talks about how there were some, like, he knew a juror was Brazilian. How did he know that? And then I don't like this host, by the way. I'm not doing this because I want to highlight this host. Like, some of the stuff he was saying was weird. Like, why was he commenting on these like AI depictions of the jurors, which, by the way, like, I don't understand why they're describing their physical characteristics. Like, that's not okay. But like, who is this guy? Why is he like making sexual remarks about the AI images of the jurors? I don't like any of this. I'm sorry, I don't like any of this, but I want to listen to what Aiden was saying about the jurors during deliberation. So
write down shit. I don't know. I don't see him as dangerous at all. Like, I don't see him as at all dangerous toward.
Well, there's a first coming from a white guy
voting guilty. I don't see why he would. I look at this guy. I'm like, why the fuck would this guy vote guilty? I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything that's going on in his head. Nothing about him. But nothing about him screams guilty, like, at all. Like, at all. Like, this guy would be judgmental of Karen Reed. He looks chill. That would be the one word I would be used to describe this guy. He looks chill.
Most of us Jamaicans are.
Like, he just doesn't give a fuck. I don't know. I kind of like him. And he's the jury. Like, he's the foreman. Like, he's not like the last foreman. The last foreman was like,
The last foreman was a nerdy older white engineer with his big master's degree who somehow decided based upon
this guy is a terrible analyst. I don't like this guy at all.
Counterclockwise, so he started rotating. Going backward, pushing the rotate.
I want to hear more about how Turtle Boy describes the jurors. Because stop, host. You are terribly annoying.
White women.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's the only black guy in this entire case.
Women.
Well, hello.
The foreman. 16 is, again, one of the smaller, ranked higher. I think she's a safe one.
I'd rank her an 8 out of 10.
What is wrong with you?
The jury, there's no doubt about it. Juror 14 looks like he can't be a day older than like 22 years old. He is very nervous looking.
Yeah, it's probably the first time he saw a black guy.
Sits right in the middle of the front row. Kind of looks around a lot.
What is wrong with this
host? He looks like somebody who would hang out, and this is not a bad thing necessarily. I'm saying he looks like somebody who would be friends with Colin Albert. Okay, like, if that's how I would describe him. Like, he looks like he likes to party. He looks like I don't know. He's not a bad looking kid. I guess it's the way he's just. If you saw him, you'd probably know that he looks like a frat bro. He's very young. And I can't imagine somebody like him. And don't be fooled by the Colin Albert thing. I'm not saying that as like a bad thing. It's like, I just don't know about him. It's just crazy having your life in this kid's hands. But at the same time, I just can't. I look at.
I don't know about him? What do you mean you don't know about him?
And I'm like, that kid's not going to convict Karen Reed of murder. No fucking way.
Yeah, kids are dumb.
And he reminds me of a Ronnie in that he could be.
Excuse me. Hold on. Let me keep going.
Be persuaded. He just looks to me like that.
He's referring to Juror Ronnie from the first trial, one of the only 2 people that have spoken up. And as you can hear, You can't find lucky.
Like to me, he's not going to be a leader. I think about who's going to be a leader on this jury, and it's not going to be him. Then this juror number 4. Juror number 4 was previously juror number 9, but they moved his seat. He's under the age of 30 probably.
Our court stenographer was a little hungover from the morning. She was doing a ride along.
The pregnant girl. He was like kind of talking to the girl next to him a lot. The pregnant girl. I just look at this kid. He just seemed goofy. I don't know how to describe him. I just can't imagine him voting to convict someone. He doesn't look like a strong-willed person at all. He does not scream that to me. And I just can't imagine him being a leader in there. I think the women are going to be leaders in this. There are 7 female. And then there was juror number 3. Juror number 3 was... Why were they so low? Oh, juror number 3, he looked like a cartoon character, kind of. I can't get a read on juror number 3. He's a middle-aged white man. Kind of weird looking. I don't know. But I like it, man. I looked at when they got rid of the 6 alternates and I saw the new jury for the first time, the jury became significantly younger immediately because juror number 2, the black woman, and juror number 17, the notebook guy, are probably the 2 oldest jurors, and they were immediately eliminated.
Turtle Boy went through a great analysis.
All right. There's something weird with this. There's just something weird with this. Like, how did he know she was Brazilian?
Exactly what Turtle Boy revealed.
11 is I don't know what exactly she is. If she's Brazilian or Portuguese.
Totally agree. This is one.
She didn't look like Brazilian or Portuguese. She looked Hispanic. You wouldn't have known she was Brazilian. I'm sorry, you wouldn't. I was in that courtroom. You wouldn't have known she was Brazilian. And then who's next to her?
I thought for sure they were going to eliminate her. They didn't. Then there's number 10. 10 makes a lot of... Sits next to her. She's pregnant, 30.
So 10 is the pregnant one. Then 5.
Years old. Also makes a lot of facial reactions. I like her. Then 5. 5 is smirky juror. He sits in the back row.
Yeah, all right, that's 5.
As you go...
I'm just getting each of their numbers in his analysis because their numbers changed around.
Juror 15...
Okay.
A woman. And there was juror 18.
Yeah.
Who,
okay. Number 12.
12, that's okay.
I didn't mind 16. Okay.
Looking fine.
Or is another younger looking skinny
Number
woman.
9.
She seems fine to me. I like her.
Fine to me too.
I don't know. Mixed feelings about juror 12. She's the oldest one left on the jury for sure. She's probably...
Okay, 12 he has mixed feelings on, understood.
Of all the who is the foreman?
The foreman, we heard that one. That was an unnecessarily long one.
Yeah. Nothing about him screams guilty, like, at all. Like, be the one word I would be used to describe this guy. He looks... And he's... Last foreman was like...
The last... John.
Sorry.
I'm just going through each number again to see what he says about each number. We're not actually listening to the analysis, which was very bad. I didn't like it.
Black guy in this entire case.
So he's the 4.
Hello.
This is 16.
An 8 out of 10.
Looks like Jennifer McCabe. I should probably have her ranked higher. I think she's a safe one.
I'd rank her an 8 out of 10.
What is wrong with you?
14's an interesting one. This is...
14's the young one.
Looks like...
So he didn't do all of them, I think.
The reason...
Hold on. Juror number 4.
He's not going to be a leader. I think about... Was previously juror number 9, but they moved his seat.
He's the guy that went under...
He's
the one that went on TMZ.
Willed person, leader. And then there was juror number 3. Juror number 3 was... What? Man, 6 alternates, and I saw the new jury for the...
I don't know. I think something's wrong. Like, the more I listen to it, I think he either looked these people up. I think something happened, folks. Like, I just, in my bones, I just think something happened. Now, obviously, we were only looking at that because, and thank you, Diana and Holistic Psychology, for sending that. We were only looking at that not necessarily for Turtle Boy, but because I wanted to listen to what Turtle Boy was saying about the jurors. Now, let's listen to this Michael Proctor interview again from last night with the dogs. This I found very interesting. It was a little bit about Proctor's sort of humanization, and it was on the Dateline special last night. So let's watch this small clip for commentary purposes. Question, I totally believe that for sure. All right, so let me open the Zoom. I want to get Harvard Yard in here. 1 second, they're just getting settled. I forgot to open the Zoom. Sometimes Towel has to do with breathing exercises, and it's actually very helpful to have Harvard Yard here to talk through some of this. So, and then if any new interviews with the jurors come in, please let me know. We'll take a watch of those. And there was actually a very touching tribute to John O'Keefe that I'd like to play for you all. You may have missed it earlier. This was also on Dateline last night. Thank you to Dateline for this touching tribute to John. Give it 1 second.
We met in first grade. We're on the same soccer team and just kind of hit it off. Both, liked what 6-year-olds like. We like sports, probably the same cartoons or something, and just very close for very close as we were growing up, and then continue to be friends into our 40s. It's funny, he was always kind of you don't realize it as a kid. I think when you look back on it, and you recognize people that were leaders, within.
We're not going to miss any of this. I'm going to fix the video here. Towel has a lot of things going on. I don't know why it messed with Little Towel there. Don't mess with Little Towel. This is a very nice video. All right, let's replay that past few seconds.
People that were leaders, within your friend group. I think a lot of times we kind of followed him. He was very, he was a smart kid, but he was very street smart. He just knew stuff we didn't know, and it felt like sometimes at least I kind of followed around like the Pied Piper. I just was just very impressed by him. He was a very, caring person. He would always put other people before himself. So he was just a great guy, and a great friend. I don't remember a time where he didn't want to be a police officer from when we were little kids. Like, that's all he kind of talked about doing. Being a police officer was his dream, and he did it.
He enjoyed being a police officer a lot, and I think that he just, he wanted to do good. So their grandfather was a police officer, and his badge number was 490, and Johnny's badge number was 2490. So, he wanted to do well, but also, carry that on from the family. He was the fun uncle. He was, the kids loved being around him, and he was always making jokes and trying to make the time really fun for them. He'd photobomb a lot. So, whenever we were taking a picture, Johnny would show up in the back of the picture, the two oldest, and they were, they were very, very close. And Johnny and Paul are also very close. They love football, but they actually loved Alabama football.
What?
Yes.
Okay, I was not expecting that.
Yes. So
why?
When, growing up in, the 80s and early 90s, the Patriots weren't very good. So,
So we'll just turn to Alabama.
Exactly. It was always a dream of theirs to go to the Iron Bowl. Paul actually went to the Iron Bowl. So
who did he go with?
He went with one of his cousins. So when Johnny had passed, had been stickers made up in remembrance of him. So Paul threw one of the stickers under one of the seats. So they did get to go. They went to see Alabama play Penn State, so they were able to go and see a game together.
That is such a special, cool way to honor John.
Yeah. It was a dream of theirs that...
What a touching tribute. Thank you to Dateline. Hold on 1 second. I'm not going to play it again. Thank you to Dateline for putting that together. That was very, very touching, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very touching. Now listen, if you're just tuning in, we're going to do it again. This is the tip-off, ladies and gentlemen. This juror from the Karen Reed trial said some things last night and this morning that have raised a lot of concerns. There's also other things going on. I want you to all just, steady your towels. Be aware that Towel's doing his towel thing. If I could tell you, I'll tell you as much as I can, as soon as I can. How about that? Does that make sense? Does everyone feel comfortable with that? I'll tell you as much as I can, as soon as I can. I have certain processes I feel that I must go through. I hope you all will indulge Little Towel during the duration of this complex series of events. Please do not feel that Towel going through these machinations is at all me attempting to keep you out of the loop. I'm not doing that. I just want to be clear. I want to reemphasize I'm not doing that. What I am doing is I'm addressing something that is very concerning to me in real time. I'm going to do my due diligence. I'm going to report as much as I can to you, as I mentioned, as fast as I can. If you're just tuning in, yes, if you tuned in earlier, okay, hold on. Oh my goodness, Deaf Otter. Oh my goodness. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Deaf Otter, what are you talking about? Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Can you please send that to me? This is deeply concerning. Listen, I don't care what side of the thing you're on. The Charlie Hebdo attack was one of the most grotesque and horrifying things I've ever seen. Journalists were... I'm a journalist. You don't understand. You don't understand. What do you mean the juror's husband is praising that? I'm only repeating the question in chat. Can you please send this to me, Deaf Otter? I'm so deeply concerned. You don't understand. You do not do... that was journalists who were either they published a cartoon or they refused to back down to a threat, and they were slaughtered. So no, what are you talking about? If that happened, I want to report on that right now. That is absolutely not okay. It is so beyond not okay. I'm already struggling to contain myself. If I find out that this juror's husband, on top of all this, praised... I've at you on Twitter. Okay, so I'm taking... Oh my goodness, I dropped my water bottle. Deaf Otter, thank you for adding me. Hold on, I need to go to Deaf Otter's profile on Twitter. Hold on, I'm going to be a responsible towel. Have you noticed how responsible I've been today? I have been learning my real-time journalism skills. I thought we were just going to do a stream where I was going to talk about these juror interviews overnight and then kind of talk a little bit about the Dateline special. Little did I know it was going to become the day of all days. And remember, if you were a juror on the John O'Keefe or Karen Reed retrial and you're listening and you're thinking... oh goodness, have some people reached out to him? I'm not going to reach out to you first, but if you reach out to me at Grant Smith Ellis at proton.me, Grant Smith Ellis at proton, proton.me, I'm going to do due diligence to make sure you are who you say you are, but I will protect your anonymity. I have a track record of doing this in reporting about regulatory agencies such as the CCC and otherwise. I will adhere to those standards and the strictest standards of ethical journalism, but I do need to vet and make sure you are who you say you are. I was in the courtroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to do this to you in a malicious way. I promise you it is the antithesis of malicious. I'm being a responsible journalist, and I am a one-person operation, other than if Harvard Yard joins us. And all I can do is report this in real time, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm reporting, but I'm also following my standards of ethical journalism, and I'm going to make sure that I live up to those standards because we are defined by how we act in the most intense moments of our life. Okay, so hold on. Deaf Otter, did you post it as a reply? Hold on. Deaf Otter, I can't find it. Oh, okay, I found it. Hold on. Which part? Where's the thing about the husband, Deaf Otter? I can't find it. Oh no, Deaf Otter, you might have to do it again. I can't find anything about the husband. Oh no. Oh, Deaf Otter, can you send a link? I just want to see if the husband actually said that. But unfortunately, Deaf Otter, it was not on your profile, my dear friend. So, and they run a business, apparently, the juror and her husband. But we'll watch the juror clip again. Hold on, I just can't find the actual link, so I'm going to wait. Hello, Tim Mack. Thank you for joining us. Let's watch this juror's interview now, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a second. This was last night's interview. This is what kind of started tipping people off. Murder by Maestro mentioned it earlier. I don't know why these jurors started going out. They seem like they were reading statements like this. I believe this woman even works in consulting. I'm very confused as to what's going on, but let's watch it together. Hold on one second. Let me make it A little bit larger. Little Towel was literally a one-man operation today. And yes, of course, if you do come across that link Def Otter was talking about, please let me know and we'll watch that as well. But something's up with this juror, ladies and gentlemen. Something's up with the jury, in my opinion.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she backed up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Oh yeah, and hold on.
So your heart and mind after.
Hold on, let me just jump in.
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family.
We'll listen to this last part again. But yes, I just want to be clear. God bless all the Towel friends. God bless Jack D65. God bless Kalmora Meditation. Wow, Kalmora Meditation apparently got a response from the Norfolk DA. Oh, my dear goodness. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I have news that Kalmora Meditation got a response after emailing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. God bless you, dear friend. Even as Towel is processing so much, you are incredibly kind. Thank you for that. I'm glad to be able to read your chat. And I can't believe Michael Morrissey got back, ladies and gentlemen, to Kalmora Meditation. I mean, this is being... oh, you sent me in Def Otter. Okay. Wow, this is big news, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch the interviews. I can now confirm that the Norfolk DA was sent these according to Kalmora Meditation and responded. As you can see up there, Michael Morrissey got back to Kalmora Meditation and said thank you. And we're going to watch these conspiracy interviews, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying, like all this information the juror got. How did the juror get this information? And thank you to Jack D65, and you're appreciated and loved here, my dear friend. And obviously we all like different people and respect their reporting, and we can have our opinions. But you know, it's like with Towel. Some people maybe like Towel's opinions and reporting, but they're like, oh, I don't like that Grant has curly hair. I mean, okay, it's fine if you say that in chat, but like other people, let's just focus on, for the most part, camaraderie. Thank you, Def Otter. I'm going to take a look at that. And sorry, I don't mean to scroll your comments again. It's just some of them didn't load, so I'm making them all go up on the screen. There we go. Sorry, it's going to be a little quick. All right. And wow, this is news, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's more than just these interviews. I think it's that I hope that people are starting to put together the pieces, that there might be more going on here. So yes, let's keep listening to this. Especially if we now know the powers that be are aware of them, which we would imagine they are.
Way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process, but in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. It was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The common author and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation? In
my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers. They know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other. The injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house. Was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal or what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion for him before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course. But I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea come from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light. The way that was presented in the Sally port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OUI was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Now,
what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this?
Hold on, I want to pause this.
Well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of having someone's life in your hand. But
okay, I wanted to pause that. Listen, there's something weird that exposing manipulators, and I think one other account just found. I want to thank Def Otter for bringing this to my attention. Let me just show you this. And I don't really understand. I think this is only relevant to the extent... Oh, Harvard Yard's going to join us. Listen, by the way, disclaimer here. We are... First of all, my family's Jewish. My family escaped Russian pogroms in Lithuania in the 1800s, and they couldn't pronounce their last name at Ellis Island when we immigrated, so they were like, okay, you can come here to escape the pogroms, but you're going to be Ellis. So that's why my name's Ellis. Anyway, that was only one half of my family. But anyway, there's some stuff we're going to talk about right now that is a little intense. I think that's putting it lightly, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to bring it up. It's intense to the extent that it involves the husband of this juror, who runs a consulting firm with her, by the way. This is not and this is all being reported on social media. This person runs a consulting firm. And listen, for those of you in Europe, this is going to be a little intense. And, I think it is intense, but I think it's important we go over it. So I'm going to grab this link for you here, and I'm going to open it. This is a thread from Exposing Manipulators on Twitter. And I want to bring it up for you because I want to show you what this juror and her husband run a social media kind of consulting firm that apparently helps lawyers. They lived in LA for a little bit. But obviously this juror is doing a media tour, so people are kind of looking. But you can take a look. Let me bring it up for you. There it is. All right, you can take a look right here. All right, and you can see, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just zoom in here. Hold on. Ready? Zoom. Towel zoom. Towel zoom. Hold on. All right, a little bit more towel zoom. Hold on. There shall be more towel zoometh. Okay, there we go. Even more towel zoom. Oh yes, let's keep zooming. So here's a thread where, if you take a look at the images, all right. That's the juror, and then the juror on February 7th of 2024 talks about February 7th of 2024. So that was before the first trial, talking about doing research for their MBA thesis, which talks about the presence of lawyers on social media. Well, that's interesting. And then the wife works as the administrative assistant and social media manager, so the juror at Nor Human Consulting. Now, I bring that up because, let's see if there's one more thing. Hold on. If you go to the next reply, which is the husband, okay, the husband works works with them at Nor Human Consulting, which obviously, I mean, if you're in the media, people are going to know what you do. And then if you look what the husband said, her husband has a podcast and he was working in the Los Angeles area. She just moved back to Brazil from early 2021 to 2024 and just decided to move to Walpole, Mass in 2024 to work at a Target for a couple months. Huh. And so that shows the husband going back to, oh, that's her. She went back to Brazil for 3 years and came back to work in Walpole. What kind of, was this a deep plant? And then, hold on. It is very interesting. Thank you to the person who pointed it out. And then if you click on this post, right, and then go to the reply, Mr. Shankly says, if you look at Nor Human Consulting on October 28, 2020, they put up a podcast where it says, Nor founder Kareem Saragaleen, which was the husband of the juror, from Coffee with Kareem podcast, just released a new podcast episode. In the first part of the show, Kareem shares his feelings about recent social tensions in France and the Muslim community regarding Charlie Hebdo controversy. After the break at 23 minutes, he shares accounts of the companions that describe the Prophet Muhammad as though you see him. In Salah, you can benefit from Kareem's reflections. What? Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. Let me get your towel comments back up. Sorry about that. There's some weird stuff going on here. That is some weird happenings. And you want to listen to this episode? Coffee with Kareem podcast. All right, okay, let's listen to what this juror's husband has to say. That's some pretty serious stuff. All right, coffee. Are they like ultra liberal? Coffee with Kareem podcast, Charlie Hebdo. I'm almost a little worried to listen to this, but I'm looking for specifically the Charlie Hebdo version. My thoughts on the Paris shooting? No. Numan al-Khali? No. I want the Coffee with Kareem. Feelings about recent social tensions in France. Recent social tensions in France. All right, hold on. I'm going to find this. Coffee with Kareem. Let's just find the episode. Let's see. So what? It's going to be October 28th, 2020. Shouldn't be that hard to find. October 28th, 2020. No way they nuked it. You nuked it? Maybe it was just before that. They didn't read 7 benefits of home learning. No. And it was October 28th. Can anyone find this podcast episode? I'd really appreciate it. MBM, can you find this episode of Coffee with Kareem from October 28th, 2020 or thereabouts? Let's see. I know. So it might be like the day before. Any podcasts from that aren't the October 10th one from around then, October 2020, October. It looks like we're looking for like October 20th, October 20th to 28th of 2020. So that was about 4 years ago. Let's see. So we're looking for around 2020. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, so it should be right around there. What year was this? Oh, wow. It's gone from both? Unless it was on benefits of home learning. I highly doubt they would have talked about it in that context. So I'm looking specifically for... I'm very surprised that this episode isn't up. That's a little weird. Anyone have any leads on this? There are some people in this chat that are very smart. Yeah, she did a worldwide released interview. Her husband's podcasts are public. They have been public for a long time. Strangely, this Charlie Hebdo episode from around 2020, I just cannot find. Maybe Mr. Shankly got it. Oh, I got it. Oh, they deleted it. I can prove he deleted it. Look. Can anyone get the actual audio? Look, hold on. I can prove he deleted it. Hold on. Hey, exposing manipulators or Mr. Shankly. Look, he deleted it. Look, the Coffee with Kareem. It's episode 77. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for Coffee with Kareem, episode 77. Coffee with Kareem, episode 77. See the Prophet Muhammad. Get it anywhere you can find it. Rip it. Download it. They don't want people to see this apparently because it's gone. They removed it, but you cannot remove something from the internet. We will find it. You publish that on the internet, someone's going to find it. Coffee with Kareem, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Coffee with Kareem, episode 77. And the title is See the Prophet Muhammad. Episode 77, See the Prophet Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, Coffee with Kareem, episode 77, See the Prophet Muhammad. It looks like it's literally scrubbed. We might be able to find it. Again, there are some people who are very good on this channel. We might be able to find it stored somewhere, but they are trying to hide this. This juror and her husband do not want the world, or someone doesn't want to see this world, this specific episode shown to the world. It's deleted, but it was there. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was there, ladies and gentlemen. This did exist at one point, but they nuked it. And so that means it was on SoundCloud, and then they removed it. I wonder if it got backed up anywhere. Hold on. You can't. Come on, the internet is so good. Yeah, so Alex, if you're able to find it, let me just put the link in the chat. This is what we're trying to find, the audio file that was here. And absolutely, Kat, I understand. We got a lot of stuff going on. That we're looking for the audio file. Yeah, no, if she's on the juror, she was a citizen. If she was on the jury, she was able to serve. There's no question. I'm sure she had status to be able to serve. Wow, not archived, huh? Well, I'm not going to give up this easily. This is very interesting. sorry, Diana, I'm having trouble with my Facebook Messenger. It's actually not sending messages in to me, so I'm having trouble getting to send messages out. We're looking for episode 77 of the Coffee with Kareem podcast, COFFE with KARIM, and it's episode 77. It exists. I mean, I'm showing you it on the screen. Like, it exists. It did exist at a certain point. This is the juror who was doing that weird PR interview last night. It did exist last night, but it does not exist right now as far as I can see. The web page exists, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to grab this, and we're going to go over here, and then, okay, we are going to render that. All right, so give me 1 second. At the very least, give it a second. At the very least, there is a photographic and visual record of this. But it's more than just this. This is a small part of the larger puzzle. Why it's deleted is a little weird. But that's only a small part of it. Like, it is very weird for something not to exist on the internet. Like, that shows an incredible, well, first of all, they missed one thing, but it shows an incredible level of skill. Because it means that it wasn't like cached anywhere, it wasn't archived anywhere. Like, the actual audio file itself is very difficult to find. It shouldn't be, because it was a StreamYard page. It should be relatively accessible, but it's very perplexing to me that I just can't find it. Nuked from YouTube, nuked from the website, nuked from Apple Podcasts. And yeah, I mean, it is very, very interesting and the fact that the woman and her husband worked in LA. And this is just one part, obviously, I think, of a larger picture here, ladies and gentlemen. But some stuff is the fact that this is deleted and the fact that nobody can find it. I mean, very, very interesting. I mean, just nowhere, huh? Like, just absolutely nowhere. Let me see some of the videos on YouTube that the juror's husband has. The importance of wait, hold on. What is that playing? Oh, it's just the channel music. Hold on. His channel has music. I don't have music. Not music, but like a beat in the background. I don't have that on mine. All right, so. The importance of defining religion in courtship, Muslim by chance or by choice, the Prophet Muhammad, marriage advice for him and her, when texting is damaging your marriage, women wearing hijab can lack modesty, modesty in relationships, the art of self-regulation. Let me see here. I'm a little bit perplexed about why he has a video about this, about female pleasure and orgasms. Let's see. The importance of defining religion. Let's listen to Muslim by chance or by choice. Students write letters to... I wish this episode that I wanted to listen to. It's gone from Spotify too. Wow. All right. So anyone who can find this episode, please let me know. Episode 77 of Coffee with Kareem podcast. It's got to, like, we have some very smart people here. Okay. So let's listen to marriage advice for Muslims with this juror's husband. I think that's what I want. I would like to learn about this. I'm a little perplexed as to what's going on here. Maybe we'll get some insights into this juror's husband and how this juror's husband thinks. They clearly, I feel like the juror does a little PR, but let's see what their husband does. Hold on.
it looks like the sun is setting. Well, that's an illusion. The sun is not setting. It's just that the Earth is rotating.
Thank you, Alex. I don't know if that site, I don't have time to pull it up right now, but let me know if you find anything on that specific podcast website. So here's the husband, I think.
An emergent property
and
where
my co-host Noman.
the constellation of neuronal activity in the brain coming together results in an emergent property that we call consciousness, which is the subjective awareness. Is it identical with neuronal activity? So that's another example. That's another take on it. Is it just it's like a property?
I'm not sure why it's playing two videos. So hold on.
Results in a quantitative, measurable thing that we can investigate, and at the same time, it results in a conscious experience that maybe it's not privy to our measurement tools yet. And that's really the key.
Sorry about that. That was playing, two videos were playing at once. So I am going to pull up this podcast, but it's very hard to find the actual link that I want. So we're going to have to listen to this other episode from the husband. But that's not really the most important thing, I think, of the day. I'm just kind of doing this because we're doing our stream. I'll go till my normal time, and I'm going to see what keeps coming in. Hello, Dewdrops. We're doing some very interesting and sort of insight. We're looking at some of the ladies and gentlemen, Harvard Yard has just joined us. We're looking at some very interesting podcast from the husband of one of the jurors who's been making the rounds today and doing some strange interviews, I think it could be said. So, Harvard Yard, when you're ready to join us, just let me know. You can unmute anytime. I'll tell you about what's been going on somewhat. And I'm interested if you've watched the juror interviews. Hello, friend. Oh, hold on. I don't have any audio from Harvard Yard yet. Let me check my volume mixer. Harvard Yard, can you try one more time? Oh, one more time.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, it was actually me. I had the Zoom settings down so low I couldn't hear you. As you may have heard me saying, there's been a lot of developments.
A wild ride today. I'm just can you bring me up to speed? And just briefly, I may have to log off for a short period of time, and I'm honored to come back, but just giving you a heads up and grateful to be here. Go for it. What's been happening? Wild times.
Well, of course, and so I think the first question people are going to have, and first, I don't know if you've seen it, but the juror, three jurors now. So the juror who gave an interview to John DePetro, the alternate juror 17. Then there was juror 4 on TMZ yesterday, and then juror 11 overnight on her front lawn gave an interview. I don't know if you got a chance to see that yet.
I only saw the one that she gave to a local TV station last night and picked up a little bit of the, I don't know if it was a Good Morning America or one of the larger networks.
Yep, so those were the two. Now, you may have saw some of what she was saying. It literally sounded like defense talking points. So, and a lot of Towel Friends, SSG, TUSMC, Alex, and others are saying hello to you in the chat. I know you can't see it.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello.
And actually, I might be able to do it this way. Hold on. Stay with me, Harvard Yard. Now, tell me if I do this. Can you see the Towel Friends comments?
Okay, you have started sharing your screen. Let's see. No worries if not.
Yeah, it might take a second to pop up, but you should now be able to see. Oh, hold on one second. Yep,
I can see towels are populating.
Yes,
okay,
so
this is fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, we have the ability to show Harvard Yard your comments in real time. I am thrilled.
I'm thrilled and a little shy, not really.
Well, so now if you see any comments that you
I appreciate that.
Yep, just let me know.
Okay, perfect. And again, Grant, I might just have that little bit of half an hour break for an appointment, but I'll be here support anything you need. The only thing, just briefly, that I have noticed, I saw that late last night, and I saw a small clip that you were playing earlier. The one thing I did notice is, there was a different accent change. Her accent appears to be a little thicker on the larger network and different on the smaller network. I could be wrong with that. I haven't sat. It could be my headset. It could be however, but that did seem a little different to me. I don't know if anyone noticed that.
People did notice, and I think they noticed her sort of, as we spoke so much about PR yesterday. Would you be surprised to learn that she did her master's thesis on lawyers on social media, and that she does social media work for her husband's firm, which is called Nor Human Consulting, and that the husband has a podcast called Coffee with Kareem, where there's an episode that we found that was deleted where he talked about the Charlie Hebdo attacks as like a controversy and things like that. And also something weird, this juror posted on one of her social media profiles that she moved to Brazil. She's a lawyer, and her husband, I think, does some kind of consulting work or something. She moved to Brazil for 3 years, and then randomly in 2024, right before the first trial, actually moved to Walpole in Massachusetts and took a job at a Target. And then during the trial, her father flew up from Brazil and babysat her children.
Hang on a second, I'm muted or unmuted. Hold on.
You're unmuted now. So that was an info dump, but there is a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. Yeah, when I tuned in earlier, everybody breathe. We knew this was coming. It just, as we've said here, even in the last few days, it just keeps going up and up and up, or however you see it, down and down and down. It's forever evolving. And I think that, have you been able to link her at all to Jackson's firm?
No, I think that's undergirding all of this, but
I understand. I was curious. That was a completely curious question and probably inappropriate question, but just where my brain goes quickly. Sorry. Yeah, I think that when I watched that last night, it did seem to be very much talking points. My first question was, okay, if she's an attorney, and I understand Brazilian law may be different, but it's sounding like the more that you're learning today about her, why in the world would that question ever have gone to the judge about the evidence?
Well, and not just that, exactly, but you also heard her saying things like, oh yes, we couldn't hear the shouting inside the courthouse, when another juror said they could. And then you heard things like the juror saying every defense talking point that there was, basically going on a tour and then saying, oh, the investigation should be reopened. I mean, it's all too coincidental.
Yeah, I did. I remember hearing that last night and thinking that was very odd. I think what will be interesting, like we talked about in the last couple of days, is just kind of watch and wait, right? So that's what we're doing. And this is what's happening. Is it starting to grow? And I just, from what I can tell, Grant, right, earlier today, bear with, you did Plunder, who's fabulous, by the way. I'll give that shout out to that person. Works very diligently on cases and is a wonderful, wonderful human being. So you did some Idaho 4, then over to the Alberts interview, and then over to her, kind of back and forth. Is that about where it's been today?
Well, yes. And then the day started, and this is, I cannot reveal any more to you than was said to the viewers, but the day started with me reporting that I'm not at the point where it's confirmed, but I'm at the point where I'm comfortable saying that it's more than just my inductive reasoning about the timing of the jury verdict, some of the weird behavior that went on. I have some.
Yes.
I need to put the effort in, but I think the sum of all fears might potentially come true. I'm not saying we're there yet, but it's more than just a feeling.
You're working the trail. You've got a scent on the trail.
Yes, and so I think people have been tuning in kind of, and I think they're being respectful in that I explained my principles in this are rooted in the protecting the people involved in sources or whoever may step forward, authenticating and confirming from my perspective as a journalist that it is them, and then also weighing the wider sort of public interest and then the duty to the public. And I just want to take a second to say SSGTU, SMC, thank you very much. God bless you, dear friend. I appreciate you sending along that Brady Giglio list earlier through email. I'm definitely going to look into that, and it means so much to me to have you here with us. But for Harvard Yard, allow me to ask you.
Sure.
in light of that was the most quintessential PR media tour. The start with Juror 4 and then Juror 11 going out and talking on her yard, and then this morning on Good Morning America, and then even the juror who talked to John DePietro via text interview, that was all defense talking points. So the first three out of the gate are all what seemed like pushing the same narrative. And one of the jurors was reading note cards on an interview, and this stuff can't have been a coincidence.
Oh, was it really? I had the sense that somebody was reading note cards. Did you actually catch note cards in on camera?
Yeah, that was Juror 4 yesterday with the TMZ interview.
Okay. Yeah. Well, from a PR standpoint, the TMZ interview, they definitely didn't do a set prep there because there was lotion in the background. But that was just for a moment of people to have a smile, if there's any smiles today. But no, I commend you, Grant, on that, because I think the way that it's done is exactly how you said. You're going to verify sources. You're going to take a deep dive, a close look, double verify sources as a journalist. You're not just going to come off lackadaisically. Sure, there's discussion everybody's having today. But I trust and know that you're going to thoroughly look into it before it's put out. And I will say that not everybody does that, obviously. They'll just kind of go sideways and go off on their thoughts. And, sure, in dialogue that I assume everybody's having today, there's going to be dialogue and people have feelings and so forth, but I trust that you are doing that. And that is what makes a great journalist, that has integrity and say what people may say. But that I have found is the path that must be followed to properly report information. Grant, would that be fair? Am I speaking fairly on that?
Yeah, and I think we were talking about it earlier. It's really difficult in the moment to do it, even as a large-scale broadcaster who's working on a network. Those things can be very difficult.
Correct.
And then in this context, obviously, I'm so grateful to have you here, but it's me making a lot of real-time calls. I do sometimes have an editor I can call, like obviously you've joined the line, but I have to make a lot of real-time calls very quickly, and it can, be overwhelming.
Correct. Well, and that's why I'm grateful, to be here and to support and to give you, that time. But I think here's another thing that may, Grant, be helpful is how you deal with confidential sources. Okay. So you could have somebody call you privately. They could be calling you right now or texting you right now with information that relates to this that you can't always share right away or may not be able to share ever. May you, Grant, talk a little bit on that for people that don't quite understand? I used to not understand how that works with your sources or people that might come forward in a confidential manner.
Yeah, sure. So that's a great question. So there's different ways you can speak to a journalist. You can speak to a journalist on background. You can speak. So on background, there's 3 levels: deep background, and on the record and off the record. So let's start with the most intense, which is off the record. If you tell a journalist something off the record, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm going off the record." You have to say, and this is not legal advice, it's just I'm a journalist. If you want to talk to a journalist off the record, you have to affirmatively get them to say, either in writing or on the phone, they have to affirmatively say, yes, everything we're talking about is off the record. If they don't say that, they might say something like, okay, well, maybe they'll negotiate with you in real time, like, okay, will you give me I'll give you like a little bit of time off the record and then I want to go back on the record or something. Like, for example, the AP style guide, like you're not getting off the record with an AP journalist unless it's like the most important thing in the world, unless it's something like that. Off the record with a journalist, it means they can't use it for any purpose. They can't use it in their reporting. They can't use it to inform their reporting. If you tell me something off the record, I have to hold that as if you didn't tell it to me. And by the way, there are some exceptions to this. You cannot say, I want to tell you something off the record and then tell me you intend to hurt yourself or somebody else or commit a crime or something, because then of course I have an obligation to report it. Just in general, my ethical duty to myself. But if you say something like, okay, I want to tell you something off the record, and then you tell me something off the record, it's like I never learned it. I will not, maybe if I learn the same piece of information from someone else else unprompted, then I might come to you and say, hey, like, remember that thing you told me off the record? Okay, well, I'm not going to tell you who, maybe if they give me permission, but generally I learned this from someone else. It's important for you to know that because you told me it was off the record, and I'm letting you know, one, I'm either going to report it because they said I could, or if it comes out, someone else is talking about it, and I'm letting you know I preserved the integrity of your request, and it wasn't me who released it, but you should know someone else, and I won't even tell my source, but I'll say something like, you should know someone else who's talking about this. I have no choice at that point to protect the integrity of my own reporting. Now the next level up is deep background. Unless you, like, I'll do it for government officials if my editor approves. But unless you are, like, seriously involved in something, you are not going to get deep background. But deep background, it does exist. And that means I as a journalist can use the information, but I can't repeat it. I can't repeat it to anyone. I can't repeat it in the sense that I can't use the quote. I can repeat the information, but I can't repeat the source of it in a way that would identify you. So say you were like some government official in like the whatever department, the what I was trying to think of a good name off the top of my head, but the accountability department. I might refer to you as a high-ranking government official in the orbit of the federal government, or like the federal justice system. I would intentionally obfuscate your position so that just the fact, like for a smart person, just your position would be enough to give you away. That's deep background, and I'll give deep background to some sources. I've done it before. Then the next level up is information on background. If you give a journalist information on background, then the journalist can use the information and generally identify you without naming you, like a government source connected to with knowledge of the investigation, or a government source within the agency unable to comment on the record. That would be an example of background. On the record means that I can quote you and attribute everything you said to you. So when talking to a journalist, everything by default is on the record, unless you talk to them and get an affirmative agreement in writing or orally that it's either off the record, on deep background, or on background. And there's a lot of negotiation that occurs when a source is talking to a journalist, because especially if the journalist is responsible, because the journalist will be saying, okay, here's where I think we could go with this, like to protect you and the integrity of the information. What do you think about background? If you don't feel comfortable about on the record. But if you read the AP, the Associated Press style guide, it basically tells you, like, unless like you have real credible belief, and sometimes sources don't even understand the risk that they're at, unless you have credible belief that there's some risk to this source, or like the way that you're reporting the information could pose a threat to the source or the information, you should push them to be on the record. Now, I don't do that. I mean, I do, of course, but I don't say, like, it is my policy that unless you will go on the record, like, I will not talk to you. Like, no, like, if you're vulnerable and you want me to talk to you, we can negotiate. And if you want to be on background, deep background, pseudonym, I'm open to that. But the AP, like, you want to talk to them, unless you're, like, dealing with, like, the highest levels of the military, they are going to force you to go on the record, basically. Or, like, a complex, like, criminal case or something. But, yes, so is that helpful, Harvard Yard?
No, I think it's great learning, and I think that then it starts to get into whole First Amendment, and that's just a whole nother another thing. AP, right? Some may not know. Everybody may know. Grant Associated Press.
Yep.
And they have kind of their. I don't think you'd be able to speak better on this. I want to say rules and regulations. That's not exactly correct.
It's called the AP Style Guide.
A style guide. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about back to English major. We had a style guide, but it wasn't the AP.
No, it was either probably Chicago or ALA or APA.
I'm dating myself again there at Boston College, but at any rate, no, I think that's great to have, and thank you for that. And even I'm learning to understand how it's, quote, supposed to be. I don't think it always happens that way. Graham, would you agree?
Oh yeah, no, and well, maybe in the Associated Press, maybe at the Associated Press, it always happens that way. But no, in terms of in terms of like journalistic ethics, unfortunately, are fleeting. So like a lot of people now, they don't care at all. Right. And that is very worrisome, because the profession of journalism requires, like, maybe me, I think I'm, doing a good job of explaining to people why the profession has a lot of integrity. And I think a lot of people see me as kind of like an exception in the profession now, which is unfortunate. But yeah, like journalism at its core has you only are as good as your ability to live up to your principles. Like, you may be passionate about things, et cetera, but if you can't live up to your principles in terms of protecting sources and know those rules, you won't get far in this business, because you'll get a reputation of exposing your sources, and do that even once, no one will ever talk to you, and they shouldn't.
That's correct. I think the other thing, and this just is part of it. Are you guys a two-party state or one-party state regarding recording? Oop, I can't hear you, or maybe I'm muted.
No, it's me muted. So we're a two-party consent state, not just for recorded like phone calls, but also for recording like people talking, oral communication, unless under, and I'm not a lawyer, this isn't legal advice, except if you're in public, you don't have an expectation of privacy, and if you're a police officer performing your duties, then you can be filmed too. The wiretapping statute can't be used for that. But yeah, we have a pretty strict two-party consent state.
Right, and I would say that, this is a very unique way to kind of speak intelligently without speaking about certain people and berating certain people, of what is the standard, and especially I think, Grant, with the two-party, you just can't go recording people. Now, Oregon, for example, I think is a one state thing, but it's. I think you're very accurate, Grant, in saying that this part of journalism is definitely dying. I think there's very few, but the journalists that are very respected. That I know. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, I think the public kind of sees it. They may disagree with some of us. Like, I even see some of the Free Karen Reed people would be like, well, I don't always agree with like how Grant reports things, but you read his CCC reporting, man, he'll go after anybody and cover anything, and he doesn't care if they're Democrats, Republicans, like, it's about the principle. That's what you do. And so like some people I think really get it. But and that's what I'm saying. I think there is this like key reverence in America, because the free press is central to the founding of our country. If you actually show that you know what journalism is about, like Ida Tarbell and the investigation of Standard Oil, Henry Demiris Lloyd looking into centralization of the market economy after 1886 and in the lead up to the election of 1896, which of course saw like the very dangerous rise of the... one second, there's going to be something that plays. I have to mute it. Which of course shows the... this is incredibly annoying. One second. Thank you, it's muted. Okay, sorry, I'm getting a video ready to play for when we're through this. But knowing the history of journalism, Ida Tarbell, Henry Demiris Lloyd, the centralization of the market economy in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and then the rise of new journalism with Hunter S. Thompson, and then the rise of modern digital journalism with Walter Cronkite and so many different journalists, Walt Whitman and others through the 20th century. And then the redefining of journalism with people like Trey Yingst on the ground for Fox News in the Middle East, Ali Hashim for Al Jazeera English. A lot of these people like I know and I've talked to and I revere. They have so much respect. It doesn't matter whether like you're Jewish or Arabic or Muslim or whatever. You can go into those countries and talk to both sides of those conflicts if you are actually a respected journalist. Zina Kador, who works for Al Jazeera as well, similar, can go into Lebanon, could go anywhere she wanted, and both sides would respect her, regardless of who she is, because she's such a good journalist. There are very few of those journalists left, and those of us who do it definitely know of each other. I mean, whether we're in like the Middle East or the Southeast Asia or Australia or the United States, it doesn't matter. It's a very small group. We all know each other, and there is a reverence, but there's standards. Like, you better know how to actually operate as a journalist. Otherwise, your colleagues will know that you're not a journalist, you're a populist rhetorician, and that is dangerous.
Right. So Grant, just briefly, just lastly here on this piece. So, for example, you remember the night of the Pope, when you and I were corresponding on the Pope, and you were, I think, the second in the world to report it, or I can't remember that exactly.
Oh, hold on. So it was the Vatican News Service at 3:56 a.m. It was India Today at 4:01 a.m., Al Jazeera at 4:06 a.m., and me at 4:15 a.m. I beat Reuters, New York Times, ABC, CNN, ABC, NBC. I beat them all, except for India Today and Al Jazeera. I was proud of that.
Yeah, no, I was very proud for you of that, right? So whoever was putting that up, I would assume is going to do a quick screen, to make sure who is the who is this, somebody looks at that right quick before they put that up. And that's where I think, Grant, unless you say otherwise, that's where you start to see people that are journalists working in real time. How would you explain that? It's like they're not going to put up, Cynthia's home studio was number 2.
Oh, I get. Yeah, no, I understand.
They're going to look real quick and say, "Yep, he's valid." Okay, number 4, number
right.
3.
Yeah, and I forget exactly what the criteria was for even to make that ranking, but I do think that it does look at what were you just reposting something, or did you actually source it? So I think it knows who's reporting on a press release versus who's reposting a news article. So that's interesting that we have AI that can do that. But also, journalism has different forms, and I'm not degrading any of them. The people who do long-form written journalism, I've done some of that. I think those people are amazing. The people who do packaged journalism, like docuseries or nightly news packages, that's incredibly difficult. I do a different form of reporting. It's not quite a public information service because we don't have okay, we're going to go to, and we kind of do with you now, Harvard. Yeah, we are going to go to our reporter in this place. Here's a video of them. We're not that. We're one level below that. It's kind of right above a podcast, right below a public information service, kind of like a radio, newswire. And this kind of reporting is, like you're saying, more like breaking news, and it requires the discipline of a long-form journalist with the judgment of a real-time anchor, and you don't have a producer working for some big corporate entity who has a boardroom that's making the calls. It's you in real time, or myself, or whatever, having to process the information and saying, okay, out of everything I know, and on balance, what should I do with this right now? And it's always live, it's always raw, there isn't time to really make decisions, so you have to be right, and that's why, for me, I always hedge towards caution. You're never going to hear me just jump out and say something very explosive, unless if you hear me say something like that, it's because I know, I truly believe, based on what I've heard from my sources, that it's what happened. That's the kind of effort you have to put in, and you earn that kind of credibility over time. And then when you do say something that is very intense, people listen, and that's what the news business authentically should be all about.
And I think, Grant, the night of the Pope, didn't you also tweet or X would post? Didn't you do that right away as well? They picked up on that, I believe. So you disseminate. You not only did you get it, you disseminated the information to the public.
Yeah, I remember. I think I wrote it up on Towel Tribune. But
Yep.
and that was noted as its own entry, and then just my tweet about it, having written up, because the Vatican statement, and this is probably what it was, the Vatican statement was in Italian, so at least I think at first. So to get it, you had to get it from the Vatican News Service, and they only tweeted about it in Italian or something, so it wasn't that hard to translate. But yeah, I tweeted it in English at 4:15, and that counted as its own entry on the list, which was 6 minutes before I posted my news article. So yeah, I think
that's awesome.
And I also think it's based on the account. So I think if the account is generally considered a news account, then it's going to get treated that way by colleagues, and then also by the algorithms, and then the colleagues will go based on that. So it's all this interdependent. I think they assign, humans assign trust factor scores to people without realizing, especially news promoters or news agents. But the algorithms, like they also do it. Like you have a trust score. I'm sure they don't put it out there, but we all have a trust score with these algorithms, especially people in news. And the higher your trust score, it doesn't matter about your analysis, but your reporting. Like if your reporting is always right, like 95, 98% of the time, I think it boosts you higher. Like on Google, like my reporting about stuff will be very, very high. I don't do any SEO, but I think it's because like that algorithm thinks my reporting has weight, and you can't manipulate it because it looks at what you're reporting and compares it to other stories. You're either right or you're wrong, not your analysis. You're the facts. You're either right about the facts or you're wrong about the facts. And so that's what I think is really interesting. The fact that someone, just a small independent outlet, can like rival some of these big publications, expanding them in scope. I mean, many days we beat out Boston 25 on this stream, just by virtue of the fact that you can live up to those standards. The public knows it, is my point. The public knows what's good, what is good journalism. You don't have to define it yourself. The public knows.
Yeah, I just think, and thank you for taking the time, to explain this, because I think it's important as we see different things popping up. I believe that you had something earlier with somebody drew diagrams of jurors. I thought they were pictures looking from afar. I thought, oh my God, now they've got pictures from inside the courtroom.
Oh no, it was AI.
I think I was like, I need to collect myself. I'll be right there.
But would you really be surprised if maybe like someone like Aiden took pictures in the courtroom?
Would not be surprised. And then it was sorry, sometimes when I do this, it's because my brain is trying to put it into words where my fast brain is thinking. I would not be surprised. And then there was a draw up, give me the right word for that, an illustration made of the people that likely could be very close to what they look like. But again, that's another, I think as this moves forward, all different types of journalism is popping up. And I just think this was a fantastic, Grant, thank you, conversation about what is required, correct me if that's the wrong word, required, or what is part of the AP style, or however, what they ask for. How would you say that, please?
The standards demanded by the AP, or the ethical standards imposed by the AP style guideline.
Right. So you were just going to see a lot of different things, a lot of different people talking, a lot of that, and that's been going on, I mean, for years in this trial anyway. And I guess you take it or you leave it, some is offensive, some isn't offensive. It's up to the individual what they gravitate towards, I guess. Am I mistaken? Were they taking jurors and talking about their physical features and objectifying people? Was that what was happening there?
Yeah, I think that's putting it lightly. I had no idea the host on that show was going to say that kind of thing. And it was, to say it was shocking would be an understatement. But yes, along with describing the jurors, the interesting insight was Turtle Boy, before deliberations ended, said that one of the juror who came out as Brazilian and said she was Brazilian. I don't know how he would have known that. But, I'm going to play this Harvard Yard. I think you should be able to see it on your screen. Give it 1 second to load up. I'm going to send over. This will be the first time Harvard Yard's been able to watch a video with us live. We are going to watch a video here. Oh, 1 second. I have to change one thing. Sorry. We're going to watch a video of the juror speaking. So give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to bring this like this. Give me 1 second. So Harvard Yard, I have to change it around a little for you, but we're going to watch a video of the juror speaking from Good Morning America, or I believe that's what it was, the Today Show, actually. And I'm interested in your reaction, because we all see something new each time we watch it. So I'm interested in your reaction to this. I'm going to bring it up on your screen, and we're going to listen to it as well on the stream. Now, you won't have to do anything here. You're not going to see towel comments during this. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, perfect. And thank you, Grant, for indulging that conversation. I think it's very important. I could not during that see the chat moving, and that's okay. I don't need to. But were people resonating with that, Grant, participating in that as that was going along?
Oh, yes. Towel Chat was vociferously discussing the different standards of journalism in this case and how it impacted the jury. And I think I'm not switching to this because of what I was seeing in chat. It was more my own interest in this. I think what interests me so much, and you can see it up on your screen now, about how this juror was talking, especially your insight about what Turtle Boy had said about the juror before it came out is so interesting. So I've set this up where you should be able to hear the audio through your Zoom. I'm going to play it for you, and then we'll watch it on the stream, and we'll break it down.
Perfect. Thank you.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house. I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take the stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had no clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly...
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. Well, why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I know I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even like accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were like making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
Okay.
very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy, so I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated.
Okay. I'm here. Hello.
Oh, I was muted.
There
See,
we are.
how great is it now? The chat doesn't have to say, "Hey, you're muted." You can just tell me. But yes,
Okay.
tell me your
Oh,
immediate
my
reactions.
goodness.
It's a
Oh,
lot,
yeah,
right? Like
yeah,
she let
yeah,
it slip there. She said
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
movement inside the courthouse.
I wrote, oops. We can't hear them. Then inside, outside. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, all right. So just so people have, I can't show you obviously, but I'm holding a Hertz rental car receipt and I'm trying to like write all over the thing. This is kind of how some journalism works. You write on whatever's available. Okay, here were my initial thoughts. You have the defense points straight down the line. Okay. Here's what I will say prior to my just real quick assessment. The journalists that are questioning her know a lot, and therefore they make their questions around what way to get a certain response. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, they know where they're leading.
Yeah, where they're leading. Yep. Okay, so here's what I saw. I saw the defense points: 1, 2, 3. The house, then the defendant, then the tail light, then the crowd, then bringing it around home to being a mother, to bringing it around to what happened. It was inside. Now I geez, my first reaction is does she work for the defense? Sincerely, that's my first question, and I don't mean that in a way of controversial way. But if you knew nothing about this and there was no banner under her name, you might have thought that was someone from the defense speaking out on the case. Sincerely.
Well, right. I think it's hard for people not to get that impression when it's just talking point after talking point, but almost designed to talking point after talking point, but designed to insulate the defense.
Correct. And Rem, please correct me if I'm wrong, because my brain over these weeks and months and so forth. The inside the house was not a big part of the case. There was no images shown. There was no. I mean, please, for my entire brain.
His phone stopped moving at 12:32:16. It never moved from the lawn. There was no evidence of him going in the case of the house.
Correct. Right, and there was no Albert testimony. There was no. In other words, the focus was not on.
Right, I don't know where that came from. It was like
yeah,
it came
so that
out
was
of
that.
absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, that was straight off the top, inside the house. There was a very disturbing image that circulated yesterday, unfortunately, of what was supposedly to be inside the house. So is that all a part of this? I mean, is that part of what then is going to be said the next morning about being inside the house? I mean, I'm just giving you off the cuff where my brain goes. But anyway, I think that so we have the house. Very interesting comments about Karen Reed, right? I mean, she was very detailed about how it went from too confident to then. I mean, it was like can you please tell us all about the defendant and what you observed there with the defendant
and why you liked her so much? Basically.
Yeah, I found that very interesting. The tail light, and that's going to bring me back to when I was lucky enough to come on right at first. How would they ever ask the question about the Hank Brennan's videos? Come on. I see. It's all this is just wild, because she said they're watching videos of it, obviously evidence videos. The others were too. So why did they send that question? I mean, that really is something. Now I could go with, oh, she's a lawyer, she should have known better. Couldn't she tell the people in there? But it feels to me, it doesn't feel right to me. Something feels very baited, very, let's ask for this now at the 11th hour when we know we should have been watching it, or not should have had the ability to watch it. I watched one of the interviews, I forget which one, where it was, we studied all the videos, and it's like, but wait, I don't know that the timing of that question to Judge Connolly was very interesting to me, and we heard it again here. We saw in the video the tail light. I just I don't know. And then that oops, I mean, that was something right there that most people might not catch, which, well, they blocked off the windows, we couldn't hear anything, and then the slip on outside. So the other thing is that this reopening, again, my opinion only, reopening the case to me feels like the dig that was on the courthouse steps of, I'm the only one that has fought for John O'Keefe. I'm the only one that has fought for John O'Keefe. It feels like that to me. Well, hopefully they'll reopen the case. I feel badly for the family. Hopefully they'll reopen the case. So this rubbed me.
And there's one, it did rub me the wrong way too. There's one more chit chat and coffee requested before we watch a little bit of a podcast interview with the juror's husband. Chit chat and coffee requested we watch the full 10-minute interview with this juror last night. And if this becomes as big of a deal as I think, I'm not reporting everything that I know yet, because I don't know what I don't know, and I need to do a lot more vetting, but let's just re-watch this. I'm going to share the screen here with you for you to listen, Harvard Yard. This was Chit Chat and Coffee's request, so I think it is important to re-watch. And just give me a second, because I want to make sure Harvard Yard. And by the way, Harvard Yard, you are appreciated. The whole chat is like, it's wonderful to have this kind of dialogue. So there you go.
Thank you. And Grant, if I do drop off, it will be for about 20 to 30 minutes, and it's just because of an appointment. If you don't see me, I am coming back.
Absolutely, and don't worry. If that happens, we'll just do the analysis, but hopefully you'll be able to watch as much of this as we can. I have the sound shared.
Absolutely.
It should be popping up on your screen. Now, this feels like a real news network. We're watching, you're commentating. I feel like a towel. All right, can you see it?
Yep, I can see it now, and I think once you hit play, and just quickly before you hit play, I want to make sure I haven't lost my mind. Is there an accent change? That's what I'm looking for here. Did anybody comment on an accent change from last night to today, Grant, earlier?
Not that I've seen. And then, so the accent change we're watching for, and then also any details that change. Remember, this interview occurred before the Good Morning America, or the whatever it was interview.
Right, and we're using, like we talked about for the last couple of days, eyes, ears. So anyway, cool, groovy. I'm here.
Let's do it. And for those watching, it is going to take a second to start up, but it will play. And this is the requested interview that Chit Chat and Coffee asked for from the juror from last night. But it is simultaneously going to you all, and then it's also being broadcast out across onto the Towel interwebs. So I appreciate your patience as we go through that process. All right, so let me see, and then I would like you to play. And this video should eventually cooperate. I feel bad for Towel Computer some days. He's doing his best. There we go. And let me unmute it for you 1 second. And let's start at the beginning. Hold on a second. Towel Computer is saying to Towel that it has done all it can. But don't worry, it should unmute soon.
In our opinion, decided to just drop John O'Keefe off.
I got it, Grant. It's playing. Thank you.
The injuries in his arm.
We spoke too soon, Harvard Yard. We spoke too soon.
Well, no,
it's loading. It's loading.
There it goes. We're learning body language while we wait. Towel Computer.
Clear. They did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities. I'm sorry, of everything, and yeah, it was.
We're going to start this again just so we can actually see what she said. Yeah, we'll leave it.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened, and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers. They know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other. The injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house. Was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent in this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal or what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen it.
You can't
At the
appeal.
beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion formed before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that, until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him, so this idea come from somewhere on her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the taillight damage. We do not believe the taillight, the way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the wine was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or
Well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience, really. I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focused on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, And I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
Okay, so your thoughts before we go to the next video.
Okay, then. The whole rental agreement's written on. Wow. Okay. I have tons of notes. I think they. Okay, hang on. I kept looking for a slip up, and I think there definitely is slip ups between.
Joining me today to talk about the Karen Reed verdict and case is Kenneth Gray of the University
No worries,
of New
no worries,
Haven.
no worries.
He's a former FBI agent. Kenneth.
It just started auto playing.
No, it's all okay. I was looking for where there's a slip up, and there definitely was a slip up in what she sees and what she hears. That's for sure. And we saw that in the other one as well. You know, they covered the windows we couldn't hear. I think the thing that the thing that really infuriates me is the whole mother's pain piece. And we saw the mother's pain. That is my personal I think that is just disgusting to be putting it that way and be even bringing note to that in my opinion. I think that there were points in hers. Okay, hang on. She leads out with the fracture and the injuries, but she gives no basis for that. See, this is the problem I'm having as well, is that there isn't it's like these are talking points. They're talking points. It's not, hey, there's not examples of and especially if she did practice law for a period of time, there isn't examples of what she's talking about. They're just statements. I kind of, like you said, someone with a note card. I can go forth and say that there was definitely, I speak Spanish. There was definitely an accent change between that video and the video we saw on Good Morning or Today or whatever it was. In my opinion. I found it very interesting that right off the bat was the conspiracy theories. 1, 2, 3, 4, the shoes, inside the house, Sally Port. I must have missed that, Dave. Grant, did they show the videos of the Sally Port?
I think during Yuri's testimony,
like for 10 seconds.
No, I think but I definitely don't remember it being a focal point. And the other, obviously, there was no evidence of her going into the house, so I don't know where she got that.
Yeah, I got that. I wish I could show you on screen. My note right here is inside house. I hope they reopen the case. That's just like, are you serious? Okay, here was another big telling one. We didn't want a hung jury. We didn't want to hang the jury again or something to that effect.
Right, because of the cost. The cost definitely didn't come.
See,
like experts cost a lot of money. Like, how could she be saying that? It's such a ridiculous thing to say. They were thinking about the consequences of their vote.
No, because that's part of the talking points. The how much it cost and the taxpayers and the this and the that. I mean, that right there is extremely telling to me anyway, because I don't know a lot about the tax structure and but the fact that they didn't want to hang it, they don't want the taxpayer dollars, I just wow. Proctor, that was another shocking one. So there you go. Right. So she wasn't interested in hearing from Proctor. She wanted to hear from the owner. So there she took the opportunity to hit the place where where it relates to the prosecution in where people will say they failed to bring them forward. So, and the videos, that's the last thing I'll say on that is the videos, that I just can't get past that video thing. I just, we looked at that and we, saw she had a few drinks. So it was almost like we had to get her on something. So, we all kind of hung out there for a few days. And this is again.
It just seems so crafted. It was like, what outcome could the defense create that would allow them to claim victory while saying, oh, well, at least there was one guilty? It was like, But then again, the juror was also like, oh, maybe the prosecution will appeal. Like, no, you can't appeal. The only, like what the juror was kind of saying there was, oh, yeah, you should reopen the investigation. No. What an appeal in this case is you move to set aside the verdict and then move for a mistrial on the grounds of external influence on the jury, which this juror just opened up an entire can of worms.
Oh, yeah. No,
and it's not really just this juror. I'm not going into anything else, but let me just tell you, it's not just this juror.
Yeah, no, it's the, and this was the other, and lastly, and then I'll and again, please, everybody, these are just cold. I'm just hearing this and making notes. I'll rewatch and rethink, but it's, she didn't have time to watch the sentencing piece because she was having time with family. Come on. I mean, I weren't they just they would still have been in the other room because the judge hadn't left the bench.
Right. No, literally it took less than 30 seconds to a minute. You couldn't have got out of the courthouse. Even if you left the back door and got in the bus, you wouldn't have been back to wherever you were going in the bus.
You would have known that outcome. You would have known there was a sentencing, and I don't know the logistics exactly of that courthouse, but if there's talk of seeing and hearing supporters outside, don't you think wherever that jury was sitting waiting on Judge Cannoni that they couldn't hear that?
Well, right. Well, they definitely, one juror, juror number 4 on TMZ, said they did hear the screaming, and then the other juror was like, this juror said, no, I didn't hear it.
No, meaning the sentencing. They were still in the other room. The judge hadn't let them go yet. She said, I'll be back with you, you in a minute.
Right, but you wouldn't have heard the sentencing through the walls, but you wouldn't have been with family is the point.
Yeah, but isn't, if you okay, so they would have brought the jurors to a different area, but they would have known there was a sentencing, wouldn't they have possibly?
Well, no, right. That we can't know. But what I'm saying is there's no way you could have been with family. All right. The only timeline that makes sense is they render their verdict. They go out of the court. Judge Cannoni immediately goes to sentencing. Those jurors are being walked to their room. Then they have to technically wait because Judge Cannoni will ask them to wait. So they are just sitting in their room. They might be a lot of things at that moment, but they're not with family. Now, we don't know if they knew sentencing occurred. We can't get in their mind. But I'll tell you, they were absolutely 100% in the building when sentencing occurred. There's no physical way they could have been escorted even if they got to like a separate area of the complex, there's no way they could have been escorted there, got in their bus, got driven from the bus to where they needed to go. They would have been on the road in the bus. So there's just no way she could have been with family.
Well, correct, and she may have even met later that night. But
hold on. We had a question from Just Me, which is Commander John DePetro is asking if the jury can be nullified if a citizen lied about if a person lied about their citizenship. I'm almost shocked because I didn't think this was going to come up, and can we preface this conversation, Harvard Yard? I think you probably heard me talk about it. Did you know that part of my family was Lithuanian? They were Jews, and they were chased out of Lithuania during Russian pogroms in the 1800s?
Your family?
Yes, my family.
Yeah, no, I did know that. I listen well. Yes, I do know that.
And so, when they got to Ellis Island, of course, White Towel loves America, and literally, you all have me as a flag-waving, American-loving patriot, because in like the 1890s, when I was not alive, I don't even think I was a glimmer in someone's eye, like 3 generations removed, the immigration officers were like, oh my God, you are telling us you're fleeing pogroms in Lithuania. We're not going to send you back there. You can come live here. And even when my family was like, we don't know how to speak English or pronounce our names, they were like, that's okay. You can just have the last name Ellis. That's incredible. Okay. That's a very noble thing. So I just want to preface this by saying that, like, your country, this country, which is my country, saved my family, and the people who didn't escape Lithuania did die in the camps in the 40s and 50s, in the 40s, and 30s in Germany, and it's very sad to me, okay? And I come from that position. Now, that does not mean that I believe we should just literally let everyone into America. Of course, I don't believe that, but I don't want anyone, first of all, I want to preface this discussion by saying I don't want people to pass moral judgment on that, but as it relates to the law, if this woman, somehow there's something with their citizenship status or the form that was filled out, of course she can't be a juror. Of course. It's not a question. But I also want to ask, so 2 separate things here, because we are going to watch a video of her husband to get some sense into who he is. But 2 things for you, Harvard Yard. Do you, and maybe it will help if you have questions for me, do you understand the implications of what happens if the double jeopardy bar is removed or voided because of external influence on the jury? And does this term manifest necessity make sense as to what the prosecution's remedy is for external influence? Before we get to the question about her citizenship, just that, does that make sense to you?
I think that is possibly why we're not hearing from Hank Brennan.
I agree with you. And we haven't talked about this before right now, but you are in my mind. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think possibly. I mean, we can't say for sure, but possibly. I'm not as versed on the double jeopardy. I would say it has to be a very, very, very high standard to remove that.
To set aside, because we're talking about setting aside the verdict.
Pardon me, yeah, I didn't say that correctly. Setting aside the verdict, that's very, 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 very serious. That would just be, I wouldn't be surprised with everything we've seen over these years. Would it be surprising if somebody got a call today or it came out today? I'm again making this up because this wouldn't happen. That, hey, we're going to redo this or no.
Well, you don't redo it. You move for a mistrial, and it takes time. It takes time to build that motion. But let me ask you about this in a very politically neutral, sensitive way. Let's analyze just the implications of what if this question about the citizenship is more than just rumblings? What if something on a citizenship form wasn't supposed to be what it was supposed to be? Would that render her ineligible for jury service from the get-go? So in a very politically diplomatic way, how would you analyze that?
What I would say is that, okay, hang on, because I'm trying to think. So would the status of citizenship affect the potentiality of her serving on a jury? That's the question, right?
Yes, and I think that was John DePietro's question.
John, yeah, okay. Ideally that way. I think if that was the case, that would become a countrywide issue very quickly.
Oh yeah. Oh, if that happens, if that happens, let me just tell you, for like the manifest necessity thing, the external influence, big deal. But if there's something with that citizenship form right now, oh my God, like you can't have done that. Like you had to have been perfect. There's that issue right now is you can't. I mean, on a jury, oh my God, there will be the outrage, for setting aside people's political feelings, just the outrage about like the way our system works, people will lose it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just hope that the attorneys did their due diligence in the jury they chose. And I would say that on both sides, both prosecution and defense, if this is the case or being discussed in a serious sense, you would hope for that. If there is an issue, I would hope that that juror has retained an attorney. And I think that would, what is already a divisive case, would blow up into a national and international issue. Does that answer the question?
Yes, and I appreciate you being able to bring that up in such a analytical context, because it is a hot button issue, right? No matter how you feel about it, no matter how you feel about
is it happening today, Grant, in the public and X's and string? Is that coming up at the moment?
I think that John DePietro has started to ask about it, and other people are. Now, here's why I think this is such a big deal. I think there are people looking into this, and they sent me a moment. They sent me some various sort of, and Diana and Natalia, if you're reading this, for whatever reason I didn't get your Facebook messages, but there's some various people, I think, trying to figure out what's going on here. And let's watch a little bit of the husband's podcast. This is about marriage advice, being a mindful Muslim. So this is the juror's husband.
Hey, Grant, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to jump off just briefly.
For
I will
your
be able
appointment.
to rewatch this clip before I jump back on, okay? Let me see where you are timestamped. I'll watch this before I come back on, okay?
Yep, you have fun, and I might not play that much of this. I'm going to use it to get insights, as you know, about the husband, and I'll tell you about it when you're back from your appointment.
Okay, great. And this is coming in here. I'm screenshotting. This is coming from where? Coffee and Coffee with Karen podcast, episode 103. Okay, perfect. All right, I will be back. I look forward to it. Thank you, everybody, and hopefully this has been helpful. And Grant and everybody, big towel hugs, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. And then thank you, Towel Friends. I'm sorry that Harvard Yard's going to go do their thing, so we'll let them do that. And I will pause this for a second, and we are going to watch this clip. And by the way, you're all set. Whoever was, I think it was 5MEO DMT, you're all set as to Night Girl music. I did not see the chat earlier, so my rule is if I didn't see the chat, then I'm just going to keep an eye on it from now. And thank you for Ann Twittick for taking care of Greg. See you later, Greg. Now, this, I want people to understand that we're analyzing this juror's husband's podcast because I think this is all going to start steamrolling, and we are some of the first people to see this. So here is the husband's podcast. I think that all faiths are wonderful. You know that. I'm not judging anyone. So the rules here are firm. It's not, people were complaining earlier about like speech. Trust me, I believe in the public sphere, but the rules on this channel are you can't be discriminatory, you cannot be derogatory, and you cannot sea lion. Now, if you're just being in good faith and not doing any of those, that's fine, but please just be aware. I'm going to monitor the chat during this, and I would prefer we discuss this in the analytical context of the case and nothing more. Thank you very much. And I also understand people have strong feelings about these kind of things, so I understand that sensitivity. So this is the husband of the juror who just spoke. This is his podcast. It's going to take a second to play.
Coffee Recording Podcast.
Welcome everybody to another episode. I have with me today the lovely mindful Muslima and inspirational speaker and my co-host Noman Farouk. Mindful Muslima is a mother of 5, licensed educator of 25 years, and a big sister to the Muslim community. She has been doing dawah in NYC since the late 1990s, where she worked with and served on all the idaras of some of the top U.S. Muslim organizations in the U.S. like Islamic Relief, ICNA, MAS, and IERA, to build community programs, interfaith exchanges, and bring aid to Muslim communities. She's an educator and instructor and has taught thousands of people, and also a trainer and consultant for the U.S. Department of Education. Welcome, Mindful Muslima. Thank you for joining us today.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy to be here.
And thank you for joining Noman.
Of course. Walaikum salam, everyone. Happy to be here and excited for this conversation today.
Excellent, excellent. So we're very excited to interview you and get a female perspective. I want you to kind of think of this today, sister, as two men who want to learn more. Recently been married, no kids yet.
Hold on.
This is something also that you're just starting off. So there's inshallah.
I'm coming in to resolve this. I'm here. Okay, so 5MEO DMT. Steph unblocked your daughter, and the only way you can unblock it is to change the time. So it looked like she blocked her. She just unblocked her. Now, I don't know what happened earlier. I'm just going to monitor. Everyone, please be friendly. I am a towel. Now, let's listen more to this. So the husband is the host of the podcast, and then one of his guests is the woman in the... that might be more than a burqa. It might be a burqa. I think it's a full veil and burqa. And then the other guest is the man talking now. So let's go back to that. Sorry for the delay. This is the husband. They work together on a consulting company of the jury. Don't worry, Mandy Strong. I don't think you did. I think it was just, there was a lot of activity, folks. Let's just focus on what we're discussing. Harvard Yard will be back, by the way.
The first few months, you're really just trying to understand the person's routine. Like you're trying to understand your spouse's routine, the way they live, their habits, and they're trying to understand your routine and your habits. And then in that time frame, you're just sort of you're trying to learn to live with each other's differences, but accepting those differences too.
I always say the first 2 years is like all adjustment. What are your thoughts about that, sister? It's all adjustments. In fact, one of my best friends is a Mexican Muslim, and they have a really nice saying in Mexico. They say, it's two people are their own planets. So you're trying to bring two planets together. It's going to be a lot of activity and physics and so forth, right?
Yeah, subhanAllah, it's true. I think everything you said is true. And I think you learn so much, not just about the other person in those 2 years, but yourself. Because you learn about your capacity for patience, your capacity for people being in your space. It's a very different thing to talk to someone outside and then to have them in the same home with you where you have to wake up and have routines together. And it's a lot of compromise. So I would say, yeah, it's kind of a make or break in those first 2 years, and how you respond to each daily event as opposed to react it can make all the difference.
Totally. Let's start with the first, I think, most common construct that we all hear. It's marriage is half of your deen. What does that even mean, right? It doesn't mean something literal, like you'll be praying double the salah or what have you, right? It's more of a psychosocial, emotional, let's say, upgrade or improvement in oneself. And I kind of think about it as whatever I thought I accomplished as an individual, marriage really helps test, refine, or even nullify that. Like, oh, I'm so patient, I'm so generous, I'm so emotionally intelligent. And then all of a sudden, marriage is this constant, daily present arena where you are refining your human, spiritual, personal skills. What are your thoughts about that, sister?
No, most definitely. What marriage really teaches you is a certain level of humility and again that ability to compromise and not always have it your way. It's really hard because we're in routines, especially if we're getting married in our 20s or late 20s. You know, we have this way that we like to do things, and it becomes half your deen in the sense that you're really supposed to be doing it together for each other. The way my husband always said it to me is like, I could easily look out for myself, you know, outside of the basic things I'm supposed to do for the family. And you could easily just look out for yourself. But how much different is the relationship if I'm always looking out for you before myself and you're always looking out for me before yourself? It becomes less of like we're living in two silos and more like we're constantly covering one another. And so I think a lot of it has to do with your mindset. Unfortunately, I think a lot of our families, there's a lot of toxicity before marriage and that we experience in our homes. And sometimes we bring these ideas and expectations and fears and hopes. And then when the other person's brand new with us, sometimes we jumble them up and they influence our decisions. And so I find that a lot with women that approach me. They've had a lot of experience in their homes, then they're newly married for the first time, like the brother. And so, alhamdulillah, there's a lot of what if it's gonna be like my mom's relationship with my dad or what happened to my cousin. And so we see a lot of that. So just keeping in mind that it's something where you're pulling on a lot of the Quran and Sunnah and all of those natural everyday mannerisms to do this together as opposed to us living alone anymore and just constantly thinking of the other person first. And I think it really, really helps.
You know, that
what are your thoughts about that,
Oman? Yeah, that reminded me of the importance of premarital counseling for a single guy or girl, single Muslim guy or girl, regardless if they're even courting or not, because just like what the sister said is that you may have some sort of trauma or some sort of behavior, toxic behavior that you don't even recognize and haven't even realized about yourself. And you don't want to go into a courtship or even a marriage with that background and putting it onto someone else, right? And totally blindsiding them. The whole point for me, you know, when I did premarital counseling was I wanted to figure out what are some blind spots that I have, number one. Number two, how can I rectify them and sort of adapt them, change them so that when I start courting or when I enter into a marriage, then all that toxic behavior will be behind me. And, you know, you can't necessarily address everything. Some things will just come up throughout the marriage, but you definitely want to get those main big things out of the way for sure.
Yeah, we actually teach that. That's the main problem we have is we found that because I think Muslim marriages are approaching almost like a 50% divorce rate. We're like on our way to be like, you know, head to head with the non-Muslims. We really focus on premarital education. And so one of the biggest things that we do with women is we do that. We teach that how to find a spouse by the Quran and Sunnah. And they're shocked when they get inside the classes or courses that we teach to find out that they don't start with the guy. The majority of the beginning of the whole thing is you and Allah. How can we talk about what you like? It's just, you know, the whole mindset reset and reconnecting with Allah and addressing exactly what you said. And that is such a huge part. And we find that when women do that, they're so much more confident and understanding what they need to do and who they are so that they have better chance to pick the right person. And there's, like you said, less issues once you're in a marriage because you've done your due diligence. And I think that's so true.
What I'm hearing there is enhancing our self-awareness, understand.
Yeah, and I want to pause to just let people know the reason why we're watching this is that this is the juror's husband. So we're trying to get little bit of insight. They run a consulting firm together, and this is his podcast where he's interviewing someone about marriage in the Muslim faith. So this isn't a debate about their beliefs, it's an insight into the husband. So please remember that.
Understanding myself as a person better is actually going to give me an easier time to even know what would be a good spouse for me. And that kind of brings us to compatibility, right? Like, how do I know I'm ready? And how do I determine what's compatible for me, perhaps based on the Quran and Sunnah? Because one thing I realized is there's theory and practice in everything. And often we say, well, marry someone for their deen. Don't just prioritize their wealth or their beauty or their family status and lineage, like the hadith says, but make sure you marry someone for their deen. But does that hadith exclude the other four? No, not necessarily, right?
Right.
Perhaps if we only marry someone for their deen, and I remember a brother once consulted with me from Turkey, and he said, look, I'm in a dilemma. I'm talking to the sister. She has really good religion. Her family's waiting for an answer. My family's pushing me to decide, but I am just not attracted to her at all. Should I just marry her because of this hadith? Just marry her for her deen?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that, sister?
Yeah, no, the Prophet, peace be upon him, encouraged us to marry people that we're attracted to for the obvious reasons. Because there's all types of fitna that happens after that, all types of challenges, right? Where then now I'm married, I really appreciate this person, but I might find my eyes wandering. I might find myself wanting something else. And that's a very natural human thing. So that's something actually the Prophet, peace be upon him, encouraged. And to your nod about, like, it's not just about religion, we realize is that it's really hard because these are kind of fluffy ideas that we're entertaining, but like, what does that really mean for me? How do I actually figure this stuff out for myself? What we did is we came with like a system, and what I typically tell women is this, and this is something I've done for 20 years. You have to have your top non-negotiables. And I would say what the average person does in the Western world, which is what we've kind of copied a little bit, which is we do that small talk, right? Oh, do you like this? Oh, do you like that? And then we get into deeper and deeper and deeper questions. But by then we're emotionally sucked in. We've also spent a lot of time with that person. We feel like I'm super invested. Now, if I turn back, their family will think this. And so what I suggest is we don't go that route. We start with the non-negotiables first, like the top must-haves, must-not-haves, because it's really easy within a short amount of time to know if they're going to meet them or not. If they don't, you can let them go and you can move on. And why do I say the non-negotiables? Because the average person, when they have these things that are like core, and I'll give you an example in a second, like the core beliefs in yourself, like that are really important to you, we try to be nice and give them up. But later on in marriage, we find those are the stickers. Those are the ones that really get us in the end. I'll give you an example. A sister came to me and she said, I got married and I was trying to be really kind about, issues with my family. But the truth is, it was a non-negotiable for me to not live too far from my mother. Because I want to take care of her, bir walidain, it was important to me. My husband moved me to the other side of the world because of his job, and every day I resent him. I'm so angry, I'm so mad. And it ended up making a huge wedge in their relationship. Another sister said to me, I really wanted to be able to work. He encouraged me not to, but I had gone to medical school. So I want you to imagine, I have like all this investment and I just put it down, and now I'm married 19 years in and I want a divorce. It's enough of the fact that I let go of my life. I want me time now. And if I went back with both of those women, I said, I don't think it's that your marriage couldn't have worked. I just think that you never really held on to those non-negotiables as non-negotiables. Like, you guys could be really great people, but you forewent like the things that were really important to you. That's a common mistake. So I encourage women to know what those are. He must have this, he must not have that. And the same thing for the guys. And really, if they don't meet those you don't negotiate on. But then there's other things like thicker questions like, hey, do you want to raise your kids and put them to Islamic school? You might want to negotiate those. Or like lighter things like, where do you like to go on weekends? Those are thinner questions. So we tell women, go forward with non-negotiables, then thick questions, then thin, to kind of avoid that whole spiraling into a mess once you're married, if that makes sense.
For sure. What are some common non-negotiables you have maybe heard over the years, like any cluster?
And I want to point out, this woman either did or does work for like the U.S. Department of Education as a consultant. And this is the juror's husband, and the juror is not actually on this
certain
panel.
things, like women want to be able to work or live near their family. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I would say for women first, the first thing they need to know is actually, before they even construct those, are what are the Islamic boundaries? Because, you know, they could go, I want to work, I want to do this, but they don't really understand like the husband's rights or your rights. So what I suggest to the women is, you know, make sure that you are thinking about basically you understand the husband's rights, your rights, the kids' rights. So when you choose those non-negotiables, they're not selfish and they're not out of alignment with the dean. So for example, and then to be highly specific. So here's another one that happens all the time. It's always a thing with the women and the working and the money, right? So I said to them, okay, when you're asking him about working, did you say anything about pre-children, after children? Because a lot of people make assumptions that you're going to work, but obviously, like the guys say this to them often, and then they're like, how did he not know? You know, oh, obviously after kids, you're going to stop because you should be home with the kids. And she's like, no, I'll just go get a babysitter. I'll just send them to daycare. And he's like, what? And so also when you're talking about those non-negotiables, get a little bit more hyper specific of what do you mean by that? So what I would say to men is if a woman comes to you in courting and says, I want to be able to work, could you say, oh, I'd love to know more about that. Could you tell me more? Like, just tell me more. And then she'll naturally be like, oh, and what do you think about after we have kids? How do you feel about that? Would you still want to work? Oh, what do you feel about, like, ask those clarifying questions, because otherwise you might find some big surprises. It's often with things like that, about the paying for things. Oh, you know, my husband takes care of me. What does that actually mean? Really getting clear about what you're able to do, what you're not able to do. And, you know, everybody having their expectations really clear. And I think that really helps.
Yeah, that, you know, thinking about that, just piggybacking off of you, sister, is the idea that people want to look for someone who is religious. It's like, well, what does that even mean in the first place? Because
jumping ahead to the husband talking again, this is the husband of the juror.
So many questions. You're going to run him away. Just say yes, yes, yes. So then we have the old cultural standards of those families too. And the women say, is it bad for me to ask questions? My mom said stop. So there's all these other cultural nuances as well.
So true. So this brings up for me roles, rights, responsibility topic, right? What are a man's rights in a marriage that you typically try to educate Muslim women around, and vice versa? Men's rights, responsibilities towards a woman.
Yeah, that's really interesting to talk about with women. It's really hard because of the onset of feminism, as we know. And when I used to talk to women, I'm not even joking, 10 years ago, it was so much easier to have this conversation. Now I have to really tiptoe gingerly. I have to say everything with a lot of, like, you know, finesse before, because we've been so inundated with the fact that we have to be equal to men, and we have to show who we are and all this stuff, which means where before there would naturally be one captain of the ship, now we're competing for the role at most of the time. And so that's really hard for women. They don't understand why they have to do certain things. They have to. I approach with understanding.
I love that word, obey. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I approach it a different way because I find that's too, like, egregious with women. So what I do is I say, well, first let's understand the nature of one another. Like, this is just human nature. Like, just get him, okay? And then I actually do, like, I had to do an entire course on this because it was asked so many times. And, like, I can only talk to you one-on-one. So in it, I had to explain to them, like, all of the sunnah that the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the wives did, so they can understand kind of the beauty of it. And they would fall in love with it. It would be romantic as opposed to rights and rituals and rules, because as soon as you come at women that way, they don't want to hear it. But if you could talk to them in a more flowery way, they're much more interested because it sounds very sweet and like what the Prophet did in
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm trying very hard to understand this, but is what I'm hearing here that if you just tell women to be subservient, they will be like, no. So this woman is advocating with the juror's husband, just kind of nodding along, that what you got to do is trick them by telling them that they should love the flowers like garlands of upon their chains, and then they'll want this. I'm trying very hard to understand. I don't understand, but we are a multipolar, we're a pluralistic culture. I'm a little bit, I don't understand. Okay, we're going to keep listening because I want to understand this juror's husband, but I don't know what to say about this. I don't think we should do that to women. They should make a choice, and if they want to be involved in that religion, that's great, but why are you, let me listen to the end of this, but I need some time. I don't understand this. I'm going to keep trying to put this together. I'm trying to be my pluralistic towel self, I don't understand this. I don't understand, but let me listen.
Oh, this is what they want, right? So I do that because not in a way of any type of manipulative way, but because it's not just what you say, it's how you say it, right? So I say to them,
packaging and delivery.
Yeah, right. So I say to them, this is really true about let's talk about like the nature of men. Okay, men really, really need to be appreciated. The number one usually complaint of men is, I don't feel my wife appreciates me. I don't feel she sees what I do. I'm out here working and I'm doing the thing. And then she's always complaining. And then so I said, so you have to understand appreciation is really, really high on their list, right? And then for women, it's maybe something that's not that at all. Like, yes, they want to be appreciated, but with their husband, like they want to feel loved, connected with, heard and all that stuff. So I said, you can't, instantly, think that's wrong of him because you have your own needs. Let's just look at them as human needs and understand the other type of human, right? Male versus female, or I don't know whatever else they want to say out there, but I'm just going with those. And alhamdulillah, like I genuinely start from understanding men and understanding how they are. So then the women start to feel light bulbs go off. Oh, that's why he always does this when I say that. I said, and then I have them do a lot of self-awareness.
What if, I hope, okay, we're going to watch this juror interview at 5 p.m., but this is I'm trying very hard. I don't understand, like, is she saying, like, if your husband reacts very negatively, you should think more, I don't know. We're going to watch this at 5 p.m., though. We're going to try to get WCVB Live to see David Bienick's interview here, so stay with Little Towel. I want to hear more of him, not necessarily her views, but I guess him interviewing her is her views. So he does come up and talk a little bit here. Let's listen to what he has to say. I'm mostly interested in the juror's husband.
You recognize when we're using criticism statements like you and always and never, and it feels like an attack, and that can go both ways.
Yeah.
Using I feel statements, and something that I've coined myself is positive packaging.
Hello, Pat Brooks, my dear friend. While I look for this WCVB stream, let me just tell you, I think it's more than just, I don't know about in terms of what the jurors are saying, but I think there's definitely something very weird about perhaps external influence on the jury. And I'm so glad to see your question. Pat Brooks' question was, my superior Little Towel, can any of these jurors be held liable for suggesting other people being responsible for what happened to John? And, I'm not a lawyer. This isn't legal advice. That isn't, in the short term, as much what I'm thinking. Influence on this jury. This seems more than just external influence. I'm worried we're looking at something that, that could be more like actual outside, influence from the beginning, maybe undisclosed. I don't know. There's too many things in play for me to make a firm conclusion. I'm wondering if we haven't heard from Hank because there's something going on. So hold on. I'm waiting. We're getting some analysis. Let's listen in.
Cases.
Governor Healy not commenting specifically on the district attorney.
The trial ran its course, and so I always reflect on the family of John O'Keefe and feel very sorry for them. But the criminal justice system has run its course, and there is finality in that, and my best to members of the O'Keefe family.
Now, Morrissey, a Democrat, was elected to office in 2010. Since then, he has been re-elected 3 times, and he ran unopposed in those 3 elections. Next year's election, well, so far, there are 2 challengers who have announced their candidacies.
So that was that check-in. No juror interview until 5 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they have to say here.
The verdict, you can watch it right now. You can watch it anytime. It's streaming on our app, very local.
A cleanup in southern Maine after two boats.
Okay, so not going to stay with that. We're going to wait till the juror interview starts, but I want to let you know if we see a juror interview at 5 p.m., I should have it for you, ladies and gentlemen. I should have it for you. We will react. We'll have commentary. I will be here. Harvard Yard Towel went to an appointment, but around 5 p.m., I'll see if they can rejoin us. For the time being, though, now that we have this Channel 5 live stream ready for the 5 p.m. juror interview, there's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to keep listening to this specific podcast with the juror's husband, but I do think, we should watch the juror again because this juror tipped their hand a little bit. And I'll see if I can get, let me see if I can get the the Juror 4 interview on TMZ because we haven't watched that one yet. Let me see if I can find this one for us all. 1 second. I saw someone post it. If anyone remembers who posted it, let me know. I'm looking for the Hello Greer's Garden. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm looking for right now is the video of Juror 4 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, who's on TMZ. I think there's a compilation clip on Twitter of the segments from the interview, so I'm just going to look for it right now. I don't remember if I liked it or if I reposted it. I thought I did at one point. I may have just done a screenshot. But I'm looking specifically for the Juror number 4 interview on TMZ. So let me look for it one more time. Juror 4 TMZ. So I'm looking for the social media source because that's the best way to play it for me. All right, so that's not the full clip. I'm looking for the full clip. Somebody I think it was our very own Dee Dee Towel, but we're looking for the actual clip. All right, I think I got the whole thing, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Let me see if this is it. Is this the end? All right, I got it. I got the TMZ from Twitter, so that's the way I like to play these. Let me bring it up for you right now, little towels. Let's bring that up. Let's bring this down. Let's bring this over here. All right, 1 second. I'm being a one-man producer towel. Also, ladies and gentlemen, did you hear the news? Jack D65 got their Call Me Hank shirt. I'm not giving up the hope, ladies and gentlemen, because Jack D65 got their Call Me Hank shirt. That means I'm a towel. That's not actually what it means, but it does mean I'm a towel, and apparently Jack D65 really likes their Call Me Hank shirt, which I absolutely love. And by the way, the only reason I'm pausing on that is I'm waiting to see what happens. There's a lot of things going on right now. So I have this video for you from TMZ. Let's watch Juror number 4, then we'll rewatch the next juror, and then 11. We're leading up to 5 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what's going on. At 5 p.m., we are going to watch the Channel 5 interview with the newest juror. It's going to break in just 23 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So we're leading up by watching this, and then the other jurors' interviews, and then 5 p.m., the big moment, we're going to see if Channel 5 carries the juror interview, with juror, I believe it was, sorry, I forget which number David Bieniek announced, but let's watch this first. This was the first juror to speak out, and notice the Juror 4, and then the juror who spoke to John DePietro, alternate Juror 17, and then Juror 11, all talked about similar talking points. So let's listen to this.
Jason, the jury found Karen Reed not guilty on murder and manslaughter. Was it because they had reasonable doubt or because they thought she was innocent?
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy around it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that what actually happened.
So, what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt. So, like, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that, because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of...
Just to pause in, Pesky Poll, it's not an exclusive. Juror 11 has already interviewed with every national outlet. We'll watch Juror 11 next. They're just going to rehash what they already told the national outlets, and we'll watch Juror 11 after Juror 4. And it's weird, they seem very scripted, so let's take a look.
Well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged, collision happened, and then it's not?
An exclusive interview is when you're the first person to interview someone and then they don't interview with other people for a certain amount of time. If you just interview someone who's been on every national news network and the local news, you're just interviewing someone.
It doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made...
Oh, Pesky Poll, hold on. I want to apologize. Allie 90211 Towel is our sardonic towel champion, but Pesky Poll, one, you have a wonderful username. Two, you're climbing up the ranks of the sardonic poll championship because that's hilarious.
Contact with John O'Keefe.
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly, and did our best to do right by the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over?
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations, that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%, or are you 99.9%? If you're that 99%, we can't convict you.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
You know, it's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, you know, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt that happened, or that there may have been foul play, you know, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
The driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence. And
So,
Wait. And he asked him, why did you pull the slip back? And he was like, first the juror said, it was exactly the same as the slip we delivered the second time, the one we pulled back. And then he paused, and the guy was like, okay, the host was like, okay, so why did you pull it back? Now, if you look at the timing of why they pulled it back, they clearly did it to release it at 2:27 to the bailiff. The kid was like, yeah. The juror was like, yeah, that's why we pulled it back, because of the OUI. Well, if it was the same slip, what do you mean because of the OUI? Like, he was like, yeah, that's why we pulled it back. He just moved. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I just want to take a moment. I say thank you to so many Super Towel friends, but I want to say I saw so many emojis fly by there. Allie90211, you're incredible. I love that Super Towel emoji. He has a backwards hat. I have a backwards hat. Me and him, you see, we're twins. Wait, hold on. Me and him are twins. You're my little emoji. Hello. And then I also want to say, I know I'm pausing, but I couldn't do this live because I had to listen to this juror, and I'm now just blown away. Oh my goodness, Super Towel Made It Strong sent an emoji that is pumping irons because I've been going for 8 hours and almost 9 hours, and we're still going strong. I had a Towel Red Bull and a Towel Energy drink. You don't understand. I love being around the Towel friends. It invigorates my soul. Then we had a Super Towel comment from Super Towel Pat Brooks, who is a Super Towel. And Pat Brooks wanted to say to us all, God bless you, Pat Brooks. God bless all you Super Towels. Thank you, my superior little towel. Hugs and love to you and all my awesome towel friends. Praying for the O'Keefes and the truth to be brought to light. There is something very wrong, IMO. I agree, Pat Brooks. We know the truth. These jurors are saying the defense talking points with all questions. I agree, my dear friend. You absolutely nailed it. And then I want to say a huge thank you to all the towel friends who are saying thank you to all the towel friends who are supporting the channel. God bless you for that. And I want to say, Pesky Pole, 1, you have a hilarious username, and 2, your sardonic wit is very much appreciated and noticed. You are a wonderful Super Towel. Just the fact that you are sardonic reminds me of Allie90211, and that makes me laugh. You are both wonderful towels. I giggle a lot. So, but we're going to go back to this interview. There's something weird, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Barton, hello, my friend. Hello, the Rise Within. Oh, all Towels friends are here. Hello, Mike. Oh, my goodness. Hold on, Eva Towel. Hold on. I jumped forward to see everyone's comments. And then as I jumped forward, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I think Eva Towel was trying to make Towel giggle. And now I'm ready to do my Towel giggle. You don't understand. Even though the chat is moving very, very fast, you don't understand. I'm ready to Towel giggle. I know how to patrol this chat. Hold on, Glamour. Hold on. What are we looking for, Glamour J? What has happened? Ange Whittick, let me know. I can't monitor every comment right now. It's very fast. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. The comments may be going fast, but if you think I am not going to pause and say hello to Eva Towel, and then look at that towel lemon emoji as he is literally marching down the street with a towel horn and then a little towel emoji behind him in the form of what looks like a grape or perhaps some small pear. Hello, towel lemon emoji. You are a super towel. Thank you for that, Eva. I love the horn. You don't understand. That's amazing. Now, if you're wondering what you're waiting... Oh, goodness, thank you again. I can't leave him. I can't leave him. I want a plushie of him. Oh, I'm going to give you a little towel head pats. Oh, you little towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what is going on, we are waiting for 5 p.m. because there's going to be another juror interview, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, another juror interview at 5 p.m. But right now, that juror saying that about why the verdict slip was pulled back, I think we're going to find out it was 227, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to release it at 227. I'm very worried. Hello, Eva Towel. Look at me. I'm on the TV or the phone or whatever. I'm talking to you and your super towel lemon emoji. We give you the Towel Universe super fluffy towel hugs. Now, let's go back to this video. This juror is ridiculous. I cannot believe this. And this was the first juror out of the gate given an interview after the trial.
How did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
No, I don't want slow mode on. Can we turn that off, please?
I think that all the lawyers.
I would like slow mode off.
A really good job.
Sorry, I might need one of the moderators' help. Can we turn slow mode off, please?
The police. You say the investigation.
Whoever did that, I'm going to go into the settings.
The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired.
Yes, exactly. I don't know who did that, but if we could turn the slow mode off, I would appreciate that.
Do I think it was the corrupt police?
I figured it out. Don't do that again.
I don't know. There's no way for me to...
Okay, Harvard Yard's back. Don't do that again. I'm just going to look in the logs, and then you'll lose your permissions.
That left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some...
Oh, goodness, I'm back. Listen, Ange, don't worry. I was just explaining, as you could see from my hand gestures. No, I was scrolling the chat, and I made it go too fast. Ange was acting from a very good place there, ladies and gentlemen. And no, it wasn't the chat scrolling too fast. It was me scrolling the chat too fast. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had a subversive agent. No, it was Ange being super helpful. If there's ever a time we do need to slow the chat, I'm actually really glad we know how to use that. Ange, you've helped me. I had a panic attack. I thought we were being invaded. I'm not muted anymore. Sound back. Sound back. Sound back. Hold on. Where's Brewski? Hold on. Where's Brewski? Oh, my goodness, Eva Towel. Where is Brewski? Oh, my goodness. Eva Towel, this is a serious problem. Hold on. We only have 8 minutes before the jury starts, but I will not have Brewski gone. Eva Towel, he has disappeared from the memory of the program. I'm going to find him, Eva Towel. You don't understand. I'm going to find him. He disappeared from the memory of the program. Brewski has disappeared into the void, ladies and gentlemen. He is off on a territorial conquest. He is negotiating the acquisition of Greenland for the Free Irish State. I'm not really sure what they're going to do with it. I don't know why Denmark wants to give it to Ireland, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen? If Brewski, our wonderful Brewski, wants to go to Ireland to help them acquire Greenland, go to Greenland to help Ireland acquire Greenland, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss, let me just tell you that, I would be remiss if I did not help. So, I got the chat back up, and there he is, Eva. There he is. I hope you are thrilled, as I am, in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I want to apologize to Ange Wittick because I asked for help and didn't realize what I was saying, and I'm so sorry about that. Thank you. You did your best, Ange. You did nothing wrong, and you actually helped us all, because now if we ever get to a big day, and it could happen, where we need to slow chat, I can absolutely do that, and with your help. And you're the best. Eva, I have wonderful news. Say hello to Brewski. He has returned to his position of glory. We have 6 minutes before we might see the next interview with a juror in the Reed case. Let's finish this interview up.
I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor, it was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I wasn't there. There was just, there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some boxes or done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on. But do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this, for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt. And there was.
Hello, my name is Grant Fidelis. I'm unmuted. Okay, we're not restarting. Sorry, we're not restarting. We're getting ready for the other thing that we have to watch. Wait, hold your towels. Get your towel, friends. Harvard Yard might be rejoining us soon as well, but we're going to watch Channel 5 to see if this interview plays. Let me bring it up for you, little towels. I am a towel. All right, hold on one second. We're going to News Center 5, hopefully at 5. Could you please refresh? Okay, we're going to be ready, ladies and gentlemen. If that interview with a juror starts, little towels, we are going to be ready. Do you know how I know? Because I am a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel, and I am on the ball, and I am ready. Which one are we looking for here? I need News Center 5 at 4:30. Where is it, ladies and gentlemen? I don't see it. You don't understand. This is frustrating me. All right, hold on. I might just do this then. And then where is it? Where is it? Here it is. I got it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We are going to watch this. We're going to see if this comes up. We're going to see if the juror does the 5 o'clock interview. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are monitoring. This is real-time commentary. This is what you get with Towel Stream. Hold on, Pat Brooks. It's like we're watching two different trials and what the jurors were in. Yeah, or it's propaganda, Pat Brooks. Or it's not that they were watching a different trial. They were plants engaging in propaganda. So apparently it's the 30-year anniversary of Jaws, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to announce it is the 30-year anniversary of Jaws. I think that is wonderful news, but it is not exactly what we're waiting for. I like the movie Jaws, but that's not exactly what we're waiting for. I am a one-man operation here, and we're waiting for the interview of the jury. It's News Center 5 at 5. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? It's apparently getting up on the summer solstice. Have we considered making a maypole? Hello to our towel friends in Sweden. I know what a maypole is. Someone should consider getting Towel a maypole. I'm going to get my own, and then I'm going to dance around it. It will be a maypole celebration. I'm a towel. All right, it is 83 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, so about 30-something degrees Celsius, 28, 29, 30 degrees Celsius. It is coming up on 5 p.m., and we're going to see whether there's going to be an interview with a juror from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. How do I know we're going to do that? Because I'm a little towel. Now, I'm going to try to share this with you, Harvard Yard, so you can hear it as well, though there's no audio just yet, but let me do my best for you here. Stay with me.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Grant?
Yep, and I'm just going to share this with you now. All right,
cool.
you should.
All right, I'll go to mute.
Yep, it should be loading up, and you should have now a. Hold on, it's going to take a second to boot up, but soon you will have a live look in on Channel 5 from Boston.
Do they have a new juror?
Yes, it could be a new juror coming up with David
right.
Bieniek, and you can see there it is. You're taking a look at the weather in Boston. Have you ever wondered how the weather in Boston was today? Well, it's hot. It's about 83 degrees.
How's the humidity?
It's pretty high, but it's going to get down to 66 degrees overnight by 6 in the morning, so that's nice.
Right. There it is, and I will mute. Hello, everybody. I'm muting.
Harvard Yard is back, friends. Harvard Yard is back. All right, so we're monitoring, we're watching. Are we about to see a juror? Yes, we're going to definitely need a bigger towel. There's towels from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to need a bigger towel. Don't worry, I will try to stitch a towel mosaic worthy of James Joyce, Fico, and Hegel, and also the situation at hand, because I am a towel. It's wicked windy, apparently. I haven't gone outside. I haven't seen the sun today. Well, I did go outside to get lunch, but I forgot what the sun looks like. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to see the sun. We are waiting for David Bieniek. Oh, is that why all the trees were falling over? I drove down a road today, and then I looked on the road, and there was just a giant tree in the middle of the road. And I was like, why is this road not blocked off? Why is there a giant tree here? This is a small suburb. And then I turned around, and I was like, I shouldn't drive through that tree. Why is there a tree in the middle of the road? And I would just like to confirm that there must be a lot of winds outside, because there was a tree in the road. And Grant's mind, I was just like, oh, maybe someone was cutting trees down. Oh, goodness, I don't have a lot of common sense. Oh, that's wonderful, Eva. Eva, let me know if you want to get a towel lunch. I will come to, literally, I will come to the islands. I need a day off. We'll get towel lunch. And I'll come to Martha's Vineyard and we'll talk about Jaws. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to know, Towel drove up to a tree in the road. I didn't go through the tree. And I said to myself, oh, this must have just been someone cutting trees down. I did not realize that it was literally the wind that knocked the tree over. I was like, I just assumed that some guy cutting a tree down missed where he was aiming for and it fell on the street. And I was like, wow, if you're going to cut a tree down, don't cut it down into the middle of the road. And then I was like, well, yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it out. And then I drove away. Yes, Eva, we're doing it. Okay, Eva Towel, make sure you reach out to me on whatever X or whatever, and we will do it. Whatever day we have to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm doing it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going on a towel adventure. All right, here we go. Karen Reed trial.
4, a man, and Juror 11, a woman. Tonight, you'll hear from Juror 12, who spoke only to our David Bieniek this afternoon. He joins us live in Medfield this evening. David.
Ben, good evening. Unlike the first 2 jurors that we've heard from who rendered their verdict of not guilty for Karen Reed, this one, juror number 12, says during those 20 hours of deliberations, she changed her mind.
I felt like if they didn't pick me, they'd be fools, because I didn't know anything about this case.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says before this second trial of Karen Reed, one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she says other than that, she'd never heard of it. When she was picked to be juror number 12, she suddenly had a front row seat.
I couldn't help but see her because I was right. I mean, I think I had the best view in the house. She was right there. The defense was right there.
Did you form any impressions of her?
No, No, like I said, I knew nothing about her.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was open to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
Jimenez says there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying she believes someone else killed John O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up.
I'm not there to say the defense's story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. So I think there was things that we saw, things that we heard, the evidence that could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing.
Jimenez says there is one part of the defense story that she did not buy. What that was and what she thought about the crowds outside, coming up tonight at 6. Live in Medfield, David Beanick, WCVB News Center 5.
All right, David, thank you. We are...
Hold on.
Time since the verdict. He owned that Canton home at the center of this case and is also a former Boston police officer.
This is an exclusive interview you saw right here on Channel 5 during Nightline last night. Albert has been questioned as to why he never came outside the morning John O'Keefe was found dead as police were investigating in his front yard.
There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I think John's dead out front.
Albert testified in the first trial, but not in the second trial. He says he's been harassed because of his involvement in the case, and he blames the defense.
Where is the DA? 2 days after this verdict now, the public official responsible for the decisions in this case, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey, has refused to answer questions or face reporters. Our Sarah Kanji there spent the day trying to track him down, and tonight we asked the governor what she thinks of this. That part of our coverage coming up at 5:30. We are on top of multiple breaking other stories.
All right, there it is. So let me stop playing that. You heard it live, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to see if anything else played after, but that was the end. You heard it live. Let's get Harvard Yard's live reaction. The interview split up, so Harvard Yard, if you have time, I guess we'll stay around till 6 p.m. Eastern to hear the other half. What are your initial reactions? That sounded also a little bit kind of defense-friendly, to put it lightly.
I thought, yeah, and I'm totally here. Remember, I'm West Coast, so I've got all the time in the world. Okay, I have a little different opinion. To me, she seems the most credible yet. I'm gonna put again. This is just my off the cuff. She seems credible. She didn't. I'm just sitting here. My brain is thinking, what did she see? The shoe? Did they show the shoe? What do you think she went looking for? This is, I want to say fun, and I don't mean that in that way. This is very serious, but I don't know. What do you think she wanted to see? That's what I keep thinking. What was she looking for? Is it the shoe? I don't think it's the tail light. What did she want to see? Was it the sweatshirt? Was it the?
Well, it's more than that. Why didn't the jury foreperson get, if there was a piece of evidence that they thought was entered that a juror wanted to see, why didn't they ask for it?
No, I would agree. Well, that's right. And it sounds like she went on her own expedition to go find it. That's what I took from that. In the jury room, there's one thing she wanted to see. She went and found it, and that made her decision. I might have heard it wrong. That's what I heard.
Right. She went looking through the box of evidence, the piece of evidence, couldn't find something, and then instead of, I guess, asking the court if it was there or what is normal procedure, she just was like, oh, it's not there, and that makes my decision. Well, did you ask if they could? First of all, what was it? Second, did you even ask if you could look at it, or did you just look for it, not find it, and give up? What if it was there and you just didn't find it?
Well, I would. That's true. That's true. Um, but again, we don't know what was going on in that room. I mean, did they have stuff put out? Was it like papers and this over here and that over here? I'm trying to figure out what that one thing was. She did seem. She seemed. I'll be honest. She seemed semi credible to me just on a listen to her. I don't. She. I, because she didn't say a lot. She didn't bring a whole. She wasn't doing the talking points. I guess that's what I would say for that juror. I mean, was it kind of a stealth way to do it? Possibly. Is this how we're seeing it come through? If it is orchestrated, you've got 1, 2, 3, and then one that seems more believable that does
Right.
massage.
And that's kind of, and listen, I am a little bit pessimistic, but didn't it seem a little bit like tempered down? Like, oh no, the first 3 went a little hard.
Uh-huh.
We got to drop one that's a little bit more.
Yeah, there you go. The cleanup crew.
But does that mean that this wasn't just the defense thinking they had a plant or two? The defense might have controlled this jury.
I think that's always a possibility. So let's look at it a different way, right? They're all kind of bringing up different parts of the defense's theory, strategy. Interestingly enough, they're bringing up stuff between both trials. Interestingly enough, it begs pause. That's for sure. Are you experiencing that, Grant, as well? In the chat, experiencing that as well?
Yeah, I think a lot of jurors what juror didn't tip off as much, and we didn't see the full interview. We won't for another 50 minutes.
That's right. She's coming back. Okay, that's right.
Yep. So that's obviously a reason to stick around in the sense that, I don't think we can complete our analysis, but I think a lot of people are saying, okay, that juror, at least my reaction, I can't speak for the chat, that juror does seem, one folk, Glamis Girl, is saying that seemed like a plant steering in the narrative, and I agree. It was so funny because weren't we doing a PR analysis and being like, oh, this is really going south quickly, and then all of a sudden, now we're going to put someone out there that can do a little bit more of a massaging of the narrative. Don't tip off that you knew about the first case. Don't tip off that you wanted a mistrial because of the money. Be believable. Now, do we know that? No, but if I'm reading it from the PR perspective, that was well done.
Yeah, and I agree with you. That's what she's, on the first thing, it was like, wow, she was a breath of fresh air, in terms. But here's our thing. This is in big, bold neon, and maybe you were talking about this in between stepping away. The DA, they are not talking. I mean, this is, I don't know for Massachusetts, but I would say for big trials, this might be precedent in terms of somebody would have come out by now. Somebody, even if it was a D. Morrissey or Hank Brennan or even Lally or even a written statement. There's nothing.
Well, there was only Morrissey saying the jury has spoken, of course. It was just that to WBZ. And I can confirm, by the way, that is all that I could get. I put in a press inquiry, and all I got back was from the press officer, I can confirm that D.A. Morrissey spoke to WBZ, and all D.A. Morrissey said to WBZ was the jury has spoken. So that's that's
interesting too.
And I think the silence is telling, because if you're someone like Hank Brennan, well, you're not just going to sit in there and saying, okay, all these people, it was so important. It was so important for whatever reason. It was so important to Hank Brennan, all the support and what he was doing for the O'Keefe family. Why would he just go silent? Why would the DA only say this? Yeah. Well, you would say that if you're still operating under the guise of, well, you can't prejudice the case. Well, why would you risk prejudicing? Why would you be worried about that? Well, if something happened with the jury.
Well, I would agree. I would agree, and again, this is just a gut feeling. There's people looking into this today, 100%. I feel like there's almost a watch and wait with legal analysis. Watch and wait with legal analysis. I don't know. This is not normally how it's done. There would have been a press conference. There would have been and Hank is think Brennan is so eloquent in his speech. You know, he would have been able to move right around with, I can't even try to pretend like speak like him, but we understand this is the verdict. We gave it our best shot. We honor the justices, or something to that effect. A very intelligent, just quick comment. But there's nothing, which I think is very telling, other than Morrissey saying that even that statement is like, okay, and and so I don't know. Are you feeling that too, Grant? It's very this is very bizarre.
Yeah, I think the silence is telling. Because the as I was mentioning earlier, like for a regular case or something that had a lot of interest, that would be normal. But a statement, or but for a case of this magnitude, a statement beyond what was said would be expected. And it's just so. And I'm also trying to figure out some more information about one of the podcasts that the juror's husband had done that we talked about earlier. But I guess what would be really helpful is let's watch. We can't watch all the jurors' interviews in a row because we don't have the full juror, whatever that was, juror 12. But let's watch the juror interviews we do have. Okay, so let's start with juror. We did juror 4. I don't know. Were you able to see that while you were?
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, Brent. May I just jump in? I was not able to hear the husband's. Can you just give me the overview of what the husband? That's the husband of the woman from Brazil.
Yes, they were talking.
What did he say? What did they say?
They were talking with a woman in a niqab, a full veil, about how in Islamic marriages, women it's important that women understand like the rights of men. And then they were talking about how to explain, like if you're a woman, like explaining to them like the Islamic law, like if you just tell a woman that she has to do what her husband says, they get very reactionary and won't do it. But if you tell her like, oh, it's a beautiful thing, like it's what the prophet was doing, then she'll be more likely to buy into it. So that the woman was like, that's what I tell women. Like I tell them it's like a very beautiful thing that the prophet was doing. And then I was kind of a little perplexed because I was like, wait, like you want them to, you don't want to give them a conscious choice. You want to trick them into thinking it's a beautiful thing, but because if you told them it was coercive, they wouldn't want to do it. And then my brain was just confused. But that was basically the segment of the interview we analyzed.
Is that her husband? That is her husband.
It was her husband talking to someone that at the time worked for the Department of Education and was apparently someone who worked on like Muslim marriages or teaching women in classes how to like do their marriage in line with like the Quran or something. I didn't really understand.
This is all very interesting.
Yeah,
this is all very interesting. So we've got a lawyer from Brazil, and we have a husband in Islamic studies, or I'm not exactly sure. I haven't heard.
It was the husband interviewing a woman. So the husband of the juror interviewing a woman who was not the juror about the way Islamic marriages function.
But this is also interesting, isn't it? Though, really.
Well, it's fascinating.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, interesting.
Yep.
And I'll put it that way. Interesting.
Well, and I think it was the reason I watched it was not obviously for its content per se. I was analyzing what the juror's husband was talking about, how he was discussing sort of his worldview, and that part of the discussion I think was insightful. But he didn't talk as much as the guest, so we eventually turned it off. But I think what I would like to do is let's watch this interview with. We watched this interview with Juror 4 already, actually. So I think I'm going to look for the interview with Juror 11 on her front lawn. So give me a second to pull up that interview, and then as we do that, hopefully we'll get ourselves all set up and ready here. So let me get the interview with that juror. I think it was on her lawn. I think this is it. We may actually have to watch the lawn one second. We're going to watch the Good Morning America one first, and then we'll see if we can watch after this. I think there was so one more interview with it was text with John DePietro, and I'll see if I can read out that text. But for now, we're going to watch it when it loads up. The juror in the Reed case talking to, I think it was either Good Morning America or another show, and then we're going to watch the one where the juror talks to on her front lawn. So give me a second.
So Grant, are you bringing it full circle for those that may be just joining, that they're able to see these juror interviews? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, we're now having like a cascading series of juror interviews,
Perfect.
and I think the best way to keep up with them is to kind of just play them in this way as they happen. And we also are leading up to, of course, the 6 o'clock hour where we're going to see the second half of the new interview with the Karen Reed juror. And so what you see coming up on your screen right now is the interview. Is the interview from Good Morning America earlier. It's going to take a second to kind of fully get loaded up. And then,
this is great. This is great because people will join the stream when they can join, so they're able to catch it. Some may have seen it a few times, but those coming just in are able to watch it as well. So this is awesome. Thank you.
Oh, of course, and I think the only reason it's taking a little bit of a second to load is poor towel computer has taken, I'd say it's fair to say it's taken a bit of a beating today. It did a lot of work for us towels, but it is definitely, it ran through hot temperatures. It gave its very best for us, and now we're just waiting for this stream to load. So give Towel Computer it's due accolades, not you, Harvard Yard, just the Towel friends, and we'll be patient with him.
Grant, is it a time? Did you ever do a minute of silence today, or is that appropriate or not appropriate at this time?
Well, I think a minute of silence certainly is called for on a day like today, especially
just throwing it out there while you're looking. And
of course, especially as there's been so much chaos. So I think that will be good. Let's take 60 seconds or so as this loads up, although it might take longer than that. And we're waiting for the 6 o'clock hour. So it's past 5:20 p.m. here in Boston, and I think once we get to, I'd say 5:20-40, we'll do 60 seconds of silence for the O'Keefe family, for John, for everything that's going on, starting now. And thank you for absorbing that minute of silence. Lottie Eliza, Troy's only asking that, I think, or I don't know why he's asking it, but it was just an alternate juror that John DePietro interviewed, and it was just designed to make John DePietro look bad. It was definitely a defense plant. So, I mean, yeah, we could, Troy, I saw your comment. You don't have to ask multiple times. Like, I know that alternative, what they had to say, but I want to continue watching the jurors who gave interviews because it exposes what I believe was a very nefarious, insidious defense plot that could bring about a level of manifest necessity that undoes the verdict. So, sure, Troy, we'll get to that. But no, I think of the jurors that have kind of been exposing what the defense might have tried to do here, juror number 11 is the interview I want to watch over and over and over again. And then we're leading up to 6 p.m. as it were. So as we're waiting for that to load, we're going to check that out, the 6 p.m. coverage out as well. But you know what? What I do have ready is let's watch juror number 4 again, Troy, because we actually did just watch him, though. So I want to watch juror number 11, and I don't know why it's being so frustrating with Little Towel, but we'll get through it, ladies and gentlemen. I think it could be because I have so many things open, so let's get rid of that. All right, hold on. I got a game plan. No, we got to leave that one open. And then let's get rid of some of these, all right? So let's get rid of that, and then let's get rid of that, and then let's get rid of that, and then let's go down there, all right? So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait for this to load up. And then that will be, there it is. This will be the interview on Good Morning America. I just had to close about 17 different towel things, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it took. I just had to close 16 of them. And then we were able to do it, my dear towel friends. All right, there we go. I only had to close 16 towel tabs, ladies and gentlemen, and we managed to pull it off. All right, it's finally playing. That's what it was. I had literally 16 tabs open. I'm sorry, Towel Computer. It wasn't you, it was me.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you.
Flip it over here if you have a chance.
You're a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. But I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house, I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take the stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse, but we couldn't hear anything. And I had no clue the amount of people there were outside until I come out and watch on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly...
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. But why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that maybe he could even like accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were like making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
okay.
Very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy. So I'm sure the judge.
All right, so Harvard Yard, we've seen that clip a few times. We're going to watch the...
Wait, before we do we have a second?
No, of course. Well, I need a little bit of time to bring it up. So if you wouldn't mind reacting to that, now we see it again and again.
Absolutely.
Like, let's compare the last juror to this juror. What do you think? We got 30 minutes before the next section of the interview.
You got it. Yeah, because this was another channel, correct? Than the other one.
Yeah. So
she went to 2 news stations today. She's on circuit.
Yeah. Well, so we're going to see the next thing we're going to see is her on the local news last night in her front yard.
So she's had 3 appearances. 3.
Yes,
appearances?
that was first, and then a few hours later, she's on national whatever it was, Good Morning America, Today Show, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, here's what I heard in that one. Most of us saw the evidence of the taillight. Most of us. So were the other ones kicking back?
Well, and then you're going to listen to the interview in the yard where she says, where they're like, were any jurors guilty? And she just dodges and she's like, well, a lot of us were not guilty. Like, you'll see, it's very interesting.
Yeah. The other thing I did notice there too was it is this repeated John O'Keefe, kind of like Karen right on the stairs. I did everything, for him. We're hearing that talking point with her as well. It's just a bit deeper with I saw the family. And that part's just infuriating to me. Why don't you just leave that alone? But at any rate, it's the same theme that we're hearing again and again and again. If it wasn't, I did everything for him. It's, I feel so bad for them. I just think it's in poor taste. Or let's put it this way, I don't believe it. That's the way I'll put it. I don't believe that. So,
well, and then
I think it may
the number of defense talking points. But please, it just was 100%. Defense talking point over and over and over.
Well, and what about the bar? So the bar video equals stuff happening in the house. I mean, that is the most asinine thing ever. How can these not be talking points? What they were doing in the bar leads to the whole house theory. Therefore, she's not guilty. This was not, right? Please correct me. This was not the focus of trial 2. Inside the house, it was mentioned. It was, but the third culprit, all that. This was not the thing. So, am I wrong on that? Because this is just becoming more obvious and more obvious.
Oh, yep. And sorry, I started playing the second video early, but
Apologies.
no, it's okay.
Sorry, I'll stop. But that's
no. The house, going into the house, the only real evidence they heard was that John's phone never moved from the front yard after 12:32:16. But then she's talking about in the house and his temperature.
There you go.
Oh, and it's so. And then what they're going to see right now is the second interview from her lawn. And I apologize that I had zoomed in so far earlier. They actually couldn't really see her because. But I'm going to fix that. But the reason that I'm bringing this up is that it's such an interesting dynamic. Oh, that's what the issue is. She's on the screen twice. All right, 1 second.
But you're with me, Grant, on, and I cannot see chat. But the in the house, that was not a focal point of the second trial. Yes, the cell phone was, okay? But why this inside the house? That wasn't the focal point.
Yep, and we're actually.
Or it wasn't part of the defense strategy. So I will mute now.
Yep, we're gonna get picture-in-picture action here because I have her up twice by accident, but that's okay. All right, let me share this with you, and then let me get this up. All right, and then you should be seeing her right now. It should be a big picture of her face.
Okay, don't forget water.
Oh, I do have water. Thank you. Yep, I got it going. And we're going to now watch this as we get ready for the second half of the interview with the new juror at 6 p.m. Eastern, just around 25 minutes from now.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries on his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes. I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she backed up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened, and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers. They know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, like as they show us that things don't connect to each other. The injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glint on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentence right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal, what's going to happen. And again, I didn't have time to see what happened today through the day because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion formed before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course. But I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course, there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that, until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea come from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the taillight damage. We do not believe the taillight the way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the Meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, you know, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So well, maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OE wine was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or,
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focus on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, and I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
Okay, so Harvard Yard, I'd love to hear your reaction. We've seen it 3 or 4 times now. It just gets like watching the Today Show to that. I can see why they had to send, in my opinion, other jurors out there, because that was we were in 8 to 10 hours. I think most of us figured it out. Now, I'm going to let you react to that, but know that after we're done with this discussion, we have a moment of levity coming up before 6 o'clock, because hot off the presses, breaking news, there is literally video of Bella the cat, one of the mascots of Towel Channel, along with Brewski, the Irish setter, watching us today. So you take it away on the analysis, but no cats are coming.
Okay, perfect. I got one word: busted. She slipped. Monday was the first time they saw Karen Reed people. Weren't they deliberating Monday?
Yeah, they were already deliberating.
Yeah,
and did you notice her eyes when she said that? Did you see them go like this? Like, please let me avoid looking at any one of you. Yes, we didn't see any of them until Monday.
Yeah, I wrote that down, ma'am. Monday, and then she tripped up again when she said that she didn't look at anything outside, nothing outside, as she was making her, determination. But you can see him out there Monday. Wow, just wow. The other thing that I noticed more in this time is she had lists of things underneath each talking point, without any
it was like I have things, like she definitely has a good mind. She was like, I have things that I'm going to say for each one of these sections. I'm going to hit my this is my analysis. My opinion of what she was doing. I'm going to hit my cues, and I nailed it. I got everything in there, like new investigation, and I believe the other 2 people DNA that clearly were just the result of someone being near Karen's car, like just ridiculous stuff. And she got it all. There were like 40 things in there, but it was too much. It was too much.
It's too much. The other thing I really, the conspiracy theory, there was actually a half smile on her face when you go on the rerun on that. The conspiracy theories, the way they did their job. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna give her the wow factor.
Yep.
But she got caught up. So, Bren, I think there's a for sure she got caught up Monday. We started to hear, I don't know if you see or hear, she gets very confused. I don't know if she said, I think see them. Grant, last question for you. When was this bus stop person taking videos? Was that Monday?
Yeah, that was earlier in the week, but there's something even more interesting to the timeline, which is I have a source that said they had firsthand confirmation that when they were, people were driving in Dedham, the bus was driving in Dedham when it drove off Route 1 one morning, which was before this week. They drove past a group of Karen Reed people, the juror bus, and they could, the juror bus was directly in the line of sight of the Karen Reed people standing in a parking lot. So
yeah, she messed up there. I mean, or let me rephrase. Her statements were not consistent when she slipped about Monday, and that was during deliberations that they saw or heard, or what did she say, the first time, and that's she slipped up there.
Yep.
I believe. I don't know what you think, Grant, but she slipped up.
Yep, and then we'll watch. No, I agree. That's what I think, and it made me want. Like they went with Juror 4 at first on TMZ, and that was not really good. And then they went with Juror 11, local news, and then Today Show. That was not really good. So then they went, and if you notice, slipped in there was they got John DePietro, which I thought was really interesting. They must reside in the judicial district. Yeah, but is that for federal court? That might not be the Massachusetts rule, Tiger Lily. But yes, hold on. What was the last thing I was saying there, Harvard Yard?
You were saying about the catching of, I think we were talking about the bus, and then we were talking about where she slipped up in terms of, I think you were saying we were on the bus topic.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So I'm gonna run it back. Oh no, I know what I was doing. I was saying, if you notice, they also had Juror 17 go to John DePietro, and John DePietro ran this text-based interview where Juror 17 was also very pro-defense, and we'll take a look at that after the 6 o'clock hour if we have time. But in our moment of levity with us, let's watch Bella the cat watching Grant Smith Ellis. That's Bossy Texas Chick. That's me!
Bella.
That's me!
Hi, Bella the Towel. Grant will be so happy to hear that you watch his show. Huh, Bella? #1 towel fan. Huh? Bella, gonna say hello? Hi. Hi. Oh, are you in Do Not Disturb mode? Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay. Hi, Grant. Love your show. Bye, Grant. Bye, Grant.
Oh, that was wonderful. That's me. And that's Bossy Texas Chick. And that's Bella. You don't understand. Towel loves Bella. Hi, Bella. That's you. You are a superstar, Bella. You are one of the mascots. You are the official cat-based mascot of Towel Channel. And then your towel friend is Brewski the Irish Setter with undercover territorial acquisitionist agendas. And we're going to give Brewski Greenland. It's complicated. Bella doesn't want any territory. Bella just wants to be comfortable near the TV. And I think that's wonderful. Sometimes I tune in and watch Bossy Texas Chick live playing their amazing songs that they create through AI about the Karen Reed case, and Bella's just sitting there like a little comfy towel cat. Bella actually likes towels a lot, and she's just listening to the music and hanging out with Bella, with Bossy Texas Chick, and I'm like, this is great. I am just sitting here watching a cat hang out listening to music. I love this. So you don't understand. Bella is wonderful. You can probably see me just beaming with excitement. Now, Harvard Yard, this might be outside the scope of your normal analytical purview, but do you have any thoughts on Bella the cat?
I think it's absolutely adorable. I have dogs. I have Labradors, so I'm not as familiar with cats, but I believe Bella, from what I could see, was actually watching the TV. Was Bella watching the TV?
Oh yes, Bella definitely loves the TV.
Watching, and then did the kind of roll over like, yes, the camera's on me. I know it is. Is that what I was seeing there?
Well, you might have a better analysis than me, but I do think Bella knew she was on camera and she is a superstar. It's possible.
Yeah, 100%. It was, well, what I see with my dog, it's kind of the rollover like, yes, it's me. Yes, you're talking about me. That's what experience. That's what it looks like. We can ask Bossy Texas, but that was extremely cute. That is that's so much fun. And that's so much fun because I think for a lot of people in stream, the animals are with them as they're watching, so it really resonates, and it's really, really, really sweet. I think my dogs might have been barking at the cat had I been with them. They would have seen animal, but cats are so intelligent and so cool, and that just made me so happy. Thank you.
Oh, it made me so happy too. And now I am not only enjoying your excellent frame-by-frame analysis of Bella's movements, which I agree, but which I agree with, but I'm also looking for John DePietro's interview with Juror 17 as we get ready for the 6 o'clock hour in the second half of Channel 5's interview with the Juror 12. So this is now the fourth juror who has come forward to speak. 3 of them, so we had Juror 4, then Juror 11 that we've seen both of those in the past hour. Now we're going to listen to me read off John DePietro's interview with Juror 17 if I can find it in his Twitter back scroll. I think that John DePietro might tweet as much as I do. So John DePietro has a lot in his Twitter feed, and maybe where is his interview with Juror 17? Maybe he took it down. Hold on. I think he tweeted it.
Yeah, I've got it. I just sent it to your inbox per someone else that said it was taken down. But let me take a look, or look in your inbox. Let me look at this. Hold on.
Look at how efficient we are, Little Towels. Harvard Yard and I are very efficient.
Well, we're not going to read this person's post.
Oh, wow. He did take it. I can't find it, but I have the answers here. So, I mean, he took it down. So here's my opinion. We're actually not going to read this because he took it down.
I respect.
So it's not my reporting, and since John DePietro chose to take it down, I'm going to respect his reporting. Troy, I'm very sorry you're not going to get to see this. Also, Colleen Henry, if you're out there, I just want to reiterate, Troy has issued 6 public apologies, and Towel loves you very much, dear friend. Now, going back to the top of the 6 o'clock hour, so for folks wondering what is it that we're getting ready to look at, well, we are going to keep looking at Bella the cat. She is adorable and wonderful, but we're also going to watch News Center 5 because at 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get the next interview. Oh my goodness, the Andy Griffith Show is shown at 8 p.m. some days. I love the Andy Griffith Show. You don't understand. I would like to watch that. But anyway, so let me just expand this for you here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me do that. All right, so we're waiting roughly, I think about, it should be around 6 o'clock. So in the next 5 minutes, we're going to see the next interview, ladies and gentlemen, with one of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jurors. And I, on Telestream, will do my best to have that ready for you as it airs live, as we do our duty here. And I think you should be able to see this, Harvard Yard. It should be playing on your screen simultaneously. There is no audio. Don't worry. You are not muted or missing anything. It is just that the audio is taking a second. Oh, it's 65 CJ5 coming in. I think, hold on, I got to double check. I think that is Australia Towel symbol. We love. Oh, thank you so much. Let me, hold on. Someone needs to ask, have you heard about TB as links to Karen? Oh, yeah. Oh, certainly, CJ. C65, CJ5. Don't worry, my dear friend. Certainly. We will be talking a lot about that in the coming report of Towel Channel. And don't stop asking your wonderful questions. See, ladies and gentlemen, I don't use text-to-speech like Murder by Maestro told me to do, but I'm working on it. Wait, did it not go through? Did it really not go through? Oh, it went through. There we go. So thank you very much. We love our Australian towels, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are waiting for the next interview with a juror in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It should be starting at the top of the hour. So if you are thinking to yourself, okay, I'm ready for this, well, very good. I am also ready for this, and I am here with you, and I will be watching Harvard Yard. We'll be reacting. And by the way, you are not actually missing anything, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing playing right now related to the case. I am just prepping us for the top of the hour, which is just a few minutes from now. Now, if you're the type of person who watches local news in Massachusetts, you will know it is a tradition to watch News 75 or Chronicle. My dad used to watch Chronicle all the time. He used to love relaxing. I don't know if Chronicle's still on, but he liked to watch Chronicle to relax. Oh, I'm going to Cape Cod this weekend, apparently, to see Eva Towle. I'm very excited. You don't understand. I haven't gone to Cape Cod in a long time. It reminds me of my dad. All right, so we are getting ready for the top of the hour. Thank you very much, Diana and Natale. We do love Australia Towels, and we do love John DePietro, and then we also love the movie Jaws. So there you go. And you can tell I'm a little excited. We're getting ready for the top of the hour. It's 5:57 here in Boston. Temperatures dropping, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Mary, to explain, in January of 2024, one of the Turtle Boy fans named Stoop the Kid said my pronoun was towel. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to become an anthropomorphic towel. And there's a character on South Park called Towley who climbs mountains and gets really high and then solves complex social problems inadvertently. And then he's also a government-created robot towel. And then there's also a towel in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And then, oh no, towels are also warm and fluffy. And so I dropped my water bottle, again, as is tradition. So combine all those things together and you get the reality that I am a towel. Now there's a whole towel universe. There's towelettes, there's soap dispensers, there's washcloths, there's flannels, there's electric hand dryers, etc. There's washcloths, towelettes, of course, beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels, microfiber towels. You name it, we have towels. We are now a fluffy towel universe. You are welcome to be a towel. So now there we go. Hold on, this is the preview. Here we go. Oh no. Yes, okay, we're going to do this again. My name is Local Newscaster Towel. As we await the news about the Karen Reed juror, I want to tell you it was very windy here today. I was driving down a street and I found a tree in the middle of the road. Now I am a towel. And so I thought, oh, a tree in the middle of the road, someone was cutting a tree down and it landed in the wrong place. Little did I know, ladies and gentlemen, that, oh goodness, what?
Front of a Goodwill in Attleboro.
That's not good.
Inside that store.
You should not do that.
Us, everyone. I'm Ed Hart.
And I'm Jen.
So someone drove into a Goodwill in Attleboro. That's not good. But I, in the wind today, came across a tree in the road, and I thought it was a giant tree. I thought someone cut a tree down. Nope, the wind blew it over. Yes, it was very windy in Boston today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I just want to double check what came in earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I have been sorting through. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're getting ready to watch this. We may have very serious news. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for the next interview with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jury. You can see they're going to do the wind damage story, and then they're going to do the interview. So it should be just a matter of seconds. I don't want to talk over it, so I want to be ready as soon as it starts. Here we go. Hopefully in the next few seconds. I'm going to be ready the second it starts. Hold on, we have to just get through this initial reporting. They always lead with the weather. People like the weather. For some reason, a lot of people watch the weather on the local news. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the start of if you're just tuning in, there is an interview about to come down right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully in the next 3 minutes with the Karen Reed trial juror number 12. We saw the first half of the interview just an hour ago. You waited to the top of the hour. Your patience shall soon thus beeth rewardeth. We are watching, we are monitoring, we are paying attention as soon. Now you can see, for those of you who speak Celsius, it's about 26 degrees Celsius, 25 in Boston. You can see those white clouds flowing over. Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be about 88, 86 in Boston near the water. That's somewhere around 27, 28, 29 degrees Celsius. It's going to get hot, ladies and gentlemen, in the Boston area. Now, you can see that there was a lot of winds here today. I'm practicing my local news announcer style. You can see there was a lot of winds here today, ladies and gentlemen, and by virtue of there being a lot of wind, yes, that's Mike the weatherman. I'm Towel the weatherman. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, the trees have just been falling everywhere. If this was the only video you saw, you would think it is an apocalyptic scene of destruction. I want to just let you know that we are okay. I went outside. Yes, there were some trees in the road, but it was not as bad as they're making it look. Local weatherman Towel is here with you to reassure you, at least in my area, there were some trees down. I'm a little bit worried that the trees fell in some places they shouldn't have, such as on one of those cars. I'm very sorry to see that. I'm not sure if I can be a local weatherman. I get a little excitable. That tree has clearly fallen on a car. I'm concerned. I wouldn't want to be the person who owned that car, and I don't know if I can report on the trees falling on cars. Who decided that I'm going to be a local weatherman? Yes, it was very windy and sunny today, which was an odd juxtaposition because I was driving around and I came across a tree in the middle of the road. And then I was like, that's a tree in the road. It's sunny outside. Someone must have been cutting trees down and they aimed in the wrong place. Now, I didn't really put together that there was no tree cutting equipment around. I just said, oh, that's natural. Let me just go about my business. I don't think I should be in charge of things that happen related to the world and trees and common sense, because I thought that was just completely normal. Oh no, that man is standing next to a tree that's taller than him. Okay, here we go. Nope. Oh, what is going on now? We just want to... oh, no. There is a situation in Medway. The suspect has threatened officers with a machete before barricading himself in his home. That was a very big transition from the trees falling because of the wind. What is Massachusetts local news, and who put me in charge of commenting on it? I don't think I should be an anchor. I can do lots of things, but I cannot be Towel the weatherman. Oh no! Oh, this seems very serious. One of the neighbors said a man is barricaded in his home with a machete. I don't know what he's saying. He seems to be somewhere in a farm in Medway. I hope the animals are safe. Okay, so you can see there seems to be police. Okay, hold on. Is this the interview? Okay, hold on.
Keeping international students out of Harvard
Oh,
University.
yes, I saw this. So the Supreme Court has just ruled that a federal judge, not the Supreme Court, has ruled that Harvard University will be allowed to continue to admit foreign students after a ruling by a federal judge denied a Trump administration's policy in terms of its ability to go into effect. Harvard Yard is, of course, the namesake of our Super Towel Harvard Yard, although both of us went to Boston College. Now, that is a video of people walking into Harvard Yard. Now, here we go. Is this what we want?
He says that she didn't initially come to that conclusion.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
That is juror number 12, and she is speaking exclusively to our David Bieniek tonight, who is live in Medfield. David.
And good evening. Just like the first two jurors who've gone public since the verdict was rendered, and this one says that she found way too many holes in the police investigation to convict Karen Reed. But she says going into the deliberations room, she didn't feel that way.
It just seemed like it was in the stars that I was going to get picked for this.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says going into jury selection for Karen Reed's second trial, she knew it was likely she'd be picked because she says she knew almost nothing about the case.
It's very interesting. I found it fascinating.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was opening to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says she did not believe the defense's story about a Google search for hypothermia done hours before John O'Keefe's body was found. She found lead investigator Michael Proctor's text messages about Reed crude, but not necessarily proof of a cover-up.
Do you think he planted evidence or tampered with the investigation?
I can't determine that.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
Jimenez says she was aware the court officers were trying to keep them away from the crowds outside. She says since the trial has ended, she's learned a few things she finds interesting, but nothing, she says, that makes her regret the jury's decision.
I don't want to be like, oh, should I second guess myself? Because I'm very comfortable with how I came to the decision. So I guess it'll be part of my story.
And for the first time tonight, this juror is shedding light on an incident that happened during the 5th week of the trial when 2 jurors had to switch seats in the jury box. She says that is simply because one of them was having trouble hearing. Live in Medfield, David Bieniek, WCVB News Center 5.
David, thank you. This weekend is the second one of lane closures.
Okay, so Harvard Yard, hold on a second. What do you have to say about that one?
3 words. In the stars.
Right. I picked up on that right away. I was like, wait a minute. Did she just say it was faded in the stars? Like, that's an, oh, okay. I'm very spiritual. I'm very spiritual. But okay.
Yeah, we have a whole new deal going on here. This one was in the stars. I was hoping I'd be picked. I put this one as the helpless juror. It's helpless. I just needed help, from the jury. And when they weren't giving that to me, this is just my interpretation. I had to go find it for myself, but I'm sure not going to tell you what I was looking for, but I was hopeless. But she did slip up a little bit in the beginning. Didn't she say, I will have to play it back at some point, but didn't she say that she was hoping for a guilty or something like that? But yeah, in stars. Yeah, this is yeah. I'm trying so hard. It was in the stars. She wanted to be picked. It was in the stars. This is new level. So when we talked yesterday about, putting things in the stars. So it was in the stars. Well, let's think about that, right? So it was in the stars that she was picked. She knew she was going to get picked. Oh, did you now? Huh?
Well, yeah,
so
that
we
was.
Look at it that way.
Well, how do you know nothing about? Like, she was trying to say, "Oh, I knew nothing about it, so it was in the stars because there aren't a lot of us." But then it's like, well, you say something's in the stars when it's like this glorious thing that's befallen you. Being a juror in a murder trial is not a glorious thing to befall you. What do you mean you were pleased to be on the jury? Like, what are you talking about? It was fated. I have more about the interview. Let me read this. Sorry about that.
Sure.
Let me read this. Oh no, well, you don't have to mute, but I'll read. Yeah, I'll read the article, and then so this might have more of the interview. This was from David Bieniek. It was posted literally 3 minutes ago. Diana Natale is a super towel. A juror on the Karen Reed murder trial who went into deliberations leading towards a guilty verdict spoke out Friday and explained why her mind was changed. The jury of 7 women and 5 men decided Wednesday that Reed was not guilty of second-degree murder and manslaughter in the 2022 death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer. Reed was found guilty of a lesser charge of operating under the influence of alcohol. News Center 5's David Bieniek sat down with Janet Jimenez, juror number 12. I feel like if they didn't pick me, they'd be fools because I didn't know anything about this case, Jimenez said. Jimenez, a personal trainer from Medfield, said one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she said that's the only time she'd heard about it. When she was picked on to be on the jury, she suddenly had a front row seat. I couldn't help but see her, said Jimenez. I mean, I think I had the best view in the house of Karen because she was right there. The defense was right there. Did you form any impression of her? Karen, Bieniek asked. No, like I said, I knew nothing about her. Jimenez said she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She said when it came time for deliberation, she was listening to whether the other 11 jurors had to say. I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me go through all of this, so I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning towards she was guilty, Jimenez said. Jimenez said what changed her mind was when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but she said she didn't find it. It was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here, she said. Jimenez said that there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying that she believed someone else killed O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up. I'm not there to say the defense story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. I think there were things that we saw, things that we heard, the evidence that it could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing, she said. Jimenez said she did not believe the defense's story about a Google search for hypothermia done hours hours before John O'Keefe's body was found. She said she found the lead investigator, Michael Proctor's text messages about Reed's crude, but not necessarily proof of a cover-up. Do you think he planted evidence or tampered with the investigation? Bienick asked. I can't determine that. Since the last trial has ended, she learned a few things she finds interesting, but nothing that makes her regret the decision. I don't want to be like, oh, should I second-guess myself? Because I'm very comfortable with how I came to the decision, so I guess it'll be part of my story. Oh my goodness, David Bienick cut that from his report. Jimenez said she did not believe the defense's story about a Google search for hypothermia done hours before John O'Keefe's body was found. Oh, come on. Come on, how are you not going to include that? So what do you think of that from a PR perspective? Hello, Z Travels.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay, so
I
from-
just
from
yell
a
at
PR
people sometimes.
sorry.
I just yell
no,
out.
it's all good. No, okay, the Proctor factor. I'm surprised that this is what 2 jurors that weren't affected by the Proctor factor. It's so interesting to me. They were focused on the Albert factor, and now we're hearing the Higgins, right?
Well, I didn't. Did she say something?
I think, and maybe I'm just confusing interviews. I thought she said something about, well, the Proctor factor. 2 of the jurors didn't seem affected by that. Well, and that's interesting. Let's think about that. I know for sure, Grant, correct me if I'm wrong, because there's so much going on. But there's 2 now that have said Proctor was kind of a non-issue.
Right. Oh, that's what you were getting at. Yeah. So she seemed to say like, yeah, there was some piece of evidence she wouldn't talk about that wasn't there, but what was it? But she didn't think that she wouldn't say that the investigation was a cover-up, and I think she even said, let me be very clear with her quote. She said something like, the text messages weren't necessarily proof of a cover-up. That's what she said. The crude text messages.
But okay, I think a common theme here is: did they really then look at what was investigated?
No, it seemed
use critical thinking.
It seemed to be that, at least for this juror, like there was one piece of evidence, and that the part that still blows my mind is if there was one piece of evidence she wanted to see, did the 4-person not know he could ask? Like, obviously the 4-person didn't even know the video clips were evidence if they had to ask, but like, what was going on there? You know what I'm saying? What was going on there?
Right, but if she's looking for one piece of evidence and Proctor's in charge of the whole investigation, what's wrong here? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they have an issue with him if he was in charge of the investigation?
Right. It was almost like she was right. It was like they were looking for reasons to acquit her. It wasn't just that they wanted to give the prosecution an incredibly ridiculously high burden. They wanted to look for reasons to acquit her.
Yes. Did I hear Higgins in there? I know I heard Higgins in there. I could be completely losing it because what my thought was is, man, somebody needs to interview Higgins.
No. So no Higgins in that WCVB article.
Okay, I've lost.
Maybe she said in the, but no, and I hope folks understand, we talked about this before. Brian Higgins was an undercover ATF agent when Karen started that affair with him to torment John as the relationship was ending, even though Higgins then ended the affair when he realized what Karen was doing. Higgins was an undercover ATF agent. I think Karen blew his cover. And I think she compromised in my opinion, a bunch of active ATF investigations, because I don't know, I know you might know about this from your background, but some people may not know that the way policing works is it's these interlocking task forces that are compartmentalized. Mm-hmm. Like you could be on the JTTF that's one state, the state, federal, regional task force. You could be on the whatever the drugs task force is. Okay, and those task forces they work especially after 9/11. They work in a centralized manner. So there's intelligence sharing and regional intelligence hubs. Have you ever heard of the BRIC, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center? Like that's what this is all about. Like they know everything all the time. And ATF definitely works in partnership with local law enforcement. You think had an office? You think Higgins had an office in Canton because he was just friends with the chief? No, it's because he was part of some joint task force for sure, running ops out of Canton. And There's no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my soul that Karen's PR campaign really damaged a number of confidential ATF operations. How is Brian Higgins supposed to keep himself safe? I guarantee his name in the undercover world wasn't Brian Higgins, right? How is Higgins supposed to keep himself safe if everyone now knows his name is Brian Higgins and he's somehow associated to this case? Now, do you notice you don't hear as much anymore like ATF agent thrown around? I don't think it's because Higgins got moved from his job. I think it's he could no longer be undercover, and there is some kind of national security implications here because Higgins was involved in operations, and a smart man who was being targeted, or a smart woman or whatever, by those operations would be like, wait a minute, Higgins was an undercover ATF agent? Okay, so anyone who was like in Higgins' circle, maybe they were feeding information to him. You can put people's lives at risk when you compromise undercover ATF agents. That's what I didn't like. Higgins not only did nothing wrong, I think by Karen dragging his name into public, she compromised those ops and made him change departments.
Is that, Grant, part of the whole part yesterday when you were explaining to everybody how the politics, with the whole federal thing and the is that part of that? Do you think is that where that leads?
No, I think
or separate,
but interlocking, because I'm sure the people like Brian Higgins probably had a boss, and like I think even the DOJ came a few times with him to hearings because like. It's not just like Brian Higgins represents the interests of the ATF or whatever he was working on. So I don't think he was DEA, he was ATF. So maybe it wasn't. Maybe I guess it could be drugs related on some kind of thing, but it was probably more like a gun running, and that stuff can get serious because it looks like you're dealing with gun running, but really it's like international terrorism financing and all this other crazy stuff. So you can imagine this guy, Brian Higgins, is embedded with some dangerous people, probably dealing with alcohol, tobacco, or firearms, and then his cover gets blown and he has to reveal himself. And so what was your last question? I've got to recenter my answer.
The
federal stuff.
It's totally separate.
No, I think it was separate. I'm sure he was part of the federal probe, but his DOJ bosses probably were like, listen, Levy, come on, we monitor, he's an intelligence asset. We monitor him. He did not kill this man. What are you doing? And then I bet Levy had to tell the other parts of the DOJ, yeah, okay, but this is serious because we're actually looking at the MSP for Birchmore, so don't, blow up our operation. And then I'm sure that ATF was like, well, you blew the freaking cover of Higgins, so you blew our spot. What are you doing? And that's what government's like. The left hand doesn't always know what the right hand's doing in government. And so you can ease because of compartmentalization and security clearances, which are very specific. Just because you have a top secret security clearance, that means nothing. Real security clearances aren't even like Yankee White. Real security clearances are codename compartmentalized special access programs where it's you don't get a code clearance to access a bunch of things. You get you get read into on a need to know basis that specific file. Right. And so that's the level we're talking about here for sure. And I think that Levy's office probably went to the ATF and was like, okay, we're not actually investigating them for John O'Keefe's death, but you can't say anything about this because it's actually about Birchmore. And then the ATF, in turn, probably was liaising with DOJ and saying, okay, well, why did you let this woman mention Brian Higgins' name in public? Do you understand, this has now blown up every operation he was working on. You put his face on the news. People are going to know, what are you doing? And then you can't really run him as an undercover agent again. I'm sure he's working in the office, in a desk job. If I had to guess, they put him on desk duty, and he does. I mean, you shouldn't have had an affair with a cop's girlfriend, even if she initiated and lied to you. You've got to be more discreet than that. But he couldn't control her actions in terms of Karen, what she did that night allegedly, even though drunk driving is all she got convicted for. He couldn't control any of those things. So I think the bigger issue here was how did ATF and DOJ kind of negotiate under the old DOJ under Rollins and Levy? How did they negotiate a stand down after their agent got compromised? Because that's a national security issue. So especially if you're dealing with guns or tobacco, firearms, all that stuff is where you get into the realm of illicit financing, dangerous, very dangerous people. It's even more dangerous than narcotics, because narcotics enforcement involves people who sometimes use weapons to protect their interests. Gun enforcement involves people who trade in guns. So if you trade in guns, you probably have access to guns, which is horrifying. Guns scare me personally. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I think what Karen Reed did there did probably cause an interdepartmental feud within the intelligence community and the DOJ, but it certainly didn't come out into the public. They negotiated that behind the scenes, and it had nothing really to do except with the probes, except for, I'm sure, Levy told someone in the ATF, yeah, we're not investigating Higgins, but don't blow the cover of the Birchmore probe.
Right. So therefore, in a sense, Higgins was a pawn.
Yeah, and I'm sure he knows it too, because he's an intelligence asset. So, and I think that's why.
And I'm saying a pawn by not only the defense, but a pawn by Karen, so to speak.
Well, a pawn by, well, he was initially a pawn by Karen to emotionally hurt John, but then when she released his name, he became a pawn between the DOJ and the ATF. I'm sure, because and I'm sure he was told about it, because those type of people take marching orders. Like, you are in those agencies. It's more than being in the state police. It's more than being in the local law enforcement. It's like the most serious thing you can do. So you will follow command. And if command told them, like, okay, like, the reality is they're not, and command may not have even been able to tell Higgins what was really going on, because then Higgins, who was too close to some of these people, might not have been trusted, because then Higgins might have told people that the real probe was about Birchmore. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, you got to read out. You got to read out Higgins too, but you also have to tell Higgins, listen, you're like you don't have to be concerned about this, like the probe of John's death, but you can't say anything. You'll follow orders. You'll go to a desk job until this all blows over. That's how I would have handled it. Oh, and that's the other thing. It is, sorry, 65 CJ5 said, and I'd love your response to this. Higgins likely would have had confidential informants' info on his phone, and he ditched the phone probably after telling his bosses at the ATF that he was doing it.
I would say yes. I would say that there was most likely. All right, hold on. It's processing. Okay, so he knows he's being investigated. He knows this is not cool, and for lack of better terms, what they're doing to him, right? So now he's getting it. You know, we were having this texting deal, and now I'm all up and involved in this case, and da 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 da. Yeah, I mean, I would say that. I mean, it's not the most proper thing to do, but I mean, I might toss my phone too. I mean, because there would have been information like that on there. The other thing, Grant, I'm thinking here too is, obviously not today, it takes time to let all this settle in, but I think that it also tells us a lot about jury selection, right? So this is a whole different stream, whole different thing, right? But as we see these and hear these people coming in, it says a lot about jury selection. You know, how, I mean, of course, you know, hearing a lot of these defense points, but how did these people get in? And again, that's conjecture, and that's getting in the mind. We weren't in there. But the jury selection process this is what I'm thinking about. Do they present differently in there? We'll never know, but who did Hank Brennan pick? You know, what was he fairly confident that the case was so airtight that he could let some of these in the stars? You know, felt like I was in the star, you know, in the stars. That particular juror may have come out very confident. I mean, we did see that in there, or says she is. I don't know. It just begs to have a discussion at some point about jury selection. How did this happen? How did this happen?
Yep, and I'm really interested in when, like, what research was done on these jurors, and now I'm really interested in, you know, this juror that we've been analyzing was born in Brazil. It's not that she's Brazilian. I'm so sorry for missing this earlier in the chat. People were trying to tell me this. It's not that she's just Brazilian. She was born in Brazil.
Oh boy. Okay. Did she marry the person?
But you can't serve on a jury if you have a green card. You have to be a resident. You might have to be a U.S. resident, which is, no, excuse me. I need to, let me be very precise about this. and I will look up the standards again, but let me bring this up so that I'm 100% right. I am pretty sure that you have to have U.S. citizenship to serve on a jury in Massachusetts. So residency or a green card is not, permanent residency or a green card is not enough. Now you could get citizenship through a spousal visa, but wait a minute. We should obviously ask her. She probably will be able to confirm this. Has she confirmed whether she has a green card or residency or citizenship? Here's why it's important. Have you ever looked, and I'm not an expert in this, but I was thinking about immigration law, and actually I was thinking about working for the immigration courts, like for the government, because I wanted to do enforcement in a way that was, helpful to America. Like I don't want any of you to think that I'm the opposite of just like, let's just bring a bunch of people into America. But I'm also very tolerant of, we are not sending people on ships if there's Holocaust going on. Sorry, you're never going to convince me we should do that. I don't care. I'm not doing that. I have a very moderate perspective on this. I'm one of the few who does, but I think I have the perspective I feel comfortable with from my personal perspective, my safety, country, God, family, in that order perspective, with academics in there somewhere. I'm comfortable with my perspective on this. The rules are the rules, okay? So we need to find out. We are going to look very hard. We're going to look very hard to see if this juror has commented on whether she has residency or a green card. But here's the relevant part. When you do a spousal visa, I think you get put into the A1 preference category. Now, the reason why this is really hard, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an immigration lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm doing analysis based on Towell's rudimentary understanding of the visa categories. So let me check the chart. Have you ever heard of this, Harvard Yard? Did you know there's a chart when you want to immigrate to America on a spousal visa and get citizenship? There's a chart that determines your preference period. So A1 waiting period for, I think it's for spousal visa, and that's if Brazil's on the A1 list. They may not be on the A1 list.
Is it countrywide or Massachusetts?
No, this is countrywide, and she doesn't even get A1. I think she gets spousal. Hold on, spousal visa category waiting list by country, USA, the most recent data. So I'm going to check, and it's like first preference, second preference. Okay, so spousal visa waiting times in the U.S. vary significantly by country due to visa quotas and processing backlogs. Generally, spouses of U.S. citizens, IR1, CR1 visas, experience shorter processing times than spouses of permanent residents, which are F2A. Certain countries with high application volumes may face longer wait times. So, spouses of U.S. citizen, okay, so hold on. I'm taking a look. That's for getting your visa, though. But I also want to check on the time. I used to know this. I wish I had analyzed this right after I took immigration law. So if you're seeking an IR-CR1 visa wait time and you're from Brazil, this was how long she would have had to wait to get her visa. Hold on. So that's for spouses that have been married less than 2 years. And then an IR one is for more than 2 years. You have to file a form I-130 with the USCIS, and the primary distinction is the length of the marriage. Hold on. It requires you going to an interview at an embassy, which she probably definitely had a visa, getting a medical examination, documents. And then what I'm looking for is, all right, so family-based.
And Grant, as you're looking, may I interject?
Go ahead, please tell me anything.
Yeah, and I would say that, and I know you'll agree, this is part of investigative journalism. This is not a statement on coming in illegally. It's not a political statement on whether that's right or wrong or this or that. I think, Grant, and I think you would feel the same, making that very clear that this isn't a search for. Grant, you would have a better word for this. This is not judgment on people coming in the country or being in the country or however. This is a fact-finding could a person be on a jury? Grant, do you have a better way to say that? I just want to make that clear to people or
Yep.
people that are listening that this is not a political commentary in terms of we're not, I don't feel, trying to find that this person is illegal and da 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 da.
No,
Grant,
no,
how would you
that,
put
no,
more
no.
eloquently than I would,
and
more
let's,
eloquently than I can.
yeah, and let's not. It's not even a distinction between whether they immigrated illegally or not. They can be here completely legally on a visa. Do people understand the difference between? And we don't know whether they're a resident or if they're saying they could be saying I am a citizen, which is totally possible based on the timeline. Because the way it works is you have to get a visa, and it's different when you have kids too. You can get like the family processing times. There's all these charts. I'm going to try to find them. But, okay, so I found it here. So your qualifying family members, I have the site from the U.S. Embassy in Brazil. It's really a question of processing time. And when she filed for initial the visa when she married her husband, how long they were married when she filed for the visa. It sounds like he was a U.S. Citizen, so that either puts her on like whether they were married 2 or less than 2 years or more than 2 years. And then they have, depending on whether they had kids at the time or whether the kids were born here, you have to apply for visas for the kids as well. Now, what I'm interested in is that in order to do this, there's also the process. You have to get the visa, come to the United States. I think you have to live together for 3 years, and then you get residency. And then 5 years after that, and someone said this in the comment, I think they were right, you can apply for marriage, for residence, for citizenship through marriage. But the point is,
oh, sorry.
No, the point is,
Sorry,
if she says, if the person is a U.S. citizen and filled it out on the jury form, then it's not even a question if they actually got their citizenship. And I also think it would be very remiss. I don't think this is going to become the issue. It would be very remiss for the court system to have in place a system where someone could apply to be on a jury, have permanent residency, check they're a citizen, and then there's no check and balance on that. Like you just accept the answer. I know some people say it's possible. And also apparently ABC National might have some jurors on tonight as well. So breaking news there.
Right. But I think, Grant, because people will take this and say, oh, well, they're doing this and they're doing that. And they're looking at, people coming into the country and out of the country making a political statement. I know you'll agree. This isn't politic portion. This is just looking at the possibility of a jury makeup. And I think, like I said, Grant, you can say that better than I ever could, that this is not a trying to search out someone as a bad person or a political statement. Or Grant, how would you say that? To me, this is investigative stuff. We're just looking to find, or you are much better looking up how the process goes. You have a better way to say that. No matter what, people are going to get mad and all that, but it's not ill-intentioned.
Yep. No, the police, I have an intricate understanding, and I think Natalie B in chat does as well. They are from Peru. So I think that part is very interesting because it's more about like the immigration sort of process and visas and permanent residency and then citizenship. That's what my interest is. To know that system, though, is to realize it's incredibly complex. It can be distilled down to a simple timeline. But yeah, it looks like there can be a lot of like processing time and things like that. So I'm just learning about that. But it also goes to something that's not really directly bearing on what I think happened here, although the timeline is interesting. Why did this juror go from Brazil for 3 years, from 2021 to 2024, up to Massachusetts, where she moved to work at a Target, and then right before the first trial, like March of 2024, and then got selected for the second trial? I'm just like, could it be possible that Alan had such good connections that he moved people to Massachusetts to be on the jury? Like, I'm shocked I'm even asking that question. I don't want to believe it's possible, but like, I guess a car turning into a rocket ship and going to the moon is possible. So therefore, is it possible Alan did that? Of course, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Long live the Jetsons. That's what I felt when they shot off to the moon. It really happened.
Pesky Paul wants to
Yeah,
know if
yeah.
I can sing the national anthem in Spanish. No, pero.
Okay,
But now
I'll be
the
quiet.
other.
I can't see the chat.
No, the other thing is entiendo español un poco y puedo hablar en español si necesito para toda la gente que pueden hablar español y es un idioma muy importante por mucha gente. So what I'm saying there is I speak Spanish fluently actually, and that there are a lot of people in the world for whom Spanish is very important, and being able to speak Spanish to converse with people is important, and people should understand that I fluently speak Spanish. But anyway, I pull that out every once in a while. I told a state trooper once who was like, I think we were just talking, and then I said randomly, you know, trooper, I think I could be dropped in the middle of Venezuela and survive. And he was like, with no money. And he was like, why Venezuela? And I was like, because I speak fluent Spanish. And then I turned around, smiled, and walked away.
And I speak proficient Spanish. So I would say, you know, está bien, entiendo mucho, pero no hablo bien. You know, and yeah, it's
Well, but it just goes to the larger issue, though, which is the integrity of the process. And we won't circle on this, although I'm hearing that
that's right.
There is going to be more juror interviews on ABC National News tonight, so I'm interested. And I think a lot of people are interested on just the pure procedure of this. Because remember, the key legal issues, I'm not a lawyer, but the key legal issues, and this is not legal advice, are was there extraneous influence on the jury? That's manifest necessity. Were jurors exposed and then did not report that extraneous influence? That's its own manifest necessity. And then furthermore, did some jurors get onto the jury when they shouldn't have been to begin with? That's its own manifest necessity. So all of these are very... Murder by Maestro, by the way, says he can speak a little vodka. You also can speak a little computer, my friend. Don't undercut yourself.
I love him, right? Murder by Math, love him. Man, what about this part? What about the part, and this is just to add to that, pardon me, I had to take a bite of lunch. The jury looking at outside issues during the trial. We'll never know that. We'll never know that. But did some of their opinions change, and did some of these talking points come up by virtue of looking at stuff? You know, did they, in the Stars juror, you know, did she start to look stuff up? Again, we will never know, can't accuse, but these talking points and how this went down, could it, you know, is it likely defense type, you know, strategy stuff? Yes, but could they also have been, I'm just throwing some out there, also been following the case outside the case? You know, so if you look up Higgins, I'm sorry, not Higgins, Albert residence, Karen Reed, you know, you would quickly find. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in as a potential possibility as well.
Yep, absolutely. And I think whether it was the sua sponte, them looking it up, or otherwise being exposed to it, or people getting to them, it doesn't matter, because they were asked the question every day in court, were you exposed? And they said no. So that's really what it comes down to. It will never prove what they did, I don't think, on their own. But in terms of other people saying something, oh, absolutely. Like, for example, if they said something to a family member or something, or if other jurors heard jurors saying they were discussing things, or a lot of those things can come into play that don't have to necessarily have to do with what the juror was doing, like on their phone, and thus can be more substantive evidence of manifest necessity. Also, obviously, there was comment from the governor today who said the jury decision is a jury decision, and then she expressed her sympathy for the O'Keefe family. But the silence, I want to bring this back before we do one final recap of the juror statements we've seen so far. The silence from the Norfolk DA, other than the one statement the jury has, the jury has decided, the jury has spoken. Silence from Hank Brennan, silence from others, and it makes me wonder, is something, you know, going on? And I think you hinted at it earlier, maybe something is going on.
Well, and I think too, right now, I'm just thinking of Judge Canoni for a minute. You know, look at it from the top down, those jury instructions from the top down, right? So really, we've only heard, or please correct me, Grant, if I'm wrong, from two. Well, Morrissey was on you said it's something on television that just said it is what it is. But the people that are responding are in bigger positions. I mean, the fact that the governor is responding flipped of what I call it CHP out here, but your Massachusetts police, you're seeing the bigger um, people responding, but where are the people that were in the courtroom? What, something's up. And that's all I'm going to say. I don't know, exactly. Back in the day, it was much different, but why no Hank Brennan? Why? But I also keep thinking with his jury selection, he may have been, or he and his team may have been so confident with the case that I'm not going to say it was loose. That's not fair. I wasn't in the room. I don't know. But it may have been a few passed through because there was the firm belief that it was such an airtight case. That was like, okay, let's. I don't know.
Well,
I wish I could get with their mind.
I heard something very unique said. I'm sorry to jump in, but you sparked it in me there. I heard someone say, Hank seemed to be really focused on the case. Alessi was overwhelming, like with motions. And Hank spent a lot on Aperture, the details, the facts. Maybe Hank didn't spend very much on jury consultants, and maybe the defense did. And maybe it was more than just jury consultants. Maybe it was this whole operation to get people up here specifically,
yeah,
for this purpose of being on the jury, getting them literally up here to live to get on the jury. I mean, how would Hank see that coming? Why would he ever think that would be happening? And therefore he might have missed it.
Right. And I think that's, a discussion we had, again, at a different time. But there has to be, as much as we're saying, how do these people, look at the defense and their talking points and their potential infiltration and the potential, whatever you want, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just curious as to what happened with the prosecution. The only thing I can think of is that he felt, or the team, pardon me, felt they had an airtight case. So maybe it was a little looser in terms of who we were going to put on there, or had they been tampered with prior?
Oh, certainly.
They knew how to, fool it all.
Oh, certainly. But what it makes me want to ask you is, but if you're Hank, right? We were talking last night about jury research, jury consultants. I mean, we know about it, but do you think Hank, it's got to be on his mind, but do you think it wasn't needed? Would you have brought in jury consultants? That's, I guess, what I'm really trying to drive at.
I don't know that they could afford to. I don't know what the state restrictions are on that. You may have state regulations and restrictions that you can't do that.
Okay,
that's my feeling.
Hold on.
You'll be able to see.
Yep, I'm breaking in now. So I'm hearing that there is the jury on ABC News now. So I'm bringing this up right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, meeting.
Yep, don't worry, you're going to be able to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring up ABC News. Can you tell me what station it's on? If it's on ABC National, I'm going to try to bring that up. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It might not be. It might be on ABC, like a specific central. Nope, it's not on the one I just checked. So if you have ABC and you can tell me where it is playing, ladies and gentlemen, just let me know. It seems to be on ABC National. So let me check if I can pull that up for us. I'm not seeing it, at least right here on this feed, but I'm looking for the ABC National feed right now, ladies and gentlemen. And if that has the Karen Reed Jurors, we'll bring it up right now. Now, just because it's airing in your region or on your ABC, it doesn't mean it's airing on every national ABC. We are checking, though, right now. I'm being a little towel. I'm being effective. And you can let me know, of course, if indeed you found it on your national ABC or your local ABC. And what time zone you are in particular would be incredibly helpful.
West Coast. I'm sorry, I'll go quick. West Coast. You're talking about ABC News tonight.
Yes. Are you seeing
okay,
any?
6:30. 6:30. No. 6:30. So we're ahead. That would be 6:30 for us. I'm not sure what time Central would be. Central maybe now. I don't know, but I can tell you West Coast ABC tonight. ABC tonight is would be about 6:30, I believe, because they'll run the 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then ABC News tonight.
Yep.
So I'll mute.
Yep, and I'm not seeing anything, at least on the national ABC live stream. That does not mean that there are not jurors. So, and also not everyone might be able to see this because, as we were talking about, it may be airing in specific time zones. So, Oh, it was a nothing burger, 30 seconds. It looks like it was a preview, ladies and gentlemen. ABC National, a 30-second preview of, and it aired in Iowa. So it's interesting to like see how the national programmers put up their like those are called bumpers, where they put up like a preview of what's going to come on. So if you can find out, we might not be live, but if you can find out when that ABC interview is airing, folks, let us know. I don't know when it's going to come on in Eastern time, but I'll be watching. Murder by Maestro says, I've done quite a deep dive on jury consultants in the past via Dubin. He was, for a time, rumored to be invested in the software companies that send out the random jury letters. Murder by Maestro, don't forget that guy, Dr. Donald Vinson, Vinson, the founder of Jury Research. Literally, the guy who invested the discipline is involved in the Bilderberg group. We don't need to open that can of worms. I'm not going to Europe. The Bohemian Grove Murder by Maestro. He is involved in the Bohemian Grove, and he's in Sahara camp. So the fact that the founder of Jury Research is in the Bohemian Grove tells me that people who do like this kind of stuff, it's like a whole, like there is a whole soft power structure in the United States no one realized existed. They exist. Like there are aristocrats here. They have real power. That was real power on display. Like I think we just saw one of the most, I think it's very possible in time we're going to find out that was one of the most efficient, well-functioning, most effective jury influencing operations in the history of the United States.
Yeah, Grant, just to come back to that, I don't think that the state can use a jury consultant. I don't think that private attorneys may have the ability to do that. I don't think the state, and you'll look somewhere after this or whenever down the road, I don't think they can. There may be a conflict with that because that would be bringing in an outside party to help the state make decisions. And look at how they brought Hank in, right? It's a whole process. He had to be, brought over. I don't think that would be allowed because that would show favoritism and who was it and what interest. I don't know. I just love your thoughts on it, but I don't think they can. I think that's a private practice, Gabe.
Well, let's find out. I don't know. There's a lot of statutes. Prosecutors in Massachusetts can hire jury consultants. This is not legal advice. I'm reading academic research. There is no specific law prohibiting the hiring of jury consultants by either the state or the defense. Jury consultants can provide expertise in selecting jurors, developing trial strategy, and understanding juror behavior, and their services can be valuable to both sides. It's fairly common for both sides to use them. They can be hired by publicly funded officers like DAs and private attorneys, according to Mellick and Porter LLP. And in cases where defendants cannot afford private counsel, courts may even appoint jury consultants for indigent defendants, indicating the importance of such assistance.
Okay, there grants another thing though. Okay, that's excellent news and excellent to know. We weren't in the room for jury selection. It wasn't televised. It wasn't this. Maybe they did have a jury consultant. I don't know. But I think the jury. I mean, we'll never know. Murder knows.
Well, yeah.
Where's murder? Is murder ever going to come on? I don't mean to put them on the spot.
If we can,
I wish.
If we can find a way for Murder by Maestro to type things into a computer in an AI voice with a generated head to speak them, I'm sure he would do it.
I love it. That answers the question. Thank you. And I'm sending hugs to everybody again. Just hugs.
Oh, you are well loved in chat. There's no doubt about that. And you know what I'm about to bring up for you right now, and I'm going to show it to Harvard Yard as well as the audience. Eva Towle is LOL Bird. This is Harvard Yard. Harvard Yard is one of our on-the-ground reporters on the West Coast, and also an expert in the discipline of PR, and also Towle's very good friend and a super Towle. So Harvard Yard has been commentating with Towle during the end of streams recently. It really is interesting. Harvard Yard has a lot of good insights, and we have a lot of material to cover, which is interesting to talk to someone else about. I hope you all will welcome Harvard Yard as you do. It is live. It is live, and we have been literally watching Karen Reed jurors and John O'Keefe retrial jurors give interviews. We track them down, and then we play them live. It is that live. Hello, LOL Bird. You can join the Super Towel honorary fold. Literally, I'm interacting with you on the stream. It's definitely live. Hello.
Grant, do you have the energy to just give a quick update of the day? Do you have the energy to do it? Just a real quick roundabout for those. Again, I can't see it, but my guess is by this point, word around, people talking, buzzing, what's happening over on this Grant Towel thing? Let's go look. It's dinner time. Do you have the energy to just give a quick little recap for folks coming in?
Yeah, sure. So the day started with news that there's...
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No. It's good. It's helpful.
But it's important.
Yeah, it is. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 7 p.m. here in Boston. It's down to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 23 degrees Celsius or so. Starting to cool down after a hot day with a lot of wind damage apparently in the area. If you're just tuning in, we've been going for a while now, about 11 hours. Not too bad. Coming up on one of the longer towel streams. And we've been analyzing the developments in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. I have a number of reasons, ladies and gentlemen, to believe that there are things that are quite concerning that are going on. A number of those things I'm still doing active research on related to the jury in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. You can, of course, reach out to me, Grant Smith Ellis at proton.me. If there are things you need to convey to me, I will, of course, do my due diligence. I appreciate your understanding. Furthermore, regarding the ongoing situation with the jurors giving interviews. Last night, we saw yesterday, we saw, I think, the first interview with a juror number 4 on TMZ. We'll take a look at that during our recap, which is not going to be a recap. It's more going to be an overview in the next few minutes. Juror number 4 gave an interview on TMZ. It was very telling. It looked scripted, in my opinion. It was not good. Then later that night, so yesterday night, which would have been Thursday night, June 19, 2025, on the front lawn of her home in the dark, another juror gave an interview. This juror opened up a whole can of worms based on how they were saying things on the interview that were just pure defense narrative. Then the next morning, so it's today, June 20th, at about 7 or 8 in the morning on the Today Show, that juror did another interview. We're going to watch all of those video clips coming up. Now, in between those times, another juror, so juror 4 on TMZ, juror 11 on the local news, and then the Today Show, and then juror number 17 yesterday gave a text interview with John DePietro, which has now been taken down, which is why we're not going to read it, also parroting similar defense talking points. And it's very interesting to me, and you're going to see this, how all of this is unfolding. And then there was another juror who spoke on Channel 5 with David Bieniek as well in the past hour. We saw the 5 o'clock first part of the interview and the 6 o'clock Eastern second part of the interview. So we now have seen juror 4, juror 11, and juror 12, and of the 3 of them, the first 2 were very, very like advocates for the defense. The third was almost like a toned down version of it. There are a lot of developments going on, ladies and gentlemen. Some of them I can report to you. Some of them I am not ready to report and need to be further looked into. Either way, there are concerning things going on. We are paying attention. We don't know why there hasn't been a statement from Hank Brennan. And we're about to watch something that Eva Towle is going to absolutely love, and Murder by Maestro Towle, because as we were talking about Harvard Yard earlier, you mentioned jury research. And do you know, I think I had mentioned this earlier in the stream, but do you know that the discipline of jury research was created by a man named Dr. Donald Vinson, who lives out in L.A.? Hold on. Harvard Yard Towel may be on mute, but that's okay. I'm still
sorry about that. Sorry about that. No, I have not heard about that. Is that what's going to be? Is that a previewing coming up?
Oh yes. So take a look at what I have for you all.
Yeah, that's excellent. Out of Los Angeles.
Yes, and I'm gonna.
Oh, not surprised.
Yep. You don't have to go on mute. But I'm going to share it with you right now. So it should be coming up on your screen. Have you ever seen inside a Bohemian Grove camp?
No, I was thinking of the Grove in LA. There's a hipster area. So Bohemian Grove, I thought that. So no, I have not. So this is going to be fascinating.
Okay. So I'm definitely interested in your thoughts on this. Now give it a second. It's going to take a minute or two here for this to pull up on your screen. But once it's ready, let me know when you see it's going to, I wouldn't say Zoom is exactly happy with us right now. But once it's ready, I'm going to bring this up hopefully for you. All right, come on. We would like to show this to the Super Towel, Harvard Yard. Are you able to, does it say I'm screen sharing yet, or is it struggling?
It's struggling a bit.
That's all right.
That's a commitment I made to you to help get the Zoom up and going, so we can talk about that offline.
Oh yeah, and it's not even that. It's that the computer just is juggling a lot of resources.
How many tabs? You have a lot of tabs open?
Oh, it's not just that. I'm asking it to do very heavy lifting by doing this. So we're gonna see if it can do it. If not, I might have to restart the Zoom. Don't worry. If you get kicked out, I'll send you the link back again.
Well, I appreciate you welcoming me back.
But yeah, yes, hold on. So if you get kicked out for the next, 10 seconds here, it is because I'm going to try to get this Zoom to cooperate. That does not mean it is going to cooperate, but hopefully it will cooperate with us. All right, so let me just click that. All right, so it is going to end, but I'm going to send you a link, and it will be back in a second.
You got it. See you soon.
Yep. All right, now, hello, towel friends. You are still with me, even though the Super Towel Harvard Yard is not still with us. The reason why you are still with me is because Allie Towel wants to see... yes, of course, Eva. We'll talk about the Bilderberg group sometimes, but just be aware. Like, you know, those like palaces or whatever it is, or like those like hunting groups or whatever, like the mansions. You're talking about like real power, like on a level that's hard to even explain. Super Towel Eva. And I know you definitely know this. That's why you're asking me to talk about it. But like, little towel, like there are like I'll talk about the Bohemian Grove and stuff. Like, I'm an American. You want to touch an American on American soil, all right? But like I start talking about stuff like Europe and stuff like that. Okay, well then you're talking about governments that are not my government, and I think that is. I would like to continue to be a towel, and that requires me not bothering the governments of the world. Hello, are you back?
I am back.
All right, so we didn't mess up anything. Everything is still going along, and Eva Towel is excited. So I'm going to try to share this screen one more time. What caused everything to go south is I tried to share this image or this video with Harvard Yard Towel. So hold on, it should be doing it right.
Yep, it says
now you see
sharing.
it. Now you see it.
It's coming. It's coming. It's thinking. There we go. There we go. Yep, it's here.
I have sent it through to you on the other side of the country. I am thrilled. Now watch this. Now you see that video up on your screen. Do you see in the bottom left how there's like a membership list? On the left side, there's like a membership list that's hard to read. It says guest. Down the bottom left.
I can see it. Please,
now,
no. My goodness gracious.
Now don't
tell me.
Now the bottom list, it says members. Now what's it say? What's that bottom name? Dr. Donald Vinson. Dr. Donald Vinson. Now, that's a membership list of a Bohemian Grove club. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is what you are looking at on your screen right there. And in the bottom left of that screen in particular is the membership list that lists Dr. Donald Vinson. And you might be saying, Grant, are you somehow managing to tie like the Bohemian Grove into the Karen Reed trial because Dr. Donald Vinson invented jury research? Yes, and this sent Murder by Maestro on some, I'm pretty sure, research loops that literally drove him to realize that we're confronting the American aristocracy. Alan Jackson, I know what you are. Anyway, let's watch.
Yeah, so there's two special towels on this one, right? Murder, and who was the other one?
Eva Towel, who loves the Bohemian Grove.
Eva Towel. Okay, so this is like extraordinaire type investigative research right here, Grant, correct? I would, this is expert.
Yes, and what's really
just solid work here, genius people is what I would say.
Oh yes, it's high level stuff, and it's totally interesting that Vincent's in LA, and like, but what we're going to see here, and you'll see it on screen, and we're going to then watch the jury videos after this, and then that will be a long towel day. This is video inside a Bohemian Grove camp. I'm one of the only people that has this. I didn't film it. I would never do this. I don't know how these people got in there and lived. But you're going to see, now up on this sign here, it says Sahara. Okay, Sahara Club. Now, Sahara has a very sacred, Sahara has like a meaning. Now, another Bohemian Grove club you may have heard of, there's like these individual camps in the Redwoods, is Doghouse Camp, because Clarence Thomas and Harlan Crow were in it.
Okay.
Yeah, a guy I know, Justin Elliott with ProPublica wrote this article about the Bohemian Grove, and it talked about how one of the camps was Doghouse Camp, D-O-G-H-O-U-S-E camp, and two of the members were the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and Harlan Crow.
Okay, and so this has nothing to do, just for clarification, with the whole human trafficking, those
No,
kind of
no,
things. This
oh,
is
no,
completely
no, no, no.
separate.
Oh, goodness.
This is justice. No, I'm just asking for clarity, and maybe there needs to be clarity in chat. Just briefly, I was just asking.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm not saying that. Like, I can't rule out that there is nobody involved in these clubs that are involved in other things. How could I do that? I don't know what
I would agree. I was just sorry. I just.
Oh yes, but no, we are not saying. I am not saying. Now, what I will say, what does happen here, and you might think this is a little weird. I think it's a little weird. These people at this Bohemian Grove, it started as like a newspaperman's club in the 1800s up in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and then it moved down to the California Redwoods, where its real club is.
Interesting. Okay,
and
interesting.
Every summer,
that would be a nice cover. That's a nice cover.
Yeah, they might be there like soon. Because wait, is it the summer solstice right now?
21st.
Yeah, so they're there right now. Yeah, they're there.
21st,
Oh, these people are actually there right now because they do the cremation of care ceremony on the summer solstice. Oh, they're so mad at me for talking about this. I don't care. Anyway, so the cremation of care ceremony is they worship this like sacred owl. Okay, and you're gonna think I'm kidding. You're gonna think I'm kidding. This is very real. So like our Supreme Court justices, our like biggest financiers, our biggest power players in the legal arena, politics, whatever. They go to this place. Governor Joe Lombardo of Nevada is on this list, by the way. This club's Sahara Club. They go to this Redwoods area. Then they gather. They have all their individual camps, but then they gather in the middle of all the camps and they worship a giant sacred owl, and they participate in a ceremony where they burn their cares from the past 6 months away on the summer solstice. It's pagan. It's straight pagan.
Okay, I'm with it. I'm listening.
Okay, and then do you know what they do in the winter?
No, I don't, but I have to put just maestro cufflinks. Anyway, carry on, Graham. That's just an inside research thing.
Oh, absolutely. So
check your X.
Yep.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yep. So owls obviously are very sacred here, but the real thing is that they're like, and owls represent like wisdom and knowledge. And obviously we talked on other streams about how what the occult really believe in. And it's more than just Masonic, like Freemasonry. That's just one sect of the like powerful, and they're not a cult. People like misinterpret a lot of this stuff. They're like guardians of knowledge that has passed down like in esoteric manners. And what they're really like doing is they're like pre-Christian secret societies that like worship a lot of like very traditional spiritual practices like pre-Christ. But that's why they kind of hide, because they're definitely like, it's not they're anti-Christian, but their religion existed before Christ was around. So they're like very pagan, and they like their biggest holidays are the summer solstice right now, and then the winter solstice in the middle of the year. And obviously that has to do with like the cycle of the earth and the spring and death and rebirth. Now, did you notice like a lot of Christian holidays, right, like are right around then? Like the winter solstice is Christmas. Things like that. We don't do Christianity doesn't really observe the summer solstice, but it does have like Easter, and things like that, which is basically a solstice ritual. But what's really interesting is that this occult is. It's not a cult. It's really pagan, and it's not really pagan. It's more like knowledge as the divine, and it's a little bit heretical from the church's perspective, which is why the church tried to like persecute these people for thousands of years, which is why they formed secret societies, because they were getting persecuted. And because the church's goal, like every church's goal, mostly the Catholic Church though, is to run countries, to be very powerful and run countries. That's what they did for a while. And so these like powerful aristocrats, they had their own pagan, like non-Christian traditions, and they were being like chased by the Inquisition and whatever, but they still live on. And what they do is they have this cremation of care ceremony, but what it's really about, it's not just like burning your cares away and like rebirthing. No. It's there's this element of like Balinese dualism that's like, I think Hank Brennan understands, but it's a little bit more than that. If you look at Masonic Freemasonry as an example, there's like a checkerboard pattern that they have in their symbology. That's, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but on top of the checkerboard will be like an arch, okay? Like a perfectly formed stone arch over a checkerboard. What that represents is like the pillars of Freemasonry, enabling people to master the mind-body duality that is the checkerboard. So it's all analogy. The checkerboard is how our like emotional self and our mind interact, all right? And our emotional self and in mind, in the minds of these like occultists or pagan people, if you can just master if your mind can master your emotional state, then you'll constantly be in control, and they believe that they are within themselves the divine. There is no external divine. They are God if they can master, if their cerebral brain can master their heart. And apparently Hank Brennan has an owl. I'm going to say it. He has an owl cufflink, so maybe he knows more about this world and then lets on. That doesn't mean like the checkerboards and the owls, like, okay, now I'm getting a little scared, but I'm not, listen, I want to be clear, by the way, they are not evil people per se. Like, I'm sure there are evil people who get in these circles, but the goal is benevolence. Their whole philosophy is like, enlighten the world through like informed participation, and they believe that they're like the guardians of knowledge that allow them to master their emotions and therefore convey to the world information that will liberate them from the darkness that is dogma. They have like a mission. That's their like, they believe, that's why people call them like the Illuminati or whatever, but that just misunderstands Adam Weishaupt's Bavarian Illuminati, which was one sect among many. There was like Scalaffa Jafia and Asiatic Brethren and Odo Temple Oblora, OTO, and the Hellfire Club. There's all these manifestations of these groups, but they're just sects of this larger belief, and some of them actually do get into like really evil stuff, but there's this large belief that if there is just enlightened, benevolent leadership of the world through self-mastery of mind over emotion, then therefore there will be order from chaos. That's their big theory. You must create order from the chaos of day-to-day life, and therefore build like a stable historical record. That's their goal.
Fascinating.
So they're very powerful though, and they hide in plain sight. They would view, do you understand, just by me talking about this, they will never talk to me. They will never invite me to their clubs. Like, I am such a, if they could, they would burn me. Okay, they would put me in public and like burn me, because that's what people like me deserve. If we talk about this, you're not supposed to get close enough where you can figure it out. If you get close enough where you can figure it out, you should join it. That's their mentality. How, like, you found it hiding in plain sight. It's like the DOJ. Do you know you get recruited into the DOJ? Like, it hides in plain sight, and then they're like, hey, you found this. Okay, great. Like, don't tell anyone else. Like, you're chosen. Like, we found you. Like, that's what happens with these people, and they're like, it's a puzzle. It's hiding in plain sight. Don't you dare betray us. Well, I'm not part of your group. I just figured it out.
Oh, but it sounds like it does have a benevolent arm, though.
Yeah.
A part of it is benevolent, so therefore, I mean, maybe they wouldn't burn you. I mean, maybe, there's a benevolent arm, and if people uncover this,
they would have a commission meeting, and the benevolent people would be like, he should be one of us, don't you understand? And then the other ones would be like, yeah, but like one of them would blackball me and be like, absolutely not. He will come in here, find something he doesn't like, and then he'll go out there and tell people we're not destroying something that's 2,000 years old. Just let him out there. Just let him go out there and just rant about it. No one will take him like as serious as if we invited him in and then he talked about it. So don't invite him.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
And it's I think what we're starting to see a lot in society is that people are uncovering things like this, a lot now.
Yeah, and it's definitely
in all different ways.
And I don't want people to be like freaked out by it. There are definitely elements of it that people should be freaked out by, because like it does get perverted. There is like clearly with P. Diddy and stuff, that's a trial going on now. There are satanic like absolutely satanic elements of aristocratic power circles. But to think every element of the aristocratic circles that exist are nefarious, no, like they're just pre-Christian. So like for them, it's weird. Like they wouldn't want to come out into the world and be like, okay, so our religion is older than Christ. Obviously Jewish people do that, but we're talking way older than that in terms of these religions. They would never come out and be like, yeah, so we're guardians of this like ancient secret knowledge, and we really think we can help you all, humanity, and we just want to tell you, like, we're the power structure that runs the world. You should be okay with that. No, we'd all be like, that's anti-democratic. But then in their hearts they're thinking, okay, but you don't get it, like democracy is not healthy for human flourishing, like pure democracy. So but therefore their mentality is hide it from them, don't tell them, have people like this meet in the redwoods.
Right, but I will say, I'll turn one. I don't want to say turnabout is fair play. That is inappropriate. But there was a lot of talk on X yesterday about that love and those hand signals being part of Illuminati. We don't need to go into that. But if it's fair for people to talk about that, why is it not fair to talk about this?
No,
That's
of course, and
what I mean. So this
course.
is starting to come up because societal awareness is coming up around this.
Yep.
So therefore,
And there are like, you can kind of see Hank Brennan and Karen Reed, or like if you want to look at this way, Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson are probably two different sides of the American aristocracy. It is a battle of light versus good. Hank Brennan has this kind of like benevolent approach to his knowledge base. Alan Jackson has this more insidious approach. You can see that like people who are enlightened and do it benevolently, like, oh, they try to say like we worship owls, like this, like we believe in like mastering the duality of existence to help others. That's a benevolent way of being in that level of the aristocracy. What is a malevolent way is doing things like that, because what it hints at is that you're worshiping like Baal or whatever, that like Moloch or whatever, that weird, Moloch's a misnomer for it. It's actually this like 3-word phrase for this god that the occult worship. That is the nefarious part of it. And they absolutely, what I think they do is, it's not like channeling evil. These aren't like witches. I think Aleister Crowley tried to channel it, but this isn't like witches doing seances. It's just a matter when people talk about like worship in the occult or pagan sphere, it's really weaponizing knowledge. Like if you've listened to the stream, you know that like knowledge is very, very, very powerful. If you just have unlimited knowledge about everything, you are just the ultimate. There's no one that's above you, because you, at least about what you know, because you are like the person who sees the whole playing field. So for them, it's either the benevolent deployment of knowledge or the malicious weaponization of knowledge. That is the allegory of good versus evil. That's everything that all the religious traditions talk about. That's because this is an ever-present fight within human society. There are people who become very, very smart and use it benevolently. There are people who become very smart and use it evilly. They both hide in plain sight, because I think we're a little bit afraid that if we just came out and were like, hey, so this is how it all works, and it's actually kind of controlled, people would be like, oh my God, they couldn't handle it because history is supposed to be random.
Hey, Grant, I'm just curious. Are your chat numbers increasing? I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't keep track, because it kind of
goes. Can you see? Is it scrolling? Because if I
they are.
If I'm a part of either of these, I'm jumping on. I mean, somebody's already notified somebody to jump on here. I'm just curious if the numbers increased. I can't see from here. Sorry, just curious.
So I only see a static number, because it jumps. It jumps so much. But what I look at is that I can't read.
Welcome.
No, yeah, and don't ever even think about that, because what I'm looking at is the chat rate to see.
No, yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
No,
it's to call someone that they're talking.
Well, I'm sure people find it interesting, but no, I'm looking at the chat rate and are people engaged with the content. And I don't want to delay this too long, because Eva Tal's probably like, play the video, Graham. We're going to get to 12 hours soon.
You got it.
So I'm going to.
The only thing I want to say is owl is a sign of wisdom.
No, and
native tradition. In native tradition, there's a lot of beliefs, and what's so interesting, I will go very quick on this, because I have studied the meaning of owls and what owls mean, and the owls mean different things in different traditions. Whole nother thing for a whole nother time. But for me, I love owls because they're wisdom. You know, they're smart. I'm not part of this group, but I do have an owl. And
Oh,
not a
wow.
real live owl, not a real live
Well,
owl.
no, hold on.
But
You
I
got
have
to.
like a little statue like that.
Yes, hold on. You
And
got
I'm not a
to.
part of this group.
Yes, you go. Well, you got to hold the floor for like 5 seconds while I get something from my chair. Hold on, please. Continue to talk about your owl.
About owls. For me anyway, in studying different traditions and in studying people and traditions and pagan, I've always looked at the opposite of. I love studying religion. So Catholicism versus, I don't know. I just have a great respect for Native American culture, and they also have views on owls. But owls, for me personally, it's a sign of wisdom, intelligence. They work at night. I'm a night person. I don't know. They just have always had a special place in my heart, even though I will, full disclaimer, not a part of this group, but I love owls, and so do these people apparently.
Well, and maybe we're all sacred spirits because what's
Is that an owl?
Is that a wood? It's a wood. It's carved into a wood. It's carved into a tree. Okay,
That
it is
is
a
awesome.
green owl with lightning eyes. And listen, I don't know, Hank Brennan. I've had this for a long time. I'll tell you the story someday, maybe. But this can't be a coincidence that we both.
No.
I think. Listen, hi Taterbug. Taterbug. I don't know if you just joined, but we're about to watch a video from inside the Bohemian Grove. I'm sure that's what you expected.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We did not prepare this. We have not talked. You're gonna bring that out. I'm gonna tell you that anyway. Yeah, see, it's all just I don't think they'd come after you or me because we find them sacred.
Well, the owl shall protect us. All right, let us watch. And keep an eye out for the owls in the video. By the way.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Thank you.
What does that say? I just want to get the fuck out of here. No, just look. Oh, just like, fuck it. This one's probably locked. Oh shit, yo, look.
All right, so see, even in their like little camps, look, that's a fire. That's a fireplace. They clearly burn stuff, and then there's the owl above it. They worship owls. I'm telling you, they worship owls.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say. Okay.
He really goes up close. What does it say under it? It says, "Oh goodness, BG, BG, BG," like wood burned in. Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove. Oh wow. Their like lower lodge area. So I want you to imagine this is a 6-story complex built into the California redwoods in harmony with nature. This is the first floor of it. This is their like cabin hangout area. There are staff that like cater for them.
Person is naked. Picture. I see it. Holy crap, I'm gonna have to blur that. Bunch of Bohemian Chomskys in there. Holy shit. Look at all the owls. Holy shit. It's locked. It's locked.
Alex Jones never went into the camps, MBM. This is the only time you'll ever see this. This is in one of the camps. Weird that rich people like camp like in communal showers and stuff. I don't understand that part. It's very like stoic. But it's also like 7 stories up in the redwoods. So like it's a very position juxtaposition. Simplicity, beautiful view in the redwoods. Now they're climbing, they're 50 feet up, by the way. I just want to point this out. They are 50 feet up over that superstructure. That is 5 to 7 stories they just climbed up that thing from the bottom component where we looked at the first level there. So what do you think, Bohemian Grove? You ever want to go? Yeah, Murder by Maestro. Oh, one more thing. Murder by Maestro, that footage that Alex Jones got is at their communal space where they do the cremation of care ceremony. There are like 25 camps that abut that communal space. There's hundreds of people that go to this thing. Each of them live in those camps. Like they literally have campgrounds that are within the complex. And then at the center is the facility Alex Jones filmed. He didn't film any of these camps. That's what I always thought was weird. Yes, Harvard Yard, any closing thoughts? We were going to watch more jury videos, then I realized we're so close to 12 hours. I think we're going to start tomorrow. We'll do another stream tomorrow with jury videos. All the juror interviews, I'm going to put them into a neat little package so I can play them back to back to back, and we'll watch them tomororh. But any closing thoughts?
Well, yeah, just briefly. I did see a lot of pagan symbols. I did see salt in a thing. I saw a lot of pagan symbols. The other thing that I did see is this appears that it may be I would almost think about it, if we put it in Catholicism terms, like an individual retreat. Like there's individual rooms that then possibly they come to a collective. That is just what I'm observing. The last thing I will say about it is it's very understated. This is not like other potential things that are very glitz and glamour and so forth. This is very understated.
Yep.
And that might go to the point of the benevolence piece or the bearing of soul, or I don't even know the word for it, and I'll stop. But the kind of purging, maybe purging for the world, or who knows what they're purging, but it's an individual thing that then becomes collective. I could be completely wrong. I do not know what that image is. That threw me off.
Well, hold on. Yeah, let's talk about this. So that is a naked woman on the wall in their clubhouse. That is a naked woman on a couch. It's blurred. I blurred it, but it's a naked woman on a couch. And then do you notice what's to the right of that woman on the couch? Murder by Maestro. You catch that? Look what's on the right. Do you see what's on the right? Do you see what those rings of images are? Do you know what those are? They're like, you can see winged eagles in some of them. Those are definitely like defense intelligence patches or something. Like it's kind of like either like shaped like there's a clock at the top, but it's like a bunch of patches. And then what's really weird is if you look, they film a little more of the building. I think they
Grant, before you film, is the woman bound or is she just freely naked?
She's actually on the floor. She's on a dirty floor with like a rolled up rug beneath her leg. She has one arm like up like this, and then she's completely naked, like with her basically opening her legs to spread her butt.
Okay, but no bounding, no terrorizing,
No, but she doesn't have a face almost. Like it's like a it's like
interesting.
Yeah, it's like, but it's a very she's attractive, but it's like a naked body with no face, like almost like she's dead. Oh
right.
my!
Or maybe they may be leaving that part aside of themselves that would objectify. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. I'll be quiet now. But if it was bound or ropes or I would be a little bit more concerned.
No. I'm actually more concerned by it now because she's not. I thought at first she was posing at the camera. She is basically like with her arms down and her head face down. She is not posing. She looks like, and she's on like a dirty basement floor, like with stains around her. She looks dead. What the fuck? I can't believe I missed this the first time. Like, what is going on? Anyway, and then if you look up in the, I want to pause away from that. If you look in this, and then if you look up there, there is capsicum Peppers of the Americas. Like what? And then there's the membership list just sitting out. Like, that was not supposed to be filmed. That membership list was never supposed to be public. You see that right there? That was never supposed to be public. They didn't even know what they were looking at, because if anyone worth their salt was in there, you stop and you film every name on that membership list. They just jump over it. And then,
Grant, they have uniforms back there. Are those uniforms?
Where?
Green uniforms. Go back to the one with the names. Are those green uniforms hanging there?
No, those are folding chairs.
Folding chairs. Okay.
But then you can see owls everywhere, like liquor bottles turned into lamps, like owls to the left of the Sahara sign, and then there's like an artificial defibrillator there, so they clearly have like medics and stuff. And then there's a owl on the wall right there, again. But like that whole thing, I mean, it is just, that is something you will never see again in your entire life. A look inside that kind of building. So
the apprentice or the pepper part, could that possibly mean that they spread around the world, or they pepper the world with benevolence? I'm trying to find a goodness.
I'm trying to find a goodness. I think it's more like an industrial thing. Like, there are a lot of them are industrialists, and capsicum is a big American industrial. It's one of the only American pepper crops, I think. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Guitar Hero. They are older. But yeah, no. So, all right, let me bring things full circle. So, Harvard Yard, we have a lot to talk about tomorrow. We're going to be back together. I think you can join whenever. I'll start the stream sometime in the morning. But based on your analysis of the Bohemian Grove and the jurors in the Karen Reed trial and Dr. Donald Vinson, do you think that there's an American aristocracy hiding in plain sight that worships kind of a pagan style of ritual, and then Alan Jackson maybe knows some people involved in it, and that's how Karen Reed got away?
Possibly. I find this possibly, the juror consultant was the first connection, right? Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if it was along the other type of grouping than this. You were talking about good and evil and however and so forth.
Yeah, and then someone was asking, why is there like green plants right there? I don't think those are weed plants. I think, actually, wait a minute. They are. Wait, what is that? Why is there, do you see that on the door right there? Is that like a decal on the door? Because it's not visible when they use the infrared, but then when you get to this image and they pan up, there's this green like sticker on the door.
Yeah, it might be part of the earth, because it's part of the earth.
Well, it's
part of the pagan. It's part of the earth.
It's not weed. It's palm trees. It's green palm trees. But yeah, it's very obviously nature orientated. Sorry to have jumped in, but continue.
Oh, no worries. Could there be a connection with this and Jackson? Is that what you're asking?
Well, more just like, does this kind of jury potential influencing represent a level of the American aristocracy that isn't really talked about, but has a lot of power?
I would say more on the Illuminati side.
Yeah, well, and remember, the Bavarian Illuminati, as started by Adam Weishaupt in like 1796, was just one sect of this larger...
Do you see where I'm going with that? You see where I'm going with that?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, meaning in terms of different types, different ways that people go about things. That I wouldn't, the financial division is different in this versus that, I would guess.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a small-scale version of it, but
Correct.
The point is, to open doors in that world, you have to know people, and I could imagine Alan Jackson knew people.
Absolutely. So I think the even greater way, right, to put it is, is there hidden and plain sight effects in this trial? That's the question you're asking.
Yep.
I would say absolutely. I would say 99% simply by virtue of where people came from, what their professional associations have been, and it could very well be on both sides. I mean, these are powerful people. These are big attorneys. These are, so I think, yes, could that be in play? Does that answer your question?
Oh,
yes, but I think in all fairness, it can be both by virtue of power, intelligence, different cases they've worked on, where they introduce through their cases. Grant, did that make any sense in any sense?
Yeah,
to
no,
the
of course, and
viewers?
a lot of people are saying, well, no, first of all, the Bohemian Grove stuff is only relevant because of Dr. Donald Vincent, but people are saying, no, like, there's no way that, like, the jury research is this powerful. Well, yes, it is. And then people are also saying, well, what is it trying to read into what some of these jurors were saying? Is that too much? No, this is not jurors out there kind of being wishy-washy or whatever. This is very abnormal. It has a lot of hallmarks of an operation. That's just me. But yes, Harvard Yard, I think we've had a great discussion. We're actually so close to the end of the YouTube that I have to get ready to end.
I will beg off. I will beg off.
No, but we enjoyed. That was wonderful. It's not you. If I go over 12 hours, the recording doesn't save.
Yeah. I just want to, as always, say thank you so much, and everyone. I can't see the chat, and I think, boy, was there so much discussed today. And I think the goal here is to find a different way of justice. To figure out what happened here, and for the greater good, not for the reasons of gossip and politics and all that, but to really find out what happened here. And then it led to a place at the end of a very deep area of our society, that there is potential as well. And I think that's how I'd wrap it up. I don't know, Grant, if that resonates with you. But
it does.
I'm grateful to be here, and love to everybody. I will exit and watch.
We'll be. I am sure we will see you again, Harvard Yard, and so many of the Towel friends, Murder by Maestro included, send you their love. Ange Whittick says you were brilliant.
Back at you. Grant, I will try to join tomorrow. In the process of moving, but I will jump in at some point if you need me. I always, service. If you need me, I'll send you a message, but it's always my honor. Love to everybody. Have a great weekend. And Grant, thanks for being the beautiful gem that you are.
Good. Thank you. Good luck with your move.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
All right. Bye. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that a wonderful interview with Harvard Yard? Harvard Yard is wonderful. I think it was Jack D65. I agree. It was clearly the aliens. You don't understand. Now, because we haven't heard from him in a day or two, ladies and gentlemen, I think you know what I got to play before I end the stream today, and it is not the Bohemian Grove video. It's the video you all want to see. It's the video we've all missed. Colleen Henry may not be with us, which is probably why I've been depressed and haven't been playing it. But we're going to watch it, ladies and gentlemen. You know it's coming. We haven't watched it in a little while. Every single one of us loves it. The world loves it. I know some of you towels know exactly what's coming, and it's one of the greatest ways to end the day, even though we have to do a truncated close today. Murder by Maestro is going to lose his ever-loving towel mind. The world is going to lose their mind. We haven't heard from him. He's the missing man in action, but we know it's Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Anthony Barton, any idea where that rumor is coming from? Jack D65 has his Call Me Hank shirt on. He's going to be in heaven. Extra for you, Jack D65. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time for good luck. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it. Now, Anthony Barton, my dear friend, where are you hearing that rumor? That's quite a rumor. Def Otter, you have a great night, Commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. Steady Towel Cam, Murder by Maestro, super edited, wonderful version of this Call Me Hank clip. We love it. Towels love it. Towels worldwide love it, ladies and gentlemen. I want that as my ringtone. You can have that as your ringtone. I will give you the permission to do that, of course. Oh, little towels, what a glorious day. We had a lot of fun. I have to do a somewhat quick wrap up today, but I'm going to do it on my phone. Everyone ready? Harvard Yard was absolutely brilliant. So people are saying there are rumors. We don't know about what's going on with the case, but keep an eye out. There's things to watch. All right. We got the good luck, Jack D65. Ange Whittick, my dear friend. Leafy. Harpo. Yes, Harpo, it's going to be coming soon. Hopefully in the next few days, everything will get settled. It's going to take at least a few more weeks, I think. But 4 orders I paid for out of pocket by accidentally. So 4 people got them. 3 people, at least 1 person got them. The 2 others should be coming in the next day or 2. In my world, people that worship owls are Sheffield Wednesday fans, and we call them pigs. We hate the pigs. Well, I'm sorry that Sheffield Wednesday likes owls. I can't do anything about that. All right, Harvard Yard, thank you for being with us. That was amazing. Callie Trish, Murder by Maestro, Sheffield Flannel, Jack D65, I go by Steph. Hello, Steph. Kalmora Meditation. They might not try it again, but if there was jury influence, they have to make a motion for a mistrial. Anthony Barton, my friend, and Murder by Maestro, Jack D65, Respect, Hot Coffee Chats, Cat in a Hat, Anthony Barton again, 5MEO DMT, oh my goodness, Harvard Yard was here, Murder by Maestro, Bina, Respect, Chastity, Eva, Anthony Barton again, Iris, hello my friend, Summertime, it was great to be with you, it will be a great book and a movie, Guitar Hero, you have a wonderful username, Eva, you're a super towel, hello again, Murder by Maestro, hello Bina, hello Leafy, hello Mairin, Marian? I might need your help pronouncing your name, but you have a wonderful name, and I'm thrilled that you're with us. Let's see. Pat Brooks, super towel hugs to you. You are so appreciated and loved, my dear friend. You know I'm going to read every single name until the backstroll stops. Good. I saw The Rise Within was here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, SSG, TUSMC, God bless you for still being here this whole time later. 5MEO DMT, Holistic Psychology, the 5MEO DMT's wonderful super towel daughter. Lisa was here. Hello. God bless you, dear friend. Luisa Ramirez was here. Oh, my goodness, you are a super towel. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what I have to look at next. Hold on. I have to go to fan funding. God bless you, Kalmora Meditation. Not 1 person out of 3 of those jurors mentioned data or CW points. So true. 65 CJ5, thank you for your comments. I totally agree. They were so wonderful. Eva Towel, thank you for the super towel lemon emoji with a horn. He was blowing a horn. That was amazing. Pesky Pole, you have amazing humor. God bless you, dear friend. Pat Brooks, you are my superior super towel. Towel loves you so much. Thank you for all your comments, all your questions. As long as I'm reading chat, anytime I see someone with an amazing comment or question, I jump right in. And Towel loves you, Pat Brooks. God bless you. Mandy Strong, thank you for the super towel emoji. I will keep it up. Towel can go 12 hours. It doesn't even bother me. It's casual, you know. Incredible. Thank you, Allie90211. You're incredible, and you are a super towel. Chit Chat and Coffee, thank you for the super towel. He was flying through the air, ladies and gentlemen, with the greatest of ease, like a flying young towel on the trapeze. That's that super towel emoji. It makes me very, very happy. Kalmora Meditation, I agree. SSGT USMC, God bless you. God bless your spouse in the military. God bless all of the people in the American Armed Forces. Towel loves you. Thank you for all you do. Just Me, thank you for becoming a Towel fan. God bless you, my dear friend. Kalmora Meditation, thank you so much for all your generous support and all of your encouragement of people to protect the integrity of the justice system. Jack D65 said, I'm a one-person operation. I'm a one-towel operation, but it's really rooted in you all, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Barton, I saw you pop up in there. Hello, 5EMO DMT, you are wonderful. Hello, Francesca. It was great to see you. So great you were building shelves. You were a productive super towel. Anthony Barton, let's aim for tomorrow morning. You'll see the stream go up sometime after 4 a.m. Eastern time, but we'll aim to start later around 8 or 9 a.m. Sometimes Towel likes to get a little bit of rest on this Saturday morning. So 8 to 9 a.m. tomorrow, folks. Risa, God bless you. I loved that super towel with the flying cape emoji. It was the first time I ever saw it. I giggled like a towel. Dewdrops, thank you for sending 5 super towel memberships. You are such a wonderful human. You are so ideal. Towel appreciates you. And then Iris, thank you for saying God bless the O'Keefe family and may unethical conduct and corruption come to light. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I left that pinned all day. And then Jew Drops, thank you for that super towel lemon emoji at the beginning of the day. It meant so much to me. That's how I feel when I see Kiki, Riri, and Jew Drops every day, or Bella, or Brewski the Irish Setter. My heart just pounds uncontrollably. You are all so wonderful. Hot coffee chats. Oh my goodness, you are all chatting up a storm. Bridge, I'm so sorry you're going to miss us tomorrow. But Bridge, we're with you in Towel Spirit. You have an amazing time with your family. And then the next day when we go live again and we see you, we'll say, Bridge, here's everything that happened, and we'll review it for you because we care. Romery 19, God bless you, dear friend. Thank you for being here. Eileen Steffens, night to you. Thank you. Yes, I will do my best. Yes, Rise Within, we're going to have we did have a fun day. It was wonderful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been here for a while, you know we're at 11 hours and 40 minutes, so it was a good day. But I can't stay too much longer because I'll hit the time limit. So, a few things. This is how we end. One, if you like Towel Stream, if you want to support this stream, thank you to everyone who sent support today and donations. You are able to do that. I'll drop the links one more time. That goes directly to Towel, and at least until tomorrow or the next day, it will be somewhat helpful, I imagine. So you're able to do that through any number of different ways. I'm going to drop the first link in the chat now. If you want to support Towel through Cash App, God bless you. If you want to support Towel through Venmo, God bless you, you can do that as well. I'm just dropping Towel links like a mad towel. And if you want to support Towel through PayPal, you can do that. We also love and support Towel, YouTube for supporting Towel, and we love everyone who supports Towel through YouTube. God bless you all. Now, to really close up, though, because this is a public information service centered around educating, informing, and entertaining the public, we use entertainment as a hook here in order to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. And if you really learned something today, forget about me. Look for reasons. If you want to pay it forward, if you found friends here, camaraderie, look for reasons to do small acts of service. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to be a helper. Look for reasons to be a beacon of light. Look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans or animal shelters in general. Look for reasons to smile at someone on the street, say hello to a friend or family member you haven't talked to in a while. Look for reason to donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did one time and have them designated honorary towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, then we can change the current soft power political cultural dynamic from one rooted in preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one rooted in preserving and expanding and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love as made manifest in small acts of service. And then, ladies and gentlemen, may we bring about a new digital epoch defined by the water bearer carrying a towel, proclaiming an age of unconditional love and small acts of service. And let that be our legacy, fellow towels. Summertime, it was great to meet you today. God bless you. And it was great to see you, Cat in a Hat. And I saw someone asking if Towel has a Venmo. So one more time, I will post that. Towel's Venmo is at Grant/E-1. You'll know it's me because it's a picture of Elmo, because my friend was a veteran, and before he passed away, I took a picture. His nickname was Elmo. I took a picture of an inflatable Elmo, and I was like, I'm going to send it to Elmo, and I forgot, and then unfortunately he passed away, and now it's my Venmo picture. So every time someone's like, Grant, are you the one with the is your Venmo the one with Elmo? I could be like, yes, and then they're like, why is it Elmo? And then I get to say Elmo's name and explain the story. So his name never is said for the last time. You don't understand. When I say I'm going to do that, I literally mean I'm going to do that. Oh, God bless you. All right, so we're going to end the X broadcast first, and you know how we... Oh, no. Hold on. We're going to end the X broadcast first. You know how we like to end the X broadcast. Tell friends over on the X, God bless you. Thank you for being with me today. I hope you're safe out there. God bless you. Oh, God bless you, PK, and please don't send anything if it's a burden. If you feel, it's more important to me that you feel secure in your day-to-day, and Towel loves each and every one of you, and just you being in the comments. PK, I'm so actually glad I saw your name pop up. Just you being here means so much to me. All right, so Towel Friends on the X. You know the Towel Friends on YouTube get a few extra minutes, so I'll end with you by saying, God bless, thank you for being with me today. I'm going to be with you again tomorrow. We're monitoring all these developments. Be safe out there. Try to cool down as the night cools down if you're in the Boston area. If you're around the world, 94, 97, 100 towel countries, you know I love you and appreciate every single minute you spend with me. God bless you. Be safe, towel friends on the X. Towel friends on the YouTube, you know this is another part of my favorite part. I tried to say favorite part of the day and screwed up. This is another favorite part of my day when I get to spend some time just telling to me how much I love each and every one of you. Oh, your boys are 24. They love Elmo. Well, everyone loves Elmo. He's amazing. Towel friends on the YouTube, this was a special day. We got to talk with Harvard Yard. Harvard Yard's a special soul. Really, really enjoyed that discussion. God bless you all for staying so engaged in the chat. I appreciated it. I'm sure Harvard Yard appreciated it. Know how much Towel loves each and every one of you. Know that I've made friends here. You've given new meaning to my life. I hope you've made friends here. And even as Towel's voice begins to go as we get near the 12-hour mark, I'm driven by the exuding compassion and love in my heart, seeing that I derive from all of you engaging and seeing you all befriend each other here. There's nothing that could bring me more happiness, even among difficult times. And let us pray that maybe, like a baseball player leaping over the fence and coming down with a ball, that it should have been a home run, only to pull it back into the park. We're on the precipice of something big. Oh, Court TV, thank you so much, Eva. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll be watching that. I appreciate it. And every single one of you, God bless. You have a great rest of your night. You be safe. Towel loves you. If you need me, reach out to me. My Facebook DMs are having some issues. Facebook.com/Grant Smith Ellis is apparently the quickest way right now. Otherwise, Twitter DM is always quickest. God bless you, Towel friends. I love you with all my heart. I appreciate all of you so much. Be safe, Jack D65. I'll get some sleep. You too, 5MEO DMT, and Ange and Kat and Marin and Eva, every single one of you. Be safe. God bless you. My name's